As Ling Yu had said, early the next day, Lin Qinglong led 100 elite soldiers of the Razor camp to rush to Qin Mingyu's side. "Mingyu, I'm here." Lin Qinglong wanted to give Qin Mingyu a warm hug as soon as they met, but when he saw Lu Wudao staring at him with a grim face, he chuckled. "Mingyu, from today onwards, I am your prince, my dear princess." "All right, then I'm counting on you." Surprisingly, Qin Mingyu smiled dutifully at him. Unlike her previous aloof self, she knew very well that Lin Qinglong truly loved her and his character was reliable. Since he still loved her until now, she would just treat him as a friend. Sure enough, with just a slight smile, Lin Qinglong seemed pleasantly surprised and stammered, "Mingyu, you've changed." "How so? Don't you like how I am now?" Qin Mingyu self-deprecatingly said, "Is it because my figure changed after having a child? Or is it because I'm no longer aloof, and you find me less interesting?" No. Lin Qinglong hurriedly waved his hand. "I don't have a masochistic tendency. Just treat me well. Even better." Qin Mingyu generously smiled. "Then have you eaten? I'll find a farmhouse to treat you all to a meal." "Really?" Lin Qinglong was overjoyed again and immediately instructed, "Qin goddess has decreed. First eat, then work." "Great." The brothers of the Razor camp cheered. They were not originally from a military background but joined the werewolf out of faith in Ling Yu. Now that the saint lady was treating them well, they were naturally happy. Qin Mingyu smiled beautifully again. Lu Wudao behind her also raised his hand. Watching these brothers who had fought side by side, showing a knowing smile, he knew his choice was right. Only freedom could bring happiness to people, something hard to come by on Dark Knight Island. After the meal, Qin Mingyu went back to the Silver City Relief Center. This time, seeing her bring so many tough men, Director Ma dared not act recklessly and explain the situation to her obediently. "President Qin, our relief supplies were robbed. We want to use the supplies you donated to make up for it. Now that you know, I won't hide it from you. I just hope you can spare us and help deliver the supplies to Chuancheng. Please, please." He pleaded sincerely with clasped hands. Qin Mingyu didn't continue to negotiate, but simply nodded. "Great." Director Ma was excited, saying again, "President Qin is helping me a lot this time, and I will definitely vote for you later." Qin Mingyu just nodded. Director Ma then said, "Please send out a transport team to arrange the delivery of the supplies. We will follow the convoy to ensure you safely reach Xuancheng." "Okay." Director Ma agreed but expressed some worrying, "But we can't risk everything. The supplies being transported this time may only include the batch donated by you, President Qin. If anything goes wrong, it would be hard to explain." Qin Mingyu furrowed her brow, pondered, and said, "The supplies are too few. If the bandits aren't interested and don't act, it would be hard for us to help the disaster area once we arrive there. So let's carry more to attract their attention." This Director Ma clearly was not a decisive person and hesitated again. "If you want my help, you must listen to me and trust me." Qin Mingyu suddenly became assertive. "You have to think it through. If we go there, how will you transport the remaining supplies to Chuancheng? If the higher-ups blame you later, it will be a dead end for you, right?" Director Ma sighed, feeling that what Qin Mingyu said made sense, and had to grit his teeth. "Okay, President Qin, I trust you. So now, all the supplies that need to be transported to Chuancheng, I will arrange them all to be sent in one go. Success or failure lies in this move." "Very good." Qin Mingyu gave him an approving gesture. Rescuing the disaster-stricken area was urgent. That afternoon, the transport team set off, over 30 transport trucks along with several buses for escorting, resembling a special train. Since Director Ma chose to trust Qin Mingyu, he also accompanied the transportation of supplies and explained the relevant terrain of the western region to Qin Mingyu. "President Qin, the gap ahead is where two mountains connect, remote and difficult terrain. The last time, the supplies were robbed there." Director Ma began to get nervous. Qin Mingyu also surveyed the terrain. The road here was indeed long neglected, and while small cars could pass normally, large vehicles would have difficulty moving. It was indeed a perfect place for an ambush. "I don't quite understand. Besides food, most of the relief supplies are second-hand goods. What's the use of those bandits robbing them?" Qin Mingyu wasn't calling for a stop, but instead curiously asked, "President Qin, you're used to comfortable days and don't know how scarce supplies are in the western region. Moreover, this region is not far from some impoverished countries where there are many poor people. They can sell what they take there for a good amount of money, Director Ma explained to her. Qin Mingyu nodded. At this moment, a group of peculiarly dressed people on the hilltop were eyeing the convoy on the mountain road. A man in charge of keeping watch quickly approached a big man wearing a felt hat. Boss, there are people coming with money again. And this time, lots of it. If we pull it off, we'll be able to enjoy it for a long time. When the big man in the felt hat heard this, he immediately walked out from the strange building on the mountain, his eyes glistening as he watched the convoy passing by. However, once he saw the several buses following, he knew the security had likely been strengthened this time, making it difficult to succeed. Boss, as per usual, should we blow up the road? His subordinate asked. Let's go. The man in the felt hat waved his hand, and two agile minions quickly followed his orders down the mountain. Lu Wudao, sitting on the bus, suddenly opened his eyes, startling Director Ma. Oh, President Qin, your man is quite skillful. Even at high speed, he can come and go as he pleases, running faster than the car. Qin Mingyu did not pay attention to his words, but instead looked at Lu Wudao, who was swiftly rushing ahead. If Lu Wudao suddenly got off the bus, he must have discovered something. Indeed, following Lu Wudao's direction, Qin Mingyu also saw two diminutive and agile men holding explosives, seemingly planning to blow up the road. Hey, everyone stop here. The two men quickly placed the explosives, but just as they were about to ignite them, their wrists were suddenly grabbed. Who? The two men were startled. How did this person appear in front of them without them noticing? Without responding, Lu Wudao directly twisted their wrists, flinging the fire sources away, and then confiscated the explosives. How come it didn't explode? By this time, the bandits waiting for movement on the mountain were becoming restless. The man in the felt hat seemed to notice something and waved his hand. Forget it. These supplies are not easy to rob this time. Let them pass. What? His followers were all shocked. With a huge piece of meat right in front of them, the boss was actually enduring not taking a bite. This time it might not work out. The leader in the felt hat furrowed his brow and said, they might have experts protecting them this time. And it's not just one person. If we engage with them head-on, we may not necessarily win. So, it's better to save ourselves and wait. Once these experts leave, we can slowly snatch from behind. Although the subordinates felt regretful, those in their line of work knew that it was a matter of risking their lives. One failure could mean the end, so they agreed with the leader's decision. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Wudao quickly jumped back into the car from the window, leaving Ma Hezong and others amazed. They had never seen such agility before. No wonder the president of the Southern Continent Chamber of Commerce dared to challenge Tang Ning. As it turned out, they had the strength and confidence to do so. Brother Wudao, what's the situation ahead? Qin Mingyu immediately inquired. Lu Wudao leaned in and whispered in her ear, Holy Lady, there are indeed bandits in this mountain. Just now, two bandits were attempting to bomb the road ahead, but I took care of them. And from my senses, there are at least several hundred people hidden on the mountain, but they probably have no intention of coming down. Qin Mingyu nodded solemnly and said, Brother Wudao, thank you for your hard work. Lu Wudao simply stood up straight, raised his hands behind her, closed his eyes, appearing like a stone statue. President Qin, what do we do now? Ma Hezong nervously asked, afraid of encountering bandits again. It's okay. Let's continue on. No one will dare to rob us, Qin Mingyu said calmly. Hearing her words, Ma Hezong relaxed a bit but still remained vigilant, and it wasn't until all the supply transport vehicles passed through the mouth of the gourd that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. President Qin, we owe this success to you. With you here, those fierce bandits dare not act recklessly, Ma Hezong said, relieved. In fact, he wasn't a big greedy person, just wanting to protect his position and reputation. It was only after the supplies were stolen last time that he had resorted to shady methods to cover it up. Now that this batch of supplies could be delivered to the heavily affected areas, he believed that no one would attack him. However, Qin Mingyu thought for a moment and suddenly said, It's already late at night. Continuing on isn't convenient. Why don't we rest for a few hours and then continue the journey at daybreak? This. Ma Hezong and the others looked at each other in shock, surprised by Qin Mingyu's decision. After passing through the most dangerous area, it was natural to want to deliver the supplies to Chuan City in one go. President Ma, even the bandits know that we won't stay in the western regions forever. We will eventually leave, and when we do, they will continue to cause trouble, making life miserable for the Western region's merchants. Qin Mingyu explained to them, so since I'm here this time, it's to rid the Western regions of harm and restore order. If even the official row isn't safe, how can commerce in the Western regions develop? How can the Western region's economy grow? Her words were impassioned and compelling. Ma Hezong and the others agreed with her reasoning, but they were still worried. President Qin, we appreciate your intentions, but these supplies need to be delivered to Chuan City as quickly as possible. If something goes wrong, we are willing to face death. Qin Mingyu understood their concerns, but after thinking it over, she firmly said, if we want to benefit the Western regions, we shouldn't compromise with evil forces. Since we have this opportunity today, we must get rid of the bandits here. Stop the cars. This. Ma Hezong hesitated, not wanting to give the order, but also not daring to oppose Qin Mingyu. I said stop the cars. Qin Mingyu's authority was like that of a queen, firm and unwavering, making it impossible for anyone to resist. Ma Hezong had no choice but to nod in agreement, realizing that even if he didn't order the cars to stop, with so many strong and skilled people around Qin Mingyu, intercepting the convoy would be a simple task. After the cars came to a stop, Qin Mingyu also got out of the car. Lin Qinglong quickly brought a coat and draped it over her shoulders, saying, Mingyu, the night wind in these mountains is harsh. You mustn't catch a cold, otherwise Ling Yu will blame me for not taking good care of you. Thank you. Qin Mingyu smiled gently and began to survey the surroundings. It was already late autumn heading into winter, and sporadic snowflakes fluttered in the mountain area. The bandits were not living a comfortable life either. Their choice of occupation was a tough one. Holy lady, even if we stop, those bandits may not dare to come down. Lu Wudao suddenly spoke up. Qin Mingyu nodded and instructed Lin Qinglong, open our most valuable carriages and turn on the lights to lure the fish onto the hook. All right, I love fishing. Lin Qinglong immediately went to make arrangements. Even so, when one is greedy to the extreme, even a little cat would go for the tiger's food without hesitation, let alone bandits. Qin Mingyu said firmly. Lu Wudao didn't argue and let time prove whether he or Qin Mingyu was right. As expected, once the carriages were open and Lin Qinglong intentionally lit the area to attract attention, the bandits on the mountain couldn't resist. Boss, this batch of supplies is worth at least tens of millions, maybe even billions. If we pull this off, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. Exactly. For wealth, people die, and birds perish for food. It would be a waste if we let go of such a good opportunity. It goes against the natural order. A group of minions were eager, their eyes shining. A bunch of fools. The leader in the felt hat scolded. It's clear that this is a deliberate trap to lure us in. If we go down, it could be the end of us. Despite his warning, he couldn't control the greedy minions. Damn it, I don't care. With so many of us, all dressed up nicely, are we afraid of one transport convoy? That's right, I even saw a gorgeous beauty. It's been too long since I've been with a woman. Let's attack. Hearing the commotion all around the mountains, Qin Mingyu felt a little excited as the big fish finally took the bait. Now it was time to catch the fish. Lin Qinglong, order the Blade Camp brothers to prepare for battle immediately. Ha. Understood. Lin Qinglong couldn't contain his excitement and immediately commanded, attack. Take down all these bandits. A fierce battle erupted. Ma Hezong and the others huddled in the car, holding onto their heads tightly, not daring to come out. They could only hear the shouts and explosions outside, the mountain glowing with flames and constant cries of those falling. Qin Mingyu stood in place, her beautiful eyes assessing the situation. Behind her, Lu Wudao also lowered his hands, concentrating on guarding the safety of the holy lady. Madam Saint, you are indeed clever. You understand human nature even better than I do. Lu Wudao admitted defeat. Qin Mingyu just smiled slightly, watching the victorious scene of the Blade Camp, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Ling Yu was grateful to have such brothers and subordinates. Ha. A bunch of little rabbits like you think you can steal from us. You've heard of the phrase walking right into a trap, right? Lin Qinglong laughed heartily after knocking down two bandits, looking up at the sky. The leader of the bandits kept holding back, not wanting to abandon his brothers, knowing that if they escaped now, his brothers would be caught and imprisoned, and his future as a commander would be bleak. When he saw Qin Mingyu under the moonlight, he formed a plan to capture her under the cover of darkness. To his surprise, the backbone of such a large group was actually a beauty. Just as the leader of the bandits was about to pounce on Qin Mingyu, he suddenly found himself suspended in the air, unable to move. It turned out that Liu Wudao had effortlessly lifted him up with one hand. The leader of the bandits was shocked. Despite being a martial artist himself, he recognized how formidable Liu Wudao's strength was. Even if all his hundreds of brothers joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. No wonder you're so bold, daring to lure us with so many resources. You're truly impressive. The leader of the bandits looked up at Qin Mingyu as if she were a queen under the moonlight. When Manhwaedit and the others heard the commotion, they peered out of their car and watched as Qin Mingyu's team emerged victorious. Even the leader of the bandits was being controlled by Liu Wudao. They all marveled at the situation. The president of the Southern Commerce Association was truly a queen in control of everything. What is your name? Who are you? Are you the one leading the robbery for these relief supplies? Qin Mingyu's icy gaze fixed on the leader of the bandits as she questioned him. I am Fu Zuojian, from Yincheng. I led the effort to rob these supplies being transported from Yincheng to Chuancheng. Fu Zuojian appeared defiant, saying, one person does the crime, one person takes the fall. If you release my brothers, I will go with you and accept the consequences. Ling Qinglong burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Bandits really lack culture. How could you say something like that? Can one person bear the crimes of so many? Qin Mingyu, noticing the look in Fu Zuojian's eyes, realized he truly lacked legal knowledge. Of course, if he respected the law and feared it, he wouldn't have committed such acts in the first place. Fu Zuojian, do you realize that your actions could lead to the deaths of thousands of disaster victims? Are you all heartless? Qin Mingyu coldly questioned him. Hey, heart? Can you eat with a heart? Fu Zuojian sneered. We in the western regions are so poor. People starve to death every year. Have the rich people from the southern continent, Eastern Sea, and the north ever thought about helping us? My parents died of starvation because of poverty. Someone has to die. Better them than us. My brothers and I will survive, no matter what. Qin Mingyu immediately rebutted his words. What you say may sound logical, but in reality, it's all pseudo-logic. People work hard to earn money legally, and how they spend it is their business. But robbing and looting relief supplies that do not belong to you is a crime, a deserving crime. Humph, regardless, now that I am in your hands, do with us as you wish. Fu Zuojian did not agree with Qin Mingyu's reasoning and even tried to threaten them. But I must warn you, we pay tribute to the Five Poison Sect. If we go missing, they won't spare you. Ling Qinglong burst into laughter. You steal from taxpayers and still manage to pay tribute to that meaningless Five Poison Sect. Are you their lapdogs? Fu Zuojian coldly mocked. You may indeed be powerful in martial arts and well-equipped, making us no match for you. However, the Five Poison Sect has many skilled individuals. They have 100 ways to make sure you die a miserable death. Try us if you don't believe it. Manhwaedit and the others were alarmed by his words and even advised Qin Mingyu to think twice. Bind them all and take them back to report to the authorities. Qin Mingyu was unfazed by the threat and directly ordered Ling Qinglong to do so. After dealing with the bandits, Qin Mingyu wasted no time and instructed Ling Qinglong to leave the bandits tied up for the police to take away before continuing towards Chuancheng. After a day and night of traveling, the relief supplies finally arrived in the heavily impacted area on the third day. Countless disaster victims cheer. We finally have food and clothing. This is great, we can survive now. Did you know? These supplies were delivered thanks to Madame Qin from the southern continent. They say she's a woman, beautiful and kind-hearted. She led the breakthrough against the mountain bandits and brought the supplies here. The story of Qin Mingyu began to spread among the people in the disaster area. Such tales tended to take on a life of their own, and slowly but surely, Qin Mingyu became known as an angelic figure. Ling Yu, who had stayed in Chuancheng, heard these stories and eventually arrived at a large relief station, where he found his wife, Qin Mingyu, busy with the handover process. Mingyu, Ling Yu, couple almost enacted a scene resembling a real-life fairy tale reunion. Fortunately, Xia Shaodi was present and quickly intervened, saying, President Qin, you and Ling Yu can go on a date. I'll take care of the work here for you. Thank you, Xia Shaodi. Qin Mingyu didn't hesitate to hand over her duties to Xia Shaodi and left the scene with Ling Yu hand in hand, heading to a regular hotel. There, Lin Fei and two attendants were trying to put their grandson to sleep. Ling Yu couldn't resist and quickly went over to pick up the sleeping child. Unexpectedly, Ling Wuchen burst into loud sobs out of nowhere, and no amount of soothing could calm him down, leaving Ling Yu in a flustered and awkward situation. Look at you. You're never around your son, and now he doesn't even recognize you. Ling Fei wanted to comfort her grandson and put him to sleep, but was subtly restrained by Qin Mingyu's gentle hand. Lin Fei immediately understood Qin Mingyu's intention and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll go. Let me know if you need me again." "Okay. Thank you." Qin Mingyu expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for what?" "I am like your mother." Lin Fei smiled wryly, clearly not wanting to hear such polite words. Qin Mingyu also smiled and said, "Even though you are like a mother to me, you have always taken care of my son, so I should thank you, right?" "It doesn't matter." Lin Fei prepared to leave, took a few steps, then turned back and took out a jade pendant. "Oh, Ling Yu, I heard from Mingyu that you are about to head to Yanjing. I have a jade pendant here that was worn by Yu Xuan back then. If you are interested, take it. Maybe it can help uncover Yu Xuan's background." Ling Yu was stunned. As a new father, he was still unable to handle his son, so he handed him over to his wife and accepted the jade pendant. The jade pendant didn't feel like an ordinary item when touched, but its true value couldn't be determined, only that it seemed somewhat special. "There's a character for rain written on it. That's why I named Yu Xuan that way back then." Lin Fei continued, "People, in the end, must return to their roots. Even though we all treated Yu Xuan as part of the Qin family and she is now buried in Hero Village, if there's a chance, we should find her biological parents and let them know." Ling Yu agreed with her, tightly holding the jade pendant and nodding. "You should all spend time as a family." Lin Fei understood this well, smiled and left the room, allowing the couple who had been separated for so long to have some time together. "Mingyu, has Null Dust fallen asleep?" Ling Yu approached. "Yes, he has." Qin Mingyu gave him a light glare. "You learn to carry the child properly, and finish your work early and come home. Otherwise, when Null Dust grows up, he won't be close to you." Ling Yu sighed, and said, "Yes, I plan to take care of Tang Ning first, assist Xi Peng in becoming the national leader, then resign from all military positions and come home to be with you and the child. But the old leader wants to recommend me to take his place." Qin Mingyu knew he was in a difficult position and didn't want to make that decision for him, so she smiled slightly and said, "Then I won't be the chairman of the Southern Merchant Association either. If you're going to the north, will the child and I follow you?" "I don't have such plans," Ling Yu said directly. "The north is very harsh, not suitable for women and children. If Null Dust grows up and wants to serve and protect the country, then I agree. But in his childhood, I hope he can enjoy happiness." Qin Mingyu nodded. "That's what I think too. That's what we, as parents, should provide for our children. Happiness is the most important thing." Qin Mingyu didn't explicitly express support or opposition to Ling Yu taking over the old leader's position, but she had hinted at her thoughts. Ling Yu understood, and his determination grew stronger. Qin Mingyu laid the sleeping child down and silently held Ling Yu's hand. Their gazes suddenly locked onto each other. The air between them suddenly heated up. Though Ling Yu was new to fatherhood, he was no stranger to being a husband. Finally, unable to resist, he tightly embraced his beloved wife and kissed her passionately. Qin Mingyu closed her eyes, enjoying this rare moment of intimacy. They both loosened their belts. Details are best left undescribed. In short, they both wanted to give Null Dust a sibling. Qin Mingyu, not being a martial artist like Ling Yu, had been through days of hard work and a night of wind and rain, slept deeply. The next morning, when Qin Mingyu woke up, she found a delicious breakfast prepared. "Wow, it's been a while since I've had your breakfast," Qin Mingyu complimented. The last time she had Ling Yu's lovingly made breakfast was before they went to Dark Night Island. "Then eat more." Ling Yu smiled. "I have to go back to Xi Peng immediately." Saying this, he felt depressed, unable to stay with his wife but having to protect an old man. Fate was indeed harsh. Qin Mingyu gently held his hand and comforted him with a smile. "Take care of the important matters first, and when the national selection is over, come back to me, and I'll cook for you." "Really?" Ling Yu's eyes lit up. "Of course. But don't forget, while others charge for food, I charge your life." Qin Mingyu warned playfully. "Ha ha, as long as it's made by you, I can eat even rocks," Ling Yu happily replied. The two spouses once again cuddled together, Happy times always felt so fleeting. After breakfast, Ling Yu went back to continue guarding Xi Peng and assisting in disaster relief efforts. As for Qin Mingyu, she returned to the relief center to help with material transportation and logistics. In just 2 days, the deeds of the couple had spread throughout the city of Chuan. Refugee camps, restaurants, milk tea shops, even the mahjong parlors, where the streets still had water. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu's story was everywhere. Have you heard? Mrs. Qin Mingyu has gained a lot of fame during this relief effort, not only being generous, but also sorting out the transportation routes. Representatives of the Western Chamber of Commerce must have been impressed by now. Qing Niao said coldly. Humph, that Began person is treacherous, trying to threaten the position of the president of the Chamber of Commerce using this method. Ziluan, with purple eye makeup and a sinister gaze, burst out with murderous intent. In less than 3 days, I will kill that woman. Ziluan, don't speak too confidently. Right now, whether it's Xi Peng or Qin Mingyu, it's not easy to kill them. Guan Yu gritted his teeth and said, we really underestimated Ling Yu. Where did that man bribe so many powerful martial artists? Songbird, though confident and formerly undefeated, had to admit that with Ling Yu and Qianqi guarding Xi Peng, and with Lu Wuda and Lin Qinglong protecting Qin Mingyu, it would be extremely difficult for them to act at the same time, not to mention trying to kill anyone on either side. Big brother, what should we do now? Qing now couldn't help but ask. Dade, the 4 great envoys, worked for Tang Ning. In the past, when dealing with individuals or forces, they mostly acted alone. Anyone who could make all 4 of them act together was truly formidable. Now, even when they acted together, they were still unable to deal with their target, which was a first for them. Don't panic, Songbird said coldly. Our mission this time is to disrupt Qin Mingyu's control over the Western Region Chamber of Commerce. We have plenty of methods. If all else fails, we'll just kill Qin Mingyu alone. Big brother, Ling Yu is also in the Western region. If we kill Qin Mingyu, he will definitely go crazy and block off the Western region. Qing now was a little scared. His Warwolves unit isn't to be trifled with. Even the Flying Fox unit was completely subdued by him. Why panic? Songbird glared at him fiercely. Give in to others' might and destroy your own ambition. Ling Yu has the Warwolves unit. Can we also join forces with the 5 Poison Sect? The 5 Poison Sect has tens of thousands of followers in the Western region. Really? Big brother, you can still join forces with the 5 Poison Sect. Ziluan exclaimed delightedly. The 3 of them knew that Songbird had once been the leader of the 5 Poison Sect's 5 great emissaries, but for some reason had left the sect and later pledged loyalty to Tang Ning. In other words, he had no more ties with the 5 Poison Sect. Yet Songbird said, let's give it a try. The 5 Poison Sect still has people who owe me favors. Besides, we have a common enemy and can easily cooperate. Great. So, big brother, we'll leave this mission to you, Ziluan said excitedly. Songbird nodded. I'll go to the 5 Poison Sect now. The 3 of you. 1 stay to monitor Xi Peng's movements, 1 go monitor Qin Mingyu's movements, and 1 come with me to the 5 Poison Sect. Yes, big brother. The 3 echoed in unison. Songbird clenched his fist confidently and said, as the Prime Minister, Xi Peng has national affairs to attend to and can't stay in the Western region for too long. At most, in a week, he will definitely return to Yanjing. At that time, when Ling Yu and he leave the Western region, we can easily eliminate the entire team of Qin Mingyu. On the other hand, Xi Peng's Disaster Relief Command encountered a major problem. The Calm River suddenly roared again, destroying many temporary structures that had been erected. Prime Minister, it's bad. The upstream embankment has collapsed. There are massive floods rushing down from upstream. If we don't rescue in time, half of Chuancheng will be submerged. Someone rushed to report to Xi Peng. Ling Yu was by Xi Peng's side, watching the Prime Minister look exhausted, even violently coughing due to old age and poor health. Prime Minister, take your medicine quickly. Qian Shai, his personal bodyguard, immediately gave him medication. After taking the medicine, Xi Peng, without waiting for his body to recover, immediately said, hurry to the disaster area upstream. A group of subordinates tried to dissuade him, but Xi Peng had made up his mind. The group quickly drove along the flooded road towards the disaster area. Arriving at the scene, the raging waves made it seem like hell on earth. There weren't many buildings around. They had long been washed away and submerged. The surrounding farmland was also flooded, with only the river and mountains visible. Helicopters circled in the sky, But a large group of construction workers stood on the mountainside, looking dazed, not knowing what to do next. Prime Minister, we must abandon the upstream area in this situation. Please order the emergency response teams to move to the middle and lower reaches, intercepting the river there to protect the downstream areas. The female assistant, considering various suggestions, reported to Shi Peng. No, Shi Peng directly refused without explaining in detail. He could have chosen to do so. After all, in the face of natural disasters, human forces were minuscule, and he was powerless against such floods. But if he did so, he would be irresponsible to the lives and properties of the people in the middle and upper reaches. We must quickly find a way to block the river and reduce the losses. Shi Peng issued the order. Local officials and his subordinates were at a loss. How could they stop this? Ling Yu, present at the scene, also felt the task was too daunting and possibly impossible. But with the Prime Minister's orders, the emergency response teams, engineering teams, and the military sent to aid were forced to act. Helicopters dropped sandbags into the river one after the other, but it seemed ineffective, as if pouring powder into water, as they were quickly swept away. The engineering team used military equipment to send huge rocks to the breach, but they couldn't last more than a minute before being washed away by the flood. As many experts had predicted, all methods were in vain. Ling Yu watched the situation anxiously, wanting to speak up every time, but holding back because he knew his methods weren't feasible, even if he was willing to take the risk. Just then, a strange old man appeared at the scene, took a sip of wine, and jokingly said, "What you're doing won't work. You need to throw the biggest rocks in and have at least 2 people in the water to block the flow layer by layer." What? Everyone doubted their ears. The female assistant even shouted, "Who's this drunkard spouting nonsense? Someone, kick him out." Wait. Ling Yu quickly stopped them, walking over, somewhat excited and surprised. "Old drunk, how did you get here?" "Heh. Let's deal with the flood first," the old drunk man said, pouring wine into his mouth, clearly preparing for a big action. "What do you say? Are you confident enough to take on this challenge? This is a great opportunity to surpass your martial art." Challenge? Surpass what? Everyone was curious and amazed at the master and disciple, not knowing what they were talking about. Next moment, Ling Yu, looking at the devastated disaster scene, clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said, "Old drunk, are you sure you can handle this? I'm willing to give it a try." "All right, let's talk. Get the helicopter ready now. Drop those massive rocks into the river. I'll start after I finish my drink," the old drunk man said, then suddenly lay down drunk and started pouring hot alcoholic liquor into his mouth like he was drinking water. Anyone who understood alcohol was dumbfounded. That was a 60-70 degrees strong alcohol, but he was drinking it like water. Burp. After the old alcoholic finished drinking a whole bottle of strong liquor, a carp somersaulted and jumped up, swaying unsteadily as he grinned at Ling Yu. "Do you want a bottle too?" As he spoke, he flicked his waist and amazingly had 4 large gourd liquor bottles hanging from his waist. The people around were stunned. What level of alcoholic was this, carrying around over 10 pounds of strong liquor on him? "Then bring me a bottle." Ling Yu also wanted to warm up, so he casually tossed away his jacket. The old alcoholic grinned, and with a snap of his fingers, sent a gourd liquor bottle flying into Ling Yu's hands. The two of them moved elegantly and gracefully, pleasing to the eye. "Quickly, follow Ling Yu's instructions and get the helicopter and engineering team ready." Shi Peng immediately waved his hand to give orders. His assistants had to immediately make the arrangements. Qianshi, who had originally not paid any attention to the disaster relief effort because it was not his job, finally couldn't help but interject, "Mr. Prime Minister, your efforts are futile. That is simply beyond human capability. It's a suicide mission." He too was a top martial artist and knew the extent of his abilities. Jumping into the raging torrent like this, surviving was already lucky enough. How could anyone possibly withstand stones in the water? "I trust Mr. Lang and his team," Shi Peng responded confidently. Being someone of his status, he understood the power of trust and the importance of not doubting one's team. Since Ling Yu and the others had actively offered assistance and were fully prepared, he had to trust and cooperate with them, giving them a chance. Qianshi grunted quietly and didn't speak further. After all, he had said what needed to be said. It was none of his concern if Ling Yu wanted to risk his life, right? Before long, the helicopter teamed up to hoist two huge boulders, which appeared massive to humans, perhaps still meager compared to the raging flood. These two boulders, when combined, were just enough to block the breach in the dam. It remained to be seen whether Ling Yu and the others could hold them back and give the engineering team time to reinforce and repair the dam. Ling Yu, I'm ready. And you? The old alcoholic had finished all the liquor on him, and was already swaying. Just as everyone worried he might collapse at any moment, he struck a strange pose, suddenly bracing his legs. The entire world seemed to thunder. A powerful aura radiated out like ripples, causing the onlookers to stand unsteady. The entire audience was astounded. Qianqi to look surprised, finding it difficult to believe. Just who was this old man? Such strength. How was this possible? I'm ready to. Ling Yu had been gripping the heart of the Yang family some, while the old alcoholic was drinking. This was what he carried with him, intending to use it to cure Jiawenjin once they reached Yanjin. After returning from Dark Night Island, he would often study the sun's heart during his leisure time, and found that when he operated the ever-changing return to the origin technique, it resonated with its power. Especially when he entered into a state of deep meditation, the resonance of this power became stronger. Today, he wanted to use the power of this stone to repair the breach and bring benefits to the people. Then let's go. The old alcoholic swayed and suddenly jumped into the surging river ahead. Those standing on the mountain looked on in shock at the sight before them. However, the next moment, they were all amazed. The danger came suddenly. There were no boats at the repair site. Of course, no boat could withstand such furious waves, yet the old alcoholic was seen walking in the raging river, leaping from one floating object to another, heading towards the breach in the dam. It was the first time for the onlookers to witness such a scene, and they were awestruck. He's like an immortal. Xi Peng also marveled. Ling Yu smiled wryly. The old alcoholic was truly giving his all to reach his peak, can even break through to a higher realm. What a level of effort. Given this situation, he had to give his all to. Come on, Ling Yu roared, like a general charging into battle, and leapt into the water after the old alcoholic. Just as everyone thought he had sunk to the bottom, he suddenly leapt out of the water and chased after the old alcoholic using some floating objects in the river. Hey, you're a good kid, but the real show is yet to come. If you don't want to die, then let's fight. Let's fight. Ling Yu responded to the old alcoholic and roared at the helicopter above. Drop the giant stones. Drop. On the shore, Xi Peng also loudly commanded. The helicopter's cables began to move. The next moment, two mountain-sized boulders fell into the water, sending up to massive splashes. Doom. The splashes reached the riverbank, leaving Mr. Prime Minister, who was at the forefront of the disaster relief effort, soaked through. The female assistant and the others were also drenched with him, but no one paid attention to their wet clothes as all eyes were fixed on the scene, not wanting to miss a single moment. Got it. The old alcoholic shouted angrily and suddenly dove underwater. Let's go. Ling Yu also roared and dived in like a general leading a charge, following the old alcoholic underwater. No, the giant stones are being swept away. They're about to be carried off. Seeing history repeating itself, everyone's hearts raced. However, gradually, their expressions began to change. The giant stones are slowing down. Even slower. It's stabilizing. It's stabilizing. Oh my God. The female assistant was also in awe, exclaiming, it was unbelievable to witness this. Who could believe it? Who knew what was happening with the two people below the floodwaters? Their strength was defying the laws of nature. Qianqi too was dumbfounded, forgetting to breathe. His mouth kept murmuring. How is this possible? Ling Yu and the old alcoholic's power not only surpassed the imagination of ordinary people, but also exceeded the expectations of this high-level martial artist, changing his understanding of the levels of strength in the martial arts world. At that moment, beneath the water, bodies leaning at a 45-degree angle, Ling Yu, holding up the massive boulders, felt as if his body was going to split open, his bones on the verge of breaking. It was sheer willpower keeping him going. Nearby, the old alcoholic, with his saint-level inner strength undoubtedly higher than Ling Yu's, but years without real combat, coupled with the natural aging of his body, made it challenging for him to withstand the immense force. Were it not for the effects of alcohol, he might have given up, too. No. I can't give up. I must make a breakthrough. The old alcoholic encouraged himself silently. His purpose in coming here was not just to help his disciple and save lives, but to sharpen his willpower under tremendous life and death pressure, to break through the core of his martial arts. Since their last encounter in Sikeng, he had known that the martial saint's realm of manhwa was higher than before, and if he couldn't restore his peak, and even advance further, the next battle would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Burn. Spin. Explode. Relying on the powerful burst of inner strength, the old alcoholic began to roar in the water. Zinshan, I love you. I will definitely kill that man and avenge you. Aha. Doom. His upper garment suddenly burst in the water. Ling Yu suddenly felt a terrifying vortex forming nearby, leaving him momentarily stunned. The old alcoholic was quite formidable. What level of inner strength was this? Moved. Mr. Prime Minister. Look. That huge rock is being pushed by someone. As long as two huge rocks block the embankment, the construction team can reinforce and repair it. The equipment on the shore is all ready. The female assistant and everyone were excited and exclaimed by Shi Peng's ear. Shi Peng was also excited and nervous. One huge rock would not work. Two rocks needed to block it simultaneously for the shore construction team to help. Come on, Shi Peng shouted, ignoring whether Ling Yu and the others underwater could hear him or not. Come on. If one person's voice couldn't be heard, the voices of hundreds or even thousands of people combined together could suppress the sound of the raging waves. Under the river, Ling Yu heard these voices and was deeply touched. In a burst of emotion, disregarding the possibility of his body bursting, he gritted his teeth and pushed forward. The sun's heart hanging around his neck emitted a faint glow under the river. Look. It's moving. The other huge rock is also moving. They're going to merge. Doom. The two huge rocks finally came together, blocking the breached embankment. The speed of the river rapidly slowed down, the impact force instantly diminished, and the rescue team on shore immediately started reinforcing and rescuing. Ling Yu and the old drunkard made eye contact under the water, both exhausted to the limit but shared a smile. We did it. The breach is quickly repaired, and the disaster is under control. On the shore, a group of people cheer and rejoiced. Ling Yu and the old drunkard also surfaced, rescued by the rescue team. Qian Shai looked at the two, still extremely shocked. He never dreamed that the power of warriors could reach such heights. What level is this exactly? Old drunkard, have you broken through your martial arts bottleneck? Not long after, Ling Yu lay on a stretcher, smiling at the old drunkard lying on another stretcher. Both were utterly exhausted. Ha, refreshing, so refreshing. The old drunkard was extremely excited. Ling Yu was also thrilled. He never expected that they could defeat such a natural disaster by working together as master and disciple. Both of you. Thank you very much. Shi Peng walked over to the two, tears of gratitude in his eyes. If it weren't for the two of you descending like godsends, this disaster might not have been so easy to control. I don't know how many ordinary people would have died, and how much wealth the country would have lost. His subordinates and officials around him were all excitedly applauding. Don't worry, I will tell the truth to the media about your contributions. This emergency rescue relied entirely on you. Shi Peng assured the two again. The old drunkard wanted to decline, as he preferred a low profile and didn't want others to know about his significant actions, especially not wanting Mo Yin to find out. Revealing it to their adversary beforehand would make no sense. Mr. Prime Minister. There's no need. Ling Yu raised his hand before the old drunkard could refuse. If this information is reported, no one will believe it. They will think it's fabricated, and it might lead to doubts about you, Mr. Prime Minister. Shi Peng was slightly surprised by Ling Yu's consideration. Mr. Prime Minister, you have done your best for this disaster. We have seen it all. So you must take the credit to win the people's hearts, ensuring victory in a national election. Only by becoming the nation's leader can you stabilize the country's order, which is best for the nation, the people, and the state. Ling Yu continued to speak. The old drunkard on the side smiled knowingly but remained silent. The new generation replaced the old. They influenced the country's fate in the past, and now it's their disciples' turn. Heroes' Village indeed never lacked heroes. All right, let me thank you again on behalf of the people of Chuan City. Shi Peng expressed his heartfelt gratitude, tightly holding the hands of the two, his eyes brimming with tears. The applause in the hall grew louder and louder. Only Qian Shai felt like an outsider, continuing to stay hidden behind the scenes. On the other side, after spending a day in Chuan City, Qin Mingyu was about to return to Yin City. Before setting off, The president of the Horse Association approached her with great respect, saying, "Chairman Chin, this time the transportation of disaster relief supplies was successful, all thanks to you. The president of the Western Chamber of Commerce also knows about this and has invited you as an esteemed guest. Are you willing to grace him with your presence?" "Oh, is it President Liang inviting me?" Chin Mingyu was quite surprised because she didn't have much connection with Liang. His sudden warmth made her a bit cautious. In essence, President Liang had been supportive of Tang Ning in the past, so he should lean towards that side. "Yes, President Liang personally called me. He praised you as a heroine among women, an extraordinary woman of today, and really wants to meet you, to pay his respects and make friends, moving forward hand in hand in the future," the president of the Horse Association further explained. Chin Mingyu nodded, and after some thought, she agreed directly. "All right, once I return to Yin City, I will visit him promptly. Please tell President Liang that it won't be an inconvenience." "All right, I will notify him immediately," the Horse Association president replied with a smile. He was a moderate person, merely a messenger between the two presidents. After the Horse Association president left, Chin Mingyu returned to Yin City in her armor off-road vehicle, specially prepared for her by Lin Qinglong. No one knew the situation in the western region or if there were hidden enemies, so it was vital to ensure Chin Mingyu's safety. "Chin, you need to be cautious of that President Liang." Xie Shaodi and Chin Mingyu sat in the same vehicle, and as soon as they got in, Shaodi reminded her, "The Liang family, similar to the Z family in terms of influence. They are both dogs raised by Tang Ning. I heard it can be dangerous for Ling Yu to visit the Z family." Chin Mingyu nodded calmly. She didn't possess Ling Yu's extraordinary martial power, so if she were to visit the Z family even with military protection, it might be challenging to come out unscathed. However, after some thought, she spoke up, "Shaodi, the Liang family is different from the Z family. Firstly, the distance between the western region and Yanjing is very far, meaning Tang Ning's control there is weak. Secondly, the western region doesn't have troops like the Flying Fox Legion. Thirdly, with sparse population and vast territory, ambitious officials in the western region are bound to have ambitions. I might be able to use that to my advantage." Xie Shaodi agreed with Chin Mingyu's analysis, knowing that she must visit the Liang family and chose not to speak further on the matter. On the way back, they passed by the same gourd mouth. Xie Shaodi continued to report to Chin Mingyu. "Chin, according to the report from our people left there that day, only a few bandits were arrested and taken to the police station. Most of them had escaped before the police arrived. Such a thing happened?" Chin Mingyu was surprised and angry. "So, in the end, didn't they do all that work for nothing that night?" "Stop the car," Chin Mingyu commanded, and the convoy came to a halt. Lu Wudao was almost the first to reach her, with Lin Qinglong hurrying over, visibly excited, asking, "Mingyu, what's wrong? Are we going to fight bandits again?" "No." Chin Mingyu calmly instructed, "Lin Qinglong, please send people to search the vicinity and see if those bandits are still lurking around, but remember not to act rashly." "Got it." Lin Qinglong immediately arranged for it, making sure she was wrapped in a long coat to prevent her from catching a cold. "All right, you can go now." Xie Shaodi hurriedly helped Chin Mingyu put on the coat, not wanting her to get cold. Lin Qinglong then made some sarcastic remarks before organizing the search. Lu Wudao stood behind Chin Mingyu and curiously asked, "Holy lady, why do you want to search for those bandits?" Chin Mingyu looked slightly worried and said, "They were rescued, and I'm afraid it's related to the Five Poisons sect. If they are still nearby, it's better, but if they've left, they might have already entered Silver City." Lu Wudao, also an experienced warrior, quickly understood. "So, holy lady, you're worried that they've set up an ambush in Silver City with the Five Poisons sect?" Chin Mingyu nodded. "I originally visited President Liang, not worried or cautious, but since he invited me, I suspect it might be a trap." Lu Wudao agreed with her assessment. Soon, Lin Qinglong returned to report, "Mingyu, we found the bandits' hideout, but not a single bandit was found." As expected, Chin Mingyu's beautiful eyes showed a touch of concern. "Holy lady, if you're worried that President she might set up a trap, why not just not go?" Lu Wudao advised. His responsibility was to protect the holy lady, so her safety always came first. But Lin Qinglong, on the other hand, shouted, "Hey, who's afraid of a trap? With our team, we can turn the entire western regions upside down." We must go and enjoy the feast. Qin Mingyu smiled slightly. While Lin Qinglan's words weren't her main goal, she did have her own reasons for going. Brother Wu Dao, since I've agreed, I must attend the banquet, so I have to ask for your help, Qin Mingyu politely said. Since the holy lady has decided to go, I will ensure your safety, Lu Wudao said calmly and resolutely. Ha ha. And me. Lin Qinglan laughed. Last time, Ling Yu was in the spotlight in Suken. This time without a male lead, I will definitely be the most dazzling character. Qin Mingyu just chuckled and said, let's get in the car, and we will keep tomorrow's appointment. At the same time, in a garden-style villa in Silver City. While the building here couldn't compare to the more developed cities like Nanzhou or Suken, it was spacious and even larger than the Qin and Zi families, resembling an ancient palace. Yingji had just seen off a group of guests and returned to the main hall to discuss matters with his wife Ma Lianying. Ji, what did Tang Ning's messenger want from you? Ma Lianying, Yingji's wife, and Ma's chief sister, asked, always discussing important matters during the evening. What else could it be? They want me to cooperate in killing Qin Mingyu, Yingji said calmly. Ma Lianying expressed her concern. Did you agree to their request? How could I not agree? Yingji sighed, a bit helpless but not panicked. Rising to the position of Western Region's Business Council President required strategy and courage. But what are you planning to do? I've heard that Qin Mingyu isn't easy to deal with, especially with her current reputation. If we go against her, it will surely provoke public anger. Ma Lianying quickly reminded. Dear, I know this. Yingji held her shoulder and said, the one responsible for eliminating Qin Mingyu this time is Zi Luan. She also knows that Qin Mingyu has many strong warriors by her side, so she plans to use poison from the 5 poison sect to act. Otherwise, a direct confrontation might not end well for either side. Using poison, Ma Lianying said, even so, if Qin Mingyu were to die from poisoning in our iron house, we would still be held accountable. I'm aware of that, Yingji continued. So, I plan to get poisoned with her tomorrow, feigning ignorance. Anyway, dear, you should not appear at the banquet. Ma Lianying was surprised. You intend to pretend not to know and push all the blame onto the 5 poison sect. Yingji nodded. I have no other choice. I can't afford to offend either side. And for us to survive, we must stand with the victor. This is not the first time you've said this to me. Ma Lianying understood. She knew that it was very dangerous for her husband to take a side now. Whether it was Tang Ning or Qin Mingyu, both had the capability to have the last laugh. If her husband took the wrong side, the other party would surely eliminate him once in power. Therefore, the wisest choice now was to stay neutral, assess the situation, and ultimately choose to join the winning side. But if you choose to pretend not to know and end up dying with Qin Mingyu, what then? Ma Lianying was still very worried. Yingji was confident. I won't die. If Qin Mingyu wins, she definitely revive me since she needs my support. If the 5 poison sect wins, Zi Luan will also save me because I belong to Tang Ning. Ma Lianying sighed. Indeed, to seize a great power in a chaotic world, we must take risks. The couple finished their discussion and rested in bed together. A model couple. On the other side, Xi Peng was busy dealing with national affairs and had to return to Yanjing to handle many state matters. That night he had to catch a flight. Ling Yu had accepted the task of ensuring his safety, so naturally, he had to accompany Xi Peng back to Yanjing. However, he also received a message from Qin Mingyu that she was going to visit President Liang's house the next day, and it was highly likely that the 5 poison sect would target her. Despite Qin Mingyu reassuring him multiple times to focus on his own tasks, Ling Yu was still worried. He instructed Sun Zi to fly to Yanjing to protect Xi Peng while he himself postponed his trip by a day to rush to Yanjing. The next afternoon, Qin Mingyu indeed arrived at Liang's house on time for the visit. Due to the special circumstances and the severe disaster situation in the western regions, Yingji could not make a big show of it and invite a large number of people to feast Qin Mingyu. Apart from President Ma, no one from the Western Region's Business Council attended. This was also per Zi Luan's orders. Qin Mingyu's visit to the Western Regions was meant to establish relationships with the council representatives. How could she allow Qin Mingyu such an opportunity? President Qin, it's an honor to meet you. Qin Mingyu entered the gate, and Yingji, who had been waiting at the door, greeted her warmly. Although the reception was not grand, the absence of other business figures undoubtedly disappointed Qin Mingyu. Moreover, From the setup, Qin Mingyu could tell that Tang Ning's people had definitely interacted with Liang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received her in such a modest way. President Liang, nice to meet you. Qin Mingyu remained composed and maintained the proper etiquette. Liang was hosting her in a personal capacity, so she couldn't demand the presence of any important figures at the banquet. Haha, now the whole nation knows that the rescue efforts in the western regions must thank two people. One is President Xi, and the other is President Qin. Liang continued with polite compliments. So President Qin, by taking the time to visit my humble home today, has truly made my home shine. President Liang, you are too kind. Qin Mingyu smiled. I brought quite a few people today, so please don't look down on my entourage or our hearty appetite. Haha, where do you see that? President Qin, you are humorous. A mere 3-digit number of guests, Liang still able to afford a meal. Liang laughed heartily and said, President Qin, please proceed inside. Qin Mingyu nodded and followed Liang into the garden. Lu Wudao silently followed, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings like an eagle. Lin Qinglong and others did the same. Despite their martial arts skills, they didn't notice anything unusual. Soon, Liang led Qin Mingyu and others to an outdoor banquet square filled with delicious food. President Qin, please be seated. Today, let me extend the hospitality on behalf of the Western regions to thank President Qin for the assistance. Liang maintained his official tone and protocol. Qin Mingyu sat down calmly, with Xia Shaodi, Lu Wudao, and Lin Qinglong by her side. Besides President Ma sitting next to Liang, those seated beside him were unimportant individuals, with none of his family members present. President Liang, where are your family members? Qin Mingyu inquired directly. Yes, with such a big household, you can't be the only one present, right? Haha. Lin Qinglong added jestingly. Liang had prepared his response in advance and smiled. It's a coincidence. My wife's younger sister is getting married today. She took the children to the wedding banquet, so I'm the only one at home. Really? Lin Qinglong laughed. Could there be even more coincidences later, such as all of us collectively having stomachaches? This remark killed the conversation instantly. The table fell silent, everyone exchanging curious glances. Liang, after a moment of hesitation, continued smiling. Who is this? I am the brave and handsome knight, Lin Qinglong, the most loyal, valiant, and handsome under President Qin's command. Lin Qinglong introduced himself, leaving everyone at the table stupefied. Liang laughed. Mr. Lin is quite humorous. Rest assured, although the western regions may not match your southern economic prosperity, I dare not compare wealth with you. That the food at my house is clean and hygienic, so there's no need to worrying about stomachaches. Ha. With this remark, everyone hesitated, and for a moment, no one dared to touch their food. Liang raised his glass, saying to Qin Mingyu, Come, President Qin, let me offer you a toast. And to all the heroes present, although unsure of the food and drink safety, as guests, and with the host already making a toast, Qin Mingyu knew that questioning the host would be impolite and risk souring the relationship. Thankfully, at that moment, an elderly man entered with a few followers, laughing. President Liang, here you are hosting President Qin, and here I am uninvited. Would you find it too arrogant if I stayed? President Abu. Qin Mingyu stood up quickly, showing respect to the elderly man. She sought to both win over hearts and prevent President Liang from sending him away. Haha. How could that be? President Abu is also an esteemed guest. Your presence is a delight to me. Really? Then let's have a drink. Abu picked up a bottle of wine and drank directly. As a person from the western regions, Abu knew the ins and outs of the Western Chamber of Commerce's power and was aware of the relationship between President Liang and Tang Ning. Since Qin Mingyu was at odds with Tang Ning would surely have President Liang eliminate Qin Mingyu. The best method would be poisoning, a specialty of the Five Venom sect, known for their stealthy methods of killing and evading the law. Abu wasn't sure if Liang would go that far, but, at his age, he was willing to protect Qin Mingyu at all costs. Thus, he came specifically to test for poison. Qin Mingyu and others kept a close watch on Liang's reactions, but didn't notice any changes in his demeanor. Could I be mistaken? Not only Qin Mingyu but others began to doubt themselves, wondering if they were being overly suspicious. Did Liang never consider poisoning them? Come, let's have a drink. Liang realized the suspicions of the others and, to reassure them, chose to drink with Abu directly. President Aang is indeed generous. Haha. Abu poured him another glass of wine, then filled a new cup for Qin Mingyu from the same bottle. Come on, President Qin, have a drink as well. Abu raised his glass. Qin Mingyu raised hers, smiling while observing Aang's expression. Without any delay in his demeanor, Aang raised his glass to toast Qin Mingyu. This dissipated everyone's doubts completely. Although they weren't experts in medicine, they all knew that the narrative about taking an antidote before consuming poison was only seen in novels and TV shows. It didn't exist in reality. Let's all drink together. As the host, I offer a toast to all the heroes, thanking you for helping rid the western regions of harm. Aang raised his glass again, toasting the entire hall. With signals from Qin Mingyu, everyone raised their glasses in reciprocation. Lu Wudao and the experts from the Isle of Night might have suspicions, but amidst the food and wine, they didn't detect any trace of poison. Could he have really considered poisoning us? Or does he intend a direct confrontation? Lin Qinglan whispered to Lu Wudao. Lu Wudao gestured for him to be cautious, as the Lady Saint still sought to establish ties with Aang, and it wouldn't be wise to sour the relationship voluntarily. However, it wasn't long before President Abu's wine glass crashed to the ground, shattered. You indeed poisoned the food and drinks. Are you trying to kill us? Abu felt a turmoil in his stomach, his face turning ugly as discomfort overwhelmed him. Being the first to drink hand of old age, his resistance was the weakest, causing the fastest reaction. I didn't. Abu, please don't say such things. With nervousness, Aang suddenly clutched his stomach in agony, demonstrating symptoms similar to Abu's, indicating he was also poisoned. Qin Mingyu's eyes trembled slightly. In the next moment, she also felt something was wrong, a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, and she suddenly felt powerless. Madam Saint, quickly spit out the wine. Lu Wudao immediately sensed the situation and forcefully pushed Qin Mingyu's back. With the help of external force, Qin Mingyu expelled the wine she had just swallowed. Even though she managed to get rid of some of the poison that had been absorbed, it was still affecting her body, just in a lesser amount, and not so immediately deadly. Damn it, I've indeed been poisoned. Lin Qinglan and others also quickly rose up, trying everything to vomit out the wine they had drunk. Their cultivation levels were higher than Qin Mingyu's, so the poison didn't take effect as quickly. But it was just a matter of time, as once the wine was consumed, there was no escaping the consequences. Soon, even Lu Wudao, who was a powerful figure, had a change in expression, realizing the severity of the situation, as this kind of poison was simply unstoppable. The reputation of the Five Poison sect was truly well-deserved, being able to concoct such a powerful and colorless poison that was hard to guard against. Hehe, Qin Mingyu. Today all of you must die here. Just as everyone was beginning to feel the effects of the poison, a woman's laughter rang out from above the outdoor banquet. Soon, a woman dressed in purple descended from the sky, holding curved knives in her hands, appearing chilling under the evening breeze. Attack! Kill that woman surnamed Qin, avenge our arrows. In the next moment, the entire garden villa was filled with echoing cries. A group of familiar faces appeared, the bandits who had been tied up at the foot of the mountain that day. In addition, there was also a group of stronger bandits who seemed to be skilled fighters, with strange expressions on their faces, likely disciples of the Five Poison sect. Hey! It turns out that two groups of defeated men have come together. Lin Qinglan saw Ziluan and stood up with a sneer. What's the matter? You ran away last time. Now you don't dare to face us without using these dirty tricks. You ugly rock, spewing nonsense all over. Today I'll crush you. Ziluan, the smallest among the fur messengers, couldn't bear any provocation. With Red Sparrow absent, she didn't hesitate and directly attacked Lin Qinglan with her knife. Ugly rock. If you don't know how to speak, just shut up. No one treats you as dumb. Lin Qinglan's taunting was quite amusing. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Mingyu, Lu Wudao, and others were poisoned and not in the mood, they would have surely laughed now. Dang. Lin Qinglan picked up a table and threw it at Ziluan, then grabbed a chair as a weapon, smashing indiscriminately towards this rude woman. The audience was stunned. Nobody understood why Lin Qinglan wasn't affected by the poison. They all had been poisoned and felt completely powerless. Ziluan was also taken aback, using her knives to desperately break the chairs and retreat. She couldn't understand the situation and didn't dare to act rashly. Zia Dai, quickly send a message to Ling Yu for help. Qin Mingyu remembered Ling Yu's instruction that in times of danger, she should immediately inform him, and he would find a way to help. Okay. Xia Dai nodded, but frowned when she took out her phone. General Qin, it's bad. The signal here has been completely blocked. The other party obviously came prepared. Qin Mingyu broke out in a cold sweat, unsure of what to do. Attack, altogether. Ziluan continued to give orders, first trying to see if others were also unaffected by the poison. She too was worried that it might be a trap, so she prepared to abandon her pawns when needed and make her escape, while the bandits and the disciples of the 5 poison sect were engaged in combat. After all, she was used to it. Soon she realized that, except for Lin Qinglan, everyone else was weak and powerless, clearly affected by the poison. Even Lu Wudao couldn't exert his strength. Hehe. Attack. They are all at their weakest. Finish them off. After giving the order, Ziluan once again engaged in a fight with Lin Qinglan and found that this big guy still had formidable combat strength, almost supernatural. For a while, she glanced around and saw Lu Wudao dragging his poisoned body, still effortlessly dealing with Fu Zuojian and the other bandits. Even a sick tiger could not be defeated by shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Take down Qin Mingyu. Ziluan was very clear about her mission, which was to kill Qin Mingyu to ensure Tang Ning's long-term security, and the fate of others was of no importance. A group of people surrounded Lu Wudao, and even this king of the Dark Night Island, weakened by poison, found it difficult to handle so many people, let alone protect Qin Mingyu. Protect the Saintess. Protect the Lady General. Fortunately, the elite warriors of the Sharp Blade camp were very supportive of Qin Mingyu, considering her the woman who had led them to regain their freedom. Even if they had to use their bodies, they would shield Qin Mingyu from harm. Damn it! Seeing that these bandits and lackeys of the 5 poison sect were unreliable, Ziluan had no choice but to push Lin Qinglan away and personally escort Qin Mingyu away. Ah, why did you suddenly run away when we were having a good fight? Lin Qinglan was caught off guard and hurriedly chased after them. However, although his strength surpassed that of Ziluan, she was more agile and he couldn't catch up at all. Qin Mingyu, you ignorant Beifang person, go to hell. Ziluan's eyes were filled with malicious intent. Like the others, her loyalty to Tang Ning was based on faith, not mere profit. Qin Mingyu, an ordinary woman, dared to challenge Tang Ning, something Ziluan could never accept. Qin Mingyu looked up, feeling weak all over and unable to escape. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of her, hands holding back Ziluan's knife. Brother Wudao. Qin Mingyu felt worried, as Lu Wudao's condition seemed dire. Madam Saint, hurry and retreat. I'll hold her back. Lu Wudao clenched his teeth, veins bulging, clearly exerting all his strength. Xia Dai also realized that she wanted to help Qin Mingyu escape, but her own strength failed her. Hehe. Think you, a sick tiger, can stop me? Underestimating me, Ziluan. Ziluan sneered. Her strength was only second to Raid Sparrow's, and she had once taken advantage of Lu Wudao's injuries to gain the upper hand. Dealing with a weakened Lu Wudao was too easy for her. Splash! Ziluan's other knife suddenly cut through Lu Wudao's shoulder, splattering fresh blood on Qin Mingyu and Xia Dai's faces. Brother Wudao. Qin Mingyu felt heartbroken. Though she had not known Lu Wudao for long, she could sense his determination to protect her with his life. Like Ling Yu, she highly valued relationships, and if something were to happen to Lu Wudao, she wouldn't let Ziluan off. Hehe, I've heard you are some kind of holy guard, the king of the Dark Night Island. Tut. So this is all you can muster, not even worth a blow. Ziluan gloated, showing no mercy. After sarcastically jeering at Lu Wudao, she raised her knife to end his life. Die. No one can stop me. Dig Brother Wudao. Hurry and leave. Qin Mingyu urgently called out. She knew that although Lu Wudao was poisoned, he should have no problem dodging Ziluan's knife. He didn't need to block it for himself. Xia Shouty subconsciously closed her eyes, unable to witness the upcoming scene. Lu Wudao, however, remained calm, not showing any change in his expression, nor did he blink. Protecting the Holy Maiden was his sacred duty as a guardian, even if it meant sacrificing his life. Roar! At the critical moment, a terrifying dragon roar echoed through, causing tingling sensations on the scalp. Ziluan felt as if her hand was being drawn by a terrifying force, causing the blade to deviate slightly, just passing by Lu Wudao. What's going on? Ziluan couldn't believe it. looking fearfully towards the source of the suction. Ling Yu, Zia Shouty exclaimed in shock. Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes turned red instantly. Surprised. Delighted. Ha ha, you brat, always trying to steal my thunder. But this time, I'll forgive you. Lin Qinglong laughed heartily, then unleashed a punch towards Ziluan. Ziluan, overwhelmed, struggled to defend herself, but in terms of strength, she was no match for Lin Qinglong. Even the back of her blade was bent by the impact, sending her flying and landing on a tall tree. Go. The next moment, the red sparrow suddenly landed behind her, pulling her to escape. Ling Yu and Lin Qinglong were a bit caught off guard because both the red sparrow and Ling Yu had come to the Aang family garden coincidentally. Ling Yu couldn't pursue them, as there were still many low-tier bandits that he had to deal with. Without high-level experts present, these bandits and cultists from Wadu sect were like sitting ducks, quickly being defeated or fleeing. Mingyu, are you okay? Ling Yu quickly helped his wife up, checking her condition. Fortunately, although the poison was intense, her poisoning wasn't deep, and there was no immediate life-threatening danger. I'm fine. You should go check on Big Brother Wu Dao. He's more seriously injured than I am. Qin Mingyu quickly said. Ling Yu nodded, placed her on a chair, and hurried to assess Lu Wu Dao's injuries. Although the wounds were gruesome and he had lost quite a bit of blood, for a martial expert like him, it was just flesh wounds, not fatal. Big Brother Wu Dao, I really thank you this time, Ling Yu said as he attended to Lu Wu Dao's injuries. Thank for what? This is my duty. But what about you? Weren't you supposed to protect the Prime Minister? Why did you suddenly rush here? Lu Wu Dao asked calmly. I was worried that all of you are direct combat martial artists and might be at a disadvantage against the Wadu sect, so fortunately I arrived in time. Ling Yu explained while taking out silver needles to detoxify Lu Wu Dao. He was also worried about a potential large-scale attack by the Wadu sect where he and Lin Qinglong would be outnumbered. Thankfully, he had managed to detoxify everyone on the way, and the enemies had made no further moves, indicating Ziluan was the mastermind behind the ambush. Ling Yu, you should also detoxify Chairman Aang after this. After detoxifying Mingyu, Qin Mingyu turned to Ling Yu and said, this incident may not necessarily be related to him. Ling Yu agreed and proceeded with detoxifying Chairman Aang. Aang Ji, grateful to be alive, thanked Ling Yu profusely. Don't thank me yet. I can save you, but I can also kill you. Ling Yu's expression turned dark as he coldly warned. Aang Ji was shocked, hastily asking, Master Wu, we have no grievances, why would you want to kill me? Qin Mingyu, who had earlier suggested Aang Ji might not be involved in the poisoning, now joined in, stressing, this incident happened in your place. If your drinks were poisoned, don't say you were entirely unaware. This. Aang Ji was in a panic, his speech faltering. He seemed nothing like an influential figure. Chairman Qin, I swear I truly had no knowledge of this. The banquet was arranged by my servants. If the drinks were indeed poisoned, I will thoroughly investigate and provide you with an explanation. Qin Mingyu continued observing him, pressing further. Do you truly have no knowledge? I swear I had no knowledge. Aang Ji insisted. If I knew the drinks were poisoned, would I drink them myself? I have no enmity with Chairman Qin. Why would I risk endangering my life? Qin Mingyu looked at Ling Yu, who nodded, confirming that Aang Ji was indeed poisoned like them, perhaps even more severely. If not for the prompt detoxification, he would have been in life-threatening danger. I misunderstood Chairman Aang. Qin Mingyu regained her courteous demeanor, but given today's incident, it's better we take our leave. Farewell. All right. It was my oversight. Please bear with me, Chairman Qin. Once I uncover the truth, I will provide you with an explanation. Aang Ji vowed. Qin Mingyu slightly nodded and left with Ling Yu and the others from the Aang family. Mingyu, do you really trust Aang Ji? As they headed to the hotel in the city, Ling Yu asked, I feel this person isn't trustworthy. His mannerisms during the conversation lack sincerity. Qin Mingyu agreed, sighing softly. I understand that too, but he is the chairman of the Western Trade Association, and I need to establish relations with him and utilize his connections to engage other representatives from the Western Trade Association. Even if I have to deal with him, that must wait till I become the overall Trade Association president. Ling Yu agreed with Qin Mingyu's decision. They discussed matters throughout the way and arrived at the hotel entrance well into the late night. After getting off the car, Qin Mingyu tittied Ling Yu's collar and reminded, Don't worry too much about me. This was indeed my careless mistake, but I've learned from it. I won't be easily deceived next time, you can rest assured. I believe in you, but I care too much about you to not be worried about your safety. It's impossible. Ling Yu squeezed Chen Mingyu's hand, sighed, and said, remember, if there's any danger, contact me immediately. I will find a solution for you as soon as possible, no matter when or where. All right. Chen Mingyu gave him a sideways glance. I won't make the same mistake again, to make you look down on me. I truly haven't. Ling Yu smiled wryly to explain. Oh. Ling Yu, if you must go, then leave quickly. Lin Qinglan, who had been watching the couple linger affectionately, couldn't bear it anymore. Your personal affairs will only affect your sword skills. Just leaving for the journey already. Mingyu is under my protection. You can rest assured. In fact, even if you hadn't come today, I could have protected Mingyu. You just took the credit. Go, go, go. With that, he pushed Ling Yu out forcefully. Chen Mingyu didn't stop Ling Yu anymore, knowing that her husband had more pressing matters to attend to. Reluctantly, Ling Yu had to leave with worries weighing on his mind. Rushing back to Yanjing. Tomorrow, he needed to ensure Zipeng's safety during an important speech in Yanjing. On the other side, after being rescued by the Red Sparrow, Qing Luan also arrived at a remote building in the middle of the night to meet up with 2 other companions. How did it go? Zi Luan, did you get rid of Chen Mingyu? Huan Ye asked as soon as he opened his mouth. Although Qing Luan's martial arts skills were slightly inferior to Huan Ye's, his intelligence was higher. Seeing Zi Luan's expression that looked like she had lost her mother, was it possible for her to succeed? What? Did you fail? Huan Ye immediately knew the answer when Zi Luan didn't respond, and couldn't help but get excited. What happened? The boss said the 5 Poison sect send a group of experts to help poison her, along with those bandits. How could several hundred people not get rid of Chen Mingyu, a weak woman? You don't know anything, so stop talking. Zi Luan started arguing with Huan Ye, her eyes full of resentment. If it weren't for Ling Yu suddenly appearing out of nowhere, how could I have possibly failed? Don't forget, the boss ordered you to keep an eye on Ling Yu and Xipeng. How do you explain his sudden appearance in Yincheng? Well, Huan Ye also started shouting. I saw Xipeng getting on the plane back to Yanjing with my own eyes. How would I know that Ling Yu guy didn't follow him back? All right, stop arguing. This is not the time to shift blame. The Red Sparrow stopped the 2 of them, his eyes cold. They had risked their lives for Tang Ning for many years, and they knew the chairman's character well. If they succeeded, there would be rewards, but if they fail, there would be consequences. The reason the 4 major envoys had survived till now was because they had hardly ever failed a mission, and even when they did fail, they were able to correct it later. But ever since meeting Ling Yu, they had been experiencing one failure after another. How could they face Chairman Tang Ning if they went back like this? Brother, this time it's an accident. Let the 5 Poison sects send out some experts to assist us in poisoning next time. I will definitely be able to turn Chen Mingyu into a pile of flesh and bones. Zi Luan gritted her teeth. It might be difficult. Qing now finally spoke up. He had gone to find the 5 Poison sect with the Red Sparrow and directly told the other 2. Originally, the 5 Poison sect was divided into 5 factions, but after the boss left the sect, there are now only 4 factions led by the Spider Divine King, the Snake Divine King, the Scorpion Divine King, and the Toad Divine King. For various reasons, the Spider, Snake, and Scorpion Divine Kings are not giving face to the boss at all. Only the Toad Divine King is willing to help, but now that so many of his disciples have been killed or injured, whether he is still willing to help or not is another matter. Huan Ye and Zi Luan became dejected as soon as they heard this. However, the Red Sparrow chuckled coldly. No, with the current situation, the 5 Poison sect might even send more people to assist. After all, Chen Mingyu has not only attacked their sub-branches, but now she's also killing their people. If they sit idly by, who in the western region will fear them in the future? The 3 of them suddenly brightened up, thinking that the boss's analysis was correct. The question is, how do we persuade them to take action against Chen Mingyu? Qing now analyzed calmly. Although the western region is sparsely populated, it is still a society governed by law. Chen Mingyu has been moving freely in the urban area. It would be difficult for the 5 Poison sect to send a large number of people to attack her, right? Then we must find a way to lure Chen Mingyu to the lair of the 5 Poison sect. The Red Sparrow's lips curled into a cold smile. Once that woman sets foot in the 5 Poison sect's lair, she will definitely be poisoned to death in a horrific manner. The other three also found this plan ingenious and believed that it would definitely kill Chen Mingyu. The problem was how to trick Chen Mingyu into walking into the lair of the five poison sect. They needed to come up with a plan. On the other hand, even though Ling Yu had helped everyone detoxify, Chen Mingyu and her team still rested and reorganized at the hotel for 2 days. In the evening, Ing personally came to visit. Chairman Chen, are you and your team doing well? Ing asked with concern as he opened his mouth. This time, his wife Ma Lianying also came along, smiling and being very friendly. Thanks to President Ing, there have been no casualties among our group. Chen Mingyu's attitude was also very friendly. After all, she needed the support of the Western Region Chairman to become the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce. That's good. That's good. Ing continued politely. Chairman Chen and the others are staying in my humble abode. If anything unexpected happens, I will have a hard time justifying it and might become a sinner in the Western region. President Ing, you're being too modest. Chen Mingyu didn't want to engage in empty pleasantries and directly asked, I wonder if President Ing came to find me for a specific reason. Oh, it's like this. Because of Chairman Qin's recent bandit suppression and the events of the past 2 days, Chairman Nabu has launched an initiative. He wants Chairman Qin to lead this operation, rallying everyone to join in the bandit suppression, to eliminate future troubles, and bring peace and stability to the Western region. Ing's words were passionate. Chen Mingyu carefully observed his expression and pretended to decline. President Ing is overestimating me. I am just a woman, and not a native of the Western region. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility? Ma Lianying on the side immediately spoke up. Chairman Qin, please don't be too modest. Your achievements are well known even to someone like me who is illiterate. You and your husband are like heroes of our time, not only holding power in the Southern Business Association, but also achieving great feats in the Western region, your reputation soaring. Who in the Western region doesn't admire you both? Ing also followed suit. That's right. Chairman Qin's current reputation commands universal respect. As long as you take the lead, I believe all the major forces in the Western region will respond, forming an alliance to eradicate the bandits and thieves of the Western region together. Chen Mingyu looked at the husband and wife, silently contemplating for a moment. She couldn't figure out what these two people's motives were. Chairman Qin, if you agree, I will immediately host a banquet, inviting representatives from various business associations in the Western region to attend in your name. At this point, Ing's tone seemed to intentionally lower a few decibels, as long as Chairman Qin accomplishes such great feats, helping establish peace and stability in the Western region. All the major forces in the Western region will surely look up to Chairman Qin and support you in becoming the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce. Chen Mingyu smiled casually. Although Ing's words were not wrong, she couldn't help but feel that this guy had ulterior motives. Seeing that Chen Mingyu had not agreed, Ma Lianying continued, Chairman Qin, my older brother told me that you had promised him to help establish a stable order in the Western region. Is that not true? I do have that intention. Chen Mingyu could only respond, but as a mere woman, I am afraid my intentions exceed my abilities. Chairman Qin is being too modest. Everyone is very fond and admiring of you now. If you don't agree, everyone will surely be very disappointed. Ing's words seemed innocent but actually carried a hint of threat. If Chen Mingyu did not agree, how could he still hope to attract the powers in the Western region? It was simply wishful thinking. All right, then trouble President Ing to organize it. Chen Mingyu, a clever woman, could not fail to understand the hidden meanings behind these words. At this point, for the greater good, she could only grin and bear it, and just play along. Good. Then we will hold the banquet the day after tomorrow evening. I will invite representatives from all over the Western region in the name of Chairman Qin. Ing was also quite excited. With the matter settled, he was eager to make arrangements. Madam Saint, I feel that Chairman Ing is not worthy of trust. After Ing and his wife left, Lu Wudao spoke behind Chen Mingyu. The responsibility of the Saint Guard is to protect the safety of the Saint. This hidden danger must be raised in advance. Chen Mingyu turned around and asked with concern, Brother Wudao, is your injury much better now? Thank you for your concern, madam. This injury is not a problem at all, Lu Wudao said without care. Chen Mingyu nodded, approached to inspect his injuries, and sighed, The talent of the five poison sect truly overmatches Brother Wu Dao. You are so formidable, yet you were injured by a mere female opponent. It is truly regrettable. Madam Saint, please rest assured. Lin Yulin has already taught me many detoxification and poison-resistant methods before he left. I have been studying diligently these past few days, so it won't be so easy for me to fall victim next time. Lu Wudao said, "Oh, Lin Yulin has time to do these things." Qin Mingyu was surprised. Lin Yulin had been rushing around that day, mostly by her side, and she was unaware of this fact. That's right, he also gave me a book with many detoxification and poison-resistant methods. I've already learned quite a few that I can quickly master. Lu Wudao affirmed, although my skill level is far below Lin Yulin's, it will definitely come in handy in the future. All right, I trust you. Qin Mingyu's eyes were full of trust. Your trust, Madam Saint, is my greatest honor, Lu Wudao said respectfully, with one hand on his shoulder. Despite Qin Mingyu always saying there was no need to be formal and treating him like an elder brother in truth, he still spoke and acted in this manner, and Qin Mingyu couldn't do anything about it. The failed assassination attempt on Qin Mingyu had already spread to Yanjing. At this moment in an ordinary residence, Tang Ning frowned and said to his aide, "It has stirred up trouble. This has really stirred up trouble. Now my adversarial relationship with Qin Mingyu has become completely public, which is very detrimental to my reputation." The aide immediately bowed and said, "Mr. Tang, public opinion can be controlled, and right now everyone's attention is on the three presidential candidates. Chairman Liang can actually escalate things further in order to achieve the goal." Tang Ning smiled bitterly. "Even if I wanted to escalate things, it's very difficult. The four envoys are already my trump cards. With all four of them combined, they couldn't kill Qin Mingyu. What else can I do?" The aide shook his head immediately. "Chairman, you don't need to hide. I know you have more trump cards. It's just that your former enemies were too weak to be worth using. But to deal with Lin Yulin and Qin Mingyu, you must unleash these cards." "Oh, I still have other trump cards." Tang Ning pretended to be clueless. "How come I didn't know?" "Chairman, your Tang family is not only strong in men, but your women are equally remarkable. The head of the Four Beauties of 20 years ago, Tang Zinshan, changed the country's fate with a single dance, and it is still talked about to this day." The aide hinted. "Unfortunately, Zinshan is already dead-o. Are you talking about her?" Tang Ning said halfway and then suddenly looked as if he had a realization. The aide immediately continued, "That's right. Although Zinshan has passed away, the new generation master, Dinya, is equally outstanding. She currently controls the five poison sect behind the scenes. As long as you give the order, she will definitely help you get rid of Qin Mingyu." However, Tang Ning furrowed his brows and murmured, "This doesn't seem right, does it?" "Chairman, what's on your mind?" "She's your own younger sister," the aide nervously asked, taking a step forward. "It's not right, not right." Tang Ning simply waved his hand and did not explain further, even though he was his close aide. "Chairman, this is a rare opportunity. Once Qin Mingyu is out of the picture, your re-election as the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce is guaranteed. And with further support, your wife can become one of the country's leading ladies. After that, our dragon country will be under our control." The aide continued to persuade him. "Let me think about it. My relationship with Dinny is not as simple as you think." Tang Ning explained briefly before asking, "Lin Yulin has arrived in Yanjing. What are the recent developments?" The aide had to temporarily put aside the matters in the western regions and reported, "Yanjing is different from the western regions. It is the capital of the dragon country and greatly emphasizes order and rules. With Lin Yulin protecting Xipeng, removing Xipeng must be strategically planned. But I have a way to deal with Lin Yulin." "Tell me," Tang Ning asked nervously. Lin Yulin and Qin Mingyu were his biggest concerns. As long as this couple was eliminated, no one else would be a threat. "Use the Moran family to deal with him," the aide said with a cold and fierce expression, clenching his fists. "The Moran family." Tang Ning frowned intentionally. Warong Qing has secluded himself for a long time, and is not aware of world affairs. Warong Chia is no match for Lin Yulin at all. What can the Moran family achieve? Not so, not so. The aide replied, "Chairman, you are underestimating the Morong family's background. You are also underestimating Morong Qian's talent in martial arts. Does Morong Qian need me to belittle him? How many defeats has he suffered in a row?" Saying he retreats in defeat step by step, is not an exaggeration. I see that he doesn't even compare to Yunner. Tang Ning pretended to be angry. Not so. Not so. The aide waved his hand again. The Morong family has existed for thousands of years, and they have flourished in Yanjing for generations. They must have their exceptional qualities, especially in martial arts. Morong Chia may not be as good as the Northern Volve King at present, but he is 2 years younger than Lin Yulin. If he improves further in the next 2 years, do you dare say he will still be inferior to Lin Yulin? Tang Ning didn't rush to refute this time. Instead, he stroked his beard. Because Morong Chia injured Lin Ruoxu due to the reverse dragon scripture, he has a grudge with Lin Yulin. So, they cannot become friends. The aide continued his analysis with confidence. For the reverse dragon scripture, he will certainly go looking for Lin Ruoxu. If he does get the real reverse dragon scripture, do you think he will still be inferior to Lin Yulin? Tang Ning burst out laughing. Listening to you, it's very likely these two dragons will fight. But the issue is, can you ensure that the reverse dragon scripture Lin Ruoxu carries is genuine? I guess it's real. At least the vast majority of it is real. The aide demonstrated his wisdom, assisting Tang Ning, and naturally had outstanding analyzing abilities. The Xia family has gathered 30,000 troops in the mountains, itching to break into Yanjing, still dreaming the laughable dream of becoming the emperor of the land. If they want such an opportunity, they must create great chaos in the world, and the reverse dragon scripture is the best means to disrupt the situation. Tang Ning nodded repeatedly. In fact, when he cultivated the fake reverse dragon scripture, he had already been speculating about the intentions of the reclusive Xia family. If it were not for his vigilance and sufficient cultivation, he would have likely fallen into the trap set by the Xia family that night and been possessed by demonic forces to death. Undoubtedly, the methods of the Xia family were truly treacherous. Who would have thought that the genuine scripture snatched back by the four envoys at the risk of their lives would turn out to be fake? 8. Your analysis is accurate. Tang Ning finally nodded and confirmed the aide's proposal. He then asked, how do you plan to ensure that Morong Chia obtains the so-called genuine scripture, and how will you make him confront Lin Yulin? I don't have a specific solution at the moment. Light assistant immediately admitted, but I can recommend someone specific to you, and he can definitely do better than me. Oh, who? Tang Ning's eyes brightened slightly, already having a guess in mind. Sure enough, the next moment, a handsome young man walked in. It was Liu Yejian. Young Master Liu Yejian from Cloud City. Greetings to the chairman. Liu Yejian spoke politely, his demeanor neither humble nor arrogant. Ah, it's young Master Liu here. Tang Ning was very fond of Liu Yejian at first sight, even though he had only seen videos of him before today. Well done. Well done. Truly a talented individual. Tang Ning personally approached him. After a careful inspection, he expressed his satisfaction. Chairman, the person I recommend to you is young Master Liu. He is thoughtful and composed, and will surely achieve great things. Light assistant spoke highly of Liu Yejian. Apart from their deep interactions, it was also because Tang Ning liked him. Therefore, he spoke in his favor. Zijian, are you willing to help me? Tang Ning didn't ask further details, trusting that Light assistant had already briefed Liu Yejian. Of course. Liu Yejian didn't mention any rewards or personal benefits. He simply smiled and said, I have heard Mr. Li mentioning the admirable deeds of the chairman, such as your love for the people, dedication to charity, and efforts to stabilize the country's economy. I deeply admire you. It is my honor to assist Chairman Tang. Ha ha. Is that really what you think? Tang Ning laughed heartily. Many people outside demonize me, saying all sorts of things like murdering and arson behind my back, exterminating dissidents, or even attempting to overthrow the country. Have you heard about it? Liu Yejian smiled and replied, everyone has their own opinions, and in this world, the winner takes all. As long as Chairman Tang remains victorious, these rumors will eventually be disproved. Ha ha. Tang Ning laughed loudly. Well said. Liu Yejian's words resonated with Tang Ning because they aligned with his thoughts. He was convinced that Liu Yejian possessed the qualities of a heroic figure. If only he were his son, how great would that be? Light assistant mentioned that you could use Morong Chia to deal with Ling Yu. Do you have confidence in it? Tang Ning continued. Liu Yejian remained composed. If Chairman Tang requests me to do so, I will do it without hesitation. Good. I like your calm confidence. You won't disappoint me. Tang Ning clapped excitedly. Being shrewd as always, even though Liu Yejian didn't mention any rewards and only spoke of faith and ideals, Relationships between people are always built on mutual interests. As the chairman, Tang understood this particularly well. Zijian, I appreciate you. If you help me stabilize the situation and successfully assist my wife in becoming the country's leader, I will consider appointing you in my position in the future. Tang said naturally, without any hint of pretense. Liu Yejian immediately replied, Chairman Tang, this is absolutely impossible. I acknowledge that I don't have the capability and skill for that. My intention to deal with Ling Yu is merely to avenge my father. Chairman Tang helping me is already a great favor. Okay. Tang carefully observed his expression, finding it hard to see through if this young man was sincere in his words. He could only say that this young man resembled his younger self, deep and profound like the ocean. This is what a successful individual looks like. On the other hand, Ling Yu had just arrived in Yanjing and first confirmed Xipei's recent schedule. Finding no significant events, he only needed Sun Zi to send someone to protect him, allowing him to focus on other matters. While Yanjing was not expansive, it was definitely the most valuable land in Long Kingdom. The city was divided into 10 districts, essentially representing different social hierarchies. The first district was naturally where the parliament was located, surrounded by top-tier power institutions, a place only distinguished dignitaries could reside in. The second district was an extension of the first, comprising the most elite families in the city and even the country. Continuing in this manner, by the 8th or 9th district, it represented the residences of ordinary Yanjing citizens. People looked down on the poor in any area, but the poor in Yanjing were subject to even more disdain. The address for Chiagang's subsidiary had already been selected in the 4th district. This area wasn't the mainstream hub of power struggles, but it wasn't an area to be underestimated either. Establishing here wouldn't attract too much attention or seem too low-key, perfectly in line with Chiagang's current positioning. Upon Qin Mingyu's request, Ling Yu needed to closely monitor the subsidiary's development. Taking advantage of a free moment, he visited the place, only to find people causing a commotion outside the building. Sir? Miss, without our company's credentials, no matter what you say, we won't let you in. A woman in uniform with 2 security guards blocked a young couple. Ling Yu took a closer look and was surprised to see his sister, Ling Ruoxu, and Ziachia. How did they end up there? We really are the responsible person's sister and brother-in-law from the branch office. We couldn't reach him, so we came directly here. Ling Ruoxu patiently explained once again. Hearing this, the woman in uniform coldly smiled. Our executive doesn't have a sister. You should investigate your lies first. If you don't leave now, don't blame us for being impolite. Ling Ruoxu and Ziachia had no choice but to leave with frustration and disappointment. However, as they turned around, they unexpectedly saw Ling Yu. Xiao Yu, we've been looking for you. Ling Ruoxu exclaimed happily. Ziachia, annoyed, pointed to the uniformed woman and complained to Ling Yu. Just now I told her that we are the branch office responsible person's sister-in-law and sister, but they said they don't have a sister for their executive, and adamantly refused to let us in. Initially not angry, Ling Yu understood that employees were just following procedures. It was normal not to allow anyone without proof of identity into the company. However, upon seeing him, the uniformed woman sneered, "Oh, which bunch of scammers are you? Another person pretending to be our company's executive, and sir, who are you? This is a big company. Our executive wouldn't resemble someone like you." Ling Yu's face darkened instantly. The quality of this woman truly does not match that of an employee of the Chiagang Group, especially when the branch office needs to establish a reputation in Yanjing. Having a woman like her around would definitely deduct points. Little brother, what's going on? Seeing this woman, Ziachia was so angry that his gums hurt. If he didn't teach her a lesson, he probably wouldn't be able to sleep for 3 days. If your leader doesn't look like me, then what do they look like? Ling Yu also had a stern expression as he stared at the woman. Oh, we're continuing this. The woman raised her hand in a challenging manner and said, "If you don't know what our leader looks like, haven't you done your homework? Why should I tell you? Is it someone called Liu Yejian, who looks like this?" Ling Yu didn't waste any words. He directly took out his phone and showed a picture of Liu Yejian. The woman was momentarily stunned, then smiled and said, "Heh, since you know, why pretend to be someone you're not here? How silly. Who told you he is the company's leader?" Ling Yu questioned directly again. Heh, do I need anyone to tell me that? When employees come for interviews, don't they need to know the boss first? The woman continued to smirk. I see. Ling Yu immediately dialed Liu Yejian. Ling Yu, you've come to the branch office? I was just heading back to the company. I'll be there soon. Okay. I'll wait for you. Ling Yu decided to wait for Liu Yejian before taking further action. HMPH, you woman, you're just waiting to be fired, not even knowing who the boss is, shouting around here. Do you know you're offending someone? Xia Chia finally expressed his frustration. The woman increasingly felt that these three individuals were suspicious. If they were scammers, why would they persist for so long just to get into their new company? It didn't make sense at all. Just as she began to suspect, a Porsche pulled up in front of the company, and Liu Yejian got out of the car with a female assistant. Mr. Liu? The woman saw Liu Yejian and exclaimed in surprise, feeling an ominous premonition. The man in front of her made a call, and Liu Yejian immediately arrived. Was it a coincidence, or was it too much of a coincidence? Mr. Liu. Greetings. Even the security guard behind the woman called out respectfully. Ling Yu. I apologize, I didn't know you were coming. If I did, I would have waited for you at the company. Liu Yejian completely ignored the woman at the entrance. That's not the issue. Ling Yu coldly stared at him and asked, the issue is they don't even know me. How am I supposed to inspect the company if I don't even introduce myself? Or maybe you never intended to let me in. The imposing aura of the Northern Realm Wolf King, even for a young talent like Liu Yejian, couldn't help but be surprised. In the next moment, he harshly slapped the woman at the entrance and said coldly, you're so blind not to recognize the real boss. This. The woman looked wronged as she nervously apologized to Ling Yu and the others. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Please forgive me, boss. Xia Chia finally let out a breath of relief. Although Ling Ruoxu didn't sympathize with the woman, she felt that she seemed genuinely innocent. She truly didn't know who the real boss of the company was. Ling Yu. It's my negligence. The branch office has just been established, and most of the employees were recruited locally. It's understandable that they are unfamiliar with the Chiagang group, so please don't think too much into it. After a moment of buffering, Liu Yejian regained his composure and explained, I will immediately hold a high-level meeting to ensure that all employees are familiar with the Chiagang group and know who the real boss is. Ling Yu listened and knew he couldn't trust this man, but it was hard to ignore him. He suddenly felt that his wife's decision was a double-edged sword. But since his wife had decided to use him, Ling Yu had no choice but to go along. He nonchalantly said, that's not necessary. Today was just an accident. I simply feel that the quality of this female employee will eventually bring trouble to the company. Other than that, it doesn't matter. It's your turn to handle it. Good job. Liu Yejian coldly told the woman, you're fired. Please leave. This. The woman gritted her teeth and left with her head down. Xia Chia finally let out a sigh of relief. Liu Yejian didn't spare another glance at the woman and instead smiled at Ling Yu. Since you're here, let me give you a tour of the company. All right, but I only have an hour, so I can only have a brief look. Ling Yu nodded. Please. After taking Ling Yu inside, Liu Yejian looked particularly at Ling Ruoxu. Ling Yu's sister and brother-in-law, please come in too. What brings you here to see Ling Yu? Ling Ruoxu suddenly remembered why they were there and hurriedly said, as they walked, Xiao Yu, the thing is, Xia Tia and I also want to develop in Yanjing, and we even want to transform. Oh, transform? Ling Yu made no effort to avoid Liu Yejian. After all, regarding business matters, if Qin Mingyu wanted to use him as a free pawn, then so be it. Well, we've met with the Gixian Xia family, and we've discussed it in depth. Instead of languishing in the military industry, it's better to switch to our strengths. Ling Ruoxu directly represented Xia Chia. They no longer force us, nor do they demand anything from us. As long as we visit them every year to maintain this bloodline connection, that's all they need. Oh. Ling Yun listened with puzzlement. Liu Yejian remained poker face and even pretended not to listen. Little Liu, my sister and I have something else to discuss. We don't need to tour the company for now. You're in charge. Ling Yu suddenly turned to Liu Yejian. All right. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Liu Yejian coolly left. Ling Yu, his sister Ling Ruoxu, and Xia Tia entered a room in the company and looked around. Knowing there were cameras in the room, Ling Yu continued to ask, so, is the Gixian Xia family's decision to renounce control over you to certain? It seems so. Ling Ruoxu nodded. They have people gathering information outside, knowing that you and Mingyu have considerable power. They can't control us, so they decided to gratify us and maintain a good relationship with us. Xia Jia also had no defenses up and said directly, I've met the head of the Gixian Xia family. Maybe his emperor's dream has shattered, so he decided to be laid back and go with the flow. Ling Yu nodded, making a subtle gesture that only he and his sister understood. Ling Ruoxu and her brother had a good understanding and immediately continued. Moreover, if the Gixian Xia family wants to acknowledge our relation, the scroll of the inverse dragon they give us may be genuine. Little brother, let me recite it to you, see if it works. Okay. Big sis, recite it for me. Ling Yu immediately responded, casually tapping his fingers on the chair a few times. Ling Ruoxu also began to recite. However, halfway through, Ling Yu suddenly stopped her. Big sis, I can't remember it when you recite it like this. You better write it down for me later when you get back. Okay. Ling Ruoxu immediately stopped and nodded, then asked, shall you? Do you think the martial arts techniques are real or fake? They should be real. Ling Yu said, let me try the first few sentences to confirm. Okay. Ling Ruoxu nodded, looking quite excited. Xiaoshan was also excited. After all, which man didn't carry a martial arts dream with him? Pow. Ling Yu suddenly threw a punch in the air, smashing a vase in the office to pieces. Wow, so amazing. Ling Ruoxu exclaimed. Xiaoshan was also stunned, marveling, is there really such a technique to punch in the air? Ling Yu also marveled back, sis, this isn't some air-punching technique, it's the amazing reverse dragon scripture. If I succeed in cultivating it, my internal strength might be several times stronger than before. Truly invincible. Haha. If even my nephew says it's invincible, then it must be truly invincible. Xiaoshan exclaimed excitedly. Ruoxu, go back and write it down for your nephew. He's invincible now, see who dares to mess with you in the future. Okay. Ling Ruoxu also appeared excited. Ling Yu glanced at the time and said, sis, it's about time. I have other important matters to attend to. I'll have someone protect you. If there's an emergency, contact me immediately. I'll give you my new private number. Okay. If Morongjia dares to cause trouble again, we will settle both old and new scores with him. Ling Ruoxu said, with a hint of resentment. Ling Yu nodded, hastily leaving the company. Ling Ruoxu and Xiaoshan followed suit. Liu Yejian secretly monitor and transcribe the conversations of the three people. To think it's the real reverse dragon scripture. Liu Yejian muttered to himself, it seems I've gained another capital to deceive Morongjia. On the other side, Morongjia returned to Yanjing and was feeling extremely uneasy. The failure to retrieve the reverse dragon scripture had disappointed the elders of the family. Of course, this was still unknown to them in regards to his consecutive defeats in martial arts competitions, losing to the old drunkard, Mo Yin, and even later not daring to challenge Ling Yu one-on-one. Otherwise, his reputation within the family would have suffered even more. His father, Morongqing, was about to come out of seclusion, and he didn't know how to face the situation. After all, before his father went into seclusion, he had vowed to retrieve the reverse dragon scripture for the family. Morongqing had even promised publicly that if he succeeded, he would appoint him as the next head of the family to take over the Morong family. But now, he had failed. When the time comes, others in the family vying for control of the Morong family would likely start to act up. Chia Shao, something bad has happened. Shu Huo suddenly burst into Morongqian's room, bringing him another piece of bad news. Mo Yin has defeated all the renowned masters in Nanja. He has now reached the eastern part of the dragon country, ready to sweep all the high-level experts in the east before entering Yanjing. He has already announced that after defeating the 8 great supermasters in Yanjing, he will challenge the Morong family. If the head of the family has not come out of seclusion by then, you may have to represent the Morong family in the battle. It was indeed bad news. After hearing Shu Wo's words, Morongjia couldn't even bring himself to continue sipping the tea in his hand. In a state of mental turmoil, he slammed the cup heavily on the table, spilling tea everywhere. Chia Shao, you must find a way to restore your prestige. Shu Huo spoke in a low tone. Now everyone in the Morong family, signed the position of the deputy head. Even Morong he was called back by his father, indicating that there are calculations going on in their minds. In any case, the major branches are disappointed in you as a genius. You must defeat Mo Yin, uphold the banner of the dragon country's martial arts world. This way, who dares to compete with you for control of the Morong family? It was well known that the Morong family had maintained its position as a prominent figure in the Dragon Country's martial arts world. Their reputation brought them endless flow of resources and economic benefits, further solidifying their status. However, now with Mo Yin representing the Daojo country coming with such force, if the Morong family could not defeat him, and thus uphold the reputation of the Dragon Country's martial arts world, this family nurtured by prestige might suffer a significant fall. Morong Chiat had grown up in such an environment since childhood. The prestige and reputation were more important to him than money, women, or even life. Unable to uphold this unparalleled reputation with his martial arts, he was on the verge of succumbing to this immense invisible pressure. "Chia Xiao, are you inside?" At this moment, a servant's voice came from outside the room. Shu Huo immediately stopped talking. "What's the matter?" Morong Chia coldly responded. "There's someone called Liu Yejian outside to visit." The servant replied. "Liu Yejian?" Morong Chia frowned, then coldly snorted. "Who is that? I don't recognize him." "Then shall I respond on behalf of Chia Sha and ask him to leave?" The servant was about to leave. "Wait." Shu Huo quickly stopped him and whispered to Morong Chia. "Chia Shao, this Li Yejian is a prominent figure in Yunchang, rumored to be a spy planted by Tang Ning in the Qin family. And what does that have to do with me?" Morong Chia still looked down on Li Yejian, saying coldly, "I don't have time to bother with such a small fry like him. Chia Shao, don't act so high and mighty." Shu Huo was really anxious for him. "I heard Tang Ning values him a lot. He is currently overseeing the branch of the Chia Gang Corporation in Yanjing. There's a good chance he has contact with Ling Yu and his sister, and furthermore, nothing happens for no reason. His active visit must have something important to discuss with Chia Shao." Hearing about Ling Yu and his sister, Morong Chia suddenly became interested. "All right, tell him to come in and wait in the backyard. I want to see what he has come to discuss with me." "Okay." Chia Shao. Shu Huo quickly went out to give the order. Morong Chia deliberately took his time and walked out after a delay. In contrast, Liu Yejian remained composed and relaxed, sitting in the backyard drinking tea, unperturbed, pretending not to notice when Morong Chia walked out. "You are Liu Yejian?" Morong Chia, who had seemed aloof, had to take the initiative to speak, with a slightly displeased expression. If this man wasn't related to Tang Ning and Ling Yu and his sister, Morong Chia wouldn't even bother looking at him. "Ah, you are Tia Shao." Liu Yejian then put down his teacup and stood up, offering compliments. "Truly extraordinary. The South Morong is indeed exceptional. At a glance, one can tell you are not an ordinary person. I've long heard of you." Cut the nonsense." Although Morong Chia liked hearing others praise him, he acted aloof, saying, "What business do you have with me? I'm very busy. If you can't interest me in 1 minute, please leave." 1 minute. Liu Yejian was slightly taken aback, thinking that Morong Chia was indeed full of himself and not very likable. Morong Chia and Shu Huo both smiled coldly, thinking he was flustered. Little did they know. Liu Yejian, with a faint smile, said, "I estimate I only need 10 seconds. Seems like I have to waste 50 seconds first." Meng Ronshan and Su Huo were suddenly shocked. "This guy sure knows how to act tough. I don't like people like you. If you say something that displeases me, I might just teach you a lesson," Meng Ronshan exclaimed, continuing to exert pressure on Liu Yejian with his leaf sword. With their personalities, they naturally looked down on each other, destined not to get along well. But Liu Yejian still had to make use of this arrogant guy and could only lower his stature and smile, saying, "Tia, I'm here to give you the reverse dragon scripture." "What?" Su Huo exclaimed in surprise. Meng Ronshan remained silent, but his expression of astonishment was more profound than Su Huo's. After the initial surprise, there was an indescribable sense of delight, albeit mixed with suspicion. "Is what you said true?" Next moment, Meng Ronshan seized the opportunity to ask before Su Huo ko. "I'm just a weak scholar with no strength. Do you dare to deceive the #1 Meng Ronshan young master by specially coming to the Meng family?" Liu Yejian calmly smiled. "Could. Then quickly hand over the scripture to our young Che." Su Huo directly reached out, asking, "However." Liu Yejian chuckled with a hint of disdain. Meng Ronshan was smarter than Su Huo and directly asked, "Liu, as long as you really return the reverse dragon scripture to me, no matter what you want from the Meng family, I will consider agreeing." Young Chia is indeed wise, No wonder he can be #1 in the world. Liu Yejian had studied Meng Ronshan's character, so he would always use the phrase #1 in the world in conversation to flatter him, inflating his ego and increasing the success rate of negotiations with Meng Ronshan. Yun Chia, take a look at this if it's the reverse dragon scripture. Liu Yejian presented an exquisite booklet, inscribed with the title Reverse Dragon Scripture, which he had copied down based on Ling Ruoxu's recitation from yesterday, deliberately creating it to appear this way. Meng Ronshan took the reverse dragon scripture with a hint of suspicion. Su Huo couldn't figure out Liu Yejian. How could this person with such an important thing dare to barge into the Meng family alone? Did he trust the Meng family's reputation so much? Was he not afraid that Yun Chia would snatch the scripture and then claim it was rightfully returned? Next moment, he saw Meng Ronshan's expression gradually change. Not only that, Meng Ronshan seemed to have tried it out and suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Yes, this is indeed the authentic reverse dragon scripture." It was completely different from the previous fake, as the internal energy flowed powerfully, without causing any mental distractions. "It's good that Yun Chia has confirmed it's genuine," Liu Yejian said. "This is only half of the reverse dragon scripture. Consider it as a deposit for Yun Chia. If you want the second half, you have to do something for me." Su Huo suddenly realized. So that's why this guy was so confident. Meng Ronshan understood that this was the way businessmen operated, so he coldly smiled then directly asked, "What do you want me to do for you?" Liu Yejian smirked mysteriously, whispering something in his ear. "What? You want me to kill him?" Meng Ronshan's expression turned incredulous as he looked at the man. Initially, he thought of him as inconsequential, but now he appeared as a giant venomous snake lurking beneath the surface of the sea. "Yun Chia, the deal has commenced. I've given you the deposit. Now it's up to you if you want the reward in the end. Goodbye." Liu Yejian had already thrown the bait and had no intention of staying for tea and chat. He directly left the Meng family. That night, he arrived at Tang Ning's home. Tonight, Tang Ning resided in a villa in the 2nd district of Yanjing. The Tang family's villa was not luxurious, but tastefully decorated, with intricate interiors despite modest exteriors. "President Tang, tonight, I bring you a small gift." Liu Yejian cut to the chase, addressing Tang Ning, who was busy at work. "Ha ha. Little Jian, you probably don't know me well. I always refuse gifts," Tang Ning said, setting aside his work upon seeing Liu Yejian and smiling. "President Tang, this isn't a gift to gain business favors. It's simply a gesture of goodwill, and the item is non-negotiable and worthless." Liu Yejian smiled. Accustomed to such pretentious businessmen and politicians, he understood that corrupt officials like to pretend to be upright, and almost everyone who did wrong would feign righteousness. "Ha ha. Thank you. I'm curious what it is." Tang Ning chuckled as if he was a friendly elder. "President Tang, take a look." Liu Yejian presented the half-reverse dragon scripture, without any inscriptions or fancy embellishments like the one given to Meng Ronshan. However, Tang Ning immediately recognized it and exclaimed, "This is the reverse dragon scripture." "Indeed, President, you are as wise as Mr. Li said, able to recognize what it is at a glance. Impressive." Liu Yejian flattered. "Ha ha. Little Jian, you are really remarkable." Tang Ning praised Liu Yejian and continued, "I heard that Meng Ronshan exhausted all means to obtain this scripture but couldn't. I didn't expect you to obtain it easily. Wisdom is more potent than martial skills in this era." "President, you exaggerate. I just happened to come across half of it by chance. Obtaining the second half might require some effort, but I've already used this half to lure Meng Ronshan into working for us." "Ah." Meng Ronshan agreed. Tang Ning immediately inquired. Liu Yejian nodded with a smile. "Good. What a clever move in trapping a wolf in sheep's clothing." Tang Ning exclaimed. "Little Jian, your performance surpasses my expectations. From now on, you shall be my special assistant." Liu Yejian humbly replied, "President already has two great assistants. How can I compare with them?" "No. You are on par with them. In fact, after finishing off Lingyu, I want you to be my personal assistant and groom you," Tang Ning declared, overflowing with admiration for this young man. "I'm truly grateful for your favor, President. Thank you, Teacher Tang." Liu Yejian bowed respectfully, with a smile full of profound meaning, seeking to further enhance his relationship with Tang Ning. "Ha ha. Teacher." Tang Ning paused for a moment, then laughed heartily, saying, "Teacher, hello. From now on, you and I will be master and disciple. with you as my junior. Liu Jian also felt that this man wanted to develop a closer relationship with him, so he quickly poured a cup of tea on the table and directly performed the ceremony of bowing to Tang Ning. Master, please have some tea. All right, I'll accept this tea. Tang Ning took the tea cup and suddenly turned serious. But, Master wants to make it clear from the start, if you have dull aptitude, I will kick you out of the sect. Yes, Master. Liu Jian appeared nervous. In fact, he knew that Tang Ning was putting pressure on him to make him focus entirely on cultivating the dragon reversal scripture. Only in this way could he determine whether it was true or false. Otherwise, if he couldn't grasp any of it, the effects would never show. Tang Ning's martial arts cultivation was surprisingly deep, and that night, he guided Liu Jian on cultivating the dragon reversal scripture. He was well aware of how incredible the scripture was, so he planned to spend several days guiding Liu Jian even in such a tense situation. To his surprise, Liu Jian's comprehension was even higher than he had imagined. Essentially, he would grasp it after being taught once, showcasing not only intellectual comprehension, but also physical comprehension. After just one evening, Liu Jian had already grasped the key points of cultivating the dragon reversal scripture. Xiao Jian, you are truly a rare genius, Tang Ning sincerely praised, realizing that even when he was young, he couldn't have had such a high level of comprehension. Liu Jian had never expected that his martial talent was actually so high. In the past, he only knew he was a learning-type genius, otherwise he wouldn't have used his talents to captivate Qin Langni and many other women. Like many others, he thought that martial arts had no place in modern society. However, after reaching a certain level, he realized that martial arts were incredibly powerful for those at the top and bottom of society. Only elite martial prowess was useful. Anything less was still inadequate. Hearing Tang Ning's praise, Liu Jian was thrilled for just 3 seconds before pretending to be clueless. Master, you are overestimating me. I just stumbled upon it, and the next part, I'm completely lost. Is that so? Let me explain it to you again. Tang Ning persisted. However, no matter how detailed the explanation, Liu Jian just couldn't grasp it. Master, have I not met the requirements to be your disciple? Liu Jian directly changed his address back, looking sincerely fearful that Tang Ning would expel him from the sect. Ha ha, it's not bad at all. Tang Ning stroked his beard and chuckled. Mr. Li had warned him that Liu Jian was very good at hiding his talent. He didn't flaunt it like many young people did. Today, taking the lesson himself, he discovered Liu Jian's clear thinking and down-to-earth abilities, beyond his expectations. Such a person, if placed in the chaos of an era, could definitely become a dominating figure. It seems that there are no issues with the dragon reversal scripture, at least it won't lead to demonic possession. Since you can't comprehend it further, continuing to teach you would be meaningless. Go back and figure out how to obtain the second half. Tang Ning instructed. Yes, Master. Liu Jian used this address again, and the two parted satisfied, each busy with their own tasks. Liu Jian left to Tang family, clenching his fists and feeling incredibly incredulous. He now felt like he could easily crush a rock with just one punch. If he truly completed cultivating the dragon reversal scripture, what kind of unimaginable power would he possess? His heart suddenly edged with anticipation. On the other hand, in the city of Yin, in the western regions, an event named the Gathering of the Moon's Power was held at a grand hotel. The title of the event might have been a bit plain, but Qin Mingyu still attended punctually, as this was her first public appearance among the elite of the western regions. Tonight did not disappoint her. Indeed, many representatives from various sectors of the western regions were present, with the businessmen not being an exception. At the event, everyone flocked around her, reminiscent of the feeling at the Yun City business banquet years ago. Xia Shaodi, seeing Qin Mingyu, surrounded by the western region's elite, couldn't help but admire in her heart. General Qin is like a bright moon in the dark night, shining wherever she goes. Qin General, we have heard from Chairman Aang and Chairman Ma that your visit this time is not just to help with disaster relief but also to help us reorganize the western regions. Yes, we know of your deeds in clearing the bandit routes. Truly inspiring. The western regions have no lack of heroes, but we've never won against the Five Poison Sect. Everyone is afraid of them. A group of people spoke one after another, all circling around 3 keywords: Five Poison Sect, banditry, reorganizing order. Qin Mingyu also felt the deep impact of the Five Poison Sect on them. After all, where roads don't pass, wealth doesn't flow. To open roads, they must eradicate the obstacle of the five poison sect. Everyone, let's not continue with the pleasantries. Now I invite Chairman Chin to the stage to speak and provide us with clear guidance. Chairman Aang directly directed the proceedings. All right, Chairman Chin, we are all waiting for your words. If Chairman Chin leads the formation of an anti-bandit alliance, I'll be the first to join. I, Ding Jiao, may not be anyone important, but for the development of the western regions, I can lead my dozens of brothers to join. Apprehending bandits is an indispensable duty for our police, and we will definitely participate. When Qin Mingyu took the stage, the group of people below already voiced their support. Anyone attending this event today had no opposition to fighting bandits. Those who were not willing to take the risk to go after bandits naturally did not show up. Qin Mingyu was well aware of the nature of this event and knew she was being set up, but for her goals, she had to go along with it. Everyone, I am well aware that the western regions have suffered from bandits for a long time, and we haven't been able to root them out because the five poison sect supports these bandits from behind. So, if we want to bring peace to the western regions, we must eliminate the five poison sect. Qin Mingyu's opening remarks unexpectedly resulted in a resounding show of support from the crowd. Support Chairman Qin, down with the five poison sect. With Chairman Qin at the helm, we will crush the main stronghold of the five poison sect. With Chairman Qin here, we will surely root them out. The resounding shouts from the crowd were surprisingly unanimous, all calling for Qin Mingyu to take the lead in deeply infiltrating the five poison sect and eradicating them all at once. Chairman Aang silently watched this scene with a somewhat dark expression. Up to this point, he had not clearly taken a side. Red Sparrow had come to him the other day, urging him to convince Qin Mingyu to enter the territory of the five poison sect, and he had complied. After all, if Qin Mingyu successfully eradicated the five poison sect, he would be on her side in the future. If Qin Mingyu failed and died, he would have dutifully helped Chairman Tang Ning eradicate a major threat. He was conducting a surefire transaction to ensure profitable outcomes. All right, since everyone has chosen me as the leader, then I will establish this alliance to eliminate bandits. Qin Mingyu had already planned the outcome of the banquet tonight, so she did not hesitate and displayed her leadership style boldly. The slogan of our alliance is to eradicate banditry, open up trade routes, help develop the economy of the western regions, and benefit the people. As soon as she finished speaking, the scene was like a military parade, with everyone enthusiastically chanting the slogan, "Eradicate banditry, open up trade routes." Lin Qinglong and Lu Wudao were at the banquet to protect Qin Mingyu. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Qinglong's eyes were filled with admiration, and he proudly said, "Hehe, truly the woman I admire, so charming. Wherever she goes, she is the center of attention. I must say, my taste is really good." Lu Wudao, feeling bored, couldn't help but jest, "Well, everyone has good taste." Lin Qinglong immediately became serious and exclaimed, "Obviously, I have better taste. I liked Mingyu before anyone else, including Lingyu. Unfortunately, feelings and preferences never consider who came first." Lu Wudao left behind a philosophical remark before quickly walking away, lest this guy wanted to challenge him. Qin Mingyu paid no attention to their banter. After becoming the leader of this Western region anti-bandit team, she felt immense pressure. However, the benefits of doing so were also apparent, with several trade representatives present that evening expressing their support for her. With a little over a month until the trade association election, she needed to ensure the progress and secure her victory. The next morning, Lingyu made a video call to his wife promptly at 8 o'clock. He wanted to see his wife, check on his son, and exchange information to ensure smooth communication flow. Upon learning that Qin Mingyu was leading the team to eliminate bandits, Lingyu, though he had anticipated it, reminded her, "Mingyu, it's enough for you to be the nominal commander. Please don't lead the charge against the bandits. Absolutely do not risk entering the five poison sect territory." Qin Mingyu smiled and reassured, "All right, I will be cautious." She understood Lingyu's concern and had no intention of showing off. As a mere woman without martial arts skills, she would definitely not lead the charge against bandits. As for you, don't be too preoccupied with the situation in the western regions. I heard that Xi Pan has been publicly debating with Zhao Nianchu and Mo Tiyu in Yanjing recently. Keep an eye on that. Qin Mingyu flipped the caution back to Lingyu. Ling Yu chuckled. Such public debates are of high security level. I'm relaxed about it. I can't help Xi Peng campaign. It's up to him to perform. Qin Mingyu also understood this and was just showing her concern. After ending the video call, Ling Yu hurried to a venue in Yanjing to participate in the day's public debate. To his surprise, before he could even leave, he encountered Ling Ruoxu and Xia Jia at the door, accompanied by Xia Zhu. Xiao Yu, I spent a day and night to transcribe all the contents of the reverse dragon scripture. Take a look. Ling Ruoxu eagerly handed a handwritten draft to Ling Yu. It was deliberately made simple, with no mention of the reverse dragon scripture written, so in case it got discovered accidentally by others, they wouldn't know what it was. Alright, I'll make time to look at it, but for now, I have to rush to the Jinghua venue. No time to chat. Goodbye. Ling Yu left in a hurry. Ling Ruoxu and Xia Jia were unfazed, but Xia Zhu was a little annoyed. That scoundrel Ling Yu, not even a greeting despite being in a rush. Men, none of them are any good. Precious when they need you, grass when they don't. Ling Ruoxu didn't know Xia Zhu's thoughts, so for safety, she didn't follow Ling Yu to the venue. Ling Yu assigned Liana to guard her closely, and she refrained from wandering around, fearful of being confronted by Marongqie. As for Xia Zhu, with her relatives and friends leaving Dongcheng, she resigned and came to Yanjing, now left idle. Ling Yu paid her no mind, but she still wanted to follow him to the Jinghua Club. 1. To see what that man was up to, and 2. Out of concern for the national selection. However, upon arriving at the club's entrance, before she could even enter, a familiar voice sounded beside her. Zuer. Long time no see. The voice was magnetic, exuding a mature masculine charm. The former Xia Zhu loved such a voice, but now, upon hearing it, her brows knitted, not wanting to turn back and face the man. Have you not forgotten me? The man seemed to guess her thoughts. Not waiting for her to leave, he intentionally asked, Don't delude yourself. Who would still hold on to a scoundrel like you? Xia Zhu turned around in agitation, glaring at the man. The man wasn't angered but instead wore a smile of triumph. Zuer, you've matured and become even more beautiful. Zhao Wushan complimented. Zhao Wushan, spare me your sweet words. I won't be fooled by you again. Xia Zhu retorted, only to find the man's demeanor contrasting sharply with her anger. Before this man, she felt like the naive girl from years ago. Yet, Zhao Wushan appeared more mature now, with a light beard, exuding a more masculine aura. Zuer, I understand you well. If you had truly forgotten me, you wouldn't have tried to avoid me just now. Zhao Wushan continued. He only had one bodyguard behind him, who had the foresight to step back upon seeing Zhao Daxiao flirting, leaving them alone. So, it appeared that Zhao Wushan had come alone. Zhao Wushan, your arrogance is sickening. What makes you think I can't forget about you? I've found a man hundreds of times better than you. Xia Zhu didn't know why she was lying, and when she did, subconsciously, the man who came to her mind was Ling Yu. She found it laughable since Ling Yu wasn't hers. Zhao Wushan saw through her expressions, but didn't call her out. Instead, he calmly smiled. Congratulations to you. I've always been worried that you wouldn't be able to move on from the shadow I cast on you. Shut up. Xia Zhu broke in. Stop bringing up the past. I'm busy and don't have time to look back. Haha. Right? Zhao Wushan chuckled. Since you mentioned moving forward, I wanted to invite you for a hunting trip this afternoon, something you used to love. If possible, I'd like to see the man who's 100 times better than me. Xia Zhu coldly smirked. He's busy, no time for boring activities or to see someone like you. With that, she intended to walk away, not wanting any association with the man. Zhao Wushan, however, asked behind her, that man you mentioned, is his name Ling Yu? Xia Zhu froze in surprise. Zuer, don't deceive yourself. Zhao Wushan suddenly said with depth, he's not like me. He doesn't love you. Xia Zhu turned around again in agitation, grabbing the man's collar, sneering. Zhao Wushan, you can stop with the sweet talk to win me over. Save that for your wife Marongqie. She's the one who can bring you wealth, status. Stop disgusting me. I don't have any feelings for her. We are not happy either. Zhao Wushan sighed, looking at her with deep affection and helplessness, saying, you are the white moonlight in my heart. Get lost. Xia Zhu scolded angrily. Zhao Wushan raised his hand lightly and smiled bitterly. All right, I'll leave. But I really want to go hunting with you one more time. Do you remember? It was our favorite game before. Our laughter and sweetness are all left there. You are not leaving, right? Then I'll go. Zia Zhu didn't want to deal with him, turning to enter the venue. Despite ignoring him, scenes from many years ago involuntarily replayed in her mind, making her reminisce, laugh, feel heartache, anger. Mixed emotions flooded her, and her eyes reddened instantly. Regardless, the man in front of her was the only ex-boyfriend she truly had feelings for, even though he left her for marriage in the end. She had once loved him and had done a lot for him. Zhao Wuxian silently watched as Zia Zhu walked away, a faint smile on his lips. The age and experience gap allowed him to know what this woman was thinking and feeling, even if he couldn't see her expression at the moment. Xiao Bai, Da Xiao. As Zhao Wuxian called out, a slim man with a sturdy figure appeared behind him. Book a hunting session for me this afternoon. Da Xiao, how many people will be attending? 3 people. Zhao Wuxian looked at Zia Zhu's disappearing figure confidently. Yes, Da Xiao. After acknowledging, Xiaobo suddenly disappeared. His agility was much faster than Moku's. Inside the venue, Zia Zhu sat quietly on a chair like any other ordinary spectator, waiting for the speeches and debates of the 2 presidential candidates. However, she was searching for Ling Yu's figure. Unfortunately, Ling Yu was guarding Xi Peng in the background, and even though Zia Zhu knew he was present, she couldn't find him. A sense of loss welled up in her heart, prompting her to involuntarily recall Zhao Wuxian's words. The heartless scoundrel was right. Ling Yu belonged to Qin Mingyu, not to her, and never would be hers. Even though she wanted to see him, she couldn't find a justified reason. At 25 years old, having passed the age of romantic innocence, only 2 men had entered her emotional world. Unfortunately, both were married, and she couldn't find a suitable third option to start a new relationship. She suddenly felt lonely. Without parents, friends, a job, or even a lover, she couldn't find a direction in life. While the atmosphere at the event was charged with excitement, Zia Zhu sitting at the back row seemed out of place. Nangang Wu, in fact, came to look for his master today. His master had been in Yanjing for several days without meeting him, and hadn't even visited the Nangang household, which irritated him. The Nangang family was the wealthiest in the country and had influential power on the direction of the national selection. His master supporting Xi Peng's rise to power should have led him to visit the Nangang family. He was searching for his master's figure, but he couldn't find him. He accidentally saw a familiar face sitting at the back. He was sent by his father to attend the presidential candidate speeches and debates today, and didn't dare bring a female companion. However, how could the most charming and womanizing Nangang Da Xiao not have a woman by his side? Hence, he wanted to find one on the spot. Hey, Miss Sia. Nangang Wu suddenly greeted her and casually handed a stack of banknotes to the audience sitting next to Zia Zhu, asking them to move. Is it the weakling? Zia Zhu raised her eyes and responded to Nangang Wu. Hey, aren't you disrespectful? Nangang Wu raised his eyebrows and sat down provocatively. You're not strong either, and I've received special training from my master. Maybe I'm even more powerful than you now. Oh, want to compare? I happen to be in a bad mood and need a punching bag. Zia Zhu coldly responded, but I don't have a habit of hitting women. Nangang Wu quickly lied, not wanting to engage in a physical confrontation with Zia Zhu, knowing her temper. Coward. Zia Zhu also saw through his lie. Who didn't know about Nangang Da Xiao's womanizing tendencies and his playful games with his girlfriends? And now he said he wouldn't hit women. Miss Sia, I have a more fun and challenging activity in mind. Nangang Wu suggested with interest. How about going hunting at the Beast Arena with me? It should be quite fun to compete with a woman like you. He had played all kinds of games with women, but playing thrilling real combat games with a strong and attractive woman like her was a new experience for him. Even though Ling Yu hadn't directly trained him recently, after being taught internal strength by him in Cloud City, and subsequent training with another instructor in the Nangang family, he felt he had some level of proficiency now and wanted to put it to the test. Do you also enjoy playing those kinds of games? Zia Zhu shuddered slightly, coldly saying, I didn't expect that from you, a weakling like you. Then do you dare accept? Nangang Wu was also getting annoyed. Could he be described as a weakling amongst men? Looking down on him, just like that woman Tang Yun, sooner or later, Nangang Da Xiao would hit these pretty women's faces. Why don't we go? And if you lose, you have to call me master. Zia Zhu blurted out instinctively. Master? Nangang Wu was taken aback. Ha ha, I see you want to be my master's wife. Can't be it. So you want to be my master instead, right? What are you? What nonsense are you talking about? I don't like men like Ling Yu. What's good about men like that? They don't understand women at all. Xia Zhu became even more agitated, her loud words drawing angry glances from the surrounding audience. Her face turned red as she abruptly spoke in a lowered voice. It's settled. If you don't dare, I'll look down on you. With that, she stood up and left. She no longer cared about who the presidential candidate was. She wasn't like men like Ling Yu, always carrying the weight of their country's honor and national ideals on their shoulders, yet neglecting the friends around them. Humph. Nangang watched her retreating figure, observing her different body and aura from ordinary women, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Interesting. Adopting a beautiful female apprentice, I wonder how it would feel. Haha. On the other hand, Ling Yu, still operating as Mr. Wolf, meticulously ensured Xi Peng's safety. Since it was a secret protection operation, he couldn't appear in public unless absolutely necessary, so it was practically impossible for Xia Zhu to find him. The morning sessions of the speeches and debates ended smoothly under various security measures, with no major incidents occurring. However, the debate between Xi Peng and Mo Tiyu was a subtle war without gunfire. Ling Yu had to admit that Mo Tiyu was indeed a formidable competitor to Xi Peng. As the head of the Ministry of Agriculture, he had brought great benefits to Longguo and solved various livelihood issues. Judging by the current official support rates, Mo Tiyu temporarily held the first position among the three candidates, and had pulled ahead of Xi Peng and Zhao Nianchu. Unless there were significant changes in the coming month, he was highly likely to be elected as the country's head. After the speech and debate ended, Xi Peng needed to rush back to the building within the Forbidden City's red walls to continue dealing with state affairs. The area within the red walls of the Forbidden City is the highest security level in the Dragon Nation. As long as Ling Yu secretly escorts him back, he could have a day or two of rest. Mr. Wolf, can you sit with me? Xi Peng asked as they headed back. Ling Yu was a bit surprised but agreed. Qin was naturally unhappy. At this rate, he was becoming more and more marginalized. He could feel that Xi Peng valued Ling Yu more and more. Well, he almost couldn't catch X Peng's attention anymore. Mr. Wolf, my current situation is a bit precarious. I might not be able to take over as the country's leader. X Peng also got straight to the point, as if he already saw his own failure. Prime Minister, things are not set in stone yet. Please don't be pessimistic. Ling Yu comforted, saying, everything is still undecided. We are both dark horses, and human efforts can change the course of events. Yes, you're right. I'm not pessimistic. Xi Peng, a seasoned politician, could weather all storms and calmly said, I'm just making a prediction in advance and then formulating corresponding plans and actions. Ling Yu nodded and asked, so, may I ask, Prime Minister, what do you want to entrust to me by calling me into the car? Mr. Wolf, I need your help. Xi Peng was straightforward and said, in fact, in the past presidential elections, they have always been influenced by the four major families in Yanjing. They have tremendous influence nationwide. Usually, if a candidate can get support from two of the families, victory is almost certain. Ling Yu nodded in silence. He had heard of such matters before. The Nangwo family is rich and influential, and the support of the people for a candidate is mostly for their own benefit. Money can make the difference in how much support they receive from the people. Xi Peng confided in Ling Yu. As for the Zhao family, they have ties to 1/3 of the officials in the Dragon Nation. They can even directly manipulate votes. The Mrong family has a good reputation. If they make a statement, it can increase a candidate's support rate. The Tong family is a rising force among the four major families. The influence of Tong Ning, the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, is spread nationwide. However, this family will not support me no matter what, so let's not discuss it for now. Upon hearing this, Ling Yu asked, so, Prime Minister, do you mean you want to get clear support from the Nangwo and Mrong families? Xi Peng nodded. The former president actually had connections with both families, but back when I was just his deputy, my relationship with them can only be considered average. However, I heard that the young master of the Nangwo family is your disciple. Perhaps you can help me with this favor. For Xi Peng to speak to this extent was already not easy, proving that he also wanted to be elected as the country's leader and personally handle state affairs. Although Ling Yu had never explicitly stated that he was the Wolf King, since X Peng guessed it, he saw no need to deny it. The 1,000 stones, who had been sitting unnoticeably in the same vehicle all along, only confirmed Ling Yu's identity at this moment. No wonder this guy's martial arts skills were so extraordinary. It turned out he was the unparalleled battle god of the northern border. But the rumor said he retired in failure for years ago. So how come he had returned as a king now? All right, I'm willing to try for you, Prime Minister. Ling Yu readily agreed, but frowned. But I have a question. Zhao Nianxi should have the support of the Zhao Antong families. Why is her support rate the lowest now? Zai Peng smiled knowingly. It means she is confident. The current official investigations are deceptive. After all, this is not the final vote. Zhao Nianxi hasn't put in effort yet. Ling Yu nodded, thinking it could be possible. At the same time, he thought letting Mo Tu lead might have its benefits. Maybe Zhao Nianxi and Tong Ning would focus on Mo Tu, causing less trouble for Zai Peng. After safely escorting Zai Peng back to the Forbidden City, Ling Yu contacted manhwaedit. Haha. Master, you finally remembered me. Surely you find me useful again, right? manhwaedit laughed upon answering the call. Did you see through me again? But you speak so straightforwardly. It makes the master feel embarrassed. Ling Yu didn't deny it, as his relationship with this disciple was better, and they always spoke in a relaxed manner. Isn't it obvious? Every time you contact me, it's to make me do something. When you don't need anything, you never look for me. manhwaedit complained. Why do you sound like a jilted lover? But you said that men seek out women when they don't have anything to do, and when they have something to do, they look for men. Ling Yu joked. Haha. I did say that, but nothing was happening before, and today I've arranged a date with a woman, so I don't have time to deal with you. manhwaedit directly said. What woman is she? More important than me? Ling Yu asked with a furrowed brow, as this guy was never like this before. Haha, not more important than you, but I made an appointment to go hunting at the beast safari with her, and it's not good to postpone. By the way, you also know her. I always thought you would develop her as one of your harem women. I know her too. Ling Yu was more puzzled. What exactly did this guy arrange with this girl? It's the female cop you fought with in Country Y. Her name seems to be Zia something. manhwaedit couldn't remember Zia Zhu's name at the moment, but he remembered her last name was Zia, as he had so many women that he sometimes forgot their names even after sleeping with them. Zia Zhu. Ling Yu was shocked. He never expected that manhwaedit could even target Zia Zhu after opening his harem. Yes. Zia Zhu. Haha. The name does have some poetic feeling. manhwaedit said. Master, I've been asking you to teach me martial arts for so long, and you've been ignoring me. Today I'm standing you up too. I'll go hunting with her at the beast safari. Let's make an appointment for tomorrow. Beep beep. After saying that, he hung up. Hey. It took Ling Yu 2 calls before he could hang up, feeling a bit helpless towards this large disciple. He was indeed a diligent sower. He always wanted to reap more. Unable to reach manhwaedit, Ling Yu had to change his plans and prepare to find Zhao Wenjun. The sun's heart of the Yang system was already brought back, and he needed to quickly heal her. However, he couldn't directly contact Zhao Wenjun. He had to call Mo Tu. Oh. Ling Yu. You still remember us? I thought you had forgotten about us little folks. Mo Tu received Ling Yu's call with a lot of grouch. Ling Yu chuckled helplessly. You call yourself a little folk, I can bear that. But Zhao Wenjun is one of the Fur Beauties, known by everyone in Yanjing. By saying that, you're clearly undermining my status, right? The Fur Beauties, they're all about to die. If they die, who will remember if she was a beauty? Mo Tu was once again agitated. About to die. Ling Yu was shocked. Did he really come late? That's not the case yet. I think she can still hang on for a few more days. Mo Tu continued. After hearing this, Ling Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Wenjun was one of his wife's few close friends. He couldn't let her die. Where is Miss Zhao now? I'll go see her right away. She's in a private house in the 4th Ring Road. I'll send you the location. Great. After receiving the location from Mo Tu, Ling Yu quickly drove over. It took him about half an hour to arrive at the house indicated by the location. To ordinary people, it could be considered a luxury mansion, but for heiress like Zhao Wenjun, living in such a place was almost like being exiled. Ling Yu quickly entered the house and was surprised to find only 2 maids and not even a single bodyguard. This was a stark contrast to the grand entrance he had witnessed Zhao Wenjun make before. Ling Yu pushed aside his questions and focused on seeing Zhao Wenjun as quickly as possible. Ling Yu, you finally came. You rascal. Mo Shu stumbled out of the house, looking like a monster due to his multiple injuries and awkward movements. Ignoring Ling Yu's questions, he grabbed his arm and pulled him inside, as if trafficking him. Inside the house, Ling Yu found it empty as well, with no one around. Entering a room, he found Zhao Wenjun lying on the bed surrounded by medical instruments, with an oxygen tube inserted, and only Su Yingku taking care of her. Ling Yu, you finally came. Please save Miss. Su Yingku saw Ling Yu as if she saw a savior. Despite the tear stains on her face, she managed to smile. Okay. Ling Yu wasted no time, and quickly moved to Zhao Wenjun's side to examine her carefully. He realized that this renowned beauty in Yanjing, the dream of countless men, was now emaciated and pale. Yet her delicate features and noble temperament still shone through, evoking even more sympathy. Ling Yu, can Miss Zhao be saved? Mo Shu pacing anxiously at the bedside. Ling Yu, on the other hand, seemed relaxed, smiling as he asked, why are you so anxious? That's not like you at all. When you were with Zhao Wujia before, you didn't care about his life or death that much. Mo Shu admitted, can it be the same? I'm a man with a fondness for women. Can you expect my feelings towards male and female masters to be the same? Ha! Ling Yu chuckled at his straightforwardness in such matters. I'll do my best to save her. Ling Yu had a clear understanding of Zhao Wenjun's situation. She was an experiment of the Sacred Fire Organization and the biological daughter of Moa Fei. Moa Fei, brainwashed by the Sacred Fire Organization, still retained a bit of humanity, always trying to find a way to cure her daughter, but had not succeeded completely even after obtaining the Heart of Yang. Now that Ling Yu had the Heart of Yang with him, as long as he could help her absorb the power of the Yang, balancing the Yin and Yang, her condition should improve. But before that, he needed to make some preparation since there were no silver needles on the scene and some special medical equipment was required. Great! I knew you could do it. You are the greatest person in the world. Mo Shu's tears turned into a smile, gripping Ling Yu's arm excitedly. All right, put on a set of your stuff. I will give Miss Zhao some preoperative treatment first, then I need time to prepare things. The earliest estimate would be tomorrow morning before Miss Zhao can be saved completely. Ling Yu was not like Marongqie. He didn't buy into the whole the greatest in the world thing. Okay, please go ahead. Give me any orders you have. Mo Shu was beyond excited. Watching him, Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh. If Zhao Wujia saw him like this, he would probably be furious. Just as Ling Yu thought about it, a stranger came in looking rather disheveled. Ling Yu didn't know him, but the man recognized Ling Yu. In the next moment, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The man hadn't even spoken a word, but feeling Ling Yu's killing intent, he didn't flee but instead smirked. Have you figured out who I am? Even if you change your appearance, even if you turn to ashes, I would still recognize you. Ling Yu stood up in anger. Hey! Don't be hasty. Please don't be hasty. Mo Shu quickly stepped between the two, facing Ling Yu. Can you give me a face? Let's settle everything after Miss Wenjun is saved, okay? Before Ling Yu could say anything, the man quipped. Mo Shu, with your face, I think I'll pass, okay? It's too ugly, and getting uglier by the minute. Hey! Do you want me to step back and let him kill you? Mo Shu turned to the man, glaring at him. If he really wants to kill me, you can't stop him. The man smiled calmly. I couldn't stop him before, and I certainly can't stop him now. Do you really think I won't kill you? Ling Yu's killing intent grew stronger. No. You won't. The man said directly. You would have before, but killing me now wouldn't benefit you in any way. Keeping me alive might still help you achieve something big. Ling Yu frowned slightly, his voice cold. I'll give you 5 more minutes of life. See if you can convince me not to kill you. Thank you. The man, still polite as ever, immediately raised 3 fingers and said, First, you are here to save Wenjun, and I am her elder brother. If you kill me in front of her, what's left of the meaning of saving her? Second, you want to assist Xipeng's ascension to power, but you need the Zhao family's help, which you won't succeed in right now. If I'm alive, maybe I can help you. As Ling Yu heard the second reason, he trembled slightly, and half of his killing intent dissipated instantly. The man's smile became more confident. Thirdly, you want to kill me, presumably to avenge King Xuan. But now that King Xuan is back alive, do we still have such a deep-rooted enmity? So if you kill me, wouldn't the disadvantages outweigh the benefits? Ling Yu's killing intent gradually faded away. This man truly lived up to his reputation as the supreme strategist. While he had found him a formidable enemy before, if they could become friends, his intelligence would surely provide immense help. Ling Yu, go save Wenjin first. As long as you can do it, you can kill me in the future whenever you want, and I'll voluntarily come to you and face my death. The man suddenly became solemn, swearing earnestly. Looking into his eyes, Ling Yu's lips curled up slightly. Just for that statement, I've decided to let you live for now. Thank you. The man thanked him again. Ling Yu wasted no more time, using the 9-yang finger technique to manipulate Zhao Wenjin's acupoints, first clearing her meridians, then trying to infuse the power of the heart of Yan into her body. After all these actions, Zhao Wenjin's eyelids trembled slightly. The next moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Wenjin, the man, quicker than Mo Shu, instantly came to Zhao Wenjin's bedside, kneeling excitedly in front of her, his demeanor humble. Big brother, Zhao Wenjin immediately shouted, his eyes filling with tears. Ling Yu will definitely save you. You have to be strong. The man tightly held Zhao Wenjin's hand, the strong emotions flowing like a river, as if they were about to overflow from his eyes. Ling Yu had never seen him with this expression before. Even though he had shown much love for Lin Qingshuan in the past, it didn't compare to the warmth emanating from him now. This was true heartfelt emotion. In this moment, he finally felt that Zhao Wuji was a living person. It seemed that his previous desire to marry Lin Qingshuan, and win the heart of the sun, was all for the sake of his own flesh and blood sister. Ling Yu, I beg you. Zhao Wenjin turned to look at Ling Yu, his eyes shimmering with a deep plea. I still want to live. There are many important things I haven't done yet. I can't accept leaving like this. Ling Yu simply nodded slightly. Rest for a while and don't waste your strength talking too much. Once I'm ready, I will perform the surgery on you. Zhao Wenjin nodded tearfully. Zhao Wuji quickly added, Wenjin, don't speak anymore. Rest well and await the surgery. You will definitely make it through. No need to rush. Zhao Wenjin nodded again. Zhao Wuji wiped away her tears. Ling Yu quickly left the room. He didn't need to leave the house. Just make a phone call to have his subordinates bring some equipment over to help. So he just went to the next room to arrange it. Since the house was spacious and deserted, with no one around, he didn't understand why Zhao Wenjin, who was close to death, didn't have any other Zhao family members nearby except the returned Zhao Wuji. Just as this thought dawned on him, he heard footsteps. Someone entered Zhao Wenjin's room. Ling Yu frowned, wondering who would disturb Zhao Wenjin's rest at a time like this. Meanwhile, in Zhao Wenjin's room, Zhao Wuji and Mo Shu were preparing to leave, leaving Su Yinghu to take care of Zhao Wenjin. Unexpectedly, they encountered someone entering the room at the door. Zhao Wuji was immediately shocked, but kept a composed facade, as the newcomer was none other than his elder brother Zhao Wushan. What's going on? Zhao Wushan appeared very nervous, questioning Mo Shu and Su Yinghu. Why wasn't anyone informed when Wenjin fell seriously ill? Why hasn't anyone brought her back home? Su Yinghu was not moved at all, feeling a wave of revulsion instead. Mo Shu didn't hold back, rebuking him directly. Zhao Wushan, that's enough, right? Why the need to put on a show in front of others? We all know each other well. Is there a need to pretend? Are you tired? What do you mean? Zhao Wushan frowned, unable to understand Mo Shu's words. Mo Shu knew this guy's character. If Zhao Wuji played the role of an emperor, this man was an emperor among emperors. The epitome of Taiwaji and dishalma. His acting wasn't just fooling others, he was deceiving himself as well, now pretending to be a caring and righteous young master. Enough. Zhao young master. Mo Shu didn't want to bother with him, but Su Yinghu finally burst out emotionally, somewhat losing control, as she exclaimed, if outsiders saw this scene, they might really be deceived by you. Do you know about Miss Wenjin's illness? Do you know she may not make it through this year? You know very well. Otherwise, why have you been taking advantage of Miss Wenjin's sickness to expand and occupy her properties under the guise of family relations? If she were to pass away like this, her hard work in creating the Qing Cheng group would all be taken over by your family through inheritance, right? Ling Yu listened attentively from outside, not expecting Zhao Wenjin's situation to be so miserable. It seemed everything Mo Shu had said earlier was true. The Zhao family was divided into different factions, and the internal struggles were more ruthless than enemies on a battlefield. Zhao Wuji had failed to seize the inheritance, faking his death and avoiding returning to Yanjing out of fear that Zhao Wuxian would take the opportunity to kill him and eliminate future troubles. It suddenly dawned on him that Zhao Wuji's behavior may have been out of necessity. If he wasn't cunning or ruthless enough, he wouldn't survive in such a prominent family, let alone protect his own sister. After hearing Su Yingqu's accusations, Zhao Wuxian still maintained a look of innocence. Yingque, how can you think this way of us? We are Wenjin's family. She can't manage her business, so we help her. Isn't that normal? If Wenjin unfortunately succumbs to her illness, we are her family. Isn't it right to inherit her business? Zhao Wuji is dead. Does that mean Wenjin's estate should go to outsiders? To you? Or to that hideous person? Seeing his demeanor, Su Yingque really wanted to slap him, but Mo Shu held her back, knowing Zhao Wuxian's personal bodyguard was ready to act if needed. Having worked for the Zhao family for many years, he knew very well what kind of family they were. Oh, this brother looks familiar. Zhao Wuxian's gaze suddenly fell on Zhao Wuji. In the minds of all Zhao family members, Zhao Wuji had died in Yuncheng by Ling Yu's hands, and Zhao Wuxian was no exception. However, upon seeing the stranger before him and recalling Ling Yu's presence, both recognized him. Of course, he's familiar. Su Yingque continued to berate uncontrollably, "You demons, crazily snatching away even your own family's properties, ignoring the lives of your loved ones. Miss Zhao has been in a coma for a long time, unable to access her funds. Her former servants have been dismissed, leaving only one male servant. How would a wealthy young master like you know him?" Ow. Yingque, calm down. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Zhao Wuxian had a bewildered expression, perfectly playing the role. Even Mo Shu began to think they might have misunderstood this young master. What's your name? Zhao Wuxian ignored Su Yingque and focused on Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji gestured silently, pretending to be unable to speak. He knew Zhao Wuxian, regardless of his voice disguise, would see through it. He's mute. Mo Shu quickly added, nowadays, only disabled mute people like us take care of a dying woman. Mute. Dying? Zhao Wuxian suddenly looked at Zhao Wuji's hands, narrowing his eyes slightly. No matter how he looked, those were hands that grew up in luxury. He already had a guess about this man's identity. To confirm, without a word, he approached Zhao Wenjin, pretending to check on her condition, subtly reaching out towards her. My dear sister, how could you die? Your brother would be so heartbroken. Zhao Wuji knew best how ruthless Zhao Wuxian was and how he always wanted to kill both him and his sister to eliminate any future troubles. So without hesitation, he threw himself forward, slapping away his hand. What are you doing? Ziba immediately stepped in, grabbing Zhao Wuji by the neck, his eyes filled with murderous intent. A dead mute, daring to be so disrespectful to our Zhao family young master, simply seeking death. Let him go. Seeing Shaba grasping Zhao Wuji's throat, Mo Shu did not hesitate and immediately threw punches towards him. Unable to endure any longer, there was no need to bear it any further. At this point, Mo Shu also had to confront these two guys. Shaba immediately threw Zhao Wuji towards Mo Shu. Mo Shu caught Zhao Wuji and before he could let go, Shaba's palm struck him. Although Mo Shu couldn't stand steadily and continued to retreat, he didn't suffer any damage. After stabilizing his stance, he grinned. We're so familiar, yet you're tickling me. You hit me so hard, it must hurt more than it does to me, right? Indeed. Shaba also chuckled. If you were at your best, I probably couldn't do anything to you. But you're lame man blind now, and I know how to deal with your tricks. Mo Shu suddenly felt uneasy. If he were alone today, he would definitely run, because he was well aware of Shaba's strength. In the past, he and the other party were in a situation where neither could do anything to each other. But now, he was indeed lame man blind, and definitely couldn't outwit the other. Hey, if I tie you up, and blind your remaining eye, I wonder how miserable you'll be. Shaba extended 2 fingers. With his slender appearance, he looked particularly sly. Get out, both of you. Get out. Su Yingque saw that things were getting out of hand, and immediately scolded them. However, Zhao Wuxian came today for 2 specific reasons. How could he leave empty-handed? First, he wanted to confirm Zhao Wenjin's death, so he could reclaim all the assets she had set aside from the Zhao family according to inheritance laws. Second, he had suspected that Zhao Wuji was not dead, so he had arranged for someone to monitor him, knowing that if his sister was on the brink of death, this guy would definitely come back to Yanjing to see his beloved sister. Yingque, I am the young master of the Zhao family. Would you dare show such disrespect to me? Zhao Wuxian suddenly put on airs. Su Yinghu couldn't bear it any longer and rushed over to fight him. Slap. Although Zhao Wuxian was not a master, dealing with a woman was easy for him, and he ruthlessly slapped Su Yinghu to the ground, blood oozing from her mouth. Damn it, I'll fight you all. Mo Shu couldn't stand watching a man hit a woman, especially when he was on good terms with. Enraged, he went to deal with Zhao Wuxian. However, Xiaobao's strength was on par with his peak, and his agility surpassed him. Using his legs to entwine Mo Shu, a scissor kick quickly tripped him to the ground. Gouged out his eye. Xiaobao ordered his other bodyguard to deal with the immobile Mo Shu. Although the bodyguard's strength was average, it was easy to handle Mo Shu who couldn't move. Zhao Wuji wanted to save Mo Shu, but was stopped by Zhao Wuxian, who coldly smirked. Don't think changing your appearance will fool me. Even if you turn to ashes, I'll recognize you. Feigning death must be exhausting, right? Let me help you. Once you actually died, you won't have to pretend anymore. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists. Even with his exceptional intelligence, he was like a scholar meeting a soldier, unable to do anything, become more disabled and uglier. Gouge! Xiaobao roared fiercely. The grudge between him and Mo Shu was not something that happened overnight. Although their strengths were similar, Mo Shu used to be favored and held a higher status, which Xiaobao resented. Now that Mo Shu had backed the wrong master, Xiaobao had to seize the opportunity to deal with him. Just as the bodyguard's finger was about to reach Mo Shu's eye, a hand firmly grasped his wrist. Ling Yu. Both Zhao Wuxian and Zhao Wuji looked at him, their expressions getting more complex. Get out! Ling Yu gave a forceful shake, tossing the bodyguard out of the open window before any glass shattered. He then turned his gaze towards Xiaobao. Startled, Xiaobao immediately released Mo Shu and jumped up. The man's aura was terrifying, his mere look causing Xiaobao to panic uncontrollably. Impressive. Zhao Wuxian, realizing the situation, clapped first and extended his hand towards Ling Yu with a smile. I am Zhao Wuxian. May I know your name? Ling Yu looked at the man in front of him. Honestly, he appeared much more honest than Zhao Wuji. Based on appearance alone, one might think he was a fool, but defeating Zhao Wuji to become a young master in the Zhao family proved he was anything but a fool. Another kind of hidden powerhouse. His appearance even gave him a bonus for playing such a character. I represent Miss Zhao. Before I change my mind, leave immediately. Ling Yu still did not respond. Not killing Zhao Wuxian was already showing mercy, and he didn't want to cause trouble that might lead to a feud with the Zhao family, affecting Zhu Peng's election campaign and disrupting the bigger picture. Otherwise, Ling Yu would never spare someone like him. Ha ha. It seems there's a misunderstanding between us. Great one. Given the chance, I will definitely clarify and introduce you to my friend. Zhao Wuxian could read Ling Yu's gaze and knew this man would never be his friend. Nonetheless, he pretended to be foolish and left with his people. After all, he had to rush to the beast hunt venue, apologizing again to Ling Yu. Zhao Wuji was well aware that his greatest enemy was Zhao Wuxian, not Ling Yu. I had no intention of saving you. Ling Yu still scorned his gratitude. Ha ha. I knew you would save me. Didn't I risk my life to help you before? Mo Shu laughed heartily as he stood up, easing the tension between Ling Yu and Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wenjun, who had been pretending to be dead the whole time, finally dared to open her eyes. She knew Zhao Wuxian's true nature. If he had discovered she was conscious, he would have likely been more ruthless. Pretending to be dead was her way of self-protection. On the other hand, Zhao Wuxian walked out of the room, got into a luxury car, and headed towards the Beast Hunt Club. Located in the outskirts of Yanjing City, the club, resembling a castle, had a vast forest behind it where various real birds of prey and rare beasts resided, providing thrills for the wealthy hunters. And it was a members-only club, with membership prices rumored to be astronomical, enough to establish a company in Yanjing. Before Zhao Wuji's death, Zhao Wuxian had always been unable to become one of the four young masters of the capital city. Even though he was now the young master of the Zhao family, the outside world thought Zhao Wuji was dead, and his ascension to the title of one of the four young masters remained at the bottom of the list. Many believed he wasn't worthy of the title, only joining in for the sake of numbers, because on the surface, he was a rich playboy. As for how much he had actually achieved behind the scenes, no one knew. For example, today, he had two tasks: to confirm Zhao Wenjun's death, and then go to the hunting ground to hunt Zia Zhu. Zhao Wuxian didn't expect that when he arrived at the entrance of the Beast Club, he would be stopped by a familiar luxury car. The car window rolled down, revealing a captivating and charming face. Less than 2 months until the Lunar New Year. In the afternoon outside the Yanjing city, there were large snowflakes drifting down like goose feathers. However, the beauty in the luxury car had skin even whiter than the snow outside the car window. Her oval-shaped face appeared especially aloof, complemented by her icy eyes, evoking the phrase snow beauty. Because her skin was too pale and her features too perfect, she seemed more like an AI-generated perfect woman rather than a real person. "Darling." Xiao Wuxian was slightly stunned, then immediately walked over with a silly smile. Anyone witnessing this scene would think it was a story of a lickspittle and a goddess. Moronqi's expression was very cold, even colder than the outside Huainan snow. As she stared at the man, Nan said, "I heard you reserved 3 tickets for this hunting trip. Who are you preparing to come with?" After glancing around and confirming the surroundings, Xiao Wuxian lowered his voice and said, "Darling, you mustn't jump to conclusions. I have a family mission." "What mission? Do you need to come here for hunting?" Morong Xieqi also lowered her voice, but her gaze was clearly skeptical. "It's related to your Morong family," Xiao Wuxian teased. Morong Xieqi immediately asked, "Don't think I don't know. You're here to flirt, and it's related to my Morong family, right?" In the upper-class circles of Yanjing, almost everyone knew that the young master of the Zhao family was a henpecked husband, where his wife controlled everything. In the eyes of outsiders, one was a talentless fool, while the other was a stunning beauty, making their marriage the most mismatched. Nevertheless, Moronqi ended up marrying Xiao Wuxian, and their union was decided even before Xiao Wuxian became the young master of the Zhao family. In other words, Moronqi may have already seen through the fact that it would be Xiao Wuxian, and not the highly esteemed Xiao Wuji, who would ultimately become the young master of the Zhao family. Ha ha. No. Darling, you have to believe me. You're the only one in my heart. Xiao Wuxian chuckled before whispering in her ear, "My dad wants me to retrieve the dragon-slaying scripture, and Shiasno can help us." "What? The dragon-slaying scripture?" Moronqi was indeed shocked, her beautiful eyes narrowing. As a member of the Morong family, she had been trained in martial arts since childhood and was well aware of the importance of the dragon-slaying scripture in the martial world, as well as its significance to the Morong family. However, this scripture had disappeared 30 years ago, so why would it suddenly appear in Yanjing? Furthermore, she knew more insider information than others, information that even Xiao Wuxian himself was unaware of, known only to the Morong family. This included the possibility that the dragon-slaying scripture that disappeared 30 years ago might be a fake, and the real scripture had long gone missing. Of course, she couldn't be certain if this information was true or false, but the fact remained that the dragon-slaying scripture had been in the possession of the Morong family for years and none of its members could master it. Her grandfather, once known as the strongest at his time, could only master 80% of it before succumbing to madness and losing his mind. This indicated that the appearance of the dragon-slaying scripture was certainly the result of someone's conspiracy. "Yes, I heard that the scripture was brought by a woman named Ling Ruoxu. She is related to Shiasno, and as long as we control Shiasno, she can help us locate Ling Ruoxu and even bring back the dragon-slaying scripture." Xiao Wuxian spoke with a strategic posture. "I see. Then go." Moronqi was very generous, knowing she didn't truly love this man. What feelings could there be in a political marriage? It was just a matter of each party benefiting from the arrangement. "Darling, there is one more seat reserved for you," Xiao Wuxian added. "I knew you'd come, and I need your cooperation to play a part in this act." Moronqi stared coldly at him. Xiao Wuxian smirked, calculating everything but appearing completely careless. "I like your cunning ways. All right, I know how to play along," Moronqi said coldly as she got out of the car. The couple walked side by side, showing no signs of intimacy. Without knowing them, one might never guess they were a married couple. They would likely think Xiao Wuxian was a well-dressed bodyguard or assistant. At that moment, Shiasno arrived outside the building. She got out of the car, telling herself that she had come to fulfill the appointment with South Palace Marshal, and she mustn't pay any attention to that scoundrel Xiao Wuxian when she sees him. However, as she approached the entrance, she was stopped by the guards. Before she could speak, Xiao Wuxian walked out and instructed the guards of the beast hunting ground. "She was invited by me. Let her in." "Yes." "Young Master Zhao." The guard complied and let Shiasno in. Seeing him approach, Shiasno sneered, thinking he was being self-centered. "Do you really think you're a heartthrob? I didn't come here because of you." "Oh, I know. Xiao Wuxian didn't ask her why she had come but said directly, I know you're angry right now, and I know I hurt you deeply by rejecting you again, making you feel upset. But I do have my reasons. Please forgive me. Enough, Xiao Wuxian. Xia Snow coldly interrupted. I was invited here by South's palace marshal. Not for you. Xiao Wuxian was somewhat surprised, shaking his head before saying, Snow, are you trying to get back at me like this? I'm sorry, I hurt you deeply, which is why you would willingly degrade yourself to be a plaything for that libertine. Shut up. Xia Snow couldn't take it anymore and was about to slap him, but before her palm could reach Xiao Wuxian's face, Moronki grabbed her wrist. Xia Snow glanced at her, shocked to find that this woman was stronger than her, truly worthy of being a member of the Moron family. You. A woman like you, trying to hit my husband. What a joke. Morong Xiechi slapped Xia Snow on the face. The sound of the slap attracted many onlookers, who began to whisper and point at the trio. What's happening? Who did Miss Morong hit? It must be a nobody. Probably here to chase after young Master Zhao. Serves her right. Yeah. Didn't she see who she was competing with for a man, putting herself on a pedestal? Hot. Miss Morong hitting her is an honor for her, right? Upon hearing these comments, Xia Snow's face burned with embarrassment, but even more than her face, it was her burning heart and trampled soul that hurt the most. She had long let go of Xiao Wuxian, never harboring any intentions towards him. She was the victim in this situation. Why were these people attacking her without knowing the full story? Go. You have no right to stay here. Morong Xiechi pushed Xia Snow away and entered the building coldly. Zuer. I'm sorry. Zhao Wuxian apologized to Xia Zhu once again, appearing as if he was reluctantly confessing his love to his true love with his wife behind him. Xia Zhu only felt humiliated and did not have any emotional feelings. She was unwilling to barge in, confront Morong Xiechi, but was stopped by the gatekeeper. Just as she was feeling helpless, a slightly lazy voice came from behind her. What are you guys doing? Why are you blocking my friend? Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper immediately stood respectfully and tremblingly exclaimed, Master Nangong. It is important to note that, although Nangong's martial arts skills are mediocre, he is the only heir of the Nangong family and his status is not below Zhao Wuxian's. More importantly, the common people respect money first, and Nangong was famous nationwide for being a big spender. Everyone wants to please him for a small fee, so wherever he goes, the guards will naturally show him utmost respect. We didn't know she was your friend. I'm sorry. Please come in. The gatekeeper quickly stepped aside, bowed, and thought to himself, who is this woman? Unable to get Zhao Daxiao's attention, she turned to seek refuge in Master Nangong, hoping to gain power for revenge. Miss Xia. Let's go inside. Nangong was said, then noticed a handprint on Xia Zhu's face and immediately asked, Hey, what's going on? Did I miss an exciting plot twist? Xia Zhu gritted her teeth and ignored him, walking directly into the building, still thinking about finding Morong Xiechi for revenge. With her personality, she doesn't care about the woman's identity. If she wants to fight, she will oblige. Unfortunately, upon entering, she did not find the couple. Would you two like to participate in tonight's intense and thrilling life and death hunting? A supervisor dressed in formal attire with a bow tie approached them, respectfully asking, Life and death hunting. Xia Zhu was slightly surprised. She hadn't been here in years and had never heard of such an event before. Nangong was also curious and immediately ordered, Quick, tell us the rules. Yes. Young Master Nangong. The supervisor nodded and explained, Tonight happens to be our chicken feast event, where we have released many snow wolves and a giant terrestrial carnivore weighing 600 kilograms in the snowfield hunting ground for players to hunt. What? Xia Zhu shivered instinctively upon hearing this, and due to her profession, she immediately exclaimed, You're insane. What you are doing is illegal. Nangong found this amusing. In the world of the wealthy, many games do not adhere to the laws. If spoken about, it would surely shock many poor people and make them feel that the world is unfair. The supervisor chuckled. Miss, please rest assured, everything that happens in our menagerie club is kept confidential, and the hunting ground blocks all external signals, allowing only internal communications. Therefore, there is no need to worry about leaks. No one will come after you for shooting any animals inside. Xia Zhu was even more upset. Is this about leaking information or not? What you are doing is very unethical. Before she could finish her sentence, Nangongwu covered her mouth. The supervisor also chuckled, considering her a naive countrywoman. Will you play? If you don't play, you lose. When you see me in the future, call me master. And when you see my master, call me Master Grandpa, Nangongwu said directly. Ziazu pushed him away, looking extremely indignant. First of all, it was absolutely unacceptable for her to call Lingyu Master Grandpa. He had taught her martial arts. Calling him master was already too much. Secondly, she was a woman who sought revenge immediately. If she doesn't play, she won't be able to go into the hunting ground and seek revenge on that woman with Moran Xiechi. Humph, I'll play. But I will never do anything illegal, Ziazu said passionately. All right, let's go. After Nangongwu finished speaking, he had his assistant handle the paperwork, while he and Ziazu entered the venue. They followed the two staff members into a dedicated preparation room, where they were equipped with gear and rations. Ziazu had played before, but only hunted sheep, rabbits, wild pigs, and the like. Playing on such a large scale today was a first for her. The staff had prepared 2 days' worth of rations for them, indicating that this was a large-scale hunting event. Miss Zia, this is a chicken feast event, where the ultimate winner is the one who hunts the giant meat-eating king. Nangongwu added, whoever eats the chicken wins, otherwise, points will be awarded based on the prey hunted. The winner will be the master, and the loser will be the apprentice. How about it? Bring it on. I fear no one. Ziazu was fiercely competitive and thought it wouldn't be too bad to be Nangongwu's master. By then, she would be on equal footing with Nangongwu and Lingyu. Soon, the two entered the real hunting ground. In the outskirts of Yanjing tonight, the cold wind howled, and the frost was biting. Though both were martial artists and dressed warmly, the harsh weather conditions were still a bit challenging to endure. Seems like wealthy people are not lacking in madmen, spending money to suffer this. Ziazu pushed forward against the wind and snow with one hand, grumbling. Ha ha. Wealthy people also like to test their willpower. Consider this a way to improve your cultivation. Nangongwu said confidently, Miss Zia, if you encounter any difficulties and need my help, just call out, and I will surely come to your aid with gentlemanly grace. Humph. Get lost. Ziazu retorted, weak chicken young master. Don't quit halfway through the storm, otherwise winning would be meaningless. All right, goodbye. Although Nangongwu and Ziazu entered the venue together, they were not teammates, but opponents. According to the statistics just now, a total of 28 participants were taking part in tonight's hunting event. Although the number of people was small, there was no doubt that they were all young gentlemen and wealthy sons of the upper class in Yanjing. Winning the first place would greatly enhance their reputation. Ziazu's thoughts were different from Nangongwu's. Winning the competition was one thing, but she was determined to find Zhao Wuxian and Moran Xiechi to seek revenge. However, the hunting ground was very large. Coupled with the harsh weather conditions, it was very difficult to find people and animals in there. As she wandered about, the wind and snow grew stronger. And despite Ziazu's background as a former police officer and her good physical condition and survival experience in the wilderness, she still lost her way for a moment. In starving and freezing conditions, she decided to find a place to take shelter from the wind and snow, replenish some energy, and reconsider her plan. Unexpectedly, she randomly found a cave, and before she could even sit down, she heard a conversation between a man and a woman from the other side of the cave. It turned out that the cave was a true cave, with another couple at the other end who seemed to be arguing. Moran Xiechi, you shouldn't have hit Zur just now. It was right for her to hit me because back then, I owed her. I wronged her, but you hitting her was completely unjustified. Shut up. Zhao Wuxian, have you grown bold? How dare you talk to me like that? Upon hearing this conversation, Ziazu trembled slightly. She didn't expect to find this couple so easily. Moran Xiechi, you always suppress and bully me, and I can tolerate it. But Zur is the woman I have always loved the most. I cannot bear to see you treat her like this. Zhao Wuxian exploded in anger, roaring at his wife in the icy mountain cave. Hey! Now you dare to speak to me like this. Moran Xiechi sneered coldly. Zhao Wuxian, don't forget who assisted you in becoming the young master of the Zhao family. Without the support of the Moran family back then, could you have defeated Zhao Wuji and inherited the Zhao family? Zhao Wuxian sighed heavily, sneakily glancing behind him. Moran Che's cultivation was higher than theirs, so he was well aware that Ziazu had arrived in the cave. Zhao Wuxian, I warn you to behave. If I find out you are rekindling things with that woman, I will not spare you, Murong Xieqi coldly warned. However, Zhao Wuxian, who was not as submissive to her as usual, retorted in excitement, in my heart, there is only Zur, not you, you old hag. Even if Zur still loves me, I would charge into the depths of hell or the fiery mountains without hesitation. Hearing this, Zhu was stunned. Zhao Wuxian, that bastard, still had the nerve to say such things. Initially, she almost lost her life helping him steal a document from the Holy Fire Organization. After he got the document, he immediately broke up with her and married Murong Xieqi. Now he claims his heart only belongs to her. Zhu refused to believe him. Moreover, the man she currently liked was not this smooth talker. Zhao Wuxian, you go to hell. Enraged, Murong Xieqi slapped Zhao Wuxian to the ground. Then with a cold snort, he left in a huff. Zhu was also startled. The sound of that slap seemed to reverberate through the entire cave. In her shock, she momentarily forgot her purpose for being there. When she recovered her senses, Murong Xieqi had already left. Zhao Wuxian lay on the ground weeping, his cries growing louder, tears streaming down his face. Zur, if I were given another chance by the heavens, I would hold you tightly, love you well, and never let go for the rest of my life. Why do people only learn to cherish after losing something? Zur, where are you? I miss you. Zhao Wuxian was immersed in his emotional display. Zhu's heartstrings were tugged at. She knew Zhao Wuxian and his wife had not noticed her presence and could not have predicted she would be there. Could it be true that this man really liked her? Zhu clenched her fists lightly, biting her lips softly, then walked over. Hey, which coward is crying here? Scared and backing out of the game, Zhu pretended nonchalance as she called out. Zhao Wuxian immediately stopped weeping, composed himself, and stood up. Seeing it was Zhu, he was utterly surprised, momentarily stunned. Hey, Zhao Wuxian, it's you. Zhu played along, pretending not to know him. Zur, how is it you? How did you get in? Zhao Wuxian was excited and surprised, walking up to her with an expression of disbelief. Zhu was now sure that he had no idea as she overheard their conversation. Did this man truly not know she could enter? Cut it out, thinking highly of yourselves as the power couple in Yanjing. I have plenty of impressive male friends. Zhu acted arrogantly. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wuxian's demeanor changed, and he laughed. Zur, seeing you doing well now, I can rest assured. I'll take my leave then. Hiding any signs of still liking the woman, he attempted to leave the cave alone but slipped and fell unexpectedly. Useless fool. Zhu sneered coldly, unmoved, even though she heard Zhao Wuxian's genuine heartfelt words earlier. Some feelings, once past, are over. There's no point in regretting afterwards. Love, like a person, has a life. If love dies, just like a person, it can't be revived. Zhao Wuxian sighed and quietly got up. At that moment, the light from the cave entrance suddenly disappeared, and two dark shadows loomed in. Zhu, slightly shocked, looked up and saw two adult snow wolves standing at the cave mouth, eyes fixed on them. More wolves approached from behind. One wolf lowered its head, sniffing the scent of blood emanating from Zhao Wuxian. It's wolves. Zur, run. Zhao Wuxian shouted at Zhu, disregarding his own safety. The wolves lunged at them. Unhesitatingly, Zhao Wuxian stood up, arms wide open, shielding Zhu from the wolves. With a dismal cry from Zhao Wuxian, the scent of blood flooded Zhu's senses. You fool. Zhu scolded, but swiftly drew her hunting gun and fired several shots at the wolves. One wolf fell, prompting the rest to flee immediately. Hey, are you okay? Zhu kicked the wolf that had bitten Zhao Wuxian away and helped him up, asking anxiously. Regardless, this man had risked his life to protect her in a moment of danger. If not for his shield, she might not have been able to shoot as smoothly. I am fine. As long as you're okay, Zur. Zhao Wuxian flashed a bright smile. You fool. Zhu scolded. Do you forget I'm a police officer? Your actions just now hindered my ability to shoot. Zhao Wuxian laughed. I'm sorry. I just wanted to protect you, even if it meant overestimating my capabilities. Hearing his words, seeing his smile, and noticing his bleeding wound, Zhu felt a warmth in her heart, almost bringing tears to her eyes. Zur, why are you silent? Are you hurt? Zhao Wuxian, disregarding his own injury, was more concerned about Zhu. Do you think I'm a weakling like you? I'm fine. Let me bandage you up, Zhu said, taking bandages and first aid supplies from her backpack. Real hunting is dangerous, but the organizers had prepared this for all participants. I don't understand. How can a weakling like you dare to participate in such a dangerous game? Aren't you afraid of death, spending all the money before your time? Zhu, while bandaging him, scorned. Zhao Wuxian, however, smiled brightly, because this place holds our memories. Every time I come here, I am reminded of the happy times we spent together. A tear finally escaped Zhu's eyes. Back when she was not even 20. Like many girls, she had experienced her fair share of bad men. At the time, she had been drawn to Zhao Wuxian's sweet words and the different romantic surprises he created daily. She thought a man like him was mature, understood a woman's mind, and being with him was always joyful. She never thought she would intersect with Zhao Wuxian again in this lifetime, nor did she want to meddle in his family affairs. But to her surprise, this man had kept her in his heart all along and had always been infatuated with her. Zhu supported the injured Zhao Wuxian while dragging the dead Snowwolf and arrived at a registration point in the hunting ground. This was a safe house provided for players to rest and also served as the game scoreboard. Zhao Wuxian, you're already injured like this. Just quit the game once we reach the safe house, Zhu coldly said to Zhao Wuxian before entering the building. However, Zhao Wuxian, with his experience and insight, couldn't help but notice the change in attitude from this woman. Though still using cold words, it was different from before. Zhu, I will not quit. This is a rare chance for us to relive the past. Even if I died, I want to die here. Zhao Wuxian's words made Zhu suddenly lose all her strength. However, a rebellious voice suddenly came from beside them. Miss Zia, what's going on? Did your merciful side spring forth and save this scumbag? Zhu turned to look and found it was Nan Gongwu. Nan Gongwu was accompanied by two women. Initially slightly shaken, Zhu immediately retorted upon seeing the charming Nan Gongwu, who in this world can outdo you, Nan Gong's eldest son, to come to the hunting ground and still find women to keep you company. Impressive. Ha ha. In terms of charm, I admit few in the country can surpass me. But regarding being a scumbag, Zhao's son is slightly better than me. I bow to him. Nan Gongwu didn't mind being called a scumbag and accepted it with ease. He truly was a scumbag. He couldn't even remember how many girlfriends he had had. Zhu sneered at his response, thinking that even though Zhao Wuxian had wronged her, compared to Nan Gongwu, she suddenly didn't find Zhao Wuxian as despicable. Zhao Wuxian just smiled disdainfully, not bothering to argue with Nan Gong's eldest son. This was his way of showing maturity compared to Nan Gongwu. Young Master Nan Gong, who is this lady? One of the women beside Nan Gongwu immediately sneered at Zhu with hostility. She was the daughter of the Yanjing Yin family, a high-class woman dreaming of marrying into the Nan Gong family. Spotting an opportunity at the hunting ground, she naturally clung to Nan Gongwu. As for the other woman, she was her close friend, also a socialite from Beijing. Both were discussing finding a place in the icy wilderness for Nan Gong's eldest son to enjoy double the pleasure. She is a woman from the Zia family in southern continent. I am planning to take her as my disciple. Nan Gongwu introduced, proud as can be. Miss Zia, I have hunted down more game this year than you. If you're too busy bickering at the hunting ground, you'll lose to me and have to count as my disciple. Zhu scoffed. Isn't it too early to declare a winner? We'll see who wins. Seeing the two arguing, Zhao Wuxian felt uneasy. Would Nan Gong's eldest son possibly have his eyes set on Zhu? Unaware of the relationship between Nan Gongwu and Lingyu, he wondered if Nan Gong's eldest son was also scheming to use Zhu to steal the dragon-slaying scripture. Regardless, if Nan Gong's threat to his plans, he would have to resort to ruthless and covert methods to eliminate him. Haha. I'll leave now. You can continue flirting with this scumbag. Nan Gongwu laughed unabashedly, casting a glance at Zhao Wuxian before departing. As one of the Yanjing for nobles, the two knew each other quite well. Nan Gongwu had seen plenty of Zhao Wuxian's annex before. Both looked down on each other. Zhao Wuxian felt Nan Gongwu lacked sophistication and only relied on his family background to be recognized among the Yanjing for nobles. Nan Gongwu, on the other hand, viewed Zhao Wuxian as a sly person, presenting one face in public and another behind closed doors. He despised such men. Of course, Nan Gong's eldest son wasn't being saintly. Having already warned Zhu, if she was still naive enough to be deceived by him, he could do nothing about it. After Zia Zhu completed the registration, she was about to leave the safe house to continue hunting. Zhu, I'll help you. Zhao Wuxian, still bandaged up, insisted on joining her. You're injured like this. Why follow along? Zia Zhu asked anxiously. As Zhao Wuxian expected, although Zia Zhu spoke coldly, it was just her nature. Yet, her eyes showed concern for Zhao Wuxian. Zhu, I said from this moment onwards, I don't want to be separated from you anymore. Zhao Wuxian suddenly held Zia Zhu's hand tightly. Zia Zhu struggled for a moment before letting it be. Let's go. Let's hunt down the boss together, win the game, and make everyone envy and praise us as the heroic couple of the snowy plains. Zhao Wuxian said with a grin. Us. What about your wife? Zia Zhu remained clear-headed and coldly asked. I will divorce her and marry you. Zhao Wuxian vowed earnestly. I have always liked you. My marriage to her was purely a political alliance. I want to be true to my feelings now and not be a puppet to the family anymore. Zia Zhu was once again moved and sighed. She had admired several men, but only truly loved two. Since Ling Yu's heart was with Qin Mingyu, she no longer entertained thoughts of him. With Zhao Wuxian now opening up to her, her mind started to race. By the way, this ring is called the Snowflake, bringing good luck to the wearer. Tonight, amidst the falling snow, I want to give it to my beloved, Zia Zhu. Zhao Wuxian suddenly took out a diamond ring from his backpack. Like a blooming snowflake, no woman could resist Zhao's sweet words, especially with such a dazzling ring. Zia Zhu obediently let him place it on her middle finger. After everything was done, Zhao Wuxian smiled proudly, holding Zia Zhu's hand and continuing deeper into the snowy mountains. After they left, Moran Xie emerged from hiding, his eyes colder than the snow. Non-Gong's eldest son. Let's have some fun. What's the point of hunting? Isn't your favorite pastime hunting the hearts of beautiful women? On the other side, Miss Yin and her friend were also teasing Non-Gongwu, hoping to capture his heart. Non-Gongwu suddenly pushed the two women aside, laughing heartily. Women, I've hunted too many already. Once they strip down, they're all the same, aren't they? I've lost interest in simple beauty hunting. I want something more thrilling now. Otherwise, all my cultivation would be for naught, right? The two women were dumbfounded. Regardless, Non-Gongwu didn't care about them, laughing as he headed towards the deep snowy mountains. In the past 6 months, he had given up his habit of flirting around and focused on training diligently. He wanted to be a hero like his master, not someone who spent his days playing around with women. That was a young man's folly. And now that he was grown, it was time to show a little maturity. He had come to participate in the hunting game, not to flirt with women. He wanted to win, announced that he, Non-Gong's eldest son, was now turning over a new leaf, relying on his strength instead of throwing money around to win women's favor. Dang, dang. In the hunting ground at night, it was still bustling with activity, with occasional gunshots breaking the silence of the night. Zhuer, you're amazing. Another snowwolf. Zhao Wuxian continued to encourage Zia Zhu. Your performance tonight will definitely shock all the players. In the future, the upper class in Nanjing will definitely know of the existence of this female hero. He understood Zia Zhu very well, knowing that she was a bit proud and had a sense of heroism, enjoying hearing such words. Zia Zhu was indeed pleased, experiencing happiness that she had not felt in a long time. It was only recently that she discovered her cold personality had led to few friends around her, especially lacking close female friends, missing out on the happiness of ordinary people. Unable to pursue love and feeling a bit depressed, Zhao Wuxian re-entering her life immediately stirred her emotions. Your marksmanship is also very accurate, but the prey you've killed can't be counted as mine. I want to defeat Non-Gongwu in a fair duel, Zia Zhu proudly stated. Ha ha, Zhuer, your straightforward personality is still very likable, honest and upright. Very good. Although Zhao Wuxian praised Zia Zhu with his words, deep down he looked down on this kind of naive woman, essentially calling her simple-minded. A woman like her could only rely on her martial prowess to advance in the police force, but she lacked the ability to lead a team. In fact, one of the reasons Zia Zhu resigned was due to her career reaching a bottleneck at the police station, unable to progress further. Not wanting to be underappreciated, she decisively left. All right, find a place to rest for a while. The terrain ahead looks very dangerous. At this moment, Zia Zhu once again tried to distance herself from Zhao Wuxian. She was just momentarily moved and wanted to relive the happiness of the past, but she still did not want any connection with this man in her heart. Although she was quick to get excited, she would soon cool down, especially on a night with such heavy snow. She refused to believe that Zhao Wuxian would really divorce Mu Rongqi, and did not want to be labeled as a homewrecker. Leaving the hunting ground, she still needed to set clear boundaries with Zhao Wuxian. Zuer, I've said it, I just want to be with you. Zhao Wuxian suddenly tightly held Ziyazu's hand. He needed to win over Ziyazu's heart tonight, or else he wouldn't consider his mission successful. He thought Ziyazu was already moved by him, and with a bit more effort, he could achieve his goal. However, Ziyazu mercilessly pulled her hand away and said, "Your state will only slow down my shooting speed. Tonight, I must defeat Nongongwu." With that, she walked into the darkness alone. Zhao Wuxian was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting this change in Ziyazu. "Zhao Wuxian, in trouble, aren't you?" At this moment, Mu Rongqi, who had been following the two, suddenly appeared. With her exceptional skills from the Mu Rong family, Ziyazu did not sense her presence at all. Seeing his wife's cold gaze, Zhao Wuxian laughed. "Darling, this is all part of the big plan, right? After obtaining the dragon scripture, I'll surely show my gratitude to you." Mu Rongqi coldly snorted, though she always held Zhao Wuxian in high regard. After being pampered by a legitimate husband for so long, there was still a hint of affection present. "Zhao Wuxian, you think you're really trying to seduce that woman into bed? How could that be?" Zhao Wuxian immediately denied. "Do you think I am like Nongongwu, a womanizer? I truly am, only after the dragon scripture. Don't be jealous, my dear." "Who's jealous?" Mu Rongqi's beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with a murderous intent. "I'm here to tell you that tonight, take advantage and eliminate Nongongwu." Before finishing her sentence, she gestured as if slicing her neck. Zhao Wuxian was shocked, looking around quickly, realizing they were alone before he pulled his wife aside. "Darling, are you out of your mind? Killing Nongongwu will lead to a war. While the Zhao family is a political powerhouse, the wealthy Nongong family could stir up endless conflict. Who wins in such a scenario? I have no clue." Zhao Wuxian, confused and emotional, expressed. Mu Rongqi disdainfully glared at him. "You lack ambition. Is overthrowing Zhao Wuxian and becoming the Zhao family young patriarch your life goal?" Zhao Wuxian trembled slightly, quickly asking, "Darling, are you killing Nongongwu because you want to?" Zhao Wuxian was no slouch. His apparent dullness was deliberate. From childhood, his father taught him that true great individuals are shrewd but appear foolish, as those who openly display their strengths will eventually face downfall. He always lived by that principle. He had used his dullness to win Mu Rongqi over, then to sway his father and the Zhao family elders to secure his position as the young patriarch. Now he instantly grasped Mu Rongqi's intentions, a chilling and ambitious desire. Indeed, Mu Rongqi's beautiful eyes exuded a faint glint of ambition and a cold smile, saying, "Do you know why I married you? Because you are the heir of a political family, a man who has a good chance of becoming the leader of the country." Even though Zhao Wuxian had already guessed it, hearing Mu Rongqi say it aloud caused his jaw to drop, taking in the icy wind and snow. The leader of the country? What an unreachable position. "Stop pretending. I know you've thought about it." Mu Rongqi saw through him with a single glance. Zhao Wuxian admitted, "Yes, I have thought about it, but I never thought it could be possible. Killing Nongongwu opens up an opportunity." Mu Rongqi's eyes were colder than ice as she spoke. "Otherwise, you think I came tonight to see you and that woman being affectionate? I still don't understand." Zhao Wuxian shook his head, confused. "By killing Nongongwu, why do I have a chance to become the leader of the country? You are calmer than Zhao Wuxian in temperament, but in terms of intellect, you are nowhere near him." Mu Rongqi scorned him and then elaborated. "Zhao Nianchu is from the Zhao family, your aunt, and she was supported to her current position step by step by the Zhao family, not Tang Ning. Therefore, her allegiance is undoubtedly toward the Zhao family." Zhao Wuxian nodded in agreement. In reality, most women from external marriages are loyal to their natal families, regardless of their official positions. If she becomes the leader of the country, who do you think she will groom as her successor? Mu Rongqi's words struck a chord, and Zhao Wuxian suddenly realized, except for Tang Yun from the Tang family, everyone else was incompetent. Even if Tang Ning wanted to nurture a successor within the Tang family, there was no suitable candidate. Nongongwu is the disciple of the War Wolf King. The War Wolf King is most likely Ling Yu, who currently protects Xipan. Thus, Ling Yu will surely use Nongongwu to gain the support of the Nongong family. But with Nongongwu dead, that connection will be severed. Do you understand? I understand. I understand. my dear. I get it. Chao Wuxian suddenly became extremely excited. Without the support of the four major families, will Xi Peng had any chance of becoming the leader? From the start, I've had a dislike for that brat Non Gongwu. For the sake of our future plans, tonight, I must eliminate him. Seeing the murderous intent in his eyes, Mu Ranqi didn't need to say more, only asking, do you have a way to get rid of him? We can't let anyone know it's us. Isn't this something we excel at? Chao Wuxian replied coldly, even though it's a bit troublesome. With such a huge benefit at stake, we can take the risk again. Xia Zhu had no idea about what was happening behind her as she ventured into the snowy forest alone. The hunting ground did not have streetlights installed here, making the surroundings pitch black. Xia Zhu had no choice but to turn on her flashlight, tightly grip her gun in one hand, and remain completely alert. If it were any other woman, even if she had a strong interest, entering such a place might have made her give up. After all, not everyone can play games with their lives. But Xia Zhu's personality was just like that. The more challenging the task, the more excited she became. She had a feeling that the ultimate boss for tonight would definitely be in this place. She wondered what the so-called 600-kilogram gigantic creature was. Bang! Just as she was exploring further in, she suddenly heard a gunshot, with the bullet landing about 10 meters away from her. Xia Zhu suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. With the lighting being so insufficient, if multiple players gathered here, it was easy to make mistakes or even cause accidental killings. Moreover, there probably weren't any cameras in this kind of place. But without any grudges or conflicts, would anyone take the risk of killing someone in this place? After all, players had to register, and it would be difficult to clear suspicion after committing a murder. Hey, Miss Xia. The next moment, Non Gongwu walked out from the darkness, shining his flashlight on Xia Zhu. What are you doing? Xia Zhu instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes and asked loudly. Non Gongwu smoothly approached her and laughed loudly, saying, hunting. Just saw a small wolf cub passing by, but unfortunately, my skills are still lacking a bit. Ha ha. Xia Zhu gave him a cold glare and called him a weak chicken for his shooting skills. Non Gongwu didn't seem to care, saying, if this gun doesn't hit a vital spot, it's hard to kill with one shot, right? Besides, tonight's theme is life and death hunting. Anyone who dares to enter is mentally prepared, right? Ha ha. Despite Non Gong's wealth, as long as the victim was not him, everything was fine for him. You rich young masters from the capital are not normal. Xia Zhu hurled at him, ready to leave the area. Suddenly, a sound of wailing came from ahead, as if evil spirits were calling. What? What's going on? Xia Zhu felt a huge commotion ahead and was a bit bewildered. Ha ha, the big boss must have appeared. Non Gongwu immediately guessed what had happened. That the earlier gunshot had likely agitated the nearby big boss, making it feel threatened and wanting to attack humans actively. Just as he raised his gun, ready to shoot, a green glow suddenly appeared above the dark bushes. Damn, what is that? Willow, the wisp. Non Gongwu was startled. Despite his martial arts skills, he was still easily scared. Seeing this sudden scene made his scalp tingle. No, that's not fire. It's eyes. Xia Zhu was also shocked. How could there be such huge pupils? Roar. Suddenly, a roar sounded like a hurricane, almost blowing the two of them away. A bear. This is a fully grown polar bear. Xia Zhu finally realized what the 600-kilogram colossal creature was, a giant all-white bear. Oh my god, wasn't the manager of the beast hunting ground crazy? Killing such animals in Longguo was a serious crime. Hey, perfect timing. Non Gongwu didn't care about the legality and prepared to shoot directly. He had set his mind on this bear tonight. No. Xia Zhu suddenly opened her arms in front of his gun. Startled, Non Gongwu quickly exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Are you suicidal?" Despite his disbelief, he finally followed her humane request. However, even without them attacking, the polar bear still behaved aggressively, suddenly rushing towards them. Be careful. Xia Zhu, with her back facing the bear, couldn't see, and Non Gongwu shouted, instinctively throwing himself in front of her to shield her. Xia Zhu narrowly escaped, startled by the event. As they rolled in the snow, they realized that the polar bear was acting strangely, still rampaging and attacking. It seemed that someone had tampered with it. Fortunately, both of them were martial artists, although at the entry level, they were much more agile than ordinary people, avoiding the bear's attacks as they fought rolling. How long do you plan to keep hugging me? Zia Zhu urgently asked. Hey, you think I want to hug you, this tombo? I'm just protecting you, aren't I? I've saved your life. I could have let you be hit by the bear halfway. Wouldn't that be a waste of my effort? Nan Gongwu teased, flaunting his mouth. Get out of my way. Zia Zhu pushed him away during a gap, unknowingly edging Nan Gongwu closer to death's door. Dang. At night, someone suddenly fired a shot. Oh. Nan Gongwu screamed in pain, seemingly hit. Nan Gongwu. Zia Zhu was shocked and quickly shouted at the direction of the shooting, demanding, Who's hiding there and shooting secretly? Her greedy actions had turned into reality. With Nan Gongwu's identity there and his reputation for taking many men's sweethearts before, it was normal for someone to want him dead. However, no one responded in the darkness. Luckily, the polar bear ran away again upon hearing the gunshot, sensing danger. Nan Gongwu. Hey. Are you alright? Zia Zhu hurriedly ran to his side. As darkness fell, Murong Xiechi was still secretly aiming with his gun, but Zia Zhu happened to crouch in front of Nan Gongwu, making it hard for her to hit him. Slapping her hand gently, Zhao Wushan whispered in her ear, Zia Zhu still has usefulness. It doesn't benefit us to kill her by mistake. Murong Xiechi hesitated. Following Zia Zhu's loud cries for help, the hunting grounds staff and players quickly rushed over. Seeing the situation was turning ugly, Murong Xiechi and Zhao Wushan had no choice but to retreat. Being discovered could easily trigger a war between the Zhao and Nongong families. What happened? What's going on? Several hunting ground managers quickly arrived at the scene with torches. Someone shot and hit Nan Gongwu. Quickly! Help him! Zia Zhu panicked. Hearing that Nan Gongwu had been shot, the people at the hunting ground also began sweating profusely. If this young Nan Gong perished in their hunting ground, the consequences would be unbearable for them. Quick! Stop Nan Gong from bleeding. Get the emergency vehicle in here quickly. A manager shouted. The other players around, witnessing the scene, were also on edge. The Nangong family really lives up to being the wealthiest family in the country. Their financial power is terrifyingly impressive. Upon hearing that the heir of the Nangong family was shot at the beast hunt ground, a helicopter arrived at the scene within 20 minutes. Hey! Nangongwu, wake up. If you die like this, it means I've won. Until the ambulance took Nangongwu to the helicopter, Zia Zhu stayed by his side, shouting loudly. However, she was eventually stopped by people from the Nangong family and helplessly watched as Nangongwu was taken away for treatment with his fate uncertain. Zia Zhu couldn't explain why, but she felt heavy-hearted, as if her heart was filled with endless ice and snow. She had a lot on her mind tonight, and Zhao Wushan suddenly confessed his love to her, even putting a diamond ring on her finger, which made her heart go back to the past, wanting to be in his embrace many times. But in the end, her reason restrained her. She had a sense of morality and didn't want to interfere in other people's families. She never got involved with Lingyu and Qin Mingyu before, and now she didn't want to interfere with Zhao Wushan and Murong Xiechi. However, if Zhao Wushan continued to pursue her like this, she would eventually succumb, even thinking that if he divorced Murong Xiechi, she would abandon everything and run into his arms to enjoy her own love. But Nangongwu had just saved her and said something that inexplicably defeated Zhao Wushan's sweet words. Nangongwu might be a scumbag, but his gaze was so sincere and his words weren't artificial. In comparison, Zia Zhu found Zhao Wushan's words greasy and unbelievable, like beautiful bubbles that could burst at any moment. With this in mind, she took off the snowflake diamond ring in her hand, her eyes becoming determined. Nangong Wacko, I will definitely find out the real culprit and make sure they are punished. Holding on to this thought, she walked back. At that moment, in a secluded grove in the hunting ground, everyone was drawn to where Nangongwu was shot, and no one paid attention to this location. After Murong Xiechi fired the shot and hastily left with Zhao Wushan, not being as skilled a martial artist as Murong Xiechi, was panting and couldn't run anymore. So useless. Murong Xiechi also had to stop and said nonchalantly. With others, they might have at least gotten angry, and some impulsive, unpolished cuties might want to slap her to death. But Zhao Wushan not only wasn't angry, he even apologized to his wife. Darling, I've held you back. If I had martial arts skills, the two of us could have killed Nangongwu by surprise. Now who knows if he's alive or dead? Murong Xiechi coldly smiled, Whether he lives or dies doesn't matter. No one knows we were the ones who did it. Now all we have to do is make sure he doesn't wake up before the national selection." Zhao Wuxian was momentarily stunned, but after understanding, he gave his wife a thumbs up. "Darling, you're so smart. Our goal was just to cut off the bridge between Lingyu and the Nangong family. Whether Nangong will lives or dies doesn't really matter." Morong Xiechi agreed too. But just as he was about to speak, Morong Xiechi silenced her. With her martial arts skills, she heard footsteps approaching. And martial artist's eyesight was sharper than regular people's, and soon she recognized Xia Zhu. "Your sweetheart is here. Since you want to use her to get the reverse dragon scripture, I won't stop you." Morong Xiechi said softly, then voluntarily left. Zhao Wuxian also understood and hurriedly ran in the direction Xia Zhu was coming from. "Who?" Xia Zhu heard footsteps and quickly called out warily, "Zhuer, is that you? Great, I finally found you. Are you okay?" Zhao Wuxian ran over in a nervous state, looking Xia Zhu up and down, worriedly saying, "I saw what looked like a helicopter coming to rescue someone. I was really worried something had happened to you." "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Xia Zhu's expression was noticeably less cold, slightly frowning as she asked, "I told you not to wander off. Why did you come here?" Zhao Wuxian immediately said, "I heard someone was shot. I was worried about you." "Who got shot? What happened?" Xia Zhu had some suspicions that Zhao Wuxian might have feelings for her and killed Nangong Wu out of jealousy. But seeing his genuine expression now, she felt it couldn't be him. At least there was no evidence, so she couldn't suspect him out of thin air. "Nangong Wu was shot," Xia Zhu answered. While assessing his reaction, Zhao Wuxian's face suddenly paled, looking extremely horrified. "What? Who would do such a bold thing? Was it a mistake? This is a huge deal now. Nangong Wu is the sole heir of the Nangong family. If anything happens to him, the Nangong family will probably go crazy, and the whole Yanjing and Long Kingdom will have a major earthquake." Xia Zhu just smiled faintly and didn't continue the topic. She slowly took out the diamond ring from her pocket and handed it to him. "Zhuer, what does this mean? Don't you like this ring? I'll buy you a better one." Zhao Wuxian immediately said, "No. I like the ring. It's just that you're not the right person to give it to me." Xia Zhu firmly said, "Why? Is it because I'm still married? I said I can divorce for you," Zhao Wuxian said nervously. But Xia Zhu laughed. "Zhao Wuxian, seeing you so nervous now, the pent-up frustration I've held inside for years has disappeared. I have no lingering feelings for you now, so let's not have any further contact from now on." With that, she walked away briskly. Zhao Wuxian, who a moment ago was scoffed at by Morong Xiechi as if nothing had happened, now had a dark, scary expression on his face. He could tell that this woman's eyes are different from just a moment ago. He was also well aware that when a woman's eyes suddenly change, it means her heart has changed. It seemed that this woman had developed feelings for Nangong Wu, which was why she suddenly lost any feelings for him. Damn it! Only after Xia Zhu left the scene did Zhao Wuxian regretfully stamp his feet. Tonight, his efforts were all in vain. Heh, embarrassing, isn't it? Feeling humiliated, Morong Xiechi walked out from the corner again, mocking Zhao Wuxian mercilessly. Although Zhao Wuxian was very angry, he still forced a smile to his wife. "Darling, rest assured, it was just a temporary failure. I will change my strategy and definitely use that woman to get the reverse dragon scripture. You better succeed, or I won't tolerate trash." Morong Xiechi said coldly, then left directly. Zhao Wuxian's smile gradually faded, revealing a terrifyingly ruthless gaze. "One day, I will make all of you proud, arrogant, self-righteous women become nothing more than dogs." A major incident occurred at the beast hunting grounds, and the hunting ground was about to close for business. The boss was well aware of the power of the Nangong family, anxious and uneasy about the situation. If the Nangong family were to hold them accountable, he would be done for. Just as everyone was about to leave the beast hunting grounds, a young man with an ordinary appearance walked in. "Boss Wen." "Hello." The young man went directly to the boss, adjusted his glasses, and greeted with a smile. "Who are you? I don't have time to deal with you right now." The boss tried to push the young man away. However, the young man grabbed his arm and whispered a few things that had happened before into his ear. The boss suddenly looked shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. You are." The young man covered his mouth and smiled, saying, "Now, can you give me 10 minutes to talk?" The boss quickly nodded because he knew exactly who this person was. He was a super VIP customer of their beast hunting grounds in the past. Click. Boss Wen and the young man returned to the office and quickly locked the door. Boss Wen asked, "Young Master Wuji, how are you still alive? Wasn't it rumored that you died in Cloud City?" The young man pushed his glasses and smiled. "If the King of Hell won't take me, I'll come back." Boss Wen mournfully asked, "You came back, but why find me? I haven't harmed you." The young man smiled and said, "We are friends. I came back to help you." "Help me?" The boss instantly went from crying to smiling. With Zizun Wuji helping him, any problem could be easily solved. "Yes. Hand over all your surveillance footage to me. I'll help you find the culprit," the young man confidently said. "Once we find the culprit and provide an explanation to the Nangon family, they won't blame you anymore." Okay. Boss Wen quickly nodded, full of trust in the person before him. The young man reminded him, "Quickly, or the culprit might tamper with your data and leave no evidence." Understood. Boss Wen was sweating profusely as he quickly handed the surveillance data to the young man. As expected by the young man, when the police arrived, their database was invaded by a mysterious person, and some crucial video surveillance was lost. Early the next morning, Ling Yu tried to contact Nangon Wu but couldn't reach him. Upon checking the news, he found out that Nangon Wu had been shot the previous night and was now lying in a coma at the Nangon family's private hospital. How could this happen? Ling Yu quickly contacted Xia Zhu because he knew they were both at the beast hunting grounds the previous night. Xia Zhu told Ling Yu about what happened last night and anxiously pleaded, "Ling Yu, please find a way to save Nangon Wu. I don't want him to die." Hearing Xia Zhu suddenly showing so much concern for his disciple, Ling Yu also felt surprised, but he didn't have time to gossip about their relationship. "You don't need to ask me. I will do everything I can to save him. He's my disciple." After making the promise to Xia Zhu, Ling Yu hung up and hurried to the Nangon family's private hospital. To his surprise, when he arrived at the hospital entrance, he found Xia Zhu already waiting there. The environment of the private hospital was excellent, with a strong security presence around. The financial power of the Nangon family was on another level compared to ordinary wealthy families. In Yanjing, where every inch of land was valuable, it was rare to see such a large private hospital, something that even other wealthy families couldn't achieve. "Ling Yu, you came just in time. They won't let me in," Xia Zhu quickly said as she approached him. Ling Yu walked over, but unsurprisingly, he was also stopped. "Wait a moment, I will inform the Nangon family members inside about your identity." Ling Yu had no choice but to reveal his identity. This was a big deal since anyone working for the Nangon family would know who Nangon Wu's master was. However, the security guards couldn't make the decision and could only politely say to Ling Yu, "Please wait, sir. I will send someone inside to inform the Nangon family members." Although Ling Yu was anxious to see Nangon Wu, he respected the rule set by the other party. Unexpectedly, after a while, even Xia Zhu was getting impatient. People from the Nangon family finally came out and said, "We're sorry. The misses of the Nangon family don't believe you are the master of Master Nangon and can't let you in." The misses, none of them believe. Ling Yu was astonished. Xia Zhu urged, "Let them come out and verify or let us in to confirm if he's Master Nangon's master." The guards shook their heads, saying, "Sorry, the misses have unanimously decided not to let you in." Ling Yu was not Xia Zhu. He gave face to the Nangon family, but if they didn't reciprocate, he had no choice but to barge in. Several guards tried to stop him, but Ling Yu simply bellowed, "Get out of my way." With his imposing presence, he made the guards stumble and fall to the ground in a panic, without needing to lift a finger. Ling Yu walked in, as the life and death of his disciple were at stake, and he had no time to waste with the women of the Nangon family. "Hey, do you believe now?" Xia Zhu even taunted a few guards before following Ling Yu inside. Surprisingly, the hospital was lavish, even more beautiful than public hospitals, with higher-end facilities. Additionally, the Nangon family's security detail was substantial, and as they barged in, they were instantly surrounded by dozens of people. "I just want to understand Nangon Wu's condition and don't want to harm the Nangon family. Please don't force me." Ling Yu continued with a stance of courtesy followed by force. While the Nangon family's security team weren't top-notch experts, Ling Yu's gaze and aura made them shudder in fear, and they dared not lay a hand on him. At that moment, several pleasing voices suddenly sounded. Hey, quite the presence. Seems like you're not a fraud after all. Decent looking too. It's a feast for the eyes. He. It's a pity little Wu is unconscious. Who can verify your identity? And what are you here for? Looking in the direction of the voices, Ling Yu saw four extraordinarily beautiful women full of elegance and luxury, not comparable to ordinary beauties. Xia Zhu, too, was amazed when she saw these women, all adorned in luxury items worth millions, radiating beauty from head to toe. Truly, each of them was as beautiful as a flower, like they had stepped out of a fairy tale. Ling Yu had never met them, but Nangongwu had mentioned he had 7 sisters. The history of the Nangong family was such that there were no internal struggles competing for inheritance rights among the 4 major families, nor were there fraternal conflicts. Each generation of the Nangong family could only have one male successor, eliminating disputes over inheritance. Nangongwu's father was said to be even more prominent than Nangongwu, with hundreds of wives domestically and internationally, but, after having a son, none of them were allowed to bear children again. Nangongwu had mentioned having 7 sisters before his birth. Due to excellent genetics, these sisters were all exceptionally beautiful, especially his second sister, Nangongzhu, one of the 4 beauties of Yanjing, almost an all-around legendary woman. Ling Yu scanned the 4 beautiful women before him, unsure which one was his second sister, as all of them were equally stunning. Answer that young lady's question. Ling Yu suddenly pointed at one of the sisters among the Nangong siblings and calmly said, I came to visit Nangongwu to check on his injuries. If needed, I can also help save him. Judging by the behavior and expressions of the sisters, Ling Yu deduced that Nangongwu was probably not dead yet, otherwise they shouldn't be acting this way. Of course, Ling Yu was not aware of the relationship between Nangongwu and the sisters. If their relationship was bad, then their behavior might indicate that Nangongwu was already dead. Hehe. May I know your name, handsome gentleman? The sister who previously mentioned Ling Yu being her type suddenly blushed and asked. Ling Yu. Ling Yu didn't hide it, now that he had regained control of the werewolf troop and his strength had almost reached its peak, he wasn't too afraid of exposing his identity. And for the sake of saving Nangongwu, even if he had to expose himself, there was no other choice. Oh, it's you. I've heard about you. Although the sisters usually didn't pay much attention to Nangongwu's affairs, upon hearing his name, the 6th sister immediately said, I heard that you saved General Lin Qingshuan before. Back then General Lin couldn't find a solution even with the help of famous doctors in Nanzhou. That's correct. Ling Yu openly admitted, then added, of course, I hope that the situation with Nangongwu won't render your family's renowned doctors helpless. He didn't want to go to the extent of proving his identity through medical skills and showing up those who doubted him. After all, it was more important that Nangongwu was well. Hehe. We don't need you to save him. Our Nangong family has many top experts, both in quantity and quality. That would surely impress you. The 6th sister continued, but since our parents are not here, to ensure our brother's safety, we sisters cannot allow random people to approach him. Hearing this, Xia Zhu's heart was inexplicably relieved. It seemed that Nangongwu wasn't dead. In the past, Ling Yu would have excused himself directly, but now he said, I made an appointment with Nangongwu to meet today. I have something important to discuss with him, and I must see him today. Hehe. If we don't allow you to see him, do you intend to force your way in? The 6th sister laughed again. Unless you can prove that you are indeed his only master. The most cliché drama was about to unfold. Ling Yu could only ask, Sisters, how do you want me to prove that? Our Nangong family has many grandmasters. I'm sure you've heard of the 8 grandmasters of Yanjing, right? The 6th sister proudly asked. Money can make the devil push the millstone. Even the top figures who are revered in the martial arts world have to work for the Nangong family. Who wouldn't be proud of that? Ling Yu nodded, showing respect. The 8 super grandmasters represent the pinnacle of the Long Kingdom's martial arts world. I have indeed heard of them. That's good. The 6th sister clapped her hands, and a master landed in front of Ling Yu in midair, light as a swallow, leaving no trace in the snow. Such amazing lightness skill. Ling Yu admired and saluted. Might you be Grandmother Liang Qingsu of the Snowgate? The master was an elderly expert, his demeanor not prideful, but not very talkative either, simply greeting Ling Yu to confirm his identity. Mr. Ling, Master Liang, is one of the most loyal friends of our Nangong family and one of our family's guardians. If you can defeat him, We will no longer doubt your identity. How about that? The sixth sister seemed more cheerful and skilled at handling things compared to the other sisters, and she was the one doing most of the talking. The Nangong family's servants, bodyguards, and attendants around them all looked eager and expectant. An exciting show was about to begin. Would this young man dare to accept the challenge? After all, almost everyone knew that martial arts prowess comes with years of cultivation, and he was much younger than Master Leon, so his skill must be inferior, right? All right. Ling Yu directly agreed. Everyone stepped back. Be careful not to get injured by Master Leon, the sixth sister commanded, and the people around them quickly moved away, creating a space for the two to duel. Xia Zhu also stepped back, feeling somewhat relieved but still a bit worried, and couldn't help but remind Ling Yu, be careful. The 8 super grandmasters of Yanjing are famous nationwide for their skills. It's not just talk. I heard that Gu Wamao once fought against Lian Qingsu and couldn't even touch her collar. Ling Yu nodded without a word. Come on, young man. Master Leon beckoned Ling Yu with his finger, not deliberately arrogant, but still a bit provoking in his gaze. Nangong's youngest didn't seek him as a master, but chose Ling Yu. Doesn't that prove his skill is inferior to Ling Yu's? He just couldn't believe that this young man in his 30s could surpass him, after he had cultivated for 50 years. Let's begin. Ling Yu had no choice but to make a move. Moreover, since he and the Nangong family were not enemies, but in a friendly relationship, and even looking to collaborate, he couldn't let things turn sour. He initially used the long fist technique. HMPH. Such outdated moves. Master Leon disdained such techniques and leapt away to avoid them directly. However, Ling Yu seized his opportunity and grabbed his ankle. Master Leon was shocked. How could this young man keep up with his movements? Thankfully, he managed to jump back and land smoothly, even able to counterattack directly. Oh, truly deserving of the title of a grandmother, so light-footed, just like a snowflake. Ha. The young man is like a cork on the water, completely helpless. The people around them praised Master Leon. It wasn't intentional, but based on their observation of the first two moves, they felt that Ling Yu's and Master Leon's skills were quite mismatched, akin to a beginner challenging a grandmother. However, in the next moment, they fell silent. Although Master Leon's moves were masterful, he couldn't land a single blow on Ling Yu for 3 consecutive moves. Xia Zhu, who was initially extremely worried, relaxed as she could see that Ling Yu was still in control, and he probably wouldn't lose. As the two reached the 8th move, Ling Yu suddenly unleashed another long fist technique, overwhelming Master Leon and forcing him to retreat. Feeling a blow to his pride, Master Leon couldn't allow himself to be beaten by such basic moves that he relied on for honor in likeness techniques. To make matters worse, Ling Yu followed up with a military body charge fist, directly attacking his face. HMPH. Child's play. Master Leon attempted to counter, but Ling Yu's punch came with such force and momentum that it felt like being struck by a truck. If not for his agile body movement, he would have suffered broken hands. Just as he was about to retaliate, he found Ling Yu had grabbed both his wrists. Ling Yu then executed a modern free combat technique, tossing Master Leon over his shoulder like a sandbag. In a regular situation, Master Leon could have gracefully landed and regained his stance after such a throw without injury. However, Ling Yu had caught him off guard, completely locking his body movement, and combined with Ling Yu's overwhelming strength, the impact was terrifying. With such a powerful throw, Master Leon knelt on both knees, feeling numbness, unable to stand up, looking extremely embarrassed. Master Leon, please go ahead. Ling Yu gestured respectfully, but everyone still didn't realize for a while. After a while, the people on the scene gasped in shock, looking at each other in disbelief. Only 10 moves. Ling Yu defeated one of the top 8 super masters of Yanjing with just 10 moves, a strength that could be considered extremely terrifying. You have to know that a super master is already the top title in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. What level of person can defeat a super master in just 10 moves? Unimaginable. Not bad. I admit you're a big shot, but whether we can let you see Shao, we actually can't make that decision. Sister 6 finally spoke. Ling Yu was a bit unhappy, frowning and saying, Miss 6, aren't you being unclear and inconsistent? Xia Zhu was even more excited, saying, Ling Yu, don't worry about them, let's force our way in. She was straightforward and determined, insisting on seeing Nangongwu today, or she wouldn't leave. Heh, I advise you not to. Sister 6 said again, no matter how good your martial arts skills are, forcing your way into the Nangon family's property will have serious consequences. As soon as she finished speaking, armed personnel at the scene pulled out their guns and aimed at the two, and it looked like there were many more security checkpoints inside the hospital building. Even without that, Ling Yu had no intention of confronting the Nangon family, especially when the opponents were Nangongwu's several beautiful sisters. Let's go back and ask second sister if we can see Xiao. Her word is final. Sister 6 waved her hand and left the scene with the other sisters. Zia Zhu, seeing that Ling Yu had no intention of forcing his way in, could only stay with him and wait in place. Fortunately, not long after, someone from the Nangon family came to deliver a message. Mr. Ling, second miss wants to see you. Please come with me. Ling Yu nodded. Zia Zhu also wanted to follow, but was stopped. Sorry. Second miss said, she only wants to see Mr. Ling. Other miscellaneous people are not allowed in. Miscellaneous people. Zia Zhu heard this and immediately blushed. She, a miss from the Zia family, was considered miscellaneous people. Ling Yu turned back to her and said, Zia Zhu, just be patient and wait. Nangongwu's situation is probably not optimistic right now, let's not rush it. Zia Zhu could only huff in frustration, wondering why she was so eager to see Nangongwu. Soon, Ling Yu followed the Nangon family's servant into a room. Inside the room, there were only 6 beautiful women and a guard, Master Liang. This time, Ling Yu finally met one of the 4 great beauties, Nangongzu. Her temperament was different from Zhao Wenjin and Tang Yan, exuding elegance and dignity. Her beauty was like a lotus flower on clear water, with a gentle and dignified face, a scholarly air between her brows, bright and radiant eyes, like the clear and sparkling waves in a bright lake, captivating. Even though she wasn't sitting in the middle position, surrounded by Nangongwu's beautiful sisters, her beauty and demeanor were distinctive at a glance. You are the king of the North Volf, Ling Yu. Seeing Ling Yu, Nangongzu showed no haughtiness, but was rather straightforward, standing up and asking, Yes, you are Nangongwu's second sister? Nangongzu, right? That little guy often mentions you in front of me. Ling Yu also smiled and said, That's right, that's me. Nangongzu smiled slightly, her beauty carrying a distant aura, just like the classic saying, so beautiful as the white lotus flower, only to be admired from afar and not profaned. Second miss, I wonder how Nangongwu is doing now. I want to see him. If necessary, I can help save him. Ling Yu reiterated his purpose for this visit. Thank you, Mr. Ling, for caring about my foolish younger brother, but it's really not necessary. Nangongzu's words were polite, but distant. My Nangon family also has capable doctors, although Xiao is seriously injured and still unconscious. His life is not in danger. Ling Yu nodded, his eyes still showing a hint of urgency. Nangongwu was still unconscious, and he didn't know where to start to convince the Nangon family to support Xi Peng. So, Mr. Ling came to save Xiao with another motive. Nangongzu was indeed a talented woman, seeing through Ling Yu at a glance. That's right. Ling Yu didn't hide it. He stated his true purpose. I have mentioned to Nangongwu before that I hope the Nangon family can support Xi Peng and help him become the national leader. Oh, it's such a big deal. Mr. Ling, you truly have the country in mind at all times. Nangongzu praised in a calm manner. Second miss, you flatter me. The rise and fall of the country are the responsibility of every man. I, like many people in the Dragon Kingdom, just hope to see a virtuous and talented person in the position of the national leader. Ling Yu shrugged. He could already tell that Nangongzu was not easy to persuade, despite her beauty and polite speech. Indeed, Nangongzu immediately turned and smiled. Mr. Ling, are you familiar with and understand the 3 candidates? Do you know whose interests Xi Peng represents? Ling Yu was slightly surprised but answered honestly. To be honest, I am not familiar with Xiaoni Anchu and Mo Tiu, but I went to the western regions with Xi Peng and saw that he is someone who cares for the people and works hard for the country. Can you be sure that he is only acting to become the national leader? Nangongzu continued to question. Ling Yu said firmly, even if it's an act, as long as he keeps doing good for the people, I will support him. It's that simple. Nangongzu turned around, looking at him with a smile that was not quite a smile. Mr. Ling's words make sense. From the perspective of ordinary people, supporting Xi Peng is also justified. But unfortunately, we are not ordinary people in the Nangon family. and we have no reason to support him. Why? Ling Yu curiously asked. Nangongzu said frankly, as you can see, our Nangong family is already incredibly rich, and we have been merchants for generations. Our only standard for doing things is profit. Ling Yu nodded in understanding. Nangongzu continued, whether Shi Pen is really for the country and the people or not, him becoming the national leader doesn't benefit our Nangong family in any way. But at least Zhao Nianchu and Mo Tiu have offered us chips. If they are elected, they can bring us actual benefits. Ling Yu frowned slightly. So, who does the Nangong family choose to support? Certainly not Shi Pen, unless Mr. Ling can come up with enough chips to convince us. Nangongzu made her stance clear. Does second Mrs. Opinion represent the Nangong family? Ling Yu also asked with a furrowed brow. This time, before Nangongzu could answer him, the sisters next to her immediately giggled and said, Heh, second sister can definitely represent the Nangong family. Even Xiao obeys second sister's every command. Dad hardly ever asks about Nangong family matters. It's always second sister who manages everything. How else did she earn the title of one of the four great beauties? Ling Yu believed this to be true. Seeing Nangongzu's attitude and stance differing from his, he had to rack his brains to find a way to change her stance. Miss do you have feelings for Nangongwu? After a while, Ling Yu took the initiative to ask, the Nangong family has always been single-handedly passed down through generations, and the relationship between the older sister and the younger brother is very good. What is the purpose of Mr. Ling's question? Nangongzu is quick-witted and has many similarities with Qin Mingyu. Ling Yu also knows that there is no need to beat around the bush when speaking with such a person. He directly said, Nangongwu has always wanted to learn martial arts from me and inherit my skills. As long as the Nangong family supports Shi Pen's ascent to the throne, I will agree to pass on my martial arts to him. Since he wanted to open negotiations, this was the first thing that came to Ling Yu's mind. The sisters were whispering to each other, acknowledging Ling Yu's formidable martial skills. They also knew that their younger brother had always been fond of martial arts, just to impress another of the four beauties. If he could inherit Ling Yu's martial arts, he would surely be delighted. However, Nangongzu sneered, Mr. Ling, forgive me for being straightforward. Your martial arts, although formidable, may be overrated. Ling Yu furrowed his brow slightly. Why do you say so, Miss He had never paid much attention to rumors in the martial arts world, but today, he needed to use this as leverage and engage in a debate. Nangongzu said calmly, everyone says that the peak of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world is Nangmoran, the Northern Wolf King. I used to admire you, just like Little Wu does, but today, I am quite disappointed in your performance. Oh. Why is that? Ling Yu asked curiously. Nangongzu walked over to Master Liang and explained in detail. Nowadays, the entire Dragon Kingdom martial arts world knows that the martial god from Dao Prefecture, Mo Yin, has come to the Dragon Kingdom to challenge and has already swept through most of the Dragon Kingdom's martial artists with unbeatable strength. Master Liang wanted to prove the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom, and a few days ago, he fought with Mo Yin in the east. He was defeated in just 3 moves, showing a significant gap in strength. If the opponent hadn't held back, he would have been either dead or wounded. Ling Yu was slightly startled by this information and couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, Nangongzu continued, even the Supreme Master from Yanjing couldn't withstand a single blow. We can only rely on the 2 who are still above the reputation of the 8 great super teachers. However, Mr. Ling, today it took you 10 moves to defeat Master Liang. It seems unlikely that you can be a match for Mo Yin. Even if Little Wu inherits your martial arts, won't that be of little use? Ling Yu fell silent. Although he believed martial arts should not be compared in such a straightforward manner, he had indeed not felt confident about defeating Mo Yin when they had encountered each other. After all, he was classified as a wholly ranked individual and a formidable opponent even for a seasoned practitioner like Ling Yu. As the conversation continued in that direction, the other sisters joined in the discussion. Yes, if that's the case, the martial sage from Dao Prefecture might really sweep through the entire martial arts world of our Dragon Kingdom. I wonder if Nangmoran, who is on par with Ling Yu, will perform better than Ling Yu. If the whole country is trampled under the feet of Dao Prefecture, our Dragon Kingdom will truly lose face in the future. Nangongzu let them debate, clearly hinting for Ling Yu to step forward and represent the Dragon Kingdom in defeating Mo Yin. Seeing Ling Yu's non-committal stance, she directly proposed, "Since this is a condition set by Mr. Ling, let's make a deal. If Mr. Ling defeats Mo Yin to bring glory to the Dragon Kingdom, I will accept your condition. How about it?" "I can accept," Ling Yu replied honestly. "When the time comes, if I need to fight, I will definitely step up." "Wow, that's going to be exciting." The sisters clapped excitedly. Nang Gongzhu also smiled slightly. "In that case, I can introduce you to little Wu now." "Huh." Ling Yu was slightly taken aback, suddenly feeling tricked. The fur beauties, it seemed, were not to be underestimated. Indeed, Nang Gongzhu personally brought Ling Yu to a luxurious war, where Nang Gongwu was lying. Although his upper body was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, he was very alert. Seeing Erji bring Ling Yu in, Nang Gongwu, who originally seemed lackluster, suddenly lit up as if rejuvenated. "Erji, did you succeed?" Nang Gongwu asked directly, without pretense. Nang Gongzhu nodded and gently reprimanded, "You, with little ability, but always dreaming of reaching the peak of martial arts. No wonder Tang Yun despises you." Nang Gongwu grinned. "Erji, you have probably never read Battle Through the Heavens. The most classic line in that book is, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Am I not still young? Sooner or later, I will defeat Marang Chia and become the best in the world, making Tang Yun look up to me." Ling Yu was speechless. Firstly, Nang Gongwu mentioned and the goddess he could never win over was indeed Tang Yun. Secondly, these two siblings united to deceive him into accepting their terms by pretending for a moment. It seemed they wanted him to agree to a martial arts competition against Mo Yin. Seeing Ling Yu's expression, Nang Gongwu knew he had figured it out, so he boldly said, "Master, I knew you would come to see me, so I let Erji accompany me in this act. I've told you before, the Nangong family is a business family, valuing fair trade, and is never dishonest. Since you have agreed, the next steps should be like this. You defeat Mo Yin, elevate the martial prestige of our Dragon Kingdom, and then the Nangong family will support Shi Peng's ascent to the throne. You will then pass on all your martial arts skills to me." Ling Yu was somewhat speechless after hearing this, feeling a mix of anger and amusement as he said half-jokingly, "If even the master is calculating, why didn't that shot kill you? Damn it, talking about that shot makes me angry. It hurts so much." Nang Gongwu's excitement caused his bandages to ooze blood, indicating the severity of his injuries. Nang Gongzhu rushed to his side, frowning as she cautioned, "Little Wu, why are you getting worked up? 2 of your rib bones are shattered. You may not be able to get out of bed for at least 6 months." Ling Yu also hurried over, disregarding Nang Gongzhu next to him, and proceeded to inspect Nang Gongwu's injuries. The medical staff nearby were startled and tried to stop him, but before they could speak, Nang Gongzhu waved for them to calm down. The previous acts of inconvenience toward Ling Yu were all part of a play to make him agree to the conditions, but in truth, Nang Gongzhu had known about Ling Yu's capabilities from the start. Ling Yu did not disappoint her, inspecting Nang Gongwu's injuries and immediately stating, "The person who shot you used a specially made armor-piercing bullet, clearly intent on piercing through your body with a fatal shot. This is a military-grade model, not something that can be readily obtained for hunting purposes. Given the nature of your body, how did you survive? Truly worthy of being the Wolf King of War, being able to deduce everything from a wound, very professional." Nang Gongzhu praised with a slight smile, then continued, "Little Wu is the sole heir of my Nangong family. He has been protected by professional bodyguards since he was young and always wears the best bulletproof vest to prevent assassinations." "I see." Ling Yu had already deduced this, but he was surprised at the effectiveness of the Nangong family's bulletproof vest. It was remarkable that such armor-piercing bullets could penetrate materials like metal, but were unable to pierce Nangong Wu's body, although they had shattered his sternum. "Who the hell wanted to kill me?" Nang Gongwu suddenly gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "I will find out, and repay them 100 times. Upon hearing that Nang Gongwu wanted to investigate, Ling Yu suddenly remembered Ziazu was still outside the building. He hurriedly said, "Ziwu, if you're going to investigate the murderer, perhaps Ziazu can help. She used to be a criminal police officer. Is she here?" Nang Gongwu was also excited, but the excitement made his wounds ache, so he had to lower his voice. "I was just thinking I wanted to see her too. We haven't settled our score yet. Ziwu, I need to remind you." Nangongzu was a clever woman and could read her brother's expression. She immediately said, "Father has designated you to marry a woman from the Tang family, and the date of the marriage is approaching. Stop entangling yourself with other women. Break up with all your girlfriends." Ha ha. Second sister. Don't worry. I know my boundaries. Nangongwu indeed liked beautiful women and juggled between them, but he was quite fond of his fiancée Tang Zuoxuan, so he didn't reject the marriage arrangement. Ling Yu, however, felt uneasy upon hearing this. Dakin country why, he knew that Nangongwu's fiancée was actually Tang Zuoxuan, and while he found it absurd at the time, he hadn't realized the deeper implications. Now, he understood that the Tang family had long been planning this marriage to gain the support of the Nangong family and help Zhao Nianchu become the leader of the country. This was truly a political marriage in the truest sense, and one had to admire the scheme of these political players, meticulously planning each step in advance and always hitting the right mark. With the Tang family already in partnership with the Morong family, and Zhao Nianchu being from the Zhao family, Tang Ning's wife, if Nangongwu married Tang Zuoxuan, Zhao Nianchu would likely gain the support of the four major families. By then, Xi Peng and Mo Tiu would have no chance to compete for the top position with her. TSK, such calculated schemes. Thinking about this, Ling Yu felt the urge to disrupt this marriage. He took the initiative and said, "Ziwu, since you have something to talk about with Ziazu, I'll go bring her in." Master, is it necessary? I can ask the servant," Nangongwu wanted to advise. After all, Ling Yu was his only master. With a high status, why would he need to greet a common woman like Ziazu? But Ling Yu had already left. Ling Yu, how was it? Did they let you see Nangongwu? When Ziazu saw Ling Yu outside, she immediately asked nervously. Ling Yu was no longer the naive youngster he once was, but a man who had experienced various emotions. Seeing Ziazu's expression, he could somewhat guess what was going on. So he asked directly, "Ziazu, I have a question for you. I hope you can answer me honestly." "What question?" Ziazu was slightly surprised, sensing that this was not an ordinary question given Ling Yu's serious tone. "Do you like Nangongwu?" This. Despite mentally preparing herself, Ziazu couldn't help but blush. Once, her ideal partner in her heart was Ling Yu. She never imagined that Ling Yu would ask her this directly. I don't know." Ziazu evaded the answer. But from Ziazu's slightly flustered manner, Ling Yu already had an answer. He said directly, "If you like Nangongwu, maybe I can help you, but whether it works out or not, it depends on both of your feelings." "What? This?" Ziazu was momentarily speechless. Even if she had 10 heads, she wouldn't have expected such a scene. In her heart, Nangongwu was the worst scum in the world. Yet now, she hesitated to immediately refuse. "You don't have to answer me hastily. Let me take you to see him first." Ling Yu brought Ziazu to Nangongwu's hospital room. "Hey, you're not dead. Last night, I saw you shot and spitting blood. Thought you wouldn't make it. Didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. You're quite tough," Ziazu said coldly, but then changed her tone. "It seems you're not weak after all. Ha, I am the heir of the war god. How could I easily die? This little injury is nothing to a future war god." Nangongwu boasted. Even the pain seemed to lessen. "Last night I scored quite a bit higher than you, right? You lost and have to acknowledge me as your master. Ready to accept the bet." TSK. Dreaming. Ziazu immediately regretted. The match isn't over. Why should I admit defeat? Oh, you're being wishy-washy now. Truly fickle. Just like a woman and a scoundrel. Nangongwu got excited, finding her reaction both funny and interesting. "If the match isn't over, it's a draw. I won't count you quitting early. Once you've recovered, let's have a rematch." Ziazu initiated a challenge. Good. Who's afraid of who? Nangongwu readily accepted. Watching these two, Ling Yu and Nangongzu couldn't help but feel that there might be some romantic feelings between them. At this moment, someone came to inform Nangongzu outside the room. "Second miss, people from the Tang family have come to visit the young master, and the future madam has also arrived. Should we let them in?" Nangongzu was about to speak when Ling Yu quickly stopped her. "Second miss, I have something to discuss with you." Nangongzu was a clever woman and immediately guessed the situation, instructing the servant, "Have the Tang family people wait for a while. I will personally receive them later." "Yes." "Second miss." The servant left. Nangongzu then walked with Ling Yu to another room. Ling Yu immediately spoke. Second miss, forgive me for being straightforward, but I don't want Ziwu to marry the daughter of the Tang family, and the woman Ziwu likes may not be the daughter of the Tang family. Nangang smiled. Although you are Ziwu's master, shouldn't the marriage matters of Ziwu be decided by the Nangang family? Exactly, Ling Yu agreed. The marriage affairs of the Nangang family should be decided by the Nangang family, and Ziwu's marriage should be decided by himself. After a brief thought, Nangang agreed. I understand. I'll help you this once, thank you. But this isn't just helping me, it's also helping your Nangang family. This is a very important matter that could affect the Nangang family and even the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Nangang smiled slightly. It seems that Mr. Ling always has the country's best interests at heart. Ling Yu didn't know if this was a compliment or a criticism, but he just smiled helplessly. I want to live a carefree life with my wife and son, but duty calls, and the fire still burns within me. I just want to do something concrete for the Dragon Kingdom. I hope your actions are for the better. After a slight smile, Nangang left the room directly to receive the Tang family members. Ling Yu quietly followed, as this matter was of great importance, and he was the one who had rescued Tang Xuexuan from country. Why? He couldn't just stand by and watch. As Nangang reached the room where Ling Yu had met the few sisters, she saw the secretary and Tang Xuexuan sitting there, having tea and waiting. Frankly speaking, Nangang quite liked the beautiful and obedient appearance of Tang Xuexuan. This woman was definitely more suitable to be the daughter-in-law of the Nangang family and Tang Yan. When the secretary saw Nangang, he immediately put down the teacup, stood up excitedly, and flattered. Ha ha, meeting the most outstanding woman among the four beauties of Yanjing. It's truly an honor. Second Miss Nangang. Hello. Li's advice is weighty. I wonder why you have come. Facing a high-ranking official at the national level, Nangang's attitude was neither humble nor overbearing, graceful and composed. She was a very capable social player. Miss Tang from the Tang family heard that Nangang was injured last night at the beast hunting ground and came specifically to inquire about his condition. As Li's assistant spoke, he introduced Tang Xuexuan. Tang Xuexuan also walked over slowly, with a slightly embarrassed smile, and greeted, Miss Nangang. Hello. And then, that was it. In reality, she had no feelings for Nangang. They just met in country. Why? She knew he had many girlfriends, but she knew nothing else about him. Miss Xuexuan. Hello. Nangang greeted generously, at the same time smiling at the prospective bride of the Nangang family in front of her. It was evident that she was a very simple and introverted girl, delicate and refined, truly suitable to be a bride. The only shortcoming was her lack of magnanimity. In the future, it might be difficult for her to handle grand occasions for the Nangang family. Seeing the silence between the two, Li's assistant quickly interjected, I don't know how Nangang injuries are now. Can Miss Tang visit him to show concern? He was sent by Tang Ning, with a clear goal to foster the union between the two families, to help the Nangang family achieve great things. However, Nangang politely refused. I'm sorry, Ziwu is still unconscious from the gunshot. No one can visit him. Is that so? Li's assistant frowned, but Nangang remained composed. With no options left, he said, in that case, please, miss, when Nangang wakes up, inform us immediately. After all, the wedding date for both families is approaching at the end of the month, and we need to finalize the details in advance. All right. Nangang still appeared indifferent. Although she was speaking with Li's assistant, her gaze kept falling on Tang Xuexuan's expression. But Ziwu's condition is not optimistic. If he doesn't wake up soon, the wedding date might have to be postponed. Upon hearing Nangang's words, Tang Xuexuan's eyes visibly brightened. Her fists clenched lightly. How much she wished for the wedding date to be postponed, or even to not have to marry at all. Li's assistant became anxious and pressured Nangang directly. Miss, what is Nangang exact situation? We know many renowned doctors. If needed, we can arrange a consultation immediately to ensure he is treated promptly. Thank you for the goodwill of Li's assistant and the Tang family. Nangang also knew she couldn't delay much longer. She politely responded, the physicians from the Nangang family are currently consulting. If Ziwu's condition is not improved within a week, then we will seek your assistance. A week? No. His condition must be addressed promptly. If Nangang doesn't wake up within 3 days, We will bring a team of renowned physicians to consult on his condition. Li's assistant was experienced. How could he easily be swayed by Nangongzhu? He made a decisive statement. All right, I will handle the Tang family's message after 3 days. Nangongzhu realized she couldn't bargain further. 3 days was the compromise between both parties. Tang Zuexuan's emotions were complex. She kept her head down, lost in thought. Lingyu finally couldn't bear it and spoke out, calling Zuexuan. Upon hearing the voice, the formerly docile and introverted Miss Tang rushed forward excitedly, exclaiming, "Big brother Lingyu." Witnessing this scene, the expressions of Nangongzhu and Li's assistant were quite dramatic. Nangongzhu was unsure of which woman her brother favored, but she was certain that Tang Zuexuan liked Lingyu, not her brother. Li's assistant intercepted Tang Zuexuan directly, coldly saying to Lingyu, "Sir Wuzun is also present. However, Miss Tang is Nangon Dashao's fiancée. It's best for Sir Wuzun to keep a distance. Thank you. And if I don't." Lingyu never compromised when dealing with enemies, never liked listening to others, and responded coldly, "Well then, I'll take Miss Tang back immediately." Li's assistant waved as skilled bodyguards quickly approached. Tang Zuexuan's eyes were filled with disappointment and anxiety when she looked at Lingyu. How she wished to have a good chat with big brother Lingyu. Fortunately, Lingyu didn't disappoint her. He directly blocked Li's assistant, asking Tang Zuexuan, "Zuexuan, I want to talk to you. Are you willing?" "I am willing." Tang Zuexuan almost immediately blurted out without hesitation, but then she seemed slightly fearful, glancing at Li's assistant, worried about how he might treat her. "All right, let's go." Lingyu directly grabbed Tang Zuexuan's hand and started to leave the scene. The people brought by Li's assistant immediately surrounded them. Lingyu remained calm, his gaze sharp as a sword, coldly stating, "What? Do you want to confront me?" Everyone looked at Li's assistant. They were all top-notch experts and had never seen someone act so arrogantly in front of Li's assistant and them. This man was extremely audacious. Though Li's assistant wore a difficult expression, he eventually gritted his teeth and said, "I'll give you half an hour at most. There will be consequences if you exceed that time. Their responsibility for it." He knew they couldn't stop Lingyu and his group, so he said this to save face and add pressure on Tang Zuexuan. He knew Lingyu wasn't afraid of them, but she might be. Lingyu acted as if he didn't hear him, and Tang Zuexuan still appeared somewhat nervous, following Lingyu as they left the scene. Nangongzhu watched this scene with a slight smile, pondering. She dared not be so disrespectful to Li's assistant, whereas Lingyu treated him as insignificant. It seemed that the master of little, who was indeed quite imposing. "Zuexuan, tell me, what's the story behind your engagement with Nangongwu?" Once they were outside the building, on a deserted lawn, Lingyu released Tang Zuexuan's hand and asked her. He learned about this back in country, but hadn't bothered to investigate further then. However, as the matter was crucial now, he wanted to understand it urgently. Tang Zuexuan bit her lip and, recalling Li's advice, felt a bit scared. "You don't want to tell me?" Lingyu inquired. No. Tang Zuexuan hastily waved her delicate white hand, her eyes anxious. "My life was saved by Big Brother Lingyu. If Big Brother Lingyu asks me anything, I'll answer it." Lingyu could tell she was a bit scared, so he didn't press her and gave her some time to compose herself. After all, this Miss Tang from a poor family background who suddenly became a part of the Tang family and was to marry into the wealthiest family must be quite bewildered in her heart. As Big Brother Lingyu knows, my parents in Yun City were just my foster parents. My real father's name is Tang An. Tang Zuexuan took a deep breath before continuing. Tang An? Lingyu frowned upon hearing this name. He had never thought that she was the daughter of Tang Ning's elder brother. The situation was more dramatic, and he imagined. Tang An. Tang Zuexuan lowered her head, her watery eyes shimmering with a touch of sadness as she said, "After returning to Yanjing from Country Y with Big Brother Lingyu that day, I was taken back to Yanjing by the Tang family's people and met my uncle Tang Ning. He was very kind to me, always having a benevolent look, and he told me that I am the widow of my brother Tang An." Lingyu did not interrupt Tang Zuexuan's words, even though he did not necessarily think highly of Tang Ning as a kind-hearted person. He just wanted to hear the story. He said that 20 years ago, there was an incident in the Tang family where my father was killed, but measures were arranged to take me away from Yanjing and hide me in a remote place in Nanzhou to escape our enemies. Later on, Tang Ning took over the Tang family, avenged my father, and had been searching for me to return to the Tang family, hoping that I could live a good life, so that my father could rest in peace. Tang Zuoxuan briefly told the story. She might not know the details, so she couldn't say. Ling Yu also didn't ask for more details. He simply asked, "Have you heard about Tang Ning allegedly committing fratricide to take control of the Tang family's vast estate?" "Yes." Tang Zuoxuan nodded and replied, "I'm not foolish enough to remain ignorant about everything. Back in Yanjing, I don't have to go to school, don't have to work. Although I'm mostly under surveillance, I still find ways to learn more about the Tang family. I've heard people talk about what you just said, Ling Yu big brother, but I reserve my own opinions. Uncle Tang Ning showed me many photos and some records to prove that he had a good relationship with my father back then, and he is such a charitable person, so I actually don't believe those rumors." Ling Yu couldn't continue discussing this topic with her, because the evidence that Tang Ning killed his older brother, even though many years had passed now, even if it happened at the time, no one came forward with witness or physical evidence. "Ling Yu big brother, is this the matter you wanted to discuss with me? Why did you come to Yanjing?" Tang Zuoxuan curiously asked Ling Yu. Women always feel curious about someone they admire, even shy ones. "One of the important reasons I came to Yanjing is to deal with Tang Ning." Ling Yu did not intend to hide it from her. Tang Zuoxuan opened her mouth in astonishment. "Because I don't believe Tang Ning is a good person, and there are other deep conflicts between him and me," Ling Yu said directly, "so I don't want to see Tang Ning's power grow stronger, nor do I want to see you marry Nangonwu. Speaking of which, do you know how your engagement with Nangonwu came about? Are you willing to marry him?" Tang Zuoxuan found it amusing and said, "Ling Yu big brother, you just said you don't want me to marry Nangonwu. How could I still think about marrying him? You don't have to consider my opinion, just your own thoughts," Ling Yu said solemnly. Looking at her, I don't know." Tang Zuoxuan shook her head slightly, feeling a bit flustered, her heart rate inexplicably accelerating. The man she wanted to marry was standing in front of her, but he already had a wife, so it was impossible for her. Therefore, she felt indifferent about marrying anyone. Besides, Nangonwu was Ling Yu's disciple. Although he was flirtatious, his character wasn't bad, and he looked decent, so she wasn't really opposed to it. But now Ling Yu didn't want her to marry Nangonwu, so what should she say? Ling Yu didn't know how to respond either. Just like any other man, he was also afraid of a woman saying she didn't know. "Actually, it seems like this engagement wasn't originally meant for me." Tang Zuoxuan finally answered Ling Yu's first question. It seems that the Nangon and Tang families had planned to cooperate long ago. But Tang Yun looked down on Nangonwu, didn't think he was capable of great things or becoming a hero, so she didn't want to marry him, which is why this engagement fell to me. "Is that so?" Ling Yu nodded, having already suspected this. Tang Zuoxuan's response confirmed his suspicions. "Ling Yu big brother, after talking with you today, I will observe Uncle Tang Ning more carefully. If he is truly a bad person, I won't help him." Tang Zuoxuan also assured Ling Yu proactively. "Thank you, Zuoxuan." Ling Yu smiled gratefully. "But as for your marriage, I still hope you make your own decisions. I wish you will marry the man you like and find your happiness." "Okay." Tang Zuoxuan nodded and then lowered her head slightly, stealing glances at Ling Yu, sighing softly in her heart. "Can I still marry the man I like?" After their conversation, Ling Yu was ready to leave the Nangon family. As for whether Nangonwu and Tang Zuoxuan would form an alliance, he had already expressed his feelings. Ultimately, it would be up to them to decide. If the Nangon and Tang families did succeed in forming an alliance, Ling Yu could not prevent Zhao Nianchu from becoming the country's leader, and he would have to resort to drastic measures, assassinating Tang Ning to avenge his fallen brother, War Wolf. Xia Zhu seemed to still be with Nangonwu. Ling Yu left the Nangon family's private hospital alone. He was about to go back and video chat with his wife to understand the situation in the western regions, but he was intercepted by a black car on the way. Ling Yu frowned slightly. Even the special assistant Lei dared not stop him. Who would dare to intercept him halfway? Moreover, how did they know his route? Blocking him in such a remote area, it must be a formidable character. It wasn't until the car window came down and Ling Yu saw the familiar eyes of the person that he smiled slightly, feeling like everything made sense now. "So it's you, the genius predictor. Why did you stop me?" "Ling Yu, I have information that you would want to know." Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses up and confidently said, "Oh, you say you have information that I would want to know. I'm really curious now. Ling Yu was intrigued, as he still had a lot of faith in Zhao Wuji's abilities. This guy had no physical strength, yet almost sent him to the afterlife several times. The person who assassinated Nangonwu is Zhao Wuxian, Zhao Wuji said, tossing a phone to Ling Yu. Those are the surveillance videos from the 10,000 Beasts hunting ground, information that even the police can't access. Zhao Wuji pushed his glasses up, his smile showing a hint of pride. Although it doesn't directly prove it was Zhao Wuxian, I've checked the national records for the 210M armor-piercing bullet model, which can prove that Marong Xie had access to this type of bullet. By process of elimination, if other players don't have the ability to obtain this type of armor-piercing bullet, it can prove that it was Zhao Wuxian and Marong Xie's doing. Ling Yu watched the videos while observing the data Zhao Wuji provided, his expression becoming increasingly surprised. Despite the fact that the Northern Territory's technological information systems were only at the level of Zhao Wuji, in just one night, he managed to obtain so much information. Apart from being a hacking genius, he definitely had an extremely terrifying information network. Although he knew Zhao Wuxian went to the 10,000 Beasts hunting ground with a purpose, being able to control and evade Zhao Wuxian perfectly to secure the hunting ground surveillance videos, only Zhao Wuji could accomplish that so perfectly. The so-called evidence you have, if used against an ordinary suspect, might be enough to defeat them. But to deal with Zhao Wuxian and Marong Xie, isn't it far from sufficient? Ling Yu held up the mobile phone and said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, if I were to rely on the police and the law to deal with Zhao Wuxian, I would have died 100 times, and I would never be able to defeat Zhao Wuxian in this lifetime. Zhao Wuji sneered, the police need concrete evidence to solve a case. But you don't, right? Indeed, you are right. I believe it is Zhao Wuxian's doing. Ling Yu nodded. So you want to use me to get rid of Zhao Wuxian? Zhao Wuji smiled. Dealing with intelligent people like you, I don't need to hide, nor can I hide. So it's better to admit openly that getting rid of Zhao Wuxian would be beneficial to you, isn't it? On what basis do you say that? Ling Yu also confessed. Zhao Wuxian wants to kill my disciple, both the Nangon family, and I will not let him go. But Zhao family is so powerful. If I get rid of Zhao Wuxian, I'll only bring great trouble to myself. With me helping you, there won't be any trouble at all. Zhao Wuji confidently said, I just need your martial power. You hate Zhao Wuxian so much. From what I know of the Zhao family's history, even if he dies, you may not necessarily be able to control the Zhao family, right? Ling Yu asked. The grudge between me and Zhao Wuxian can be said to be irreconcilable. Zhao Wuji put away his smile, and his gaze suddenly became extremely fierce. Zhao family originally had 4 male heirs, but in the end, only Zhao Wuxian and I survived. Because my mother had a bad relationship with the Zhao family, she was often marginalized by other members of the Zhao family. After my mother left, only Wen Jun and I were left in the Zhao family. If Wen Jun and I weren't quick-witted and lucky, we would have died at Zhao Wuxian's hands several times. That man hides his ruthlessness behind a sheepskin, but has done countless cruel things. Look here, Zhao Wuji said, lifting his clothes. Ling Yu saw a shocking scar. Zhao Wuxian once used the method he used to deal with Nangonwu against me. At that time, I was only 11 years old, just graduated from primary school. He set up a fake tiger near my campsite, pretending it had escaped from the zoo, and almost cost me my life. I don't need to list all the other things. Wen Jun also suffered multiple persecutions from Zhao Wuxian and the other members of the Zhao family. I won't be able to defeat Zhao Wuxian openly given my background, but I will not let such a person continue to live carefree. Zhao Wuji spoke frankly to Ling Yu, making Ling Yu feel a bit uncomfortable. But this feeling wasn't bad at all. All right, you arrange it. I trust your deductive abilities, and you will definitely calculate a suitable time and place for me to get rid of Zhao Wuxian. Ling Yu agreed. If it's not suitable, I won't act. Thank you. Zhao Wuji simply thanked him and drove away. Other than lacking in martial skills, everything else was a piece of cake for him. Ling Yu went to a private club, paid for a private room, and video called Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu was dressed in a swift and imposing manner, giving off a heroic aura. Mingyu, why are you dressed like this? Ling Yu couldn't help but worrying when he saw Qin Mingyu fully armed and got nervous, saying, I told you to just be a nominal leader. Let others handle the battles and fighting. Look at you. Why are you so nervous? Qin Mingyu chuckled. I'm just dressed like this. I didn't say I would personally go to the battlefield. After all, I am a nominal leader and I need to look the part. Besides, I have brother Wu Da always protecting me. What are you afraid of? That's good. What's the situation on your end now? Ling Yu could tell from the background that she was still inside urban buildings, indicating she hadn't set out to fight yet. These days, I've been organizing and collecting information, researching plants, Qin Mingyu explained. The Western region authorities have previously attempted to combat the Five Poison sect, but consecutive failures occur. If the military is mobilized, the sect will hide at the disputed border, and the army dares not take action, fearing it might lead to war between nations. So this time, we must have an effective plan before we can act. Ling Yu nodded and asked, have you worked out the plan? It's quite challenging for me. Qin Mingyu smiled wryly. I am just a businesswoman. I have no martial arts skills, and I've never been to the battlefield. Now I'm forced to do so. I can only learn on the go and adapt to the situation. I believe in your abilities. Ling Yu trusted her very much, but promise me, no matter what happens, you cannot go to the front lines. Got it. Qin Mingyu pretended to be impatient. When did you become so motherly, repeating the same thing over and over? Ling Yu smiled bitterly, not realizing when he had become like this. Rest assured, we have gathered various forces in the western region this time, with 2,000 to 3,000 people, and the Wolf Battalion also has advanced weapon support. Surely, nothing will go wrong. Qin Mingyu was very confident. Although she lacked martial skills, she understood that modern warfare relies on weapons, and as long as the numbers are large, there's no need to fear the Five Poison sects claim 10,000 followers. Okay, when will the operation start? Ling Yu continued to ask. We will depart from Silver City early tomorrow morning, sweep through to Chuan City along the way, then enter the Xinyu mountain range to eradicate the Five Poison sect headquarters. Qin Mingyu laid out the plan. Ling Yu immediately instructed, once you reach Chuan City, do not continue into the Xinyu mountain range. Let Lin Qinglong lead the team to exterminate the bandits. You will be in command from the rear. The Wolf Battalion has a specialized communication unit, and I will have DUA personally manage communication to ensure you can command in real time. Qin Mingyu suddenly laughed. Darling, what's so funny? Ling Yu was puzzled. Nothing. I just realized that you seem to be treating me like a baby. Don't forget, when we were newly married, it was me who taught you everything. Qin Mingyu laughed. Ling Yu also laughed, saying, everyone has their expertise. Now it's Ling Yu's turn to excel in military operations. It's your turn to listen to me. Okay, I promise to stay alive until we reach Yanjing, help you secure the position of the Chamber of Commerce chairman, and assist Xi Peng in becoming the country's leader. Qin Mingyu smiled. Although she was the illustrious president of the Southern Continent Chamber of Commerce, not used to being taken care of in every aspect, being protected by a man like this brought her an indescribable happiness as a woman. Choosing to marry this seemingly foolish man was, indeed, the best decision she ever made in her life. Thank you, Mingyu. Ling Yu suddenly expressed his gratitude. It's great to have you. I will take care of you and Wu Chen for the rest of my life. The conflict in the western regions is about to erupt. The elections in Yanjing are approaching. And in the eastern region, there is a martial god from the country of Daojo who is in the midst of a significant event that will sweep through the entire martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom. While the conflicts in the Dragon Kingdom are escalating, the ancient forest Tin Yunchang remains tranquil. Marongzi and Marongji return to the ancient forest once again. The actions of the Xia family in seclusion are despicable. They almost led us astray with a fake scripture, nearly causing us to fall into madness. Their intentions are truly insidious, Ji said as they hurried through the jungle, lightly biting on a grass stem. The two Sage Xia Tia and Xia Zhu, actually obtaining two versions of the reverse dragon scripture, missing only Ling Ruoxu's version. Recalling the days of the past, both of them had been studying the reverse dragon scripture. If it weren't for Xiao's strong willpower, profound wisdom, and deep internal energy, she might have fallen into madness and perished. It was too dangerous. Xi listened to her words, simply nodding and said, except for fools, everyone has motives in their actions. The Xia family's actions in seclusion must have deeper motives, which we must remain vigilant of. Xi, why do you think they released the fake scripture for? Ji asked as she walked behind him, looking at him. The Xia family has always been formidable, with great ambitions to dominate the Dragon Kingdom shattered in the past, leading them to suddenly retreat to the mountains. Nevertheless, They have been amassing weapons, which surely means it's not for self-defense. Z carefully analyzed. I guess they released the reverse dragon scripture to harm others, while also stirring up trouble. Stir up trouble? G still seemed a bit puzzled. Why do I feel like their actions are somewhat random? We have no grievances with them. Why would they want to harm us too? Xiao's expression became even more solemn as he said, I think they want to create chaos in the Dragon Kingdom. The more chaotic, the better. Then they can take advantage of the situation. Ji was about to speak when Z suddenly gestured for silence. The next moment, they heard footsteps in the jungle. The siblings quickly hid and saw the steward leading a group of people into a cave, all dressed in military attire. Z. What do the Zia family want to do? They even have guns on them. Ji was quite surprised. Z didn't answer her question at that moment because he wasn't sure himself. Recalling the relaxed and pleasant time they had previously on the mountaintop, he couldn't help but remind his sister, Ji, this time when we sneak into the mountaintop to steal the real reverse dragon scripture, it will definitely be 100 times more dangerous than before. You must be prepared. Got it. Ji's gaze also became serious. As expected, the stone door was tightly shut this time, and they didn't know the opening method, making it impossible for them to enter the stone hall as easily as before. Furthermore, there were skilled guards outside. If they were to force their way in, they would surely alert the guards. Surrounded, even if their martial arts were outstanding, they would have no chance to escape. Z. What do we do now? She asked through clenched teeth. The reverse dragon scripture belonged to their Morong family, and regaining it was crucial for them to regain control of the family, a key to clearing their father's name. They were determined. Z looked at the sky and whispered, It's getting dark, we'll act when it's dark. Okay. She had full trust in her brother's abilities, and with a cold demeanor, she obediently followed his lead. After waiting for a while, the sky darkened. For skilled guards also happened to change shifts. Z signaled G, and they sneaked towards a secluded spot, deliberately creating noise. Who's there? The 4 guards heard the commotion and immediately followed. Z and G deliberately led them into a dead end, then suddenly turned back. Oh, I thought it was some lost animal. Didn't expect it to be humans. Haha, that woman seems quite elegant, with such nice skin. I wonder how it feels to touch. The 4 guards were dressed in military uniforms, and the leader even attempted to touch Ji's face. Unexpectedly, Ji swiftly struck with her sword, chopping off his hand. Blood spurted out, and as the man realized he was in pain, Ji stuffed his mouth with some grass before coldly asking, How does that feel? The other 3 guards were now pale. They hadn't expected this woman to be so skilled, and the leader was left-handed carelessly cut by her. The next moment, they too prepared to act, but with their attention still on Ji, they fell into a trap, being swiftly taken out by Z alone. Splutters. Seeing their 3 companions fall, the man whose mouth Ji had covered was now pale. He couldn't believe it. Just who was this man? In the next moment, Ji swiftly struck him with her sword, sending him off, leaving him with questions to ask. Hell. Change into their clothes. Z ordered without a trace of emotion. 10 minutes later, the 2 of them once again arrived at the entrance. Tam. Why so late? The guard standing at the entrance was looking impatient. Sorry. 2 of our brothers had stomach problems, which delayed us. Z said solemnly. Where are they? Still inside the restroom. Z replied with his head down. Fine. Whatever. You're responsible if anything happens. Several guards walked away. Z tried to probe. What about the key to the stone door? The key? Several guards turned back in surprise. One of them said excitedly, You don't know how to open this stone door. Just rotate that stone and... Shut up. The leading guard interrupted loudly. Damn it, you are not our people. Swish. Z knew they had been discovered, so he swiftly took action, taking down 2 of them. Go. There. The other 2 guards tried to alert, but they too were taken out by Z and G one by one. According to their words, Z searched near the entrance for a while, tested several stones, and finally managed to rotate one of them, opening the stone door. After exchanging glances, Z led the way into the stone hall. However, unlike the last time, upon entering this time, they saw a large group of people crowded inside, busily sorting various weapons and equipment. The siblings were shocked. They knew that the Zia family harbored ill intentions, but they never expected them to be raising an army and planning something significant. What's going on? Why was there so much noise at the entrance just now? The steward who had entered the stone hall not long ago also walked over to understand the situation, but Z had already taken G into the crowd, blending in with the darkness. After all, their attire was similar, making it easy for them to blend in. Unable to locate them, the steward went outside, only to find 4 bodies lying on the ground. He immediately shouted, "Not go. Someone has infiltrated our stone hall. Close the door immediately, activate the mechanism, and make sure no one leaves alive." Saying that, he rushed back into the stone door to lock it again. Z and G had no way out. G was a bit flustered, although there were many people here. As long as the other side investigated carefully, they would still be able to find them. "Let's go." Z found a gap, pulled his sister into a stone cave, and relied on their extraordinary martial arts to move stealthily. Light up. Find the intruders immediately. Administer collective justice on the spot. The steward shouted aloud. The Zia family in seclusion was now gearing up for war, waiting for the chaotic times to start, coordinating with a prominent figure from Yanjing to rush in and seize the key moment of highest power. If the situation were exposed prematurely, their chances of success would be significantly reduced. On top of the stone hall, Zia Shan had been neglecting his new wife and instead was discussing the current situation with Fubai. Now, Qin Mingyu, the president of the Southern Commerce Association, went to the western regions to build an alliance to oppose the 5 Posen sect in order to attract votes. Fubai gestured on the map and continued, "If the 5 Posen sect is defeated, they will likely hide in the disputed border areas. If then weapons from the Dragon Kingdom bomb the residents there, it will definitely spark a border conflict between the 2 countries." Zia Shang stroked his beard, slightly nodding in satisfaction. Looking at the east, Mo Yin is provoking the Dragon Kingdom. He is the war god of Daojo Nation, held in high esteem in Daojo Nation, and a close friend of the Daojo Nation's lord. If he is murdered in the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom clashes with the western regions and the Ka 3 nations, Daojo Nation, always coveting the wealthy land of the Dragon Kingdom, will surely take advantage and invade. Fubai continued to analyze, saying, "All right. When chaos erupts in the Dragon Kingdom, our opportunity will come." "Lord, that alone is not enough." Fubai waved his hand. "With just our meager force of 30,000 soldiers, even if we enter Yanjing, we won't be able to control the Dragon Kingdom. We need another powerful force to assist us. When that time comes, he becomes the leader and grants us rightful authority. Only then can we march in to control Yanjing and dominate the whole nation." "Good. That person has been planning with us for many years. We are sure to cooperate as quickly as possible." Zia Shang revealed a scheming smile. At that moment, the head steward hurriedly entered, flustered, and exclaimed, "Lord, bad news. Someone has broken into our Zia hall." "What?" Zia Shang's eyes turned cold. "Who broke in?" "Deal with them regardless of the consequences." It was a critical moment, and the secrets of their Zia family absolutely could not be exposed, so whoever trespassed had to be eliminated, ensuring they did not leave alive. "Lord, we have searched everyone but have not found the intruder. It might be necessary to close the Zia hall for a few days until we eliminate the intruder, or else letting them leave alive could become a huge threat to us," the head steward anxiously reported. "Fool." Zia Shan, usually amiable in front of Zia Chia and the others, turned harsh in this moment, delivering a swift slap to the head steward's face, reprimanding, "You have 1 day. If you don't kill all the intruders, I'll kill you." "Yes, yes." The head steward quickly rushed off to carry out the orders. On the same night, on the other side, Tang Ning was instructing Liu Yejian in practicing the reversing dragon scripture. Splutter. Suddenly, Liu Yejian's face turned red, and blood spurted out. "Ah, little sword, what's wrong?" Tang Ning asked anxiously. Liu Yejian's face alternated between red and white as he struggled to answer. "Master, my aptitude is poor. I think I made a mistake in practice, feeling a violent energy rushing to my dantian, uncontrollable." Tang Ning's expression turned slightly peculiar as he continued to advise, "If that's the case, then let's stop here for today. Remember, in martial arts, you should not force yourself. Practice according to your own talents and abilities." Liu Yejian pondered silently. Tang Ning might intentionally be misleading him to believe his martial talent was lacking. He knew he had to practice, but not appear too clever so as not to become suspicious. Tang Ning seemed to prefer him being a bit stupid to control the situation better. "Understood, Master." Liu Yejian responded before taking the towel Tang Ning offered to wipe off the blood. Little sword, arrange for Moran Tia to deal with Ling Yu. Why haven't you acted yet? Tang Ning prompted. Ling Yu is trying to disrupt the alliance between the Tang and Nangon families. We must deal with him quickly to prevent any trouble he might cause. Master, rest assured, Moran Tia will make a move soon. I will provoke him to force him into action. Liu Yejian confidently assured. Good. I trust you. But what about the other half of the reversing dragon scripture? When will you get it? Tang Ning's gaze turned sharp. If Ling Yu keeps opposing me and even tries to kill me, once I master the reversing dragon scripture, if he pushes me too far, I will have to kill him. Liu Yejian secretly delighted in Tang Ning's trust, recognizing that he was being considered a confidant. Before leaving, he requested, Master, please lend me to skilled individuals. Tonight, we will capture Ling Ruoxu in the 4th district and have them go under the Morong family's identity. Tang Ning didn't question and after a moment, gave a thumbs up signifying agreement. Okay, I'll have Li's special assistant arrange it for you. Then, I'll take my leave, Master. Liu Yejian respectfully bid farewell and as he left, he crossed paths with Li's special assistant entering. After exchanging greetings, Li explained, President, Little Sword seems to disappoint you in martial skill. I think he injured himself internally. On the contrary, Tang Ning smiled slightly with a meaningful expression. Little Sword is a genius. If he had practiced martial arts since childhood, his skill might not be inferior to Moran Chan's now. Li was enlightened, realizing the complicated strategies being played between teacher and student, showing a deep bond while engaging in cunning behind the scenes. Li, assist Little Sword wholeheartedly now. Let him help me eliminate Ling Yu. Tang Ning ordered and also instructed Li to arrange for skilled individuals. Li nodded, accepting the mission, understanding that if Liu Yejian sincerely assisted Tang Ning to achieve success, he would certainly have a plan to deal with Ling Yu. Previously, Tang Ning and Li both admired Zhao Wujin, a talented youth of the Zhao family. However, after getting to know Liu Yejian more, they discovered that this youngster from Yunchang was not only intellectually and tactically superior to Zhao Wujin but also adept at concealing his intelligence, more terrifying in nature. Late at night, Ling Yu was still outside busy paying attention to Xi Peng and the election, when he received a call from EZ. Boss, someone sneaked into the house late at night, trying to take away your sister, Ling Ruoxu. What? What's the situation now? Ling Yu was quite nervous and quickly went to a place where no one was to respond. There are only 2 people on the other side, and we have controlled them. Hearing this from EZ, Ling Yu finally felt relieved and continued to ask, did you find out who they are? EZ replied, both of them are quite stubborn. No matter how we interrogate them harshly, they refuse to speak. But I found the emblem of the Moran family on them. Many people knew that the Moran family had many vassals and servants. They were martial arts enthusiasts from various places, willingly joining the Moran family to practice martial arts. After becoming a member of the Moran family, they would receive an identity token. Different levels of vassals and martial servants would have different identity tokens. Ling Yu also studied the Moran family after coming to Yanjing. He then asked, what level are they? 3rd level martial servant, EZ replied. Ling Yu frowned, immediately thinking of 3 questions. First, he had arranged his sister in a concealed residential area in the 4th district. How did the Moran family find her? Second, why did the Moran family send such low-level martial servants over? Were they looking down on someone or testing them? Third, now that his sister's whereabouts had been discovered, he needed to arrange a better place for her. Boss, your sister also has something to tell you, EZ said. Okay. Ling Yu agreed, and then Ling Ruoxu's voice came through the phone. Xiao Yu, this cannot go on like this. The Moran family has been watching me all the time. I can't hide from them forever. Ling Yu also chuckled. Indeed it is like that. Anyway, I have things to do. I want to continue developing my Kinchi Fenshu brand. I want to restore a normal life. From Ling Ruoxu's tone, it was evident that she had experienced these days of hiding. Xiao Yu, I'm going out tomorrow. I found a very nice property at a good price in a 3rd district online. I want to secure it and open a store. Ling Ruoxu continued. Ling Yu checked Xi Peng's schedule and, worrying about his sister's safety, said directly, tomorrow I will accompany you. If I am unavailable, I will send someone else to protect you continuously. Okay. Ling Ruoxu's mood was quite good. Despite being busy, her younger brother still cared for her, which was heartwarming. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yu found a quiet place and took out the dragon scripture that his sister had written for him. Tonight, he was going to try it out and see if it was real. The first time he practiced, his body felt full of power, but he always felt a bit blocked. If it were fake, for an ordinary person, they would indeed see a significant increase in strength, instantly moving into the S-level ranks. But for a martial artist like him with already strong inner energy, it was not very effective. After several attempts until the next morning, there was still no progress. His martial talent was beyond doubt. Even the old drunkard and the commander of the Northern Territory regarded him as a one-in-a-million genius, but he still doubted himself. Did he practice it wrong? After carefully thinking it over again, he felt that was not the case. The technique was not the issue, but it was incomplete. Yes, it could help cultivate a powerful inner energy, but it didn't reveal the key to fully unleashing it. Is this intentionally done by the Guangxia family? Ling Yu couldn't help speculating. What was the purpose of their actions? It was hard to figure out at the moment. At this time, Ling Roxu also called. Xiao Yu, let's go. Okay. Ling Yu was very enthusiastic. With their mother not around, he cherished his sister more, ensuring her safety and happiness. The two quickly arrived at a large mall in the 3rd district. There were many people here, and it was a high-end area where almost everyone was well-dressed, mostly upper-class individuals. It could be said that the elites of Longguo gathered in Yanjing, with this place being the hub of elites. That one. Ling Ruoxu quickly led Ling Yu to a storefront. Ling Yu was also pleasantly surprised because the store was large. It was much bigger than the one in Yuncheng, indicating that his sister had some ideas. However, for some reason, the surrounding stores were lively, while this particular store was very quiet, with few products inside. The original owners were a young couple who appeared well-dressed but had somewhat dull expressions. When they spotted Ling Ruoxu, they walked over, their eyes carrying a hint of anticipation but not much. Hello, I am Ling Ruoxu. I contacted you online about purchasing this store. Ling Ruoxu extended her hand to the woman. Miss Ling, I am DQ, and this is my husband, Yu Li. The woman shook her hand. After confirming their identities, the couple got straight to the point. Miss Ling, the market price for this shop is over 9 million. We are offering it to you for 4 million. We have the contract ready for you to review. Take a look and see if there are any issues. Okay, I'll take a look. Ling Ruoxu received the contract and was increasingly moved as she read through it. Elder sister, what's wrong? Any issues? Ling Yu asked, concerned. The low price seemed abnormal, and he was worried someone might be trying to deceive his sister. Indeed, there are issues, Ling Ruoxu said, and the couple's expressions became noticeably forlorn. But at the next moment, Ling Ruoxu surprised Ling Yu. The terms are extremely advantageous to me, almost like they're giving it to me. How can I not take it? Ling Yu also quickly checked the contract. Indeed, as his sister said, it seemed like they were in a hurry to sell. Is there any problem with your shop? Ling Yu couldn't help but warn, we can pay you now, but if there are any problems, it's best to be honest with us upfront. Otherwise, if trouble arises later and they come after my sister, I won't let you off. Don't doubt my capabilities. The couple, seeing his gaze, realized he was serious and felt a deep sense of fear, looking at each other. Finally, DQ sighed and said, we've made enemies and can't survive here, so we are forced to clear out all our assets. Who have you offended to this extent? Ling Ruoxu inquired. Oh well, forget it. If you are not willing to take over this shop, we don't want to involve you. Yu Li waved his hand. The more you say like that, the more I want to take it over. Ling Ruoxu chuckled. Ling Yu didn't object either. Initially, he thought this was a shady establishment engaging in illegal activities, but if they had simply offended someone, and by taking over this store, they had no association with those people, as the saying goes, the fault lies with the culprit. They wouldn't come after them, right? Are you sure you want to buy? DQ still couldn't believe it. He had thought that Ling Ruoxu and another person would at least ask who they had offended, but Ling Yu didn't care at all. Ling Ruoxu directly signed her name on the contract, and then handed the contract over. Sign and stamp. Then I will transfer the money to you. And the deal is done. Ling Ruoxu looked at the two of them hesitatingly and shook the contract. Well then, DQ also signed and stamped, each keeping a copy of the contract, and the deal was completed like that. The couple couldn't believe they received the money, resolving the issue that had troubled them for so long. Well, We will be leaving now. Wish you prosperity in your business, the couple said and left as if fleeing. Hey, don't you want the rest of the goats? Ling Ruoxu hurriedly asked. They're all yours, goodbye, the two said and disappeared without turning back. Ling Yu subconsciously felt that they had offended someone of considerable background, but no matter how deep the background, Ling Yu wasn't afraid. Besides, there was no grievance or enmity, so the other party shouldn't come after them, right? Alright, I'll have Xia Chia come to help. Ling Ruoxu entered the store, full of energy. Ling Yu also called Yi Shaoshen and had him send someone to help, otherwise how long would they rely on Xia Tia, a photographer without much strength? With Ling Yu's command, the Wolf Warrior Elite Camp's men immediately came to help. In less than half a day, the first branch of Qin Shifeng Zuyan in Yanjing was almost set up. Originally, Ling Ruoxu was prepared to wait for a day or two for the goods to be delivered before opening. However, since they were sent ready-made goods, they decided to open on the same day. The new store was bustling from the start. After all, this shopping mall was not lacking in foot traffic. Ling Yu couldn't help but be curious and asked, Elder sister, how did you find such a good location for the store? Oh, it was recommended to me by Liu Yejian, Ling Ruoxu said casually. Him. Ling Yu trembled instantly. What's wrong? Ling Ruoxu stopped her work and looked at him in surprise, asking, is there a problem with his recommendation? Ling Yu smiled bitterly. If you had told me earlier, I would have advised you not to buy it just now. You still don't trust him? Ling Ruoxu said, actually, I think he might genuinely like Mingyu. That's why he willingly becomes her lapdog for life. Look, he even dared to kill his own father to prove his loyalty. That determination is not something everyone has. Do you also think he is genuinely helping us? Ling Yu curiously asked. It's hard to say. Ling Ruoxu shrugged. He is more familiar with the shopping mall matters than me. I asked him to recommend some locations to me, and he screened out 100 good ones. Even if he wanted to harm me, how would he know I would choose this one? Ling Yu just sneered. In fact, he and Tang Ning also had the same feeling. While Liu Yejian may not have shown the same sharpness as Zhao Wuji, he was not necessarily inferior in terms of intelligence and talent. To deduce his sister's actions might not be difficult for him. Sure enough, trouble knocked on their door the next moment. Hey, didn't expect that. Someone actually dares to take over this store. Two rough-looking men swaggered in, and with a kick, they knocked over two clothing racks in the store. Doom. The loud crash startled the customers in the store. The lively new store seemed to freeze in time for a moment, and everyone's gaze was fixed on the entrance. Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu were no exception. It hadn't even been a day since the opening, and trouble was already showing up. Moreover, they acted so swiftly that if it were someone else, the store would probably not have even opened yet. Outside the store, a woman dressed provocatively and heavily made up walked in with a triumphant smile. Behind her, there were 10 bodyguards, a group of 12, quite a grand display. Seeing the customers instantly frightened and fleeing, Ling Ruoxu frowned and stepped forward to question, what do you want? If you damage anything, you must compensate accordingly, or there will be consequences. The provocative woman was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. Her bodyguards also smirked arrogantly, not bothering to explain to Ling Ruoxu. On the other hand, several onlookers outside the store began discussing. Didn't expect that. Someone actually dares to take over this store. Don't they know the former owner? DQ. Offended Miss Yin? Yeah. This incident is well known in the whole shopping mall and even among the businesses in Yanjing. Miss Yin said she's going to make it impossible for DQ to stay in Yanjing. She didn't just say it for show. Could it be someone from out of town who's unfamiliar with Yanjing and doesn't know how influential it is here? Ling Yu could hear all of these discussions clearly. Not only that, he also found the woman somewhat familiar, and remembered a woman surnamed Yin, who was supposed to be engaged to Su Guangliang back in Nanzhou. They looked somewhat similar, probably sisters. He hadn't expected every woman in this family to be so domineering. It seemed to be an issue with their family upbringing and values. Hehe, heard it? No need for me to say more, right? Yinzi played with her fingers, looking disdainfully at Ling Ruoxu and coldly said, return the store to DQ now, and I may spare you. Otherwise, don't expect this store to continue operating. It will be your loss. Do I have to listen to you? Ling Ruoxu also stood her ground with hands on her hips. She never accepted any form of bullying. Even if she didn't have the power to resist, she couldn't bear to see someone with the Yin surname so arrogant. She definitely couldn't let her have her way. Refuse to listen to me. Yinzi looked at Ling Ruoxu directly and sneered. I didn't expect you, as a woman, to have such courage. Are you an outsider? You don't recognize the prestigious Yinzi? That's right, I'm from Yunchang. Ling Ruoxu said confidently. I only recognize the law and fairness. Who are you to me? Wow. The onlookers outside the door were audibly shocked. They didn't expect a woman to speak to Yinzi like that. If it were some young ladies from the big families in Yanjing, it would be one thing, but she was an outsider. It seemed like she hadn't encountered any setbacks in Yanjing, and she had a backbone. Then let me show you who I am. Yinzi suddenly shouted coldly. You guys, smash her store. A group of men immediately started wrecking things, without hesitation, creating a chaotic scene. Seeing this, Yi Shaosheng was truly infuriated and wanted to step in to deal with these people who dared to stir up trouble. But Ling Yu waved his hand, indicating him to remain calm. After all, these were all old goats. If they were smashed, so be it. He wanted to first understand what gave Emir Miss Yin such audacious confidence. All right, we're done smashing everything. Hey, sister, I'm leaving now. Hehe. Yinzi chuckled smugly as her subordinates finished smashing things, before teasing Ling Ruoxu one last time. Ling Ruoxu was angry, but didn't make a move. She knew these arrogant individuals couldn't escape. Just as she was about to leave, Ling Yu suddenly spoke up with a smile. Done smashing. If you're not in a hurry, why not compensate for the damages before you go? Compensate money? Upon hearing this, Yinzi was momentarily stunned before turning back with a smug smile. Hehe, that's a good suggestion. I suggest you try calling the police. If you're lucky, after going through the process, you might get some money. Arrogant, bold and fearless, Ling Yu hadn't encountered a woman like her in a long time, and confidently walked towards her. Unexpectedly, Yinzi's bodyguard immediately started attacking him, shouting, You lowly commoner, do you even deserve to be near Miss Yin? Dang, dang. Before they could approach Ling Yu, Yinzi had already taken them down, coldly commenting, With just you guys, you're not even worthy of approaching my boss. You, how dare you touch my people? Yinzi's eyes darkened, as if Ling Yu and the others had committed some grave offense. I'm curious, where do you get the nerve to do this? Do you have connections in the police station? Or some big shot in Yanjing who can shield you from the law? Ling Yu stood before her, looking down and asked, Hehe, I'm not saying. Yinzi wasn't foolish enough to speak bluntly, only coldly laughed. I'm just saying, if you want me to pay up, go through the legal process. If the court rules against me, how much will that be worth? My Yin family has plenty of money, but what about you? If you really want to do this, one day you might disappear, never to be found again. Ling Yu probably guessed what was going on. This woman must have some powerful backing. In that case, I'd like to try. Ling Yu ordered Yizi, call the police. Yes, boss. Yizi immediately took out his phone. Yinzi, however, remained unfazed, saying with a smile, Playing this game, I can easily crush you. My family has plenty of money, and Yanjing has numerous connections. How will you compete with me? Ling Ruoxu couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly said, Since you put it that way, I'd like to compensate you with some money. After speaking, she directly slapped Yinzi. Unexpectedly, Yinzi was skilled in martial arts and sneered as she grabbed Ling Ruoxu's wrist, attempting to strike back. However, Ling Yu had anticipated it and used his internal strength to thwart her movements. Yinzi was shocked and confused, unable to understand what had happened. Ling Ruoxu then fiercely slapped her on the other cheek. Slap. The whole place fell silent. Onlookers were dumbfounded, unable to believe someone had dared to strike Yinzi. Little did they know how powerful her man was. You dare hit me? Blood trickled from Yinzi's lips as she stared at Ling Ruoxu. Ling Ruoxu disdainfully snorted, Still don't believe it? Let's try that again. Slap. With another slap on the other cheek, she remarked, Now it looks even. Feels good. Clapping her hands, she said, She didn't know these people, but they caused trouble on the opening day of her new store, and if she didn't beat them, she wouldn't feel satisfied. People watching around were shocked, frozen in place like statues. You just wait. I'll make sure to deal with you. Yinzi, frustrated and angry, wanted to leave. However, Ling Yu spoke slowly. Miss Yin, You haven't compensated yet." His words seemed to have a magical effect, freezing Yinzi and the others in place. Not only that, Yinzi threw out a card, saying fiercely, "There's 500,000 in the card, enough to compensate for your losses. Just wait and see. Thank you for your patronage." Ling Ruoxu accepted the money with a smile. After all, the goods on the shelves were gifts from DQ, and now they could consider it clearing out the inventory. However, customers around them began to flee. A kind-hearted woman turned back to remind Ling Ruoxu, "Oh, shop owner, you've really stirred up trouble. I suggest you close shop and run now." "What kind of background do those people have?" Ling Yu quickly asked. "You really don't know?" The woman looked around, making sure no one was listening before whispering to Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu. "She's Yinzi, engaged to Su Huo. Su Huo is a top servant of the Morong family, with excellent martial arts skills and high status. Their big support is the Morong family." Ling Yu chuckled inwardly, realizing that Yinzi, just an engaged woman of Su Huo, dared to be so arrogant and domineering in Yanjing as if she ruled the world. Does the Morong family have that much influence in Yanjing? Ling Yu wanted to learn more. "That's why I said you guys are outsiders who don't know anything. The four major families not only dominate Yanjing but also have vast networks in the Dragon Country. With the Morong family's high reputation, who in Yanjing wouldn't show them respect?" The woman explained. Ling Yu understood that at the highest levels of power struggles, it boiled down to influence and connections. Many rules that regulate ordinary people became null at that level. A mere fiancé of a Morong family servant could be so arrogant in the 3rd district, illustrating the terrifying power of the four major families in Yanjing. Seeing their lack of reaction, the woman shook her head and sighed before quickly leaving. "Let's continue organizing and operating the business." Ling Ruoxu paid no mind to the Morong family's influence, focusing on running the business legally. With Ling Yu by her side, she wasn't afraid of the Morong family's interference. Ling Yu shared the same attitude, knowing that the Morong family had been eyeing his sister. It was only a matter of time before they clashed, so it was better to confront them head-on in this conflict and settle their grievances, once and for all to end the feud. "Sis, we were played by Liu Yexian this time." Ling Yu helped with cleaning up. While speaking to Ling Ruoxu, he knew you would be interested in this store and purposely provoked a conflict between us and the Morong family. "That guy is really scheming," Ling Ruoxu commented before adopting a similar attitude to Qin Mingyu, "but it's okay. He didn't intend to start trouble now. The Morong family will eventually come after me. Didn't they already send people to abduct me that night? Those people may not necessarily be from the Morong family." Ling Yu speculated. "It's possible the Morong family hasn't found you yet, or even knew you were in Yanjing. It could have been someone hired by someone with the surname Liu pretending to be from the Morong family." Ling Ruoxu widened her eyes in realization. Ling Yu smiled wryly. "The Morong family is one of the four major families. They wouldn't be so foolish as to consciously send weaklings to provoke us when they know they can't succeed, right? That despicable Liu Yexian is pulling the strings." Ling Ruoxu said. "Little Liu, find a chance to deal with that guy." Ling Yu also really intended to deal with Liu Yejian, but there was no excuse or time right now, so he could only temporarily reply to his older sister, saying, "Once I have the opportunity, I will definitely kill him to prevent further trouble." He didn't plan to discuss this with Qin Mingyu, but was preparing to act first. Although getting rid of Liu Yejian would be troublesome, and the branch company was left unattended, but a man with such deep schemes cannot be left alive. On the other side, the Morong family. Su Huo was still outside a room, guarding Morong Chia, not allowing anyone to disturb his practice of the reverse dragon scripture. Morong Chia had been in closed-door cultivation for 3 days. Su Huo didn't know his current situation, but he received information that 3 days later Mo Yin would enter Yanjing. He would first challenge the 8 Supreme Masters, defeat them, and then challenge the Morong family. Since the family head was in seclusion and Morong Chia would need to step up in that time, if Chia failed to cultivate the reverse dragon scripture, they might fall from grace overnight. "Su Huo, how is Chia doing?" Suddenly, Morong walked over and asked him. Su Huo's attitude was not good, very different from before. Just because Morong hadn't been with them for almost half a month after returning to Yanjing, Su Huo suspected that like other young members of the Morong family, Morong was also eyeing the position of the family head. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Morong said coldly, If I had any intention to seize the position, I would be doomed. Let's stop here. Even if I had the intention, I don't have the ability. My talent is nowhere near Tian's. Then why are you suddenly not interacting with Tiao, like the other young members of the Morong family? Su Huo asked. Let's not talk about that. With the imminent arrival of the war saint, various major transitions in leadership, disasters and bandits in the western region, conflicts all across the dragon country, every faction in the Morong family has its own calculations. It's quite complicated. After saying a lot, Morong he finally got to the point. I'm here to see how Tian's cultivation is going. Throughout history, for the Morong family to stand tall in times of chaos, there must be a leader who can hold the fort against all odds, but the Morong family is a bit lacking now. Yes, I'm also worried about that. After confirming that Morong he did not had any thoughts of going against Morong Chia, Su Huo spoke his mind too. Tia is now all talk and no action. Forgive me for being blunt. He is not even a match for Ling Yu, let alone a match for you. They had all witnessed how terrifying Ling Yu's palm struck at the Z family in the Suzhou city that day. If it had been Morong Chia, he couldn't have reached Ling Yu's level. So, they strategically underestimated Ling Yu, but tactically valued him a lot. Crack. Between their conversation, the room door suddenly opened. Seeing Morong Chia stepping out, Su Huo and Morong he quickly approached him. Chia, are you out of seclusion? How's the cultivation of the reverse dragon scripture? Su Huo hurriedly asked. Morong he noticed that Morong Jian's temperament seemed different from before. Colder now, especially his eyes, lacking the elegance of the past gentleman. Hey, I feel that my inner strength has increased a lot. If I can practice the full set, I will definitely become invincible in the world. Morong Chia raised his hands, feeling the surging energy within himself. Great, Chia. As long as we catch Ling Ruoxu, or take care of Ling Yu, and make the Liu Yejian hand over the second half of the reverse dragon scripture, once you succeed in cultivation, you'll no longer fear Mo Yin, or anyone else in the world. Su Huo was also excited with Morong Chia. Morong he, however, remained calmer and suggested, Chia, why not try your skills now? He wanted to see how much stronger Morong Chia had become, and also, to see if he had made any mistakes. Something felt off. Okay. Morong Chia agreed. However, half an hour later, seeing the broken stones and trees in the backyard, he clenched his teeth in frustration. While Ling Yu had come to his conclusion overnight, Morong Chia had spent 3 days and nights, and only after trying did he realize the problem. He had the power, but couldn't unleash it. There was a bottleneck. No matter how much water you pour into a bowl, when you pour it out, the flow remains the same. At most, his endurance had improved a lot now, but facing a holy level expert like Mo Yin, he was still at a level where he would lose in 3 moves. Chia, don't worry. It may be because you only practiced half of it. To have gained some understanding within 3 days is already remarkable. Once you get the second half, you'll surely undergo a transformation. Su Huo quickly tried to soothe his mood. Morong Chia gradually calmed down, but still gritted his teeth. Damn Liu Yejian. He won't hand over the second half until I go deal with Ling Yu, but with my current strength, I might not even win against him. Morong he was also relieved that Morong Chia was clear-headed. Otherwise, going to provoke Ling Yu directly might lead to humiliation. Chia, why don't we go directly to capture Ling Ruoxu? Dealing with her would be easier than her brother. Su Huo suggested. Good idea. Morong Chia praised. Just as Su Huo was about to smile, Morong Chia coldly fixed his gaze on him. Then why don't you go help me find Ling Ruoxu right away? Yes. Su Huo quickly pulled Morong he to leave. The two of them walked out of the Morong family. Morong he then asked, do you know where to find Ling Ruoxu? Why did you drag me along? Su Huo was taken aback. He had no idea. Just then, his phone rang. On the other end, Yinzi started crying. Darling, you must help me vent my anger. I've been mistreated so badly. What? Someone dared to mistreat you? Su Huo exploded in anger upon hearing this. While he was a vassal in front of Morong Chia, in Yanjing City, he was also a prominent figure, a first-class martial artist of the Morong family, who dared to mistreat his woman. Last time, in Yanjing, a rich second generation with no eyes had offended his woman, and Su Huo had directly come and broken the guy's legs. The guy's father had to come to apologize to his woman in person. Well, it's at the Fuhua Mall in the 3rd district. Come quickly and help me get back at them. I need to let out some steam. Yinzi continued to complain. All right, I'm on my way. Su Huo promptly responded. After hanging up the phone, Morangi teased him. Weren't you supposed to help Jia find Ling Ruoxu? Are you going to your fiancé instead? Out. Su Huo found himself in an awkward position. Go ahead. When I find Ling Ruoxu, I'll tell Jia how lazy you are. Morangi joked and then left. Su Huo sighed but had promised his fiancé he couldn't go back on his word. Besides, it shouldn't take too long over there, and finding Ling Ruoxu couldn't be rushed either. In the backyard of the Morong family, only Morongqia was left, still crazily experimenting. No matter how hard he tried, the conclusion remained the same as Ling Yu's. This martial arts technique was incomplete, and the power couldn't be fully unleashed. Hehe, the mighty Morongqia, hailed as the #1 genius in the martial world, only has this much talent. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. Who? Morongqia was slightly startled, quickly sensing the presence of the person hiding in the backyard and kicking up gravel directly at the figure concealed in the big tree. Poof! The stone broke the tree directly. A black figure also landed in front of Morongqia. Morongqia was slightly surprised. He knew that anyone who could sneak into the Morong family was no ordinary person, but the opponent's strength still exceeded his expectations. The opponent had long hair, wore a long robe, looked sinister, and had eyes even colder and darker than his. Let's exchange a few moves. The opponent coldly smirked, making a sword-like flash that made Morongqia's eyes narrow. So fast! Morongqia was secretly amazed and quickly dodged the attack with a move resembling a lion that crawl. Honestly, the move was quite clever, but it didn't look good, and Morongqia wouldn't have used it if not for survival. Following that, Morongqia casually kicked a piece of gravel, using long-range attacks to counter the opponent. As the opponent dodged the stone, Morongqia somehow produced an iron rod out of nowhere to use as a weapon. Indeed worthy of the Morong family, quite a master of various martial arts. The opponent's expression became more excited as he made another move, aiming straight at Morongqia with a direct strike. Morongqia blocked with the iron rod and countered with a move from the Luohan staff technique, which the opponent dodged. They exchanged several moves, with neither gaining the upper hand after more than 10 exchanges. In the end, Morongqia slightly had the advantage, forcing the opponent to retreat and jump back into the tree. You're really weak. Though not the victor, the opponent taunted Morongqia. Do you, as the so-called #1 in the Dragon Kingdom, even deserve the title? Are you looking for death? Morongqia's eyes suddenly flashed a bloody red, his killing intent surging. Kill me? The opponent smirked. You may not even succeed. If you kill me, you will never be able to defeat Ling Yu and Mo Yin in your lifetime. What are you saying? Morongqia's killing intent continued to rise, but he did not act, showing that the opponent's words had shaken him. He wanted to hear everything the opponent had to say. I have fought countless times with Ling Yu and have been observing Mo Yin sweeping through other Dragon Kingdom experts. They are clearly 1 or 2 levels above us. The opponent continued. Ling Yu is already in Yanjing. Mo Yin will soon arrive, and if you remain at this mediocre level, you will eventually be humiliated by them, living in disgrace. Who are you exactly? Morongqia gritted his teeth and asked again. This time, the opponent didn't beat around the bush, directly stating, My name is Yuan Shuhu. I have deep enmity with Ling Yu and Mo Yin. We have a common enemy. Morongqia was slightly stunned, taking a while to recall the name, then chuckled. So you are the underling defeated by Ling Yu at the Southern Peak tournament. Didn't expect you to be so skilled. Indeed, if Yuan Shuhu were still at the level of 6 months ago, he definitely wouldn't have been able to handle 10 moves from Morongqia. However, all these months, he had been diligently training and progressing. It just surprised him that Ling Yu's progress was even faster than his. Yuan Shuhu felt unbalanced inside. He had been practicing day and night. Why was he still unable to surpass someone who did not focus on cultivation all day? He had been closely monitoring Ling Yu recently. The man neither was having a child, aiding in disaster relief, or fighting battles. Where did he find time to cultivate? Morongqia, let's make a deal. Yuan Shuhu suddenly suggested. A deal? Why would I deal with you? Morongqia arrogantly sneered. You're really annoying. If it weren't for me wanting something from you, I would just sit back and watch you get beaten to death by Ling Yu or Mo Yin. After mocking him, Yuan Shuhu continued coldly. I can teach you how to unleash the internal strength of the reverse dragon scripture. But in return, you must give me half of the reverse dragon scripture and also the unique skill of the Morong family, the starshift technique. Morong Chia burst into laughter at the ludicrous request. Your appetite is quite big. Do you think I would agree? If you don't agree, then I'll leave. Yuan Shu, who didn't bother wasting time with this arrogant person, turning to leave. Wait. Morong Chia remembered something and called him back. Do you have a method to help me unleash the power of the reverse dragon scripture? My unique internal skill of the Yuan family. Yuan Shu, who answered expressionlessly, looking quite confident. All right. Let me try it first, Morong Chia said coldly. Then give me half of the reverse dragon scripture first. Yuan Shu, who stated directly, otherwise, even if I teach you, and you go back on your word, I can't do anything to you. But if you give me the manual first, and I deceive you, you can kill me, right? Plus, who knows, maybe I can directly show you how to unleash the power of the reverse dragon scripture. After a moment of contemplation, Morong Chia found Yuan Shu, whose words reasonable, and agreed, gritting his teeth. Fine. If you dare to deceive me, I will kill you. On the other hand, Su Huo found his woman Yinzi. Yinzi was crying and causing a scene, demanding him to kill someone to avenge her. All right, darling, stop crying, gather the people and follow me. Su Huo was a dwarf in front of Morong Chia, an extraordinary in front of others, a super big brother with unparalleled strength. His strength was on par with the Morong family, a martial master. Considering Ling Yu's status when he received the title of martial master in the southern zone, one could imagine his stature in Yanjing. Unless one was truly a big shot, no one dared trouble him. He made Yinzi gather some ordinary henchmen to create a scene, help manipulate and destroy evidence. As for who needed a lesson, he alone was enough. The incident at Fuhua Mall in the afternoon was still a topic of discussion into the night. The newly opened Qin Shai Fengzu was indeed stealing the thunder today. The fact that the beautiful shop manager dared strike Yinzi had all the other shop owners curious about her potential miserable fate. They're here. They're here. Someone suddenly exclaimed. In the next moment, a large group of Yin family henchmen flooded into the mall, destroying all cameras and chasing away the people in the mall. They were clearly well versed in this. Yinzi walked into the mall smugly with Su Huo, her hand laced with his. Her eyes, adorned with heavy makeup, exuded a terrifying coldness. Humph. This time, I will definitely torture that big gang person to death. I will repay tenfold the humiliation I suffer, Yinzi stated coldly as she had her men block the exits on both sides of Qin Shai Fengzu. They drew the black curtains, isolating everything from the public. With this setup, no matter what happened at Qin Shai Fengzu, there would be no witnesses, and with Su Huo's support from the Morong family, well-connected and influential, no one could cause them trouble. At the same time, in the 8th district of Yanjing, in an exceedingly ordinary small clubhouse, Liu Yibian is talking to Mr. Li. Zijian, you are truly amazing. Su Huo has already gone to find Ling Yu trouble. This time they will definitely come into conflict. After Mr. Li finished speaking, he raised his glass to Liu Yibian. His eyes did not show much brightness. After all, using instigation as a strategy is not considered a major plot. Liu Yibian raised his glass and clinked it with Mr. Li's assistant, smiling and saying, I asked Mr. Li's assistant to come out today, actually referred to things. Oh, what things? Mr. Li's attitude was good, but there was no guarantee. I want Mr. Li to lend me a few experts, as I am going to assassinate someone tonight, Liu Yibian said meaningfully. Oh, who? Mr. Li's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. After looking around, Liu Yibian leaned in close to Mr. Li's ear and quietly said a name. What? Mr. Li was shocked. Zijian, this is something you absolutely cannot do. Killing him will bring huge trouble. Besides, that person's martial arts skills are very high, and our for special envoys are all in the western regions on other missions. It's doubtful if anyone can kill him. Liu Yibian seemed to have anticipated his attitude early on and smiled, saying, rest assured, no one will know that we are behind this. If we dare not do even this, then I might as well resign. I don't want to be the special assistant to the chairman of the Commerce Guild. Li's assistant looked troubled, and could only sigh. All right, I'll find a way for you. The chairman has high hopes for you, so you must work well. He will announce next week that you will be appointed as the special assistant to the chairman. Thank you, Mr. Li's assistant. Liu Yibian's lips curled up high. already anticipating the other party's agreement, and continued, "The second thing is also related to what you just mentioned." "Oh, please go on." Lee's assistant was becoming increasingly interested in this young man. In his eyes, this man was a young sapling with huge potential, rapidly growing step by step. In the future, he might even become a towering tree like the chairman of the Commerce Guild. With Mr. Lee's connections and means, it should be quite easy to crush a subsidiary of Chiagang Group. An external company like this, right? Liu Yibian asked coldly. "What?" Lee's assistant was taken aback. "Isn't that the company you are in charge of? Why should I deal with you guys?" Liu Yibian had a confident stance as he spoke. "Lingyu has never trusted me. If it weren't for Qin Mingyu wanting to use me, he would have killed me long ago. Without some incident, I can't earn his trust, and if I lose my value to him, he will surely eliminate me." Lee's assistant nodded, sighing. "Zijian, you are always walking on thin ice, and I truly admire that." Liu Yibian casually remarked, "It's all for the chairman, to manage the country well. Well, anyway, you handle these matters. I trust you. I will cooperate with whatever you need me to do." Lee's assistant readily agreed this time. "Thank you." Liu Yibian's charming smile was more profound than the wine in the glass. To be honest, Lee's assistant also could not fathom this young man, but he was deeply drawn to him, like a fine and aged wine. After toasting, Lee's assistant left first. Liu Yibian was left drinking alone for a while before leaving the clubhouse. However, just as he stepped out, a familiar voice came from behind, saying, "Ah Jian, so you have indeed come to Yanjing to develop." Liu Yibian turned around to see the unfamiliar man in front of him, slightly taken aback, but he quickly recovered and smiled. "It's you after all. I knew you wouldn't be easily killed by Lingyu. Want to have a drink?" "My treat." The stranger pushed his glasses up and jokingly said, "Because I'm broke now." "No problem." Liu Yibian readily agreed. "I know you'll rise again sooner or later. I'll remember this debt." "Mr. Zhao." "Ha." Mr. Zhao laughed heartily. "You are indeed my most shrewd friend. Let's go." The two of them re-entered the clubhouse and ordered 2 bottles of old wine. "Master Wuji, what business do you have with me?" Liu Yibian took the initiative to ask. "I wanted to catch up first, but since you're so eager, I'll just say it directly." Wu Yizhao put down his glass, leaned back, pushed up his glasses, and said, "We used to be close friends, right?" "True." Liu Yibian straightforwardly said, "We were, and still are now. But in the future is uncertain." Wu Yizhao interrupted him. "I've always believed that to people who can become close friends may not necessarily share common interests or ideals, but they must have common goals and common interests." Liu Yibian nodded in agreement. Wu Yizhao continued, "We used to have a common enemy, Lingyu, but now it's different. Lingyu has no reason to kill me, and I have no reason to kill Lingyu, but he wants to take you down. And you want to help Tang Ning take him down. So what?" Liu Yibian knew of the other's intelligence and didn't want to pretend, so he asked directly, "Do you still want to be friends with Lingyu? Don't you think that's ridiculous?" "It is a bit ridiculous." Wu Yizhao took a sip of his wine alone, set down the glass, and then smiled. "But as you know, I have only ever protected my little sister. She is now my only flesh and blood. And my blood feud is with Zhao Wushan. That man has always wanted to kill me and my sister since childhood. I will stand with Lingyu to kill Zhao Wushan, then take control of the Zhao family." "I see." Liu Yibian nodded, not saying anything further. Instead, Wu Yizhao continued, "If things continue like this, we are indeed likely to become enemies." As he spoke the word enemy, he looked directly at Liu Yibian over his glasses. Due to the lenses, he felt that the distance between them seemed farther than it actually was. Liu Yibian suddenly smiled. "So you came to me not to persuade me to help you with Lingyu against Zhao Wushan, to take control of the Zhao family, and help Saipeng win the election. Don't you think that would be a good idea?" Wu Yizhao smiled back. Liu Yibian's smile suddenly turned cold. "So my father died in vain? Should I just watch as Lingyu takes away the woman I love the most? Should I silently wish them happiness?" Wu Yizhao suddenly fell silent. Liu Yibian also knew he had gotten carried away and composed his emotions. He knew that Wu Yizhao understood him, so he couldn't hide his inner thoughts from him. Wu Yizhao picked up his glass again, downed the remaining wine in one gulp, then stood up directly. "All right, today's conversation ends here. I hope we still have a chance to have a drink like this in the future." Liu Yibian also smiled slightly. There are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies. There will definitely be a chance. On the other side, there is Fuhua Shopping Mall. A group of shop owners didn't even care about their own shops and gathered outside Jin Shifengsu's store. Although they couldn't see what was happening inside, it didn't stop them from whispering to each other. This new store definitely won't last a day. The new owner must be unlucky. Why did they get involved in someone else's troubles? No wonder. In my opinion, she is either foolish or greedy. She must have thought the price was low to take over this store. So, you shouldn't be too greedy in life. And having intelligence is important too. The last person to speak was a woman in a burgundy snake skirt. She was the shop owner next to Qin Shifenshu, known as Sister Tan, always gabbing and enjoying others' misfortunes. At this time, Ling Ruoxu, who was also preparing to close for the day after finishing her first day of business, suddenly felt her vision darken. When she turned around, she saw someone using a black cloth to cover her store. The next moment, a group of men came rushing in like a tide. If it were another woman, she might have screamed in fear. What do you want to do? Ling Ruoxu just sighed lightly. Another person wanted to play a game with her. She couldn't allow herself to feel tired, or she wouldn't be able to continue. So, mindset is crucial. Heh. Getting ready to close? Yinzi strutted in triumphantly, sneering. Have you experienced the process of opening a store for a day? I've been kind, letting you have the complete experience. You don't need to come and continue tomorrow. Ling Ruoxu rolled her eyes at her and said, I won't open tomorrow. Will you come and work for me? Humph, you stubborn woman. Let me show you who my man is. Let's see if you and your brother still dare to be arrogant. Yinzi's features twisted in anger, shouting loudly, Darling, you must help me vent this anger. In her eyes, these outsiders were arrogant because they had a bit of money, and her brother was skilled in martial arts. But soon, they would see a true master. After encountering a first-class retainer of the Morong family, they would surely be scared into submission. Just wait and see. Su Huo also raised his head slightly, looking proud. He walked over confidently, completely different from his usual self when he followed Morong Qian. Typically, he would show off by smashing a shelf with one hand or kicking a wall to intimidate the other party. However, before he could act, Ling Ruoxu exclaimed in surprise, So, you are the tail dog following them? Su Huo trembled suddenly, astonished. Miss Ruoxu. On the way there, he had communicated with Yinzi. However, Yinzi didn't know the names of Ling Ruoxu's siblings and continuously belittled them. She even said Ling Yu only bullied women and ordinary people, claiming he was just a pretentious nobody. In front of Su Huo, he was certainly vulnerable. But now seeing Ling Ruoxu, Su Huo realized that today's situation was dire. Her brother was Ling Yu, who Morong Qian himself had been unwilling to face alone back in Sukang. This was bad. Sure enough, the next moment, Ling Yu suddenly appeared, standing behind Ling Ruoxu. Su Huo was sweating profusely, taking a step back. Darling, what's the matter with you? Yinzi also noticed Su Huo's strange behavior and quickly turned to ask, You. Didn't you say they were just insignificant nobody? Su Huo exclaimed emotionally, How are they insignificant nobody? They are a giant whale. What? Watching his expression and hearing his words, Yinzi's arrogance disappeared instantly. Every time she had Su Huo handle things, he managed to smooth things over. Gradually, she began to think she could act domineeringly. And Su Huo was a powerful figure. Who would have thought they would encounter people who made Su Huo afraid at the shopping mall today? If these siblings were so powerful, why did they bother opening a store? It's deceitful. Su Huo, are you here to cause trouble? Ling Yu also asked coldly. Unexpectedly, Su Huo waved his hands repeatedly, sweating profusely as he smiled apologetically. No, I heard Mr. Ling and Miss Ruoxu opened a store here today, and I came to congratulate them. Congratulate? Ling Yu smirked, mocking. You're congratulating my sister on the grand opening with just a pair of bananas. This. Su Huo didn't know what to do for a moment. He directly grabbed a necklace around Yinzi's neck and handed it to Ling Ruoxu with a smile. Darling, you are crazy. Yinzi quickly exclaimed. That desert snow necklace is very expensive. Shut up. Su Huo stopped her and quickly put on a smile again, saying to Ling Ruoxu, Miss Ruoxu, this necklace is called Desert Snow, corresponding with your name. I specially give it to you to congratulate your grand opening. Ling Ruoxu chuckled. If someone gave her a diamond necklace for free, why wouldn't she accept it? After taking the necklace, she teasingly asked, Aren't you just pretending to be submissive because my brother is here today? Will you come back to deal with me when you have the chance? Ling Yu immediately fixed him with a deadly stare. Su Huo felt a terrifying pressure and knew this or was unmatched by Jia Xiao. He quickly shook his head and said, "No. How could this be? I'm not afraid of Mr. Ling killing me, am I?" Yinzi might still not believe Ling Yu would casually kill someone, so she wasn't as afraid. But Su Huo had seen Ling Yu go on a killing spree in Suking. This was why he hadn't proposed to go find Lin Ruoxu after returning to Yanjing. Jia Xiao might be able to handle others effortlessly, but he would probably lose against Ling Yu. He even considered making a move on Ling Yu's sister. He feared it would bring disaster upon himself. "All right, I believe you came to congratulate the grand opening of my new store. I accept the gift. You may leave now." Ling Ruoxu didn't want any trouble. She just wanted to develop her business and saw Su Huo pretending so well. She couldn't be bothered to let her brother teach him a lesson. "Sure. Goodbye. Miss Ruoxu, goodbye. Mr. Ling." Su Huo went through the motions politely and quickly left with his fiancée. As the black cloth on the sides of the Qin Shifenshu store was lifted, the onlookers outside started to get restless. "Do you think anything in that newly opened store is intact?" "Hehe, the proprietor will probably end up either kneeling or lying down, right? Outsiders don't know how deep the waters of Yanjing are." Sister Tung was gleeful, but when she saw that Qin Shifenshu was still unscathed, she was stunned and almost bit her tongue. Next, everyone saw Su Huo and Yinzi leaving furtively, which was even more unbelievable. They had seen how Su Huo and Yinzi had dealt with one person after another who offended them before. What kind of background does this store have? Sister Tung, mustering some courage, went to sneak a peek at Qin Shifenshu, the shop owner. Unexpectedly, she felt Ling Yu's gaze and was so frightened that she fell with a cry, scrambling away on all fours. How terrifying! Who was that man? Why was his aura so heavy with killing intent? Xiao Yu, why did you scare her? Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but mock her younger brother, walking up to the Tun sister and smiling, saying, "Are you the owner of the store next door? Let's learn from each other in the future." Learn from each other? Oh, I dare not. Goodbye. The Tun sister hurriedly ran away in a panic. Once out of the mall, she couldn't stop spreading rumors, saying Ling Yu had a heavy murderous intent, possibly wanting to kill someone, and that his sister Sung Red Sans may be also harboring evil intentions. In any case, both of them were far from being good people. On the other side, Su Huo left the Fuhua Mall with Yinzi before finally letting out a sigh of relief. With a stern face, he scolded his fiancée. "Ozzy, you almost got me killed. How could you offend that person?" Yinzi was also confused. Her fiancé used to be domineering wherever he went, cutting down anyone who displeased him. But why did he act like a mouse seeing a cat when he encountered that man just now? So, she quickly asked, "Darling, who are those siblings we just met?" Su Huo glanced around. They were now in an alley outside the mall, and it was late at night with few people around. He whispered to her, "That man is Ling Yu. Just the name alone may not tell you much about him, but do you know who is considered the strongest in the martial arts world today?" "Of course, I do." Yinzi, as his girlfriend, and used to him boasting and bullying people everywhere, was definitely familiar with the martial arts world and knew very few could beat her fiancé. She immediately said, "The strongest is your Jia Xiao, followed by Yuan Moranti. You are second in the world." "Hey there." Su Huo wrinkled his brow. "I may boast to you, but you actually believe it. Besides, I always mention someone stronger than me, don't I? One at most claim to be the third best in the world. HMPH. You always say that to me." Yinzi raised her hands and pouted. "You always say Jia Xiao is stronger than you, and there's someone else named Northvolf King who is his equal, but we have no idea how powerful he is. You are the best beneath them." "That's exactly what I said." Su Huo exclaimed, "There is someone stronger than me. I have never claimed to be second in the world." "That's what you meant." "Wait a minute." Yinzi suddenly realized, amazed. "So you mean that man is the Northvolf King, the war god of our dragon nation?" Understanding this, she broke out in cold sweat. "Got it," Su Huo said excitedly. "So it's not that I'm inadequate, it's just that the opponent is too strong. You really have no idea. Otherwise, our lives wouldn't have been spared. You don't know that killing God in Suzhou has killed so many people." The more Yinzi listened, the more anxious she became. Her hands and feet started shaking, and she nodded repeatedly. I had no idea that bullying someone would lead us to meet the Northern War God. Let's quickly go. I'm afraid that he may not have acted earlier and will come to kill us now while there are fewer people. Haha, that's unlikely. Suhyuo knew a bit about Lingyu. As the Northern War God, the man behaved openly and honorably. If he really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't need to be sneaky about it. After all, how many did he take down single-handedly in Suzhou in the past? Well, dear, let's get going quickly. Yinzi wasn't as confident because she wasn't as familiar with Lingyu, and she just wanted to get as far away as possible. You're such a coward, you go first. I have to rush back to the Moran's place. Suhyuo sent his fiancée away and made his way back. He and Moran had a bet to see who could find Ling Ruoxu first. Initially, he came here to stick up for his fiancée, but he was worried Moran might find Ling Ruoxu first. Little did he know, he stumbled upon Ling Ruoxu instead, and now he could mock Moran for his inefficiency when he returned. Thinking of this, he chuckled. However, as he walked down a small alley, several cars blocked his path from the front and back. What the heck? Are they crazy? Suhyuo wasn't afraid. Instead, he shouted, "Who are you? How dare you block my way?" In Yanjing, owned by Moran, Suhyuo had developed a bit of cockiness over time, feeling a bit fearful in Suzhou, but not in Yanjing, where Moran's influence was strong. You're blocking your own arrogant self, daring to make eyes at my elder sister Ruoxu. Go die. A cloaked figure shouted and lunged at Suhyuo. Suhyuo dodged in surprise, realizing the person had considerable martial prowess. To make matters worse, they were prepared. And there wasn't just one skilled attacker. Just as he evaded a fatal strike, another attacker ambushed him from behind. A tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves, especially when they employed every dirty trick in the book to kill him. The fight continued until Suhyuo attempted to break through, only to be hit by a hidden weapon in his back leg, causing him to scream in pain. A group of experts swarmed him, gradually beating him to death on the spot. Soon, a cloaked figure came to the corner of the alley by a black car and said softly, "Assistant Liu, the person has been dealt with." Assistant Liu nodded and instructed in a low voice, "Clean up the scene, let the most skilled person deliver the fatal blow, and then find a way to inform the Moran family as soon as possible." "Yes, young Master Liu." The cloaked figure immediately, and to carry out the orders, while Liu Yujian left the scene. On the other side, at the Moran residence, Morangi had been trying to find Ling Ruoxu's whereabouts. Knowing she had come to Yanjing but hadn't pinpointed her location yet, he decided to return home and planned to search for her tomorrow since Yanjing was their Moran family's territory, and she couldn't escape. Where is Suhyuo? Morangi arrived at the villa area, intending to find Suhyuo or see if he had gone to meet someone. "Young master, Suhyuo hasn't returned yet," a maid reported to him. "What do you mean he hasn't returned? Gone to play with women all day and not come back. Where's the young master?" Moran, he was about to go report, when a servant hurriedly ran up to him and said, "Young master, something bad happened." "What's the matter? Why are you so flustered?" Moran, he wasn't pleased with the servant's agitation. The Moran family had strict rules, valuing composure and demeanor. Suhyuo is dead, beaten to death. After hearing this news, Morangi was shocked and nearly jumped in place. After a moment, he grabbed the servant's collar tightly, demanding, "What did you say? Don't you dare report false information, or I will kill you." "He shall. I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense about this kind of thing." The servant suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, waving his hands in panic. Morangi also felt the same and gently pushed him. At this moment, Morangi happened to walk out, his expression extremely cold and stern, shouting, "Investigate immediately. Whoever killed a first-class warrior of the Moran family has declared war on our Moran family. Once we find out who the culprit is, the Moran family will definitely not let him go." Moran Qing, who had been meditating in seclusion, seemed to have disappeared from the world for a long time. As the current head of the Moran family, Morangi had to step in to handle any major events that occurred within the family. After all, the Moran family was divided into several factions, and many eyes were watching him. If the situation was not handled properly, someone would surely step forward to criticize him. "Yes, young master. The police are already investigating, and we have contacted various parties. We believe that the truth will come to light very soon," the servant said with his head bowed. Morangi was not satisfied with a quick resolution. He wanted the truth immediately, so he immediately called a police station. Young master, the case is still under investigation, but based on the accounts of some nearby individuals and some clues, most of the evidence points to one person. The captain of the investigation team said, on the other end of the line. Who? Morong Chia gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a murderous aura. A man named Ling Yu. According to the investigation, Su Huo had contact with him before his death, and Ling Yu even took his fiancée's necklace. There must have been a conflict between them, and the murderer even mentioned something about Sister Ruozu before the killing him. Morong Chia was slightly surprised, and the murderess aura instantly diminished. He noticed his change in expression, but soon, Morong Chia gritted his teeth and said, investigate and gather evidence to confirm that it was him. I cannot let him live. After hanging up the phone, Morong Chia's anger was burning fiercely. He couldn't help but say, young master, as far as I know, Ling Yu is not the kind of person. If he really wanted to kill Su Huo, he wouldn't let him go first and then attack halfway. And he wouldn't have mentioned Sister Ruozu either. Shut up. Morong Chia coldly stopped him, gnashing his teeth and clenching his fists tightly. That man has gone too far. There was no need to confront him last time. Did he really think I'm afraid of him? Morong Chia. He hesitated to speak for a moment, feeling that Morong Chia was too hastily pushing the blame onto Ling Yu. According to his knowledge, Morong Chia was not usually so reckless, but the series of events that had occurred recently, along with the relationships and hatred that had developed, had caused him to lose his former composure. On the other side, Ling Yu had already returned to the temporary residence. The house was decent, but only rented. His sister was now developing in Yanjing, and he might also consider buying a house. Xi Peng, as the prime minister, usually lived in a highly secure location, so Ling Yu didn't need to personally guard it. Sun Ji's team would protect him covertly. He had been exhausted recently and planned to get a good night's sleep tonight, but he didn't expect that there would suddenly be a police siren outside the house. What's going on? Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter this residence. The Wolf warrior guard at the gate stopped them. Step aside. I am crossing FEI, the captain of the 3rd District of Yanjing Criminal Police. I suspect that someone in this residence is related to tonight's murder case. The lead was a tall and strong man, with a commanding presence, followed by a group of well-equipped subordinates. Their forceful approach had become a habit, and under normal circumstances, even the most arrogant individuals would obey when they saw the guns at their waists. But tonight was different. The 2 guards at the large residence pointed their guns directly at them and said coldly, "Do you not understand human language? Who dares to trespass in this residence?" Previously, they couldn't even let a mosquito in easily to protect Ling Ruoxu. She was still in the residence, and they had received the same order. Crossing FEI suddenly shuddered. His subordinates also began to draw their guns. In an instant, the situation became tense. Although the number of Wolf warrior guards was inferior, they showed no sign of weakness. "You have the nerve to stand here and point guns at us. Which organization do you belong to?" Crossing FEI also shouted angrily, putting pressure on them. The 2 guard warriors of the Wolf warrior squad were not moved at all. "You are obstructing our official duties. I will count to 3. If you do not lower your guns, do not blame us for being impolite." The next moment, Crossing FEI also drew his gun. The 2 guards remained unmoved. Damn it! Crossing FEI and his subordinates gnashed their teeth and prepared for battle. They hadn't encountered this kind of situation in a long time. But the next moment, Ling Yu and Jizi walked out. Seeing the suspects, Crossing FEI suddenly shivered. They all thought Ling Yu had someone guard the place to buy time to escape, but they didn't expect him to come out so calmly. "Captain, the suspect is quite bold." Deputy Captain murmured behind Crossing FEI. Crossing FEI ignored him and focused intently on Ling Yu. A man who could kill a first-class warrior of the Morong family was definitely not an ordinary person. Any mishap could lead to trouble. Yizi suddenly reached into his jacket. "Do not make any sudden moves, or we will shoot." Crossing FEI immediately tensed up. The action of Yizi did not hesitate. He directly pulled out a green notebook from inside. Crossing FEI suddenly shivered, realizing the identity of these people. The next moment, Yizi spread out the ID in front of him and coldly said, "Are you still going to shoot at us?" Crossing FEI shuddered again and suddenly realized the identities of these people. The next moment, Yizi spread out the documents in front of him and said coldly, "Are you still going to shoot at us?" Crossing FEI shuddered again, blinked in shock, and looked at Ling Yu with fear. "Captain, what's wrong with you?" The deputy captain called from behind, worrying that Crossing FEI might have been affected by some kind of sorcery and suddenly unable to move. "Put your guns away, now." Crossing FEI suddenly ordered in a cold voice, looking panicked, and even immobilizing the deputy captain and the team members behind him. "Do you hear me? Quickly put away your guns." Crossing FEI put away his own gun and directly pressed down the deputy captain's hand. The other team members reacted slower, looking surprised and somewhat dumbfounded as they slowly put away their guns. Who was this person exactly that made the captain so panicked? "Disband." Crossing FEI ordered in a loud voice, sweat beading on his forehead, abandoning the case altogether. Apart from the fear of Ling Yu's status, it was because he did not have the authority to do so. To arrest a ranking member of the war zone, one needed authorization from the country's highest authority. As a mere captain of the Yanjing district, he did not have that power. Even if he wanted to make an arrest, he was incapable of doing so. If he angered them and they wiped them all out, where? "Mr. Ling, my name is Crossing FEI, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Yanjing Police Force. Tonight, we received a case where a man named Su Huo was beaten to death near the Fuhua shopping mall. Based on investigations and testimonies from nearby residents, you are a major suspect in this murder." Crossing Fei's tone was respectful, but straightforward. "Su Huo is dead." At this moment, Ling Ruoxu heard the conversation outside the door and came out in surprise. She never thought that the detestable servant from the Morong family, whom she wished dead, had actually been killed. "Yes, you are Miss Ling Ruoxu, right?" Crossing FEI continued. "According to testimonies from some shop owners at Fuhua shopping mall, the victim had a confrontation with you and even your slap landed on his fiancée Yinzi. There were witnesses who heard someone call for Miss Ruoxu, indicating that you may have a grudge, giving you a motive for murder." "Ridiculous." Ling Ruoxu scoffed. "It was her who got slapped by me, not the other way around. And even if there was any intent to kill, it would have been directed at me, not her fiancé. Besides, I was with my brother the whole night and not at the scene." "I'm sorry, but family members cannot be witnesses for each other's alibis," Crossing FEI stated bluntly. Ling Ruoxu wanted to say more, but Ling Yu raised a hand to stop her and directly asked Crossing FEI, "Where is the victim now?" Crossing FEI replied, "We have the crime scene secured at the police station. The forensic report shows that the victim died from a fatal blow with full palm force." Ling Yu frowned upon hearing this. Initially, he had no intention of getting involved, leaving it easy to handle. However, now he realized someone was intentionally targeting him, possibly to escalate tensions between him and the Morong family. Though he desired retribution for his sister's previous suffering, he never intended to kill them. Knowing the power of the four major families in Yanjing, he understood that it would cause extensive trouble for anyone involved in a conflict. "Take me to see the victim," Ling Yu demanded. "You are a suspect, unless..." The deputy captain tried to intervene, but Crossing FEI quickly gave him a warning glance. Crossing FEI understood that Ling Yu's request was more of a command. As a legendary warrior, he hesitated to reveal Ling Yu's identity knowingly. "Mr. Ling, please." Crossing FEI finally agreed, leaving his subordinates surprised by the sudden shift in attitude. Crossing FEI couldn't explain to them his motives, as he maintained only a professional stance, not serving any particular family's interests. He sensed that Ling Yu and his sister were probably not lying about their innocence in this case. Ling Yu arrived at the scene and inspected Su Huo's body. After confirming the details, he sneered. Before he could speak, several cars rushed to the spot, carrying Morong Qian, Morong He, and others to confirm the tragedy. Su Huo was a highly respected warrior in the Morong family. Ling Yu. Upon seeing Ling Yu present, Morong Qian, who had been enraged and in pain, involuntarily shuddered. Morong He also didn't expect Ling Yu to be at the scene, but knew Crossing FEI could handle Ling Yu's presence. Ling Yu glanced at Morong Qian without intending to engage or explain anything to him. However, feeling slighted in public, Morong Qian clenched his fists and vowed to avenge Su Huo's death. Ignoring him, Ling Ruoxu contemptuously remarked, "Morong Qian, with your character and temperament, do you really think you deserve to be on par with the Northern Volve King? You are nothing but a braggart." Infuriated, Morong Qian's gaze turned icy, but before he could respond, Ling Yu, sensing something, astonishingly asked, "Morong Qian, have you encountered Yuan Zhu before?" Upon hearing this name, Warangti was startled, suddenly realizing the connection. He remembered Yuan Zhu and the strange shift in Marangqian's behavior. Ling Yu's remark made him realize the resemblance in Marangqian's aura to Yuan Shu's demonic presence. Furious, Marangqia denied any knowledge, diverting the topic and threatening Ling Yu with legal consequences. Ling Yu remained unfazed and declared, "I did not kill Su Huo. If the Marang family wants to engage in conflict, whether in single combat or as a group, I am prepared at any time." With this statement, the tension was palpable. Marangqia, unable to defeat Ling Yu at the moment, conceded, stating that he would leave the matter to the authorities and only step in if the police couldn't handle it. Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu left the scene, disregarding the murmurs of onlookers. "Little Yu, who could be behind this scheme to frame us?" Ling Ruoxu voiced her frustration during the ride back. "Who else but Zhao Wuji, the willow leaf sort, is adept at such actions," Ling Yu deduced. Ling Yu anticipated a more elaborate scheme beyond the Marang family's involvement. Ling Yu detested this type of adversary and preferred direct confrontation, similar to his experiences on the Dark Knight Island. The next morning, Ling Yu received a video call from Qin Mingyu. Before he could inquire about her well-being, Qin Mingyu anxiously informed him about troubles at the Yanjing branch, involving financial deficits and debts to multiple companies. These issues were part of Willow Leaf Sword's manipulation, seeking to distract and exhaust his attention and resources. "Ling Yu, I'm counting on you to handle matters in Yanjing," sighed Qin Mingyu with some annoyance, and also proactively said, "When it comes to official matters, you can make decisions on your own." The meaning was clear. She knew Ling Yu didn't want to keep the Willow Leaf Sword, and by doing this, he must have sensed something and didn't want to continue pretending any longer. "Don't worry, Mingyu, I've got it covered in Yanjing," Ling Yu promised his wife before hanging up the phone, and hurried to the branch office, full speed. Upon arriving at the company, he saw a crowd gathered at the entrance, of all kinds, difficult to describe except as a mix of dragons and snakes. To Ling Yu's surprise, the Willow Leaf Sword was also present, causing him to furrow his brow. Did this guy not realize he wanted to kill him? Did he genuinely want to help manage the branch for Chiagang Group? No, that was impossible. Ling Yu quickly dismissed his own thoughts. With the abilities of the Willow Leaf Sword, if he genuinely wanted to help manage the branch, he wouldn't have ended up in a situation where everyone was attacking him today. So Ling Yu couldn't quite figure out what the Willow Leaf Sword was thinking. "Look, that's the hidden boss of Chiagang Group. He's called Ling Yu, the husband of Qin Mingyu. And I'm just a worker." Seeing Ling Yu arrive, the Willow Leaf Sword quickly called out and shifted his gaze. Indeed, a group of people immediately surrounded Ling Yu. "Mr. Ling, Chiagang Group delayed shipment, causing us a loss of 2 billion. We demand your immediate compensation. I'm your supplier. You're not accepting our materials due to alleged product shelving. We won't accept it. Please pay the final payment immediately. We are from the notary office. Due to serious breach of contract by your company, we are here to inform you that the 1.3 billion earnest money your branch company's account has been frozen." The group of people rushed to voice their accusations, stirring up over a dozen different issues. Ling Yu remained silent, but he was silently calculating. Based on the problems mentioned by these people on the spot, it would amount to no less than 10 billion yuan to resolve them. Although Chiagang Group's total value had long since exceeded 100 billion, it wasn't easy to come up with 10 billion just like that to solve the problem, especially considering the need for personnel to handle the related issues, which was more cumbersome, and the initial attack on the Dark Knight Island. Seeing this, the Willow Leaf Sword tried to take advantage and slip away. With a single glance from Ling Yu, Yi understood immediately and led his men to chase him away from the scene. "Everyone, please calm down. I'm here today to address these issues. Chiagang Group will provide an explanation for everything," Ling Yu declared loudly. But as he had mentioned to Qin Mingyu before, both of them excelled in different fields and now each found themselves in areas they weren't proficient in. Qin Mingyu wasn't good at leading troops into battle, but was forced to lead the allied forces up the mountain to fight bandits in the western regions, while he, on the other hand, wasn't good at handling business issues, yet was being forced to deal with a pile of commercial matters not related to the company. Chiagang Group headquarters was not lacking in money, but Ling Yu lacked a reliable business talent to help manage things. "Don't just say it's just a minor issue. Today, if you don't compensate, I'll call the police." "Yes. What about our orders over here? We need an immediate explanation. My company has hundreds of employees waiting to be paid." and our cooperative project. The group continued to speak one after another, making Ling Yu's head spin with the numerous issues. Despite having a strong physical presence, he couldn't use force against these businessmen. The scene quickly reached the screen of Li Tate, who couldn't help but marvel at the layout of the Willow Leaf Sword and Chairman Tang. Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu are indeed formidable, but the Willow Leaf Sword is even more so. Leading them into unfamiliar territory and picking them off one by one makes things easier for us. Li Ti's assistant couldn't help but chuckle. The prospect of the esteemed 5-star honorary general being arrested for commercial violations or having his freedom restricted forcibly was quite amusing, although unlikely. Everyone, are these not just minor issues? A confident voice suddenly rang from behind the crowd. In the next moment, an ordinary-looking man, escorted by a group of bodyguards, pushed up his glasses and strode confidently into the circle. All eyes were initially on him, but quickly shifted to the sickly beautiful woman standing behind him. "Ah, it's Miss Zhao Wenjun. Isn't it rumored that Miss Zhao, one of the Fur Beauties, was dying? Why does she look fine now? Why is Miss Zhao Wenjun here?" Zhao Wenjun's fame and influence in Yanjing far surpassed Ling Yu, and the reputation of the Elegant Beauty Group also overshadowed that of Tiagang Group in Yanjing. Zhao Wenjun remained silent as it was now her brother's turn to perform. "You pressing for payment, you chasing for the final payment. Aren't you just worried that Tiagang branch will fold, turning it into a bad debt? Don't worry, it's not possible." Zhao Wuji pushed up his glasses and continued. The predicament faced by the Tiagang branch was purely caused by the previous manager playing a trick, stripping the branch of its operations and customers. He secretly registered a new company, diverting all orders to his new company, with the actual products being substitutes and imitations from Tiagang Group. However, Tiagang Group has a core technology that even if he's very familiar with Tiagang Group, he can't imitate. That is the technology related to the Heart of the Sun. Elegant Beauty Group is now offering a 3 billion order to Tiagang Group, which would resolve the deadlock faced by the Tiagang branch. Everyone listened quietly to Zhao Wuji's analysis. Even though Ling Yu wasn't well-versed in business, he understood Zhao Wuji's solution. Plus, Zhao Wenjun kept smiling at him, hoping he would boldly let her brother help solve the problem. After a long explanation, Zhao Wuji summarized simply, "With this 3 billion for relief funds, the Tiagang branch can resolve the breach, unfreeze the security deposit, pay the supplies goods, and ensure timely delivery of the next batch of orders." Surrounding businessmen, having listened to Zhao Wuji's analysis, suddenly found the problem to be straightforward, and those anxious about not receiving their payments began to relax. "Ling Yu, if I were you, I'd be more generous, offer them a discount, and send them off happily." Zhao Wuji patted Ling Yu's solid chest with satisfaction. "All right, let's do as you say." Ling Yu agreed amiably. "Oh, you trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I might trick you like the Willow Leaf Sword?" Zhao Wuji pushed up his glasses and chuckled. "I trust you as far as I can throw you." Ling Yu just smiled calmly. "Thank you," Zhao Wenjun said to Ling Yu with a slight smile. After waking up, she and her brother managed to regain all the industries of the Elegant Beauty Group within 2 to 3 days, thwarting the Zhao family's plans to devour the Elegant Beauty Group. After all, she was the owner of the Elegant Beauty Group. In the future, the Elegant Beauty Group will be the most loyal partner of Tiagang Group. Please support Tiagang Group. Thank you. Zhao Wenjun finally addressed the crowd. With Miss Wen's words, "I am now full of confidence in Tiagang Group. Yes, even if I don't give face to anyone else, I must give face to Miss Wen. We are willing to continue cooperating with Tiagang Group." The many businessmen at the door all expressed their support. "Thank you all. Please enter the company and wait patiently. We will make sure to settle everything one by one." Ling Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. After the troublesome matter was resolved, it was his turn to speak to Zhao Wenjun. "Thank you. If it weren't for you coming, I would have been in deep trouble today. As the saying goes, one must be close to the red to become red." Zhao Wenjun gave Ling Yu a look similar to Chen Mingyu's, seemingly annoyed and angry. "My life was saved by you, and yet you say these things to me." "Thankfully Mingyu is smart," she said. "You, this fool, are not suitable for handling such matters and asked me to help." "Ha ha, that's true." Ling Yu also laughed and openly accepted the fact that he was a fool. Business matters should be handled by professionals with expertise, and today, once again, he realized that Zhao Wujin, that bastard, was truly talented. He thought a problem that required 10 billion to solve, but the other party could solve it with 3 billion, showing the difference between amateur and professional. Let me recommend some business talents to you, but remember, know the person's face, but not their heart. Use them at your own discretion. Don't believe those people, just because you trust me. Zhao Wenjin also proactively suggested. Okay, I will use your recommendations, Ling Yu said, glancing casually at Zhao Wujin. He wished this guy could sincerely help him, but it was impossible for him to let go of his grudges and trust this guy. In the conversation, Yizi quickly returned and whispered to him, Li Yejian has been caught. Caught? Ling Yun was surprised. Did they really miscalculate this time with Li Yejian, or had they overestimated Li Yejian in the past? Zhao Wujin pushed up his glasses without saying anything. Even though he couldn't hear what Yizi was saying, he already guessed it. Ling Yu immediately made the taking out gesture towards Yizi. Yizi understood and went to do it. Regardless of whether they had overestimated Li Yejian before or if they had failed this time, one thing was certain. This person could not be allowed to live. On the other side, sitting in a stretched Lincoln office car just leaving Yinchang, Qin Mingyu quickly received news from Yanjing. The issue with the branch had been resolved, and Liu Yejian had been taken care of. Seeing these two pieces of information, Qin Mingyu furrowed her brow slightly. It was easy to resolve the issue, especially since she had asked Zhao Wenjin for help. But was Li Yejian really taking care of that easily? Or did Ling Yu, that stubborn guy, disregard reason and kill him directly? Regardless, with Liu Yejian dead, she felt relieved overall, proving that this person truly deserved to die. Chairwoman Qin, our operation this time went very smoothly. The bandits and thugs all fled in fear of us. As the convoy stopped, President Liang suddenly approached her. Qin Mingyu just smiled indifferently. We caught hardly any bandits. They all fled. Once our coalition dissolves, they will return. Isn't it all just a waste of time? Although Ling Yu always emphasized safety first, Qin Mingyu was not one for superficial actions. Raising an army just to scare off bandits and thugs was a waste of her time. Ha ha. Chairwoman Qin, you are right, but the National Chamber of Commerce will have a meeting next week where the President of the General Chamber will also speak as a prelude to the upcoming General Chamber elections. Chairwoman Qin, won't you come to Yanjing for that? President Liang asked, revealing the reason for his visit to Qin Mingyu. I will send a representative to such a meeting. President Liang, why are you so concerned about this? Qin Mingyu asked. President Liang immediately smiled. I'm just worried that if Chairwoman Qin goes to Yanjing, our coalition will be left without a leader. Qin Mingyu just smiled. With her beautiful icy eyes, she couldn't help but carefully assess President Liang, trying to understand his intentions. Was he afraid she might switch battlegrounds with Ling Yu, sending him to the western regions to fight the bandits? However, as far as she knew, President Liang didn't have much connection with the Five Poison sect, so he shouldn't take their side. At that moment, there was a commotion around them. Qin Mingyu got out of the car to assess the situation, understanding that Lin Qinglan would head up the mountain with a team to fight the bandits once again. President Liang got out of the car with Qin Mingyu, only to find that before her feet even touched the ground, Lu Wudao appeared as if out of nowhere, guarding behind Qin Mingyu like a ghost. President Liang couldn't help but mutter, with such a close bodyguard, anyone wanting to harm Qin Mingyu would find it nearly impossible. Shortly after, Lin Qinglan came down from the mountain, spitting in frustration. What's happening? Qin Mingyu shouted to him from a distance. Ah, forget it. Those bandits and thugs seem to have gotten wind of us and fled. Everywhere is deserted. It's just a few old, weak, sick, and disabled people left. It's not worth it. Truly not worth it. Lin Qinglan shook his hands. Qin Mingyu also smiled in bitterness, realizing that even if she didn't want to engage in superficial actions, these bandits and thugs forced her hand. Chairwoman Qin, shall we burn down their lairs? President Liang asked for her opinion. Qin Mingyu thought for a moment and shook her head. It's pointless. Eliminating their physical bases won't solve the problem. Engaging in these actions is fruitless. Once our coalition disbands, they will return. And without their lairs, they may become even more ruthless in arson, killings, and looting. President Liang sighed, muttering softly, if we can't catch these people and we don't burn down their lairs, won't we just return empty-handed, becoming a laughingstock? We won't, Qin Mingyu said firmly, without giving President Liang an explanation, asking him to return to his car. Subsequently, she gathered her close associates for a meeting. Holy lady, this kind of battle mode is very unfavorable for us. I feel the other side wants to challenge us. With only her people left around, Lu Wuda also spoke up. They know we can't defeat them one by one, so they either don't fight or they gather all their forces for a decisive battle. Lin Qinglong was also excited. Exactly. Damn it. President Aang and those guys don't understand military tactics at all. They sneakily assemble to fight the bandits, surprise their enemies, and promote the mission vigorously, even holding a banditry eradication conference before departure. The bandits must have escaped by then, waiting for you to come to destroy them. Qin Mingyu had never led troops into battle, and now was her time to accumulate experience. Hearing their analysis, she found it to be very accurate. However, she was a businesswoman and couldn't help but be a bit more crafty. She couldn't help thinking, was President Aang's actions for some ulterior motive? Just then, President Ma hurriedly came to her, and even before coming closer, he shouted, "Chairwoman Qin, something terrible happened. While we were away, the disaster relief warehouse in Yancheng was looted, and all the relief supplies were taken by the bandits." What? Qin Mingyu was momentarily shocked, not expecting the other side to use such a sneak attack tactic against them. Damn it, we're going back to kill them all. Grab those little thieves, and hang them upside down one by one for a whipping. Lin Qinglong immediately erupted in anger. Qinglong, stop. However, Qin Mingyu called out to him, then asked the president of the horse club, have you reported the case? Has the Yancheng police department been mobilized? Well, they have been mobilized, but so far, not a single bandit has been caught. The president of the horse club exclaimed in frustration. Qin Mingyu carefully assessed him before asking, how much loss in goods was there in total? Aside from large items of little value, the valuable items, including cash donations, were all looted. The president of the horse club replied urgently, the total loss is probably around several billion. How many casualties were there among the personnel? Qin Mingyu continued to inquire. Except for a few guards who were lightly injured, no one died. The president of the horse club replied. Qin Mingyu's eyes instantly turned cold. President Mao, do you think I'm foolish? Such a large rescue station, with so much lost, clearly the other party is a large group committing the crime. Your people saying they couldn't resist and surrendered directly to them is unacceptable. So many of them rushed in, and no one noticed in advance. No one called the police immediately. The president of the horse club's face turned pale, and it took him a while to speak. President Qin, are you suspecting that we have an insider colluding with them, intentionally letting the bandits take away the goods? Qin Mingyu was about to nod, when suddenly several prominent figures from Yancheng hurried over, one of them even running. Something's wrong. President Qin, I led people to eliminate bandits with you. Because my jewelry store lacked security personnel, it was looted by bandits. I lost billions. And my antique shop too. I lost billions. All the gold, silver, and jewelry in my store were looted. Several prominent figures recounted similar experiences, with valuable physical items, cash, gold, and silver being looted. The more Qin Mingyu listened, the more suspicious she became. Xie Shaodi couldn't help but whisper, President Qin, it's obvious that someone knows our alliance's details, had premeditated this, and was in contact with the bandits in advance. As soon as we left Yancheng, they took advantage of the situation. Qin Mingyu also felt the same way, and this person's status in the alliance must be significant. They hurry back, but the bandits have already escaped Yancheng from another exit. In short, they failed this time. President Qin, what do we do now? If the bandits are not eliminated, we will end up in poverty. Yes, you must take charge for us. Find our lost goods, or else our vote in the Chamber of Commerce will not be yours. The group of prominent figures spoke, each adding to the chaos. Shaodi, help me contact the person in charge of the Yancheng Police Department. Yes, President Qin. Xie Shaodi immediately helped contact Captain Dong. President Qin, the bandits were very professional, and they certainly have an inside person. Each location was scouted in advance and prepare, allowing them to sweep through so many places overnight. Captain Dong briefed Qin Mingyu succinctly. Qin Mingyu signaled Lin Qinglong to open the Western region map, and after a moment, responded, Captain Dong, you take a shortcut to ambush on Xilin Road. Send a small team to track. Why? Captain Dong asked puzzled. They have 3 major roads to escape. Why are you so sure they will take Xilin Road? Just do as I say. If the lost items are not found, I will take full responsibility. Qin Mingyu's tone was calm, but it shocked the people around her. Although everyone knew the Chia Gang Group was a big business, with assets exceeding billions, losing several tens of billions or even close to 100 billion in stolen goods would be a huge blow. Okay, I trust President Qin. Captain Dong complimented. I heard President Qin is a heroine. Exceptionally wise. Following your command will definitely help in retrieving the lost goods. Thank you, Qin Mingyu politely replied before hanging up the call. Lin Qinglan immediately asked, Mingyu, what's our next move? The original plan. Sweep all the way to Chuancheng. Qin Mingyu's eyes became much colder. Since the bandits have done such a thing, we'll change our strategy as well. Don't give them a way out. Burn down their bandit dens along the way. This time, it's either they die or they perish. As her words landed, it seemed like a sea breeze spreading. The way everyone saw Qin Mingyu's current demeanor made them secretly gasp in awe. She seemed to have the aura of a strong warrior prepared for anything. All right, I'd been wanting to have a good fight. Let's kill them. Lin Qinglan also turned fierce and immediately set out to carry out the orders. After setting fire to the bandits' stronghold, Qin Mingyu then ordered, let's go. Continue with the original plan to eliminate the bandits. Various prominent figures from different walks of life, all with different thoughts, boarded the vehicles with various expressions, rallying to head west. The president of the horse club specifically sat with the president of the Aang Association in a car, furrowing his brow and sighing. President Aang, do you think President Qin, this woman, is really reliable? If in the end, only a few bandits are eliminated, but we lose tens of billions in goods, we'll be laughed at by the bandits, the mountain bandits, and even the followers of the Five Poison sect within the western regions. The pressure on them began to mount. If they become a laughingstock after a failure, no one will likely organize further bandit elimination efforts, allowing the bandits to become even more rampant. President Aang's expression was solemn as he replied, rest assured, Qin Mingyu is an extraordinary woman. Trust in her abilities, and we don't need to worry too much. Oh. Hearing President Aang talk so casually, the president of the horse club became even more worried. They truly didn't know how capable Qin Mingyu was. In any case, her current arrangement was somewhat perplexing and not entirely reliable. In the Lincoln vehicle, Qin Mingyu's expression was also quite solemn. Those left in the car were all her people, and Zia Shouty had just started to ask, President Qin, by stationing the Yinchen police on Xilan Road, you intend to cut off the bandits' escape route to the northwest and confine them within the western region, right? Yes, that's correct. Qin Mingyu nodded, but just now, I intentionally gave those instructions to let others hear. Letting the traitor inform the bandits is the key to capturing them next. Zia Shouty's eyes lit up, understanding that President Qin was being tactical. Shouty, open the car door and let Wu Da enter. Qin Mingyu commanded. Okay. Zia Shouty opened the car door. Wu Da slipped into the moving extended Lincoln as though he were a ghost. Holy lady, did you summon me? Wu Da closed the door and asked in a deep voice. Yes, the next plan requires your help to implement, and it's crucial to the success or failure of recovering billions worth of goods. I'm counting on you. Qin Mingyu's tone was extremely serious. Madame Saint, feel free to make arrangements as you please. No need to be polite. Wu Da actually always knew that Qin Mingyu was not simple. Just by watching her study the mat, he could tell that she had a front and a back plan, maybe even several plans. All right. Qin Mingyu also responded without reservation, taking out the map and laying it down on a small table, explaining carefully. According to Captain Dong's information, the bandits fled from the northwest of Silver City, and there are 7 possible routes they could have taken. But considering the amount of goods they looted, they must have used a vehicle to escape, making 4 of those routes impossible. That leaves them with only 3 possible routes. The westernmost route is close to the route of our main army, and since they have a spy within our large force, they will surely inform them of our movements. They won't risk taking this route, as if we suddenly change direction, we can easily intercept them. Hearing this, Zia Shouty and Wu Da suddenly saw the light. This was not particularly mysterious, but Qin Mingyu, not being a local of the western regions, was able to assess all details within a matter of seconds after hearing Captain Dong's intelligence, making arrangements promptly. Her intelligence absolutely exceeded 160. Qin Mingyu continued, of the remaining 2 routes, I have already instructed Captain Dong to block one, and they most likely won't take that route. Therefore, the route they are highly likely to take is this one. Qin Mingyu then placed a lipstick on top of that route. Lu Wudao nodded in admiration, sincerely praising. Madame Saint's words are absolutely correct. How do you suggest I proceed? Qin Mingyu went on. We are currently quite far from this route. If they were to drive, they would need to make several turns, with many surveillance points along the way. I believe the spy also has the ability to monitor us in advance. Therefore, I want Brother Wudao to do this. Qin Mingyu directly twisted the lipstick, drawing a complete route on the map. Xia Xiaodi and Lu Wudao were even more amazed. The route drawn by Qin Mingyu perfectly bypassed all surveillance, allowing them to ambush the bandits on their escape route without being detected. Madame Saint, I understand. I will go intercept them immediately. Lu Wudao understood without hesitation. No rush. Qin Mingyu gently waved her hand and said, There's a spy among us, who is definitely in secret alliance with the Five Poison Sect or the Four Messengers of Tangning. Wudao, while capable of handling regular opponents, may need to face the Four Messengers' assistance. Therefore, you must select 10 top experts to go, excluding Lin Qinglong. He belongs to the type like Zhang Fei, difficult to control, and he needs to stay with our main force to mislead the enemy and provide support when necessary. Lu Wudao marveled once again. Madame Saint's thoughts are truly detailed, planning several steps ahead even before taking the first step. Don't praise me too much. Qin Mingyu remained modest and continued to meticulously arrange tasks for Lu Wudao. Of the 10, there must be someone proficient in artillery. When the time comes, you will blast the road first. The chosen location should be here. After listening quietly to Qin Mingyu's arrangements, Lu Wudao was sincerely impressed. Madame Saint, I understand. With your meticulous arrangements, completing the mission will be a piece of cake. I entrust this to you, Wudao. Remember, never rush into things. In case of any mishaps, prioritizing your safety is most important. Qin Mingyu gave her final instructions. Understood. After Lu Wudao's acknowledgement, he departed from the vehicle like a ghost. Qin, you are truly amazing. Xia Xiaodi exclaimed sincerely, who said women are inferior to men? Even Commander Ling Yu wouldn't be able to match up to you. Qin Mingyu just smiled faintly, relaxed after all the arrangements, but her expression remained serious. Warfare is full of uncertainties. This is all just my prediction. In reality, how things will unfold depends on everyone's ability to adapt. That night, Lu Wudao had already arrived with 9 experts at the location designated by Qin Mingyu. De Yang was originally an officer in the army of Kazan Kingdom, and using artillery and explosives was like second nature to him. However, as high-level warriors, their movements were too swift that when they reached the spot designated by Qin Mingyu, the bandits had not arrived yet. Boss, did Madame Saint make a mistake in judgment? As dawn approached, Dao Bai and Liana started to feel anxious. If Qin Mingyu's prediction was wrong, they would have been working in vain. The mountain path was rugged, and they had rushed there in haste. Even the high-level warriors were exhausted. Lu Wudao just stood with folded arms, keeping his eyes closed without saying a word. He had complete faith in Madame Saint's wisdom, and with his profound inner strength, he could already hear some commotion in the distance. They're here. Blast the road. Lu Wudao suddenly ordered. De Yan, though skilled, was no match for Lu Wudao in terms of cultivation, so he hadn't heard the commotion due to his impatience. Anna immediately informed Xia Xiaodi to have her inform Madame Saint to arrange for people to surround them. There are quite a few of them. Lu Wudao ignored Dao Yan and gave orders directly to Liana. All right, boss. Liana almost idolized Lu Wudao blindly. Whatever he asked her to do, she would do without hesitation. As expected, as soon as they reported to the headquarters, Dao Yang finally heard a loud commotion. Boss is indeed amazing. I'll go blast them. De Yang immediately took 2 other experts from the Dark Knight Island to blast the road. At that moment, on the mountain road surrounded by 2 mountain ranges, several dozen vehicles were speeding up the mountain, raising clouds of dust, clearly in a mad rush. Lu Wudao, using the faint light of night, observed the number of people on their side with his sharp eyes. Most were transport vehicles, with some smaller cars. The number of individuals should not exceed 500. If they were just ordinary bandits, Lu Wudao alone could easily handle 500, but he was concerned about the presence of skilled individuals and ambushes among them. Prepare. Lu Wudao suddenly raised his hand. Behind him, Liana and other experts exuded a killing intent, their expressions full of excitement. Doom. At the narrow junction ahead, the flames suddenly shot up high. Explosions shook the roadside cliffs as if they were about to crumble. Not good. It's an ambush. The group of bandits suddenly went into a frenzied panic, like ants in a bowling pot, some even attempting to turn their vehicles around. But on these mountain roads, it wasn't easy to turn around, especially since the hunters lying in ambush wouldn't give them a chance. Lu Wudao's eyes flashed with a cold light, his voice deep and concise as he commanded, "Attack! Kill them!" Liana and the others immediately shouted, picking up their weapons and leaping down the mountain. After leaving Dark Knight Island, they had not experienced such slaughter for a long time. An opportunity for a good fight like this was rare, and they were sure to enjoy it. Lu Wudao also wanted to relish in the opportunity for a good fight, but he knew his current role. He was a member of the Warwolf Corps, on a mission that prioritized completion above all else. So, he personally got involved, and with a flash of movement, his hand blade was stained with blood, swiftly taking down 5 or 6 individuals. Fire. Take them down. These bandits also have weapons, but how can their crude weapons compare to the advanced equipment of the Warwolf troops? Lu Wudao and others have been baptized in the bloody battles of Dark Knight Island and are not afraid of their weapons at all. It's like cutting vegetables for them. Just when they thought they were about to win big, 4 experts suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Doom. Lu Wudao exchanged a palm strike with the leader of the red-clothed person, his arm feeling slightly numb. Of course, the situation wasn't any better for the opponent who hastily jumped onto a tree in a sorry state. It was the leader of the 4 envoys, the Red Sparrow. Capture the enemy's leader first. Take down Lu Wudao first. With a command from the Red Sparrow, the 4 envoys immediately surrounded Lu Wudao. In a series of moves, Lu Wudao could only rely on desperate fighting techniques, using inner strength to fend off several people, but the Red Sparrow seized the opportunity, almost landing a hit with his palm. Lu Wudao narrowly dodged the attack as the Red Sparrow transformed his palm into a claw, leaving a shallow blood scratch on Lu Wudao's chest. "Boss, we're here to help you." Liana noticed the boss being surrounded and quickly joined the fray with De Yan, who had just returned. Initially outnumbered, Lu Wudao suddenly realized his strength was waning. "Hehe, you guys are done for today." The Red Sparrow was very pleased. Although the Holy Guardian is powerful, he's a brave man without strategy. After killing you, it will be much simpler to kill Qin Mingyu. As he taunted, the Red Sparrow lunged with full force, trying to force Lu Wudao into a direct confrontation. Instead, Lu Wudao chose to evade. Doom. The Red Sparrow's palm struck Lu Wudao's cloak, thinking he had succeeded, but to his surprise, the palm struck empty air as Lu Wudao executed a deft escape technique. Lu Wudao had retreated 10 yards away, calling out loudly, "They can't run for the time being. Let's retreat for now." Liana and Daobai were very surprised. The boss hadn't won. These strange bunch of people were indeed formidable. The 10 experts from Dark Knight Island had fought real battles and their strength was unquestionable. With their retreat, the bandits were helpless. Damn it, the Red Sparrow wanted to pursue, but Lu Wudao preemptively smashed the stones, blocking their way. When the rocks cleared, there was no sign of Lu Wudao in the darkness. Damn it, chase them. We must kill these experts first, can't let them live to tell the tale. The Red Sparrow loudly commanded. On the other side, Lu Wudao and the other experts took advantage of the night and the mountain forest to flee to a secluded spot. "Boss, are you alright?" "Boss, were you poisoned?" Zedong and Liana were both furious. Damn it, those guys wouldn't stand a chance against us unless they used poison. We, the demon sect, are unmatched. Liana was seething with anger, but Lu Wudao stopped her, saying, "Don't be too agitated, refrain from speaking for now, lure the enemy in." Liana complied. "Quickly contact headquarters, see how long before reinforcements can arrive." Lu Wudao gasped and inquired. "Boss, the High Priestess had already anticipated this. She prepared to support the frontline forces. 2 hours ago, she immediately dispatched reinforcements upon receiving my message. They should arrive before daybreak." Liana hastily responded. "Good. Guard me. I need to detoxify myself first. We must hold out until the reinforcements arrive. With the road bombed, they can't escape, nor can they transport resources." Lu Wudao ordered. "Yes, boss." The group stood ready. Lu Wudao sat down and fortunately, Ling Yu had prepared him with some quick detoxification techniques. The simplest method was, Lu Wudao suddenly struck his abdomen with one palm, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Boss. Liana was shocked. Was he detoxifying or hurting himself? Lu Wudao then forcefully tore off a piece of flesh from the injured area. Blood and flesh scattered. Sorry. Stop calling me. Help me bandage this wound. Despite the situation, Lu Wudao remained calm, resolute, resembling a rock. All right, boss. Liana quickly bandaged the wound. Lu Wudao used this opportunity to recuperate. Though brutal, this method proved very effective against the poison tactics employed by the Red Sparrow. Although he was injured, it was only superficial. His inner strength remained intact. Be careful, everyone. Over an hour of recuperating, Lu Wudao regained his combat strength after adjusting, reminding others, if you fight against the Faramvos or the disciples of the Five Venom School again, be cautious of their powder attacks, especially at night. We mustn't let our guard down. They are despicable. Unable to win, they resort to dirty tricks. Liana was disgusted. This is not Dark Knight Island's challenge anymore. This is a real fight for survival. All's fair in war. There is no tactic they won't use. You mustn't be careless, understood? Lu Wudao reiterated. Understood, boss. Just as they acknowledged, they heard a smug voice from the sky. As dawn approached, ha ha, you understand now. Too late. With those words, four experts leapt down from above once again. Lu Wudao clenched his teeth. Liana cursed vehemently. You despicable people have finally shown up. What took you so long? Humph. Still so cocky? Let's see how long you can keep up that attitude. Ziluan pounced on Liana, enjoying tormenting other women. Meanwhile, Dayang and Huangya engaged in combat. The rest tussled with the Red Sparrow and Blue Bird, with neither front gaining an advantage. As the sky brightened, the melee continued for quite some time, with the Faramvos gradually gaining the upper hand. Let me kill this woman first. The Red Sparrow noticed that Dabai and Liana are the most skilled. Eliminating one would disrupt the balance completely. Liana was already exhausted from the fierce battle. Aware of the impending ambush by the Red Sparrow, she had resigned. And at the critical moment, a red figure shielded in front of her. Boss! Liana exclaimed in excitement. After this period of recovery, Lu Wudao had regained his fighting capability, directly confronting the Red Sparrow. Four palms met. Surprisingly, the Red Sparrow's arms went numb, feeling extremely uncomfortable, and had to step back. Meanwhile, Lu Wudao pressed forward, launching consecutive strikes against him. Finally, the Red Sparrow, exhausted, collapsed in a sorry state. Fortunately, the other three envoys arrived, propping him up before retreating. How is this possible? How can you still have such strong fighting power? The Red Sparrow, standing from a distance, gritted his teeth while staring at Lu Wudao. Lu Wudao, hands behind his back, coldly said, Want to continue? We'll be with you to the end. Hate. The strength of our Dark Knight King cannot be understood by you rats. Liana said triumphantly. Without poison, you wouldn't even dare to fight, right? Damn it. Ziluan couldn't stand her boasting but still wanted to continue the fight. But hearing commotion in the distance, the Red Sparrow, feeling cowardice, proclaimed, Ziluan, reinforcements are coming. Let's retreat for now. Want to escape? Not so easy. Liana already knew that the four great messengers were the kings of escape. Every time they couldn't win, they would retreat immediately and directly pursue them. However, chasing after them was useless. Lu Wudao didn't chase, so it was futile. Just as the yellow bird struck, she quickly dodged, but the opponent disappeared in an instant. Don't chase after a cornered enemy. Lu Wudao quickly stopped Liana and the others. Damn it. Liana cursed loudly. How many times is this now? Once again, these guys escaped. Lu Wudao didn't say anything but almost fell to the ground the next moment. Brother. Wudao brother. Liana and the others hurried over to support him. Only then did they realize Lu Wudao had just been struggling to hang on. If reinforcements hadn't arrived, the situation would have been extremely dangerous. Of course, the Redbird on the other side was also not feeling well. After fleeing the scene, he suddenly spat out blood. Redbird brother. Brother, are you okay? The three great messengers also quickly supported him. I'm fine. The Redbird said he was fine, but then suddenly his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on top of Purple Phoenix. Just like Lu Wudao, he had also been barely holding on. If they had moved slower, this time they might have paid the ultimate price. Before long, Lin Qinglong arrived with the brothers of the Werewolf Blade camped to provide support on the scene. Seeing Lu Wudao's dire state, Lin Qinglong hurried over, his face shocked and exclaimed, "What happened? Who wounded our demon king so severely?" "Humph, he injured himself. Those four great messengers are all despicable people, resorting to despicable means." Liana quickly defended Lu Wudao. "Hey, this kind of thing should be left to me. I'm not afraid of their tricks. The bright moon always plans without fail. How did you end up using the wrong person?" Lin Qinglong exclaimed. Liana and Taobai rolled their eyes. If Lu Wudao hadn't shown restraint last night, it would have really been in trouble with Lin Qinglong leading the team. But Lin Qinglong wasn't dead set on his death, unlike the others. At this moment, Lu Wudao weakly spoke. "Thank goodness you arrived in time. We intercepted their convoy and managed to retrieve the goods and riches they took away." Unexpectedly, Lin Qinglong was astonished. "What goods and riches? How come we didn't see them?" "Didn't see them? Are you blind? Your eyes are so big." Liana retorted immediately. "We rushed here all the way, passing through the mountain road, and didn't see any goods." Yen Yen chimed in. "Didn't see them? How is that possible?" Taobai also interjected. Lu Wudao felt something was amiss and quickly called out, "Help me up, I want to see for myself." Liana and Taobai quickly helped him up, leading Lin Qinglong and the others to the Bond Mountain path, only to discover that there was indeed not a single trace of the goods cars. Even the tracks on the ground were almost unnoticeable due to the snow from the winter night. "Damn it, they must have driven off with the cars after delaying," Tao Yang lamented. At this moment, they heard the sound of car horns coming from below the mountain road. It turned out that Qin Mingyu had taken a detour and arrived with a large force. After all, she had vowed to help recover the goods and assets. "Lady Saint, we were incompetent. We intercepted them, but they still managed to escape." As soon as Qin Mingyu got off the car, Lu Wudao knelt down before her. Those who executed the mission with him also knelt before Qin Mingyu. "Get up quickly." Qin Mingyu quickly helped Lu Wudao up, then had Zia Dai help others up. "Brother Wudao, are you okay?" Qin Mingyu didn't ask about the situation first but rather about Lu Wudao's injuries. "Just minor injuries, nothing to speak of," Lu Wudao responded sternly. "Oh, President Qin, these petty matters can be discussed later in private. Now that the goods have been taken, what should we do?" President Ma hurried over, distressed that the relief supplies had been stolen, making it difficult to explain to the people of the disaster area. Other businessmen and bosses also joined in, pressuring Qin Mingyu. After all, it was their hard-earned money. "Don't worry." Qin Mingyu was very worried but said, "The mountain road ahead was bombed. They couldn't drive forward, and we didn't see them turn back from the mountain road below, proving they didn't take the main road." The chaotic crowd was suddenly given hope. Qin Mingyu continued, "They must be in a rush and wouldn't be able to go far in these remote mountains and hills. If we split up to chase after them now, we are sure to find them." "Ah, President Qin is really smart." President Ma also exclaimed, "I'll send my men to chase in the northwest direction. I'll handle the north. I'll go south." At once, many people volunteered to search in different directions. Lin Qinglong, of course, didn't fall behind, dispersing his men to search while leading a small squad to leave. As the top lickspittle by Qin Mingyu's side, he had to prioritize what the goddess needed the most. "Zia Dai, quickly get the medicine box. I need to treat Brother Wudao." Qin Mingyu stayed back, instructing Zia to fetch the medicine box from the car. "Lady Saint, this should not be done. Your status is so noble. How can?" Before Lu Wudao could finish, Qin Mingyu stopped him with a glance. "Brother Wudao, I am just an ordinary woman. We are all friends, and you got injured executing a mission for me, so I should do what I can for you." Although Qin Mingyu didn't know much about medicine, she had common sense. Lu Wudao's injuries were all external. A simple dressing and rest would do. "Thank you, Lady Saint." Lu Wudao's eyes welled up with tears. Previously, like many others, he thought of the saint as an ethereal celestial being who floated above the ground. Each generation of saints was known for their beauty and grace, easily giving off that illusion. But after guarding Qin Mingyu, he realized the saint was not an ethereal being but just like him, with blood and flesh. Yet this version of the saint was even more worthy of his unwavering loyalty. Qin Mingyu finished bandaging up Lu Wudao and waited in place for news. However, as the morning turned to afternoon and the sun was about to set, they still hadn't found the billions of goods that were stolen. People returned shaking their heads. having found nothing. They had scoured the nearby areas, but the missing objects, clearly large and significant, seemed to have vanished into thin air as if growing wings. Lastly, Lin Qinglong returned, and upon seeing everyone's expressions, he also realized no one had found the missing goods. "Qinglong, did you find anything?" Qin Mingyu had been under immense pressure and was inevitably a bit nervous. She took the initiative to speak to Lin Qinglong. "Oh, don't mention it. I didn't find anything. I just went too far and saw a lake. The scenery was nice, but the water was a bit muddy. Otherwise, I would have thought about taking a bath before coming back. Haha." Lin Qinglong laughed foolishly. "Even though you didn't find anything, you're still so happy. Are you lacking in common sense?" Yin Yan couldn't help but tease him. "I may not have found it, but I think someone else must have found it," Lin Qinglong said. Suddenly noticing the expressions of others, he asked in surprise, "Could it be that no one found it? Those are supplies from several dozen trucks." No one responded to him. Lin Qinglong became more certain of his speculation and shouted loudly, "What's going on? Didn't they say cars couldn't pass through these mountain roads? Even if they forced their way through, they wouldn't have gone far, and there would definitely be traces left behind, right?" Still, no one responded to him. At this moment, Qin Mingyu finally spoke. "Qinglong, which direction did you see the lake in? Are there any traces of vehicles on the road?" "In the direction towards Chuanchen, there are no traces of any wheel tracks on the road, and everywhere is covered in stones. How could a car pass through?" Lin Qinglong said loudly. This time even Qin Mingyu furrowed her eyebrows, completely puzzled. Even she couldn't understand why the supplies trucks had disappeared into thin air, let alone the others. "This is really unbelievable." Lin Qinglong shouted, "Let's go. Let's split up and search again." Before he could rally the members of the Warwolf troops, Chairman Ma and Chairman Liang came before Qin Mingyu together. "Oh, President Qin, this time you really have to find a way to help. The disaster area in Chuancheng has been urging me like crazy. If the relief supplies don't arrive on time, many people will die." Chairman Ma anxiously stomped his feet. Other prominent figures from Yincheng also came over to clamor. "President Qin, you said, if the supplies couldn't be found, you would take full responsibility. You must compensate us for our losses." "Yes, the bandits hadn't been eliminated, but instead were being played around, suffering huge losses. As the leader of the Bandit Eradication Alliance, you must take on all responsibilities," the group argued, irritating Xia Shaodi to the point of wanting to scold them. Qin Mingyu, however, remained calm and did not respond immediately. "What are you arguing about? Do you want to argue with me?" Lin Qinglong roared, causing the others to cover their ears in discomfort. Lin Qinglong clapped and smugly said, Hey, I was just bored. It's not bad to have someone to spar with me." Xia Shaodi found it amusing. These people dared to bother their goddess in front of Lin Qinglong, not knowing the trouble they were causing. However, while Lin Qinglong could act this way, Qin Mingyu had to consider the bigger picture and appease the emotions of these people. "Everyone, I have promised to take responsibility, and I will see it through. But it hasn't even been 2 days since these events unfolded, yet you're already forcing me to take responsibility. Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" Finally, a single sentence calmed down these people. "President Qin, we will continue to trust you, but please give us a reasonable deadline so we can have peace of mind and clarity," they said, once again pressuring Qin Mingyu. Xia Shaodi, Lin Qinglong, and the others also looked towards Qin Mingyu. In this situation, the pressure Qin Mingyu would have to bear by agreeing to take responsibility again was immense. 10 days. Qin Mingyu promised solemnly, "If the lost items are not found within 10 days, I will bear all the losses." "Good. President Qin is magnanimous. We will continue to trust President Qin and follow President Qin's orders. If President Qin can find the lost items within 10 days, I will bow down to President Qin forever." The group continued to clamor. Lin Qinglong and Xia Shaodi wanted to point out that Qin Mingyu might be acting impulsively this time, but before they could speak, Chairman Ma began to lament in front of Qin Mingyu again. "President Qin, their private goods can wait, but as the headquarters for Western Relief in Yincheng, we cannot wait for the relief supplies to be found for 10 days. If we can't deliver the life-saving supplies to the disaster area within 3 days, never mind that Washa won't guarantee it. Many disaster victims may die due to lack of essentials." Although Lin Qinglong, Xia Shaodi, and the others despised Chairman Ma, who always seemed to cry and make a scene in front of Chin Mingyu without any real ability. What he said was true. Even if they could ignore this crybaby, without his support, and with Chin Mingyu's character, she couldn't possibly ignore the lives of so many disaster victims. After a moment of contemplation, Chin Mingyu immediately replied, "Chairman Ma, don't worry too much. Before we reach Xuancheng, we can divert to Jukeng along the way, where we can find a way to obtain supplies and deliver them to help the disaster victims in Xuancheng." Chairman Ma showed a hopeful smile, but then continued to worrying. "President Chin, your idea is indeed good, but billions worth of supplies are not something I can bear. And additionally, the merchants in Jukeng may not have that much stock." "All right, you useless person. You always expect my moon president to solve all your problems." Lin Qinglong couldn't help but grab Chairman Ma by the collar. Chairman Ma immediately trembled in fear. The imposing figure of Lin Qinglong, with fists like big sand pots, was not something he could withstand at once. "Qinglong, don't scare Chairman Ma," Chin Mingyu said. "The merchants may not have that much supplies, but perhaps the common people in Jukeng do. We will host a charity event when we arrive in Jukeng, and then we can also purchase supplies. It should be enough to solve the problem." Ah, President Chin is truly wise, coming up with more solutions than problems. Chairman Ma quickly raised his thumbs in admiration, dared not continue to whine. "Qinglong, lead your team and move out immediately. Head to Jukeng. If you encounter bandit hideouts along the way, burn them down directly." Chin Mingyu knew she couldn't be merciful anymore and couldn't waste any time. They had to act quickly now. "Qinglong, understood." Lin Qinglong let go of Chairman Ma and immediately set off to prepare for the journey. The others dispersed rapidly. Alone, Chin Mingyu instructed Lu Wudao, "Big brother Wudao, you're seriously injured. Accompany me on the vehicle." Then, she whispered in his ear, "Have the experts of the Tianmo clan remain here and continue patrolling the area. I don't believe that several dozen trucks full of supplies could disappear out of thin air. Specifically, have someone keep an eye out on that so-called lake." Lu Wudao nodded, and in that moment when Chin Mingyu boarded the vehicle, he quickly passed on the order to Liliana, Tao Yang, and the others. The bandit force continued westward. However, the route was different from the original one, forming a triangular path to head to the winemaking city northeast of Xuancheng. After a day of rushing, the journey was calm, and the team soon entered the oldest winemaking city in the Dragon Kingdom. Everywhere here was filled with distilleries and wine houses, while general goods shops were scarce. Upon entering the winemaking city, the main force camped on the outskirts to rest, while Xia Shaodi was given early orders to procure essential relief supplies. "Director Chin, it's really difficult to purchase food and clothing. Due to the disaster, the prices in the area have skyrocketed, especially for food items. Even if you have the money, it's hard to buy." Xia Shaodi quickly replied to Chin Mingyu. Chairman Ma happened to be behind Chin Mingyu crying, and upon hearing Xia Shaodi's report, he burst into tears again. Luckily, Lin Qinglong raised his fist the size of a sand pot in advance, as if challenging them to cry out at the sight of it. That's the only way to hold a charity event. Chin Mingyu sighed slightly. This was the final step in her plan, and she didn't know the actual effect it would have. Fortunately, she and Xia Shaodi were both good at event planning, and they believed that the process of a charity event wouldn't stump them. But Xia Shaodi immediately said, "Director Chin, when I came back, I found out that someone had already organized a large-scale charity fundraising event in the wine city. It was noted that all the proceeds and donations received would be given to the disaster-affected victims. There are already tens of thousands of people waiting to attend their charity performance." "What?" Chin Mingyu was quite surprised and hurriedly asked, "Who is such a big influence?" "It's Master Haitong, along with her newly accepted inner disciple, Tang Yun, one of the four beauties of Yanjing." Xia Shaodi quickly responded, her eyes filled with concern. Master Haitong and Tang Yan. Upon hearing the names, Chin Mingyu suddenly had a bad premonition. "Yes, that's right." Xia Shaodi whispered to Chin Mingyu, "Director Chin, Master Haitong is well known throughout the Dragon Kingdom and wields great influence. According to my investigation, she is Tang Ning's sister. Tang Yun is Tang Ning's niece. At this moment, they are raising funds and providing disaster relief in the wine city, definitely to boost support for Tang Ning's Chamber of Commerce elections." Chin Mingyu also felt the same way and nodded slightly. "Director Chin, what should we do now?" Although Chairman Ma didn't hear Zia Xiaodi's whispering, he clearly heard about the charity fundraising event. He immediately panicked, saying, "For others, any fundraising efforts are to help the disaster victims, there's no difference. But for us, the meaning is completely different." Qin Mingyu naturally understood. In fact, she was even more anxious than Chairman Ma. If being anxious and stomping feet was effective, she would surely stomp harder than Chairman Ma. "President Qin, speak up quickly," Chairman Ma anxiously urged. "Master Haitong personally calling for donations. The people in the wine city are definitely going to her for donations. Even if we organize a fundraising event, competing with them would likely result in meager benefits." "Stop blabbering all day long. It's affecting Mingyu's thinking. Do you want me to beat you up?" Lin Qinglan immediately raised his fist to threaten Chairman Ma. "Qinglan, don't be impulsive," Qin Mingyu called out to Lin Qinglan, then turned to the trembling Chairman Ma and said, "Chairman Ma, you're right. We can't also hold a fundraising event in the wine city to challenge Master Haitong. So we need to arrange for our people to contact Master Haitong's team immediately to assist them in expanding the charity performance. Our goal is the same. It's all about helping the disaster victims, isn't it?" These words enlightened Chairman Ma, and he suddenly broke into a smile. "Ha ha. Yes, President Qin. You reminded me. As long as the victims are safe and we've done our best, the public won't blame us, right?" Qin Mingyu smiled. "Now that you understand, why don't you go help immediately?" "Okay. I'll go right away." Chairman Ma hurried off. "Ha ha. Mingyu, you're really smart. Finally got rid of that troublemaker crying behind us. Does this mean the matter is resolved?" Lin Qinglan praised. Qin Mingyu chuckled and shook her head. "Resolving Chairman Ma's issue isn't that difficult, but my problems are actually growing. This." Lin Qinglan, with a simple mind, couldn't anticipate so many scenarios. "Xiaodi, arrange it. Let's also participate in Master Haitong's fundraising event. Maybe we can help in some way." After a pause, Qin Mingyu self-deprecatingly smiled. "I also really want to witness Master Haitong's grace." "Yes, President Qin, I'll arrange it immediately." Zia Xiaodi promptly left. Not long after, the group set off for a sports arena in the wine city. The economy in the western regions was generally not good, and the wine city did not have specific theaters or opera houses like Suzhou that were suitable for charity events. They had public sports venues. After getting off the car, Qin Mingyu found that there was still quite a distance to the sports arena. "Director Qin, there are too many people. The car can't drive in." Zia Xiaodi quickly explained the situation to her. Qin Mingyu glanced around and indeed saw a crowd, and the public's enthusiasm was not lower than that of developed cities. But it had to be said that the average quality wasn't particularly high, and the scene was chaotic. "Wow, Dad, look at that lady. She's so beautiful. Is she Tang Yan, one of the four beauties of Yanjing that you've always wanted to see?" Suddenly, a young girl in the crowd pointed at Qin Mingyu and exclaimed loudly, "Xiao Qiu, don't speak so loudly. If your mom hears, I'll be in trouble." The young girl's father quickly covered her mouth, trying to lift her up. Many people around, especially men, upon hearing the name Tang Yan, seemed to go crazy. "Tang Yan? Where's Tang Yan? Let me see how beautiful she is and how good her figure is. I heard the four beauties of Yanjing are unbelievably beautiful. Just one look will leave you spellbound." A group of men became increasingly ecstatic. However, they didn't see Tang Yan. Instead, they saw Qin Mingyu. Many didn't know that she wasn't Tang Yan, and rushed towards Qin Mingyu in a frenzy. "Miss Tang Yan, you're too beautiful. Are you going to dance today? I came here just for you. I'm willing to donate clothes, rice from home, anything. Yes, as long as I can take a photo with you. I am willing to donate half of my life." The already crowded scene instantly descended into further chaos, with shoving and even trampling occurring. "Quick, protect President Mingyu," Lin Qinglan immediately ordered, and the elite soldiers from the Warwolf squad swiftly formed a circle around Qin Mingyu to prevent the frenzied crowd from getting closer. "Wow!" Suddenly, a child's cry could be heard at the scene. Qin Mingyu witnessed little Xiaoqiu fall to the ground and be trampled by the crowd. "Quick, Qinglan, go save the child." Qin Mingyu hurriedly instructed Lin Qinglan, her beautiful eyes filled with complex sorrow. She didn't expect her presence to cause chaos and even injury to someone. To her surprise, as Lin Qinglan moved to save the child and dispersed the crowd, a young woman with remarkable pose strode forward, picked up the injured Xiaoqiu before anyone else could reach her. "Young girl, are you okay?" Tang Yun picked up Xiaoqiu, blinked her beautiful eyes, and showed a caring look, resembling a kind of maternal concern. "Sister, I'm in pain." Xiaoqiu covered her small legs, crying out in pain. "Be good. Let sister take a look." Tang Yun pulled open Xiaoqiu's trousers, gently massaged her, and blew softly. Xiaoqiu gradually stopped crying. "Wow, that beauty is amazing, like a fairy descending from heaven, using her gentleness to heal the injured little sister. That's Tang Yun for you. Truly one of the four beauties of Yanjing, seems to have a divine power." A group of people excitedly cheer and admire Tang Yun even more with a touch of legendary color. If it weren't for the large group of bodyguards around Tang Yun, these people might rush up like fans. "Wow, that woman is formidable." Although Lin Qinglong couldn't tell if Tang Yun was acting or being genuine, he had dealings with Tang Yun and didn't have a good impression of such women. He felt she was good at winning people's hearts. On the other hand, Xia Shaodi saw through it and whispered to Qin Mingyu, "General Qin, there are many followers around this woman, she's here to act." "Ha! Green tea." Qin Mingyu had already seen through it, but didn't react as resentfully as Xia Shaodi. Nowadays, there are so many fans in the live streaming and product endorsement industry. As one of the four beauties of Yanjing, it's inevitable to have some followers praising you. If it's not for beauty, Qin Mingyu is not without beauty, and there are many women who are even more beautiful than herself. However, why aren't those women famous, without praises? The reason is that they don't have wealth or a team. Many women who try to rely solely on their beauty end up becoming playthings of the wealthy. Since this lady is Tang Yun, then who is the woman next to the car? Humph, impersonating Tang Yun. What's her intention? Miss Tang's beauty and gentleness bring positive energy to everyone, but her beauty also brings disasters, a dangerous beauty. A group of followers began to set the mood on the scene. Soon, many people in their hearts categorized Qin Mingyu as the antagonist. "Isn't this Madame Qin Mingyu, the chairwoman of the Southern Commerce Association?" Tang Yun finally looked at Qin Mingyu, smiling, and asked, "I heard you just used my name. Miss Qin is so beautiful. Why would you need to do that? Come on. Where did you get the guts?" Lin Qinglong immediately scolded, "Take a look at yourself before accusing others. Does my Mingyu need to impersonate you? Putting a golden coat on yourself." Qin Mingyu quickly gestured to stop Lin Qinglong. She understood that causing a scene in such a setting, especially after Tang Yun's performance, would only backfire, so she smiled and explained, "It was a misunderstanding. Luckily Miss Tang appeared in time to help. It seemed well prepared. Very impressive. Ha ha, indeed. What an incredible coincidence." Lin Qinglong also laughed, saying, Tang Yun gave a cold smile. Miss Qin's words seem a bit sour. Regardless of whether or not it was a misunderstanding, I just want to remind Miss Qin that beauty should be used for noble causes, such as my aunt stirring up the world with a dance, changing the nation's fortune, or using it to rally donations to contribute to the country and the people, rather than for personal gain. Oh my. Lin Qinglong was about to curse again. He didn't realize before that women could green tea to this extent. Qin Mingyu didn't let him curse anyone. After all, he represented her side and its values. Moreover, Qin Mingyu didn't intend to antagonize Tang Yun here because her goal was to solve the disaster relief issues. If she wasted time here, she would be just what the other side wanted. Miss Tang Yun is absolutely right. Qin Mingyu calmly responded, I am different from Miss Tang Yun. I've never considered myself beautiful and would never use my appearance as capital. Implicit in her words, she accused Tang Yun of using her beauty for selfish gains. Tang Yun understood all too well, but just smiled dismissively. I'm here to assist Master Haitong and Miss Tang Yun's fundraising activities. With the chaos here, my people can maintain order. Qinglong. Yes. Lin Qinglong finally found a chance to contribute and had to take charge for the goddess. Listen up. Those who want to enter must line up properly. Also, please don't think of freeloading. Remember to donate supplies to help our suffering compatriots in the western regions. Lin Qinglong's booming voice was enough to be heard throughout the venue without any equipment. He was indeed the best candidate to maintain order. However, as they tried to maintain order, there were immediate protests from people in the crowd. Who are you guys? What does this fundraiser have to do with you? Why should we listen to you? Exactly. We came for Master Haitong and Miss Tang Yun. Not. Before those dissenters could finish, Lin Qinglan jumped in, grabbing them with one hand and throwing them away. Seeing those troublemakers about to fall, Lin Qinglan caught them, grinning. Let's start with you. Line up. Anyone not following the order, I'll send them to the heavens. With a loud roar, the group was immediately shocked. The two who were protesting were so scared their hair stood on end, and they dared not disobey now. The skilled soldiers from the Wolf Warriors Regiment quickly restored the order, organizing the chaotic crowd into neat lines. At this point, Madame Tang finally had a use. After all, as the head of the Western Rescue Center, an official position was hard to argue with. After the site was sorted out, Qin Mingyu smiled ambiguously at Tang Yun and said, Miss Tang, we have official support for your logistics, and everything is arranged accordingly. You can confidently call on everyone for donations, ensuring that there is no suspicion of personal fundraising or embezzlement. Furthermore, we will publicly acknowledge your contributions afterward, allowing you to shine for the Tang family. With these words, Qin Mingyu revealed Tang Yun's motives. In this light, Tang Yun would be working for Qin Mingyu and her group. Tang Yun wanted to say something, but a voice spoke up in advance on behalf of her, responding to Qin Mingyu. Heh. Then thank you, Sister Mingyu. Looking at the voice, it turned out to be the snake spirit sister. Seeing her appear surprised, both Qin Mingyu and Xia Shaodi, since Ling Yu had never mentioned the relationship between the snake spirit sister and Master Haitong. Sister Yun, let's go in. Leave the arrangements to Sister Mingyu. After responding to Qin Mingyu, the snake spirit sister was about to take Tang Yun away. Tang Yun's eyes flashed with a hint of shadow and anger. She really didn't expect the red-robed sister to help Qin Mingyu. Feeling somewhat disappointed, Tang Yun has entered. Snake Spirit hurriedly approached Qin Mingyu to seek acknowledgement, gently saying, Sister, remember that I helped you before. Please give me a chance to serve as your follower in the future. Qin Mingyu glared at her directly, letting her slowly understand by herself. Snake Spirit could only stick out her tongue and quickly slip away. Ha. Mingyu, this is really fun. That woman performed for a while and ended up working for us in the end. Lin Qinglan also walked over and laughed. Loose lips sink ships. Stop talking nonsense, maintain order properly, and focus on fundraising. Qin Mingyu hurriedly reminded him. All right. Lin Qinglan stayed with his people at the entrance of the gym to maintain order. Qin Mingyu then led Xia Shaodi and others into the venue. This rare opportunity, they also wanted to witness the brilliance of Master Haitong. General Qin, even Tang Yun knows how to seize opportunities to enhance her reputation and shape a positive image. Vice President Tang Ning must be even more capable, Xia Shaodi whispered as they walked towards the venue. Qin Mingyu nodded and whispered back, perhaps Tang Yun was arranged by Vice President Tang Ning. There are many rumors in the folk saying that Vice President Tang Ning is a clean and dedicated official for the country and the people. Xia Shaodi disdainfully huffed, the bigger the devil, the better at disguising oneself. Many still don't believe that Vice President Tang Ning was the mastermind behind the Qin family massacre. When recalling the past, Qin Mingyu felt both saddened and angry. It was during that incident that Ling Yu's mother passed away. But even for her and Ling Yu, despite being very clear in their hearts, there is currently no direct evidence to prove that it was Vice President Tang Ning's doing. With his numerous cunning followers and decades of experience in the Jianhu, it is very difficult to catch him red-handed. Upon entering the gym, many people had already gathered inside. Everyone was anxious to witness the performance of Master Haitong. The venue was very rudimentary, lacking the luxurious VIP seats like those in Suken. Even Qin Mingyu could only find a random place to sit. As for many of the audience, they didn't even have seats to sit on. Following a similar program to Suken, Master Haitong was the final act to appear. The previous performances were quite rich. This fundraising event, under the name of Master Haitong, almost all of Master Haitong's disciples took the stage to perform, even including Snake Spirit. Surprisingly, although this woman was not serious, her operatic singing was actually quite good. It was more stirring than what others sang, especially with some provocative actions, which delighted some of the older men. Snake Spirit's sister, a seductive demon. I don't understand why so many men like this type of woman. Xia Shaodi couldn't help but comment. Qin Mingyu didn't mind. After all, her husband doesn't like this type of woman, and she thought the more performances, the better. The longer the fundraising, the greater their harvest. She could understand why Tang Yun was here, but she couldn't figure out why Master Haitan had come all the way to the Western region for a charitable performance. Could it be really to campaign for Vice President Tang Ning? Just then, Tang Yun took the stage. Tang Yun, you're so beautiful. The peony of Yanjing is blossoming in the Western region. Oh, I am so excited. Beautiful people have beautiful hearts. I support women like her. A group of people began praising Tang Yun fervently. Zia Shouty, however, was disdainful and critiqued. In my opinion, what peony is she? She's more like a white lotus flower. If anyone deserves to be the peony, it's you. General Qin. Qin Mingyu just gave a casual smile. I don't want to be one of the fur beauties. I'm already married. Why do I need such empty titles? Zia Shouty nodded. True, but if you had already entered Yanjing, those fur beauties would definitely become the 5 beauties, and Tang Yun might even be squeezed out. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Mingyu wasn't interested in this kind of flattery. In fact, she genuinely praised. We won't assess Tang Yun's scheming, but in terms of dancing, this woman is indeed quite skilled. I can't compete with her. As an excellent manager and decision-maker, she was accustomed to not judging people with bias, especially towards someone she didn't like. Ignoring a person's strengths, particularly if they were an enemy, could easily lead to great losses. Tang Yun's appearance indeed elevated the atmosphere to a new level and provided a good warm-up for Master Haitan's upcoming performance. Miss Tang Yun is truly like a fairy. Exactly. Most A-list celebrities just donate money for show, but she came to the Western region with full sincerity for fundraising. She must genuinely love the country and the people. If she's like this, Vice President Tang Ning must be an even more patriotic and caring official. I heard that Vice President Tang Ning usually lives frugally and immediately donated 15 million when a disaster struck. It would be great to have more officials like Vice President Tang Ning in Longguo. The discussions around them gradually shifted towards Vice President Tang Ning, further bolstering his image. After Tang Yun's performance, she didn't say much and left with a somewhat triumphant look, casting a meaningful glance at Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu only realized at this moment how difficult it was to bring Vice President Tang Ning down. Nevertheless, no matter how tough things were, she was determined to accompany Lingyu to the end. At this moment, there was an unprecedented burst of applause in the venue. It turned out that Master Haitan was about to take the stage. Compared to the attention Tang Yun had just received, it paled in comparison. In the crude gymnasium, the screen suddenly displayed a tragic and dramatic scene of war, followed by 3 large crimson characters, Sigh of You. Before the music even began, everyone seemed to be instantly transported into a world of vast armies and fields, engulfing mountains and rivers, in battle. In the Chu River sands, how many times have we gathered and dispersed, the sun and moon changing endlessly? In times of chaos, how many beauties perish with a long sigh? Who once trampled the Qin Pass at Jui, 1,000 miles of warfare drenched in blood? But in the end, it is just a light breeze and thin clouds. The sudden music brought everyone's emotions into a magical whirl, as if they had all returned to the conflicts of the Qin and Han dynasties. Qin Mingyu also couldn't help but be amazed. This was indeed Master Haitan. She was truly incomparable to the previous disciples and even Tang Yun. Her unique singing style, rhythm changes, and high-pitch variations allowed the audience to experience a unique blend of musical beauty and emotional tension. As the unparalleled drama master in Longguo, it was her performances that showcased the profoundness of Longguo's culture and history, allowing the audience to feel the sedimentation of history and the deep cultural heritage. Initially, Qin Mingyu, like everyone else, was immersed in the atmosphere created by the drama. But she suddenly felt a direct connection through Master Haitan's gaze. Qin Mingyu trembled slightly, as if she had entered a desolate world. The king breaking his halberd at Wuchang, about to commit suicide, looking back sorrowfully, and his face somehow pierced Qin Mingyu's heart. Lingyu. Qin Mingyu shuddered suddenly. How could her husband turn into the Western Chu overlord? With a long spear and a galloping horse, conquering the world, yet parting is difficult. Sobbing with tears in his eyes, anticipating warmth together with you, recalling through the night with the west wind, drunk, watching a dancing maid by the lamplight. The drama continued. Qin General, Qin General, Qin General, Zia Shouty repeatedly called out, finally managing to bring Qin Mingyu back from the tragic and poignant world to reality. Ah! Qin Mingyu let out a surprised sound, as she realized her heart was beating rapidly. her body feeling a bit stiff, as if she had just experienced a very realistic nightmare. Chin General, what's wrong with you? Zia Shouty quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat off her forehead. I don't know what happened. Just now, when I was listening to Master Mei's drama, it felt like I fell into a demonic illusion. My consciousness wandered into the world of the drama. It felt so real. Qin Mingyu still had lingering fear because she was afraid that the scene might come true one day, with her and Lingyu having to part ways in life and death. Yes, Master Haitong is truly impressive. I also felt like I traveled to another realm. It was so immersive. Zia Shouty sighed in amazement. Qin Mingyu speculated whether the world she wandered into was the same as her own, but seeing Zia Shouty showing no signs of abnormality, she realized it couldn't be exactly the same. At this moment, as the opera ended, the audience erupted in cheers and applause. Wow! Truly deserving of being the king of drama, so spectacular. Absolutely, her singing is absolutely ethereal. Only Master Haitong in the whole world can deliver it. What a fulfilling experience in this lifetime. Come, let me go home and get something to donate. Yes, we must not disappoint the call of Master Haitong. The surrounding audience, either still enthralled or in awe. Clearly, this was another successful performance, and Master Haitong's talent was not affected by the simple environment. However, like many others, Qin Mingyu also, despite having watched Master Haitong's performance, had no recollection of the master's appearance, as if she was a legendary figure. Just as Qin Mingyu was preparing to leave with Zia Shouty, the woman always dressed in red appeared with her entourage. Sister Mingyu, my master requests your presence. Qin Mingyu was slightly stunned, not expecting Master Haitong to personally send for her. Then let's go together. Qin Mingyu responded promptly. However, the snake spirit sister reached out to stop the others and said with a smile, Master has specifically invited Sister Mingyu, others cannot enter together. Qin General, Zia Shouty called out. Although she did not say anything, her eyes clearly reminded her to be careful. Firstly, this snake spirit sister seemed ambiguous, and it was unknown where her allegiance lay. Secondly, Master Haitong was Tang Ning's sister, possibly an enemy. Sending Qin General alone to meet her could be dangerous. After thinking it over, Qin Mingyu smiled at Zia Shouty and the others, saying, Don't worry, it's an honor for me to be invited by Master. I'll talk to her and come back. Zia Shouty was concerned, glancing at Lu Wudao not far behind her. Lu Wudao raised his hands, trusting in the saint lady's decision. Soon, Qin Mingyu followed the snake spirit sister and others into a quiet room. Sister Mingyu, please. The snake spirit sister invited Qin Mingyu in, without the rest of the group. For other women, they might have been worried or even afraid, but Qin Mingyu calmly pushed the door and entered. Inside the room, a woman dressed in performance attire, still wearing makeup, with a beautiful complexion and an otherworldly air. Young lady Qin Mingyu, greetings to Master Haitong. Qin Mingyu knew that opera singers often carried a sense of antiquity and began to speak with a more classical tone. Miss Qin, please take a seat. Master Haitong had no airs about her, simply gesturing for Qin Mingyu to sit across from her. Qin Mingyu also sat down gracefully. Master Haitong personally poured a cup of freshly brewed tea for her. Please. Master Haitong politely gestured. Qin Mingyu looked at the cup of tea in front of her, held it in her hands, and smiled. It's an honor to drink tea brewed by Master Haitong. After finishing the tea, Master Haitong, with a smile, complimented, Miss Qin is truly a beauty. I have seen only one other woman as beautiful as you in my lifetime. Master Haitong, you flatter me. Qin Mingyu put down the teacup and asked, was the other woman you mentioned Tang Yun? Master Haitong shook her head and admitted, while Yun is beautiful, she lacks a certain meaning. Even I have to admit, she falls short compared to Miss Qin. Speaking of this, she stood up. Qin Mingyu quickly stood up as well, maintaining decorum, and reply, Master Haitong jests. I'm not joking. Master Haitong, with an otherworldly air, continued, the only woman who can be compared to Miss Qin in beauty is the head of the Four Beauties, Tang Zinshan. Qin Mingyu trembled slightly and quickly continued, Master has placed Mingyu at such a high level, and I'm unworthy to receive such praise. Could it be that Tang Xinye is the same as Tang Shiyu? Master Haitong turned and nodded opally. Yes, Tang Nain is also my brother. Qin Mingyu was taken aback, trying to decipher her intentions in saying so. However, Master Haitong was not a woman with hidden motives, and she directly smiled. Miss Chin sees my second brother as an enemy. Aren't you afraid I might harm you? You dared to drink the tea I offered you just now. Chin Mingyu also smiled opally. Master Haitan has great abilities. If you really wanted to harm me, I would be at your mercy. So why not be straightforward? Master Haitan also smiled slightly. You have true composure. I admire that about you. To be admired by Master Haitan is an honor for me. Chin Mingyu slightly bowed in respect and asked, I wonder why Master has summoned me, with any advice or warnings. You are also a clever and straightforward woman, so I'll be honest. Master Haitan once again gestured for Chin Mingyu to sit down. She herself sat down and asked, I heard that you and Ling Yu plan to bring down my second brother from his position as the president of the Generals Guild, and then take his place. This. Chin Mingyu was a bit surprised by Master Haitan's direct approach. Yes, that's true. Since the other party was so direct, she didn't beat around the bush. Why? After Master Haitan asked, she added earnestly, I hope to hear the truth, not a bunch of empty words. She was calm, and had no intention of threatening. But in reality, if she didn't hear any useful information, she would not hesitate to kill the woman in front of her. Because Tang Ning is not a good person. With him in that position, many people would be persecuted, which would also hinder the development of the commercial sector in the Dragon Kingdom. Luckily, Chin Mingyu was candid and straightforward, which made Master Haitan feel like her time was not wasted. I see, if you say so. Are you confident that once you're in that position, you can do better than my brother? Master Haitan looked at her with a half-smile, seemingly testing her. Got it. Chin Mingyu responded without hesitation. She and Lin Qingshuan were originally different types of women. She was always confident, especially in this matter, where she had absolute certainty. However, Halen Master smiled and said, whether my second brother is a good person, I will withhold judgment for now. But during his years as chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, the economy of Lone Wo has been continuously developing, with commercial data steadily increasing. This indicates that he is capable of handling this position. Chin Mingyu responded immediately, that is the collective result of the efforts of millions of people in Lone Wo. Perhaps with a different person in charge, the data may improve even faster. Halen Master smiled again and said, I admire Miss Qin's confidence, but many people are confident in themselves, only to mess things up in the end. How can you guarantee that once you take up that position, you will definitely do better than my second brother and benefit the people of Lone Wo? Chin Mingyu remained unfazed and calmly replied, what you said is true, Master Halen. This is a world where heroes are judged by success or failure. All assurances are just to give others confidence because no one can prove what will happen in the future to anyone now. Her answer did not fall into the trap set by Halen Master, who nodded slightly. If it were an ordinary woman, she might already be panicking and talking nonsense. Precisely because of that, I need an opportunity to prove myself. Chin Mingyu continued, I need to take on the position of chairman of the Chamber of Commerce. I will return in 3 years to prove to Halen Master my assurances today. And for now, I can only promise Halen Master that if I become chairman of the Chamber of Commerce, I will not engage in forming factions, self-serving, harming dissidents, seeking personal gain, let alone secretly initiating wars to plot for greater power and benefits. Her words were delivered with great momentum and a sense of justice. Yet, Halen Master responded with disdain. What you said is utterly meaningless. Just empty words that anyone can say nicely. I don't like to hear them. Chin Mingyu trembled slightly and quickly humbly smiled. Master Halen, then please enlighten me. Halen Master stood up for the second time, turned his back to her, gazed up outside the window, and slowly said, what is forming factions for personal gain? What is seeking personal gain? What is the execution of dissidents? All praise and criticism are defined by the victors. My second brother becoming chairman of the Chamber of Commerce is bound to only represent the interests of a part of the people. Surely there will be many who oppose him. Should he allow these people to resist his policies and disrupt the business sector? When in high position, one must wield true power. Those who impede his management must be promptly eliminated to maximize overall benefits. Halen Master continued, from the victim's perspective, he may indeed be a demon, but from the beneficiary's perspective, his actions are justifiable. In the struggle for survival, the fittest survive. Those who use such rhetoric to attack my second brother are merely expressing different views or have ulterior motives. Chin Mingyu listened quietly and was about to speak, when Halen Master raised his hand slowly to indicate she should wait, then continued, I say this, Miss Jin will undoubtedly think that I have a bias towards my second brother, looking at the issue from his interests, but on the contrary, I also suspect my second brother is the murderer who killed our eldest brother. However, the matter has already been settled. My second brother is the victor, possessing the ability to stabilize Lonwo's commercial order at a certain level without any collapse for many years. That indicates his capability, since he can maintain stability. From the perspective of an onlooker considering the greater good, why not let him continue to stabilize things, instead of risking getting a new administrator? Qin Mingyu silently listened to his speech, then could not help but applaud. Miss Qin, do you not agree with my thoughts? Halen Master inquired. Qin Mingyu shook her head and replied directly, as the master said, different perspectives lead to different thoughts. I have no enmity, but only right and wrong with the master. However, with Tang Ning, there is no right or wrong, only resentment. He set fire to the Qin family estate, causing the deaths of my family-in-law and many innocent people from the Qin family. I must bring him down and bring him to justice to appease the spirits of those who perished at the Qin family estate. As for proving that I am better suited for that position than him, it becomes secondary and another reason for me to rise to power. After Halen Master quietly listened to her words, he smiled slightly. Thank you for your honesty, Qin Miss. Now I understand fully. Qin Mingyu also followed. The master's extraordinary wisdom is admirable. Since you suspect Tang Ning of killing your eldest brother, why choose to remain indifferent? Halen Master smiled again. I said, in this world, survival of the fittest applies. Revenge will never end. Mingyu cannot do it, nor can Lingyu. Qin Mingyu honestly said, we must find out the true culprit behind the Qin family tragedy and the mastermind behind the war that caused the deaths of tens of thousands of people in the Northern Territory and War Volve Corps, and bring them to justice. If there is no justice in this world, then what meaning is there in the survival of the fittest? Halen Master nodded slightly. Miss Qin, what you said makes sense too. I understand your thoughts now. Please go ahead. Qin Mingyu exhaled softly and bowed to Halen Master. Thank you for the hospitality, and thank you for using your name to call for donations for the victims of the disaster. Mingyu thanks Halen Master on behalf of the government. Halen Master simply nodded without speaking. Qin Mingyu slowly left the room. When Tang Yun saw her leaving unharmed, she was also quite surprised. How come her aunt didn't harm her? Mingyu, are you alright? Just as they exited the building, Lin Qinlong rushed over and exclaimed, I heard Halen Master took you away alone. I was afraid she might harm you and was ready to fight against those people. Qin Mingyu glared at him and said, don't act recklessly. Master Halen is a righteous person. We have no grievances. Why would she harm me? General Qin, what did she say to you? Wasn't she here to help Tang Ning? Xia Shaodi was also very curious. Qin Mingyu didn't know either, so for now, she chose not to mention it and asked Lin Qinglong, where is Chairman Ma? What is the situation with the donations now? Lin Qinglong laughed heartily. That crying bag must be grinning from ear to ear now. Halen Master's charisma is truly remarkable. I reckon anyone left with some reserves in Wine City would have donated to the disaster area. Qin Mingyu nodded and added, besides Halen Master's influence, there is also Tang Yun's contribution. Anyway, this time she has definitely earned a good reputation for the Tang family. Hey, that tea house girl, I just can't stand her. Lin Qinglong was straightforward and said, what was on his mind? She doesn't hold a candle to you. Mingyu, how did she manage to get the title of one of the Four Beauties? It's infuriating. Don't talk nonsense. Let's quickly organize and transport the supplies to Chuansheng. Qin Mingyu was now racing against time. The bandit suppression had not yielded much result, but at least she didn't want to mess up the relief efforts. Otherwise, her chances of bringing down Tang Ning would be slim. After the successful fundraising, the band of Anti-Crime Alliance continued to head to Chuan City. The journey was uneventful, and after the supplies reached Chuan City, the urgent disaster relief was temporarily resolved. However, Qin Mingyu's troubles were not solved. President Qin, we only have 6 days left until the promised 10 days. How are you going to retrieve the lost supplies for us? Yeah. Why don't you just compensate us since you are so wealthy? A group of people from the western region directly asked Qin Mingyu for compensation. Qin Mingyu couldn't be bothered with them. It was Lin Qinglong who brought the crying President Ma to her again. The president of the horse club, who was smiling happily in the wine city, turned back into the crying president, directly crying out, "President Chin, although the supplies we raised in Wine City can address the urgent needs of the disaster area, many people and the media are still holding on to the lost supplies, saying that once those supplies reach Chuan City, the disaster situation can be virtually eliminated. Enough. Stop bothering me before the 10 days are up." Chin Mingyu was not one to be trifled with, and her cold sigh, as the iceberg female president made Lin Qinglong drive these guys away. Just when she was still worrying, Zia Shouty came to her and reported, "President Chin, Liana sent me a message saying that some suspicious points have been found, and they sent photos and videos over. Show me quickly." Chin Mingyu knew that the bandits could not have predicted they would be intercepted, so their actions couldn't have been flawless. There must be some traces left behind, which would lead them to the hiding place of the supplies. "President Chin, from these photos, it seems that the snowy area in front of the lake has had wheels passing through not long ago, but was buried by falling rocks and snow." Zia Shouty explained to Chin Mingyu, "But there are traces on this stretch of road, yet there are no traces around it. They suspect that the vehicles carrying the supplies escaped near the lake, but after searching the surrounding areas for 2 days, they found nothing." Upon seeing the photos, Chin Mingyu closed her eyes to think and then suddenly picked up another photo. Afterward, she opened her beautiful eyes and said, "Shouty, prepare the car. I want to go back to the scene." "All right, President Chin. Did you figure something out?" Zia Shouty curiously asked. "I have a guess, but it may not be accurate. I need to revisit the scene to confirm," Chin Mingyu replied confidently. Lin Qinglong, in anticipation, said, "Damn it, those bandits are quite sneaky. I'm also curious about how they managed to make dozens of supply trucks disappear out of thin air." Chin Mingyu quickly led the Relief Supplies Command Center team out. Outside, a group of media reporters had been waiting, and as soon as they saw Chin Mingyu, they came up forcefully to take pictures and interviews. "President Chin, what do you have to say about this anti-crime operation? People are saying that you haven't eliminated many bandits, but lost billions worth of goods. Many are questioning if this is just a facade project. How do you explain this? You use the reputation of Master Haitan and Miss Tang Yun to fundraise, claiming to address the urgent needs of the disaster. However, this isn't an achievement. It merely means you temporarily plugged a hole." "President Chin, shut up. Who allowed you to come over? You are hindering our work. If you don't stop, Lin Qinglong despised these media reporters, thinking they were bought over and only highlighting failures without mentioning any achievements. "Qinglong, stop." Chin Mingyu quickly stopped Lin Qinglong from raising his fist. Although she knew who sent these media reporters, she couldn't physically harm them. Otherwise, things would escalate further, making it harder to explain. I just wanted to see what's interesting about this gentleman and why he's special. I don't intend to harm anyone. Everyone knows I'm the civilized handsome guy." Lin Qinglong suddenly slammed his fist into the ground, creating a crack which startled the media reporters and made them retreat. Indeed, he was the civilized and courteous handsome guy. "Everyone, let me clarify this," Chin Mingyu explained. "I am the leader of the Anti-Crime Alliance, and I should take responsibility for the losses incurred during anti-crime actions. However, the theft of the supplies and precious items in Yincheng is not related to the losses during the anti-crime operation and has nothing to do with me. If you still don't understand, let me give you an example. If a general is fighting on the front lines and soldiers' hometowns are robbed, can you blame the general?" Lin Qinglong laughed loudly. "That's right, this is the reason. Don't blame President Mingyu for your mistakes." Furthermore, Chin Mingyu continued, and Lin Qinglong immediately quieted down. "Our anti-crime actions have been successful, and we have destroyed many bandit locations. We are currently pursuing the bandits hiding everywhere. When we achieve great victories in the future, we will surely inform you first, so please don't miss it." After speaking, she walked past the media reporters with a cold demeanor. "That's right, you are all so eager today. When we return triumphant, don't fake illness and high." "Ha ha." Lin Qinglong laughed and caught up with Chin Mingyu. "President Chin, you are so cool. You're still the same as the former top female president of Yuncheng." Zia Shouty couldn't help but praise Chin Mingyu. The members of the Warwolf regiment behind them also admired this female heroine. "It's nothing." Chin Mingyu dismissed it. It wasn't her first time facing the media, and she knew how to handle official statements. However, she sighed slightly and said, We can deal with these media reporters for now. But if we still can't find the supplies within the next 10 days, our troubles will only escalate. Zhao also understood that the media criticism wouldn't stop, and more accusations would come their way. If the supplies weren't found within the given time frame, it could cost them their reputation and support from the Western business community. Soon, Qin Mingyu and her team returned to the scene of the incident. Liana and Taoyang immediately rushed over to report to her. Holy Lady, the traces of the wheels are still there, and we protected the scene. Unfortunately, we only found some traces and no other signs of a combo passing through the area. I suspect that the combo rushed into the lake, even went underwater to search, but found nothing. It's despicable, Liana said, indignantly, clenching her teeth. You all did well. Qin Mingyu smiled faintly, acknowledging their work. She then carefully inspected the wheel tracks and the surroundings, finally tilting her head up, gazing at a hilltop. No one knew what she was thinking, and Lin Qinglong and Liana wanted to speak, but were restrained by Lu Wudao's sharp gaze. Qin Mingyu suddenly realized something, quickly walked to the foot of the hill. Although the snow and wind had covered many traces after a few days, she was still confident that there were signs of deliberate destruction here. That's right. Those supplies must be buried in the lake. Qin Mingyu finally felt confident, lightly gripping her jade fist, showing a hint of excitement. Buried in the lake. When she spoke these words softly, the people around her gasped in shock, their eyes filled with surprise. Holy Lady, but we searched the lake all day and didn't find anything. Teach Sheep immediately walked over and said, Yes. Liana confirmed. Several of us were divided into different areas, covering a range of 200 to 300 meters from the lake shore, but we found nothing. Lin Qinglong couldn't help but frown and say, if that's the case, then it's possible that Mingyu guessed wrong, because the truck drove into the lake, it couldn't have gone so far. Everyone nodded in agreement. Qin Mingyu remained firm in her belief, and even glared at Lin Qinglong, saying, others at Dark Knight Island may not have learned physics, but you received higher education in Cloud City, right? This. Lin Qinglong was momentarily stunned. Zia Shaodi immediately realized and exclaimed, General Qin, I understand. You mean those cars drove up the mountain, then in the direction of the lake water, gaining height based on inertia and projectile motion, and rushed into the center of the lake. Snap. Lin Qinglong also clapped his hands and exclaimed, oh, why didn't I think of that trick? You are really smart, Mingyu. The others also looked at each other in amazement. They had not considered this possibility. Holy Lady, but the closest hills by the lake don't seem that high. Lu Wudao raised a new doubt. Qin Mingyu immediately smiled and said, the key to this is the height of the mountain, not necessarily how close it is to the lake. Look. As Qin Mingyu spoke, she picked up a long stick and drew on the ground. If the car was at top speed, the higher the mountain, adjusted to a 45-degree angle, the further the distance the projectile can fly. As everyone looked at the pattern and distance she drew based on physics, they all took a sharp breath. Ah, knowledge is power. Lin Qinglong couldn't help but sigh. Qin Mingyu continued her analysis. Why are there only tracks left at the foot of the mountain where the car wheels were? It's because there's been heavy snow these days, and the tracks were covered by falling snow. Not only that, after the car rushed into the lake, powerful martial artists intentionally destroyed the surrounding hills to conceal the tracks. Since the location of the tracks was far from the lake, and they disappeared all at once, nobody noticed at the time, and no one thought that the cars would disappear using this method. As she explained, everyone suddenly had a moment of realization. Qin Mingyu continued, because the cars didn't drive into the lake from the shore, there are no tracks at the lake edge. Beforehand, no one would have ever thought that those cars could be hidden at the bottom of the lake. Even if, like Peach Sheep and Liana, who went down to the lake with a stroke of luck, they could only search near the edge of the lake. But now, with harsh weather conditions, even with their considerable skills, without ships and equipment for support, they cannot explore the far and deep areas. Moreover, there's another factor that is not favorable to us. This lake water connects to the river and sea. In reality, there is some fluidity to it. The longer time dragged on, our supplies will be washed further and possibly even lost into the river. When they heard this, everyone instantly became nervous. Suddenly appearing, Association President Ma cried out, Oh, General Qin, then quickly figure out a way to retrieve the items. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain to the media and the people of the country. The grown-ups are discussing matters. The crying children should go away. Lin Qinglong impatiently pushed away the annoying association president. Qin Mingyu didn't pay attention to them. Instead, she ordered, "Qinglong, immediately take people to search in different directions. Those gangsters definitely wouldn't just dispose of such valuable things, they will have a plan to retrieve them. They might have realized that our people are still around and haven't taken action yet." Everyone had another moment of realization. Holy lady, you are the smartest woman I have ever seen in my life. Lu Wuda also couldn't help but admire, impressed by her deduction that the lost items were in the lake. Her thinking, not sticking to mere lake exploration but expanding outwards, was not something an average person could do. Qin Mingyu, however, showed no pride, and simply said, "We haven't found the items back yet, so there's no need to praise me. Brother Wudao, come with me to the lakeshore quickly." "Yes, holy lady," Lu Wudao said, leading Liana to protect Qin Mingyu. The others dispersed under Lin Qinglong's lead to search in the mountains. Xie Shaodi was tasked with arranging salvage boats and equipment as a precaution in case Lin Qinglong's team didn't find what they needed. Indeed, things turned out as Qin Mingyu had deduced. She had just arrived at the lakeshore to observe the surroundings. A news came from Lin Qinglong's team. "Mingyu, oh my goodness, you truly have a keen sense for things." Lin Qinglong was excited over the phone. "We had just descended to the foot of the mountain, and we found a mansion by the water where we spotted a bow and a complete set of salvaging tools. These guys didn't look like good people at all, carrying weapons on them, and we managed to scare them off. We even seized their belongings." "That's wonderful." Liana, who had been following Qin Mingyu, heard this and was exhilarated, as well as deeply respectful, saying, "Holy lady, you and the commander are truly an unbeatable duo, combining intelligence with strength." Lu Wudao nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, indeed." The fact that the other side was prepared to salvage from the lake proves that Holy Lady's calculations and deductions were entirely correct. Association President Ma and the others also gave thumbs up, acknowledging that this was why this woman, not yet 30, could hold the position of president of the Southern Business Association. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, thinking that the lost items would soon be recovered. However, Qin Mingyu poured cold water on their excitement, saying, "Don't celebrate too soon. This lake is vast, and with its fluidity, even with boats and equipment, we might not be able to salvage the items." She had another layer of worrying, that the deadline of 10 days was approaching, and she couldn't afford to lose her reputation. The boats and tools were transported to the lakeshore, already evening by that time. Although the elite soldiers of the War-Wolf Battalion were resilient against the winter elements, the lake was too large and the lake bed too dark for them to make progress. "General Qin, you're different from them. You don't have their skills, it's too cold outside. You'd better rest inside the tent," Xie Shaodi said, showing concern for Qin Mingyu. "Yes, holy lady, your health is important, you mustn't fall ill." Lu Wuda also advised, "Leave the salvage work to me and Lin Qinglong. We will not fail our mission." "Thank you all." Qin Mingyu was moved, her eyes slightly red with a smile. "Regardless of the outcome, having so many people who care for me, work hard with me, even risk their lives for me, is my honor." Everyone smiled in response. Xie Shaodi draped a coat over her and said with a smile, "General Qin, don't put on airs. Ever since becoming a mother, you've become more sentimental, emotional, haven't you?" And so, Qin Mingyu was forcibly taken back to the tent to rest by Xie Shaodi. The soldiers of the War-Wolf Battalion braved the winter storm, working through the night to salvage the items. 2 days had passed, and it was still dark when Qin Mingyu emerged from the tent and braved the cold wind to reach the lakeside. "Madam Saintess, why are you up so early? The lake wind is bone-chilling, you shouldn't be out here like this." Lu Wudao quickly approached her, anxiously advising. Seeing him still damp from being in the cold lake, Qin Mingyu knew that he must have bravely ventured underwater despite his injuries. She couldn't help but feel sorry for him. "Brother Wudao, your injuries haven't fully healed. You shouldn't go into the water. Let others handle the recovery." "Ha ha. No worries. Besides, with my highest cultivation level, I can dive deeper than them. It's best for me to go down and investigate." Lu Wudao chuckled heartily. "Did you find anything?" Qin Mingyu asked with a hint of urgency, as it was already the 6th day since the incident of missing supplies. However, Lu Wudao shook his head. The lake water is pitch black, even. I find it hard to see clearly, and the visibility won't be much better even during the day, at the depths of the lake. Qin Mingyu sighed and nodded, understanding the challenge of the recovery effort. Despite the appearance of dozens of cars, they seemed insignificant compared to the vast lake. Madam Saintess, you should contact Lingyu immediately to see if he can help us in any way, Lu Wudao suggested. Qin Mingyu also nodded. At this point, we have no other choice. Soon, Lingyu and Yanjing received a video call from Qin Mingyu. Mingyu, why are you calling me so early? What's wrong? Lingyu asked as he already had a hunch that his wife was facing trouble on her end. Lingyu, can you help me? Qin Mingyu briefly explained the situation in the western regions and awaited Lingyu's response. Furrowing his brows, Lingyu, who had experience leading troops in battles and traversing mountains and rivers, understood how insignificant humans could be in the face of nature. Mingyu, I can have Yi Zhaoxun swiftly deploy the most advanced aircraft and equipment to assist in the recovery, but it might not yield results within a few days. Lingyu added. Qin Mingyu understood and sighed. It seems that's the only option now. I can't think of any clever tricks to aid in the recovery. At the mention of clever tricks, Lingyu suddenly had an idea. Mingyu, wait for me a moment. I thought of someone who might have a solution. Oh, who? Qin Mingyu's eyes lit up with curiosity. The guy who once defeated all the top brainiacs, Zhao Wujing. Lingyu stated directly. Hearing this name, Qin Mingyu's expression changed, showing a mix of surprise and excitement. Recently immersed in the affairs of the western regions, she was unaware of the developments in Yanjing and the improved relationship between Lingyu and Zhao Wujing. He may indeed be smarter than me. Perhaps he could come up with a solution. But will he help us? Qin Mingyu voiced her concern. Lingyu chuckled. It's not certain that he's smarter than you, but in certain aspects, his methods are more diverse. Let me reach out to him and get back to you. Okay. Waiting for you. Qin Mingyu ended the call with a sense of hope. The arrival of the advanced aircraft from the Wolf Warriors battalion and the prospect of Zhao Wujing's assistance brought optimism. Both Qin Mingyu and Lingyu held Zhao Wujing's intelligence in high regard. While he was a headache as an adversary, as an ally, his capabilities were highly anticipated. Soon, Zhao Wujing received a call from Lingyu. Lingyu, I can help you with this favor as a repayment for saving my sister. Zhao Wujing readily agreed after hearing Lingyu's explanation. You've already thought of a solution so quickly. Do you have some miraculous recovery equipment? Lingyu inquired curiously. Zhao Wujing simply grinned. No, I just had my brain, which is more effective than any recovery equipment. I guarantee that within 4 days, I can locate and recover the supplies worth billions. But I have one request. What request? Lingyu asked, somewhat guessing what Zhao Wujing might ask for. After I recover the supplies, you must immediately help me kill Zhao Wushan. Zhao Wujing's request echoed his previous one. Lingyu readily agreed, as eliminating an enemy like Zhao Wushan wasn't a big deal, and it came to assisting his wife. Give me your wife's contact information, and I'll discuss this directly with her, Zhao Wujing suggested with a smile. Lingyu understood Zhao Wujing's character, a man who liked to play mind games. As the leader of the Wolf Warriors, knowing people and utilizing their strengths was essential for Lingyu. Following Zhao Wujing's suggestion, Qin Mingyu soon received a call from him. Meanwhile, Lin Qinglan returned from the lake and was surprised to see Qin Mingyu talking on the phone. Wow, this world is truly miraculous. Zhao Wujing is alive, and he's actually helping us. Lin Qinglan exclaimed in amazement. Who is Zhao Wujing? Is he smarter than Madam Saintess? Yan Yan asked curiously. Ha, of course not. However, that guy has always been full of clever ideas, that's his strength. Lin Qinglan couldn't admit anyone being smarter than his goddess, but he did trust Zhao Wujing's intelligence. What? You want me to airlift as many fish as possible over? Qin Mingyu was stunned by Zhao Wujing's request. Yes, preferably carp. Zhao Wujing replied with a smile. The more, the better. All right, I'll arrange for them to be airlifted from Yuncheng. Qin Mingyu realized that Zhao Wujing had a plan in mind and wanted to see how it would unfold. Transporting fish to assist in the recovery efforts wasn't a difficult task for her as the president of the Southern Business Association. She immediately instructed Xia Shaodi to make the arrangements. In Yuncheng, after Qin Mingyu's departure to the western regions, most of the Qiagang group's affairs were handled by Qin Ruhan. Lin Qingshuan, who had amnesia, also joined the Chia gang group to help. When Zia Shouty received the notification, Qin Ruhan was puzzled. Airlifting carp to the western regions. Is it for disaster relief? Are the victims that picky about their food? Wouldn't it be better to transport rice? Zia Shouty hurriedly explained to her. Miss, don't jump to conclusions. You're adding lines to the script again. These fish are not for relief. Well, they are for relief, just not for eating. They're meant to recover relief supplies and possibly billions. Hehe, you're confusing yourself. It's all in your head. Qin Ruhan continued with a smile. I'm curious about what these fish are for. It sounds intriguing. I don't know what they're for. It was Zhao Wujing's suggestion to President Qin. Who knows what that weird guy is thinking? Zia Shouty joked. Zhao Wujing, that scoundrel is still alive. Qin Ruhan exclaimed in surprise. Just then, Lin Qingshuan, who had a matter to discuss with her, entered the office and caught the mention of Zhao Wujing's name, causing her to shudder slightly. Qingshuan, how did you come here? Qin Ruhan put down the phone and happened to see Lin Qingshuan, warmly welcoming her. During this time, Lin Qingshuan had helped her a lot, and she had risked her life twice to save her brother-in-law. She was a reliable person, trusted by everyone in the Qin family. Did your sister encounter some trouble in the western regions that requires our support from the rear? Lin Qingshuan curiously asked. My sister asked us to prepare 1,000,000 carp. 1,000,000 carp? Lin Qingshuan was truly surprised. Hehe, when I heard this request, my expression was the same as yours, Qingshuan. But even if it's several million carp, it's only worth tens of millions. If we can find back assets worth tens of billions, it's like catching a big fish with a small fish. Qin Ruhan, now in charge of the company, became good at calculations and said with a smile, besides, after we recovered billions, we can still buy carp to eat. Lin Qingshuan also laughed, her smile pure and beautiful. Qin Ruhan was momentarily stunned and said, your brother-in-law really has no eyes. That man Zhao Wuji, although bad, has a good eye. Who is Zhao Wuji? Lin Qingshuan quickly asked curiously. He's a big villain. Qin Ruhan lightly tapped her chin, about to tell Lin Qingshuan the stories of the past. When Liu Rushui walked in, Qingshuan, Liu Rushui seemed to intentionally interrupt their conversation. Mom, you're here too? Lin Qingshuan asked as she now called Liu Rushui mom more naturally, and before. I came because I heard my precious has something to do, and others said you were here, so I came to find you. Liu Rushui held Lin Qingshuan's hand and said with a smile, do you want to know who Zhao Wuji is? This name sounds familiar. Ruhan said he's a bad guy. Lin Qingshuan blinked and asked, he's a bad guy? A bad guy who wants to win your heart. Let mom tell you more. Liu Rushui wanted to lead Lin Qingshuan away, and even glanced back at Qin Ruhan slyly. Qin Ruhan stuck out her tongue, as if to say, well, you're her stepmother, say what you want. Mom, who is Zhao Wuji? Do I know him? Lin Qingshuan couldn't wait as she walked out of the office and asked, he wanted us to transport 1,000,000 carp to the western regions, saying it's to help recover assets worth billions. Zhao Wuji, oh, he's a super clever bad guy with lots of ideas. He's also your childhood sweetheart. He's liked you since you were little. Liu Rushui honestly replied. My childhood sweetheart? Lin Qingshuan's eyes suddenly brightened with anticipation. Then she asked, is he handsome? Hehe. Not as handsome as Ling Yu. Quite average. About 1.70 meters tall. That's why my dear you don't like him. Liu Rushui answered. I see. Lin Qingshuan, like many women, was concerned about looks. Her curious eyes dimmed a bit. Yes, he's single now. You're single too. And you've lost your memory. It feels like a fresh start, so be prepared for his pursuit next time you meet him. Liu Rushui reminded. Lin Qingshuan smiled slightly, not continuing her curiosity. Just sighed in her heart. So I have a very smart lapdog. I wonder, if he's so clever, why didn't he pursue me before? Meanwhile, the situation in Yuncheng was busy with preparations to transport carp, and Ling Yu had a lot going on too. Today it was the day of the announced engagement between the Nangong family and the Tang family. Ling Yun, as Master Nangong's disciple, also received an invitation. These days he had been trying to contact Tan Zukan, curious about her thoughts, but couldn't reach her. Perhaps she's being held against her will. As for Nangong Wu, Ling Yu had asked for his opinion, but he was indifferent and felt positive towards Tang Zukan, a pure beauty. Marrying into the family wouldn't be a bad thing. But on his way to the Yihuo Grand Hotel, Ling Yu encountered heavy traffic, making it difficult for the car to move an inch. What's going on? Ling Yu realized the car hadn't moved for a while and couldn't help but ask. Yizi immediately lowered the window, and a bodyguard came to their car. Report, there's a group from Daojo causing trouble at Kianyamen. The surrounding people have all come to watch. It seems today the car won't be able to pass through this area. Yizi slightly frowned and quickly asked, Boss, should we change course to Yihuo Hotel? Ling Yu thought about it, looked at the time, then opened the car door himself and said, Let's go take a look. Yizi quickly followed. Ling Yu guessed that Mo Yin had arrived in the capital. Indeed, as soon as he squeezed into the crowd, he saw a group of people crowding around the entrance of the Chiba martial arts school. Among them was the man known as the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, Moranxia. Who else could it be? Even Moranxia was here, so it must be the day Mo Yin came to challenge the 8 super masters. Moranxia was indeed a skilled martial artist. Feeling the gaze of a strong person, he immediately looked over. Soon, the people around him from the Morong family also noticed Ling Yu, and a group of people came towards them. Ling Yu, you killed my nephew in the family, Su Huo. Dare to swagger around here? Today I won't spare you. A bearded old man was the first to challenge Ling Yu, his emotions very agitated, and he seemed ready to make a move at any moment. Yizi, being responsible, quickly shielded Ling Yu. Ling Yu, however, remained undaunted, calmly asked, And who are you? HMPH. I'm Su Huo's uncle, Su Ziai. The old man responded haughtily. Upon hearing this name, the people around immediately recognized him, saying, So this is the first follower of the Morong family 10 years ago, the successor of the Thunder Hand. He's said to have martial arts second only to the 8 super masters, very powerful. That's right, his martial arts are only lesser than the 8 super masters, very strong. Today Ling Yu is in trouble. Su Ziai has a fiery temper. Whether or not he's the murderer of Su Huo, Su Ziai will definitely make it hard for him to get away with it. Yes. Not to mention Chia Xiao is here today. No matter who Ling Yu is, if he doesn't run, he's in for trouble. The crowd only knew Moranxia, but no one knew the terrifying reputation of the Wolf King who has made many countries in the battle world tremble. Ling Yu also heard these discussions and knew of the Thunder Hand sect, which indeed had a good reputation. However, he remained fearless, and calmly said, I didn't kill Su Huo. I've already clarified this matter, and I don't have time today to continue this entanglement with you. Please make way. This earned Ling Yu some admiration. He seemingly didn't take Su Ziai, the Thunder Hand, seriously at all. Damn it, all the evidence points to you, but you want to weasel out of it. I won't let you off. Su Ziai felt that Ling Yu was being cowardly yet trying to save face. He believed that Ling Yu underestimated him, and immediately moved towards Ling Yu to take action. Yexiao, step aside. Ling Yu quickly ordered. He knew Yexiao was not a match for this Thunder Runner, so he wanted to avoid him getting hurt. Yexiao understood as well, but out of duty, he didn't step back immediately. Su Zai's Thunder Runner had gained momentum and in an instant formed a huge net, trapping Yexiao. Seeing Yexiao in danger, Ling Yu had to intervene and suddenly struck with a palm strike. Roar. The violent inner strength emitted a howl as soon as it was released. The scene was in shock. Su Huo quickly looked over, changed tactics on the spot, attempting to collide forcefully to save his life. Su Ziai, step back. Moranxia loudly reminded, but it was too late. In the collision between the two, Su Ziai let out a scream and fell to the ground. The palm that clashed with Ling Yu's had already broken arm bones. The whole incident occurred in the blink of an eye, and many people, after realizing what happened, were shocked and gasped in cold air. When they looked back at Ling Yu, there was a touch of amazement in their eyes. Who is this guy? The Thunder Runner was no match for him. Really? Could he be at the level of the 8 great grandmasters? As the surrounding crowd discussed, there was a sense of anticipation in their gazes. With the arrival of the martial saint of Daojo aggressively sweeping through half of the Dragon Kingdom, undefeated, the hopes were pinned on the 8 great grandmasters and the Morong family. If there were other experts in the Dragon Kingdom, the martial world of the Dragon Kingdom would have a glimmer of hope. Of course, as of now, none of the common people had connected Ling Yu to the direction of the Wolf King in the northern territories, as no one had indicated so. At this time, the head of the Qianye Gate, Zhuan Yi, also came out with a large group of disciples. The disciples loudly dispersed the crowd, maintaining order. They assumed that the martial saint of Daojo had arrived on the scene. However, upon closer inspection, it was discovered that it was the Morong family's Thunder Runner who was defeated by someone, not the martial saint of Daojo. "Who are you?" As the host of the event, Xuanmuyi squinted at Lingyu and asked. Both being experts, this young man defeated the Thunder Runner Su Huo in one move, so Xuanmuyi might not necessarily be more powerful. "My name is Lingyu." Lingyu greeted Xuanmuyi and said, "You must be Master Xuan, right? I have heard of your deeds. Your fist speed is exceptionally fast, reaching the realm of 1,000 leaves fluttering, with every punch hitting the target. Ha ha, indeed it is I." Master Xuan also had a sense of familiarity towards Lingyu and greeted, "But Ling brother, your strength is impressive too, admirable. Thank you for your praise, Master Xuan." Lingyu remained calm and explained to the host, "I came here not to showcase any special skill or display martial arts. When someone insisted on causing trouble for me, I had to defend myself. I hope you won't take offense." Master Xuan also gestured in understanding, about to speak. However, several people from the Morong family behind Morong Jia immediately shouted, "Tia Xiao, this person is too arrogant. He publicly humiliated our Morong family members. Yes, there are past grievances. Tia Xiao, you must stand up for the Su family and show everyone the power of the Morong family. Tia Xiao, take action. Only you can teach him a lesson." Each one seemed more excited than the other. Morong Jia, however, looked conflicted. Only Morong and he knew that Morong Jia might not necessarily prevail against Lingyu. It could end up being an embarrassing situation if he tried and failed publicly. "Tia Xiao, what are you hesitating about?" Another senior from the Morong family, Morong Khan, who was on good terms with Su Huo, was beside Morong Jia, urging him excitedly. Morong Jia finally raised his hand with a firm attitude and said, "The overall situation is important. We are not here today to conflict with others. The main event today is to support the Kyanyage and challenge the martial saint of Daojo. As for our personal matters, we can discuss them after resolving the major issues." Morong Khan was indignant and about to speak out. Fortunately, people around commented, "Tia Xiao is principled and has a broad perspective. Indeed, this person, Lingyu, is also skilled. If he and Tia Xiao were to fight, any loss on either side would be a significant blow to our martial world in the Dragon Kingdom. I don't want to gossip about other matters. I just want to see the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom defeat that martial saint of Daojo. I detest Daojo the most." Upon hearing these voices, Morong Jia quickly said to Morong Khan, "Uncle Khan, listen. Martial arts cultivation is closely related to personal character. Your perspective needs to be broadened." Morong Khan turned away without saying a word. Among the previous generation, he was indeed the weakest in martial arts. If he were skilled, why would Morong Jia need to step in? He could handle it himself. Only Yexia and Morongi knew that Morong Jia was clearly scared of Lingyu and was avoiding a direct confrontation, while giving grand reasons for his decision, which was quite amusing. However, neither of them was the type to blurt things out. "The martial saint of Daojo has arrived." At that moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Looking in that direction, many were not just shocked but enraged. The martial saint of Daojo had a grand entrance, driving through what was already a congested area, insisting on entering with a fleet of vehicles. Among them, there was an iron cage vehicle, transporting Mo Yin's mount, a fierce tiger. "Make way! Make way!" Several sword-bearing warriors from Daojo directly rudely pushed people blocking their path to the ground. Damn, how arrogant these people from Daojo are. In the so-called Dragon Kingdom, our capital city, they dared to act so arrogantly and oppressively. Let's teach them a lesson. The crowd's emotions were stirred up, and some hot-blooded men rolled up their sleeves ready to confront. They had barely lifted their fists when their necks were struck with an eastern sword, even drawing blood. With just half an inch away from a lethal strike, the scene fell silent immediately. A man in a suit from Daojo descended from the vehicle and seemed indifferent to the chaos, simply smiling coldly and displaying a few documents before the audience. "Dear friends from the Dragon Kingdom, we have come from Daojo, and I am Counselor San Shakyututi. The person sitting in the vehicle is the martial saint of Daojo and a close friend of our emperor, Mo Yin. Our purpose for this trip is simple. We want to exchange martial arts skills with the skilled individuals of the Dragon Kingdom." The first part sounded ordinary, but then he smirked coldly and continued, "The martial saint has already defeated over 300 martial artists from the Dragon Kingdom, with 47 of them sustaining severe injuries. Although we haven't killed anyone yet, even if we do, we have diplomatic immunity. If we are attacked, we can defend ourselves, and if any of you are killed during the confrontation, we can only say sorry." As soon as he finished speaking, the scene once again erupted. Some easily riled up people even started cursing furiously. Uncle can endure it, but Auntie can't hold back. Quickly get rid of these Daosho country people. That's right, ancient martial arts originated from our dragon country. We are the pinnacle of martial arts. What Daosho country martial saint? A country the size of an insect, a place where there are no tigers in the mountains, and where monkeys are considered kings. Get ready to be taught a lesson. A group of people were filled with righteous indignation, but as ordinary citizens, they only had fervor in their hearts, lacking the strength to solve the problem. Ha ha. Since you all say that, I will give your dragon country's martial arts world a signature move. The more infuriated the dragon country citizens were, the more pleased Song Shakyudai became. He clapped his hands and had someone bring down a meticulously prepared plaque from the back of the car. The plaque was finely crafted, with 8 large characters in gold foil. Upon seeing those characters, the originally irate citizens charged furiously towards the people of Daosho country. Even Ling Yu furrowed his brow. These Daosho country people were indeed too arrogant. Eastern dinosaur, getting weaker and weaker. Moran, he read out those 8 big characters and said to Moran Chia excitedly and angrily, "Chia, these Daosho country people are too arrogant. You must uphold the reputation of the dragon country's martial arts world." After speaking, he felt a bit regretful. Moran Chan's face indeed looked ugly. If he could defeat Mo Yin, he would have acted by now without needing someone else to remind him. It was because he couldn't win that he was stewing like a grandson now. Kill them, beat them to death, and drive them out of the dragon country. They must be taught a lesson. With no one stepping up to uphold justice, some emotionally charged and impulsive citizens were ready to physically confront the people of Daosho country. However, around Song Shakyudai, there were many strong martial artists from Daosho country, wielding eastern swords. In the chaotic situation, they were ready to draw their swords and attack. Just as a man was about to be struck down, a white shadow passed by like a gentle breeze, knocking away all the swords wielded by the Daosho country martial artists. It was Master Zhuan. The anxious crowd around finally felt relieved at this moment. The Daosho country martial artists realized the situation, wanting to rush forward, but were all knocked down by Master Zhuan's 12-10 kick. Well done. Master Zhuan is invincible. The 8 great super masters, truly extraordinary with extraordinary qualities. The people all raised their arms and cheered, full of admiration. Even Morangi was amazed. Master Zhuan's strength was beyond that of Southern Continent's martial arts authority, perhaps even comparable, or possibly higher than, Tiashao from before. Martial artists have integrity. There is no need to use force against unarmed civilians. This is the first principle for those of us who practice martial arts in the Dragon Country. Master Zhuan said with his hands behind his back, displaying the demeanor of a grandmother. I heard that your Daosho country has the spirit of Bushido. Today, seeing it for myself is truly disappointing. His speech was met with cheers from the audience. Big brother, this Master Zhuan is quite dignified and has a high spirit. No wonder he is one of the 8 great super masters in Yanjing. Yizi said behind Ling Yu. Ling Yu nodded, showing his respect for Master Zhuan. His character and demeanor code indeed represent the martial arts world of the Dragon Country. Song Shakyudai quickly backed away with the plaque, fearing that Master Zhuan might strike him. However, Master Zhuan had no intention of bullying ordinary people. If he wished, even with 2 more legs, Song Shakyudai wouldn't be able to escape. At this moment, the door of a Mitsubishi SUV opened, and a deep voice came from inside. Master Zhuan, after so many years, your martial arts cultivation has made significant progress. Congratulations. Upon hearing this voice, Master Zhuan trembled slightly, staring at the burly man who had just stepped out of the SUV with a solemn expression. Mo Yin, you have also undergone a transformation. Seeing the 2 familiar faces, many people were surprised. Not everyone knew about Mo Yin's past, including Ling Yu. After all, the old alcoholic had hardly mentioned Mo Yin to him. Could I have not transformed? The former martial saint of the Dragon Country has been jointly destroyed by you without any martial ethics. Now, Standing before you is the martial saint of Daoshou country. Mo Yin looked at Master Zhuan with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. Ling Yu also noticed that even when facing himself, Mo Yin didn't have this level of aggression. Hatred originated from something deep, and he actually harbored hatred towards the dignified and ethereal Master Zhuan. You intended to assassinate the national leader back then. For the stability of the dragon country and the foundation of the country, we had to take that action. Master Zhuan said calmly, we just never expected that you were not dead. Falling from such a height, one would think you wouldn't have survived. Wow. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar. The fact that this martial saint of Daoshou country turned out to be a traitor to the dragon country was simply unfathomable. Ling Yu's brows furrowed slightly. So Mo Yin had this history? Could it be that the mysterious expert who attempted to assassinate the national leader months ago was Mo Yin, adding crimes to the innocent just to make your case? You are afraid of me. You are a bunch of mean people. Now here pretending to have high spirits, exuding an otherworldly air. Disgusting. Mo Yin sneered with disdain. These ancient matters, nearly 30 years have passed. Bringing them up has no meaning now, and no one knows the truth. Master Zhuan said directly, you want to challenge the entire martial arts world of the dragon country, right? Choosing me, Qianye Gate, as the first station in Yanjing, is it an honor for me, or do you look down on me? Master Zhuan. Mo Yin sneered coldly. Since you think I look down on you, then so be it. Despicable, beyond all limits. How dare you speak to our master like this? He won't be spared. Today, these Daoshou country people must pay the price for their actions. The disciples of Qianye Gate also became excited. The emotions of the dragon country people at the scene surged one after another. Many were eager to see Master Zhuan defeat Mo Yin. Some were even eager to witness the battle unfold. Words are futile. I would also like to learn firsthand about the martial arts of Mo Yin, who has now become the martial saint of Daoshou country. Come. Master Zhuan suddenly leapt onto the irregular platform prepared in advance with uneven wooden planks. For ordinary people, let alone showcasing their martial skills on it, just being able to steady themselves on it without falling required extremely high balance abilities. Is this a specially made platform for me? Interesting. Mo Yin also showed an excited smile. However, the next moment, his eyes turned cold. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Let me add some color to this platform. With a swift motion, he picked up a fallen warrior sword from the ground. With a series of hand strikes, the sword hilt was embedded into a thick, hard slab of stone, with its blade standing upright. Seeing the icy blade emanating from the warrior's sword, the onlookers were shocked and trembling. They were going to have a duel on this kind of platform. If someone lost their balance and fell, it could be a life-threatening situation. Master Zhuan also frowned slightly, indicating that he wasn't prepared to treat this match as a life-and-death struggle. Are you afraid, Zhuan Mai? Mo Yin sneered cynically. If you don't want to die, surrender obediently. Otherwise, I won't show mercy to someone like you. With that, his eyes suddenly turned cold, exuding a chilling aura. In the hearts of our Dragon Kingdom warriors, there is only war or no war. There is no fear at all. Zhuan Mai suddenly leapt up and stood firmly on the wooden stake, speaking with righteousness, since everyone sees this martial arts competition as an honor for the martial arts world of both countries. As a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom, I have a duty to fight. Good. Well said. Master Zhuan is mighty and domineering. We all support you. You must defeat the arrogant little devil from Daoshou country. The crowd's emotions were ignited even further, each person filled with excitement and anticipation. They all hoped to see Zhuan Mai represent the Dragon Kingdom, defeat Mo Yin, and vent the frustration of the 300th defeated Dragon Kingdom warriors, bringing glory to the world of Dragon Kingdom martial arts. Even Ling Yu and Yizi couldn't help but join in supporting Zhuan Mai along with everyone else. Only the Morong family and their group sat quietly in front of the stage, not saying a word. Especially Morong Jie. He knew very well that Zhuan Mai couldn't defeat Mo Yin, so encouraging him now was futile. Even if, by some chance, Zhuan Mai defeated Mo Yin, Qian Yaman's reputation would skyrocket, and at that time, who would truly represent the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom martial arts world? Qian Yaman or the Morong family? Come on, Mo Yin, since we didn't kill you back then, let me make up for that mistake today, Zhuan Mai said firmly. In his mind, Mo Yin was a demon, his existence a great threat to the Dragon Kingdom. It was true in the past, and even more so now. Zhuan Mai, You're quite boastful. Mo Yin was also provoked and leapt onto the wooden stake. Doom. The moment his feet landed on the wooden stake, an earthquake occurred on the scene, causing many unsuspecting commoners to fall to the ground. One seemed light as a feather, the other heavy as Mount Tai. Hehe, you Dragon Kingdom people are still the same after 1,000 years, always fond of grandstanding. Now the whole world knows that the martial arts of your country are all show and no substance. Tai Chi, Lightning 5-section whip, they are all just hot air. Matsushita Kudai sneered proudly from under the stage. Other Daojo country warriors followed suit in ridiculing. Kianyaman disciples wanted to counterattack, but Xuanmai said, "Shut up. We Dragon Kingdom warriors never like to boast with words. Whether our martial arts are genuine or all show, let's settle it on the stage." So, the Dragon Kingdom people fell silent, but their hearts were even more unsettled. Master Zhuan, you must win. Yizi couldn't help but sigh. Come on. Mo Yin. Xuanmai displayed the demeanor of a grand master, beckoning to Mo Yin. Why are you Dragon Kingdom warriors all the same? So foolish and weak. Mo Yin's eyes turned fierce, delivering a direct punch toward Xuanmai's face. So fast. Morong Hian, the Morong family's top experts under the stage, couldn't help but admire. Morong Jian's expression changed, realizing that the power behind Mo Yin's punch was not weaker than when he had defeated him in the past. But Xuanmai countered with a cloud-overturning hand technique, deflecting the force of the punch. Following up with a golden hand tie technique, he twisted Mo Yin's wrist. Good. Morong He and the others cheered loudly. Even Morong Chia was amazed. Xuanmai's practical combat experience seemed to surpass his own. While he also mastered these techniques, executing them so brilliantly in combat was not something he could easily achieve. Mo Yin was also somewhat surprised. The levels of the 8 great masters were actually quite uneven. Xuanmai's martial skill level was indeed very high, even surpassing Morong Jian's. Take that. Seizing the initiative, Xuanmai let out a loud shout and unleashed a flurry of punches. It's here. It's here. Kianyaman's ultimate technique, Thousand Hands Fist. The onlookers erupted in excitement, especially the Kianyaman disciples, their eyes glued to the stage, afraid to blink for fear of missing their master's most brilliant moment. Ling Yu was no exception, as the technique's speed was indeed fast. He wasn't sure he could block all of it. Hit. Xuanmai's fist struck Mo Yin's right shoulder. Inwardly pleased, this Daojo martial saint didn't seem as powerful as he had imagined. But the next moment, he felt something was amiss. Hit again. The surrounding audience paid no attention. As long as they saw Master Zhuan dominating, they were extremely pleased. Xuanmai landed a dozen punches in quick succession, actually several dozen, some of which ordinary people couldn't even see clearly, all landing on Mo Yin. Mo Yin kept retreating, either lacking the strength to counterattack or intentionally not doing so, until he was about to fall off the wooden stake, finally tilting his body to stand steady. Xuanmai didn't continue with the final punch because his hands were already numb and losing sensation, about to black out. Golden bell cover. Some of his cocky disciples noticed that Mo Yin had used the golden bell cover technique, coming out unscathed. The excited audience gradually fell silent. Ha ha, I told you, all your Dragon Kingdom martial arts are just for show. Why won't you admit it? Matsushita Kudai laughed heartily again. Daojo country warriors, holding their Japanese swords, also taunted the whole arena. Damn it, those Daojo country rascals are so irritating. I want to teach them a lesson. The angry crowd turned red-faced and rolled up their sleeves, ready to challenge these guys. But they knew very well that they weren't the main characters today. They continued to watch the battle on the stage. Boss, this Mo Yin's golden bell cover seems even more powerful than Mo Shu's. Yizi noticed. Ling Yu nodded, realizing that if it were Mo Shu facing Master Zhuan's Thousand Hands Fist, he probably wouldn't have come out of it as unscathed as Mo Yin did. Of course, it wasn't entirely unscathed, but clearly, the backlash damage suffered by Master Zhuan was higher, otherwise he wouldn't have voluntarily stopped. Not bad. You. Mo Yin took a deep breath. I acknowledge your strength. You are stronger than Morong Chia. Wow. This statement stunned the whole audience. It was an outright humiliation of Morong Chia in public. Many people in the Dragon Kingdom thought that Morong Chia was the ceiling of the martial arts world. Morong Jian's face turned as red as a beet, but under everyone's gaze, he pretended to remain calm without explaining himself. On the other hand, Master Zhuan showed no satisfaction at all because his opponent wasn't Murong Chia, but Mo Yin. If he truly believed he could win, his expression would have been different, with some courteous words exchanged. But now he remained silent, constantly thinking about how to defeat his opponent. Let's not even mention that he had no way to do it. Mo Yin wouldn't give him time to think ahead. Pressing on with his arrogance, he said, "But you are still not my match." With that, like a fierce tiger, he once again pounced towards Master Zhuan. The onlookers were stunned. Mo Yin at this moment truly resembled a ferocious tiger descending a mountain, even more fierce than a tiger. Master Zhuan could see his movements clearly, raised his hand to defend, but both his arms were torn apart instantly, and blood sprayed on the spot. Master Zhuan. The worried voices filled the scene. Everyone was extremely nervous. Some even held on to the hope that Master Zhuan could turn the tables in desperation. Drink up. With the support and expectations of so many people, Master Zhuan had to go all out, bursting forth with a rare momentum, ignoring the blood dripping from his hands, once again unleashing the thousand hands fist. This time, it was even more fierce than before, clearly showing a desperate stance. Mo Yin had to retreat and protect his vulnerable spot. Ling Yu frowned. Although Mo Yin's subconscious was well hidden, he seemed to have identified the vulnerable spot of the golden bell shield, right at the navel. Unfortunately, Master Zhuan was too focused on the fight, losing his usual calmness. Mo Yin intentionally protected his vulnerable spot, leaving Master Zhuan unable to find a breakthrough. Just as he reached his limit, Mo Yin immediately unleashed a powerful surge of energy, causing Master Zhuan to almost lose his balance. If it was a duel on flat ground, Master Zhuan might still be able to hold his own against Mo Yin. However, the wooden stake platform he had chosen had now become his biggest disadvantage. The surrounding civilians covered their ears in discomfort. Many fell to the ground, unable to withstand the roar of a Saint-class warrior. Here it comes. Mo Yin suddenly stopped roaring like a tiger, directly hitting Master Zhuan with a palm strike. Just when he thought this move would determine the outcome, Master Zhuan managed to dodge with a cloud-ascending flash. Impressive. Mo Yin laughed. Even figures like Sanka Kudai, who had been observing various martial arts competitions, noticed that Mo Yin's smile was one that had never been seen before. It signified his acknowledgement of Master Zhuan's strength. Too bad. You cannot escape defeat. Mo Yin spun and swept his foot, kicking the surrounding wooden stakes to the ground, leaving only the sharp swords embedded in the soil. Master Zhuan frowned, with no ground to stand on. At that moment, Mo Yin leapt and grabbed his ankle, forcefully slamming him to the ground. Oh no! Master Zhuan was at his last breath, having lost his initial agility not due to his age or physical strength, but because the pressure of battling Mo Yin was immense, requiring his full strength for each move. He knew deep down that he was a level below Mo Yin in terms of strength, but he was fighting to salvage some dignity for the martial arts realm of the Dragon Kingdom. In the end, there was no escape from defeat. He faced the sharp blade heading towards his face. Oh! Master Zhuan! Danger! The people present were on edge. Many subconsciously looked towards Murong Chia. This was the moment when only Murong Chia could save Master Zhuan. However, Murong Chia remained indifferent, refraining from taking action, afraid that initiating an encounter would give Mo Yin a reason to target him. He was not yet a match for Mo Yin, so he had to endure and bear the burden. Just when Master Zhuan had given up all hope, a figure darted to the ring like a gust of wind, kicked away the swords, and caught Master Zhuan before he hit the ground. Reacting swiftly, Master Zhuan took the opportunity to swiftly deliver a series of kicks to Mo Yin, pushing him back. Mo Yin had to jump off the last wooden stake and land in advance. Everything happened in an instant, leaving the audience stunned and unable to react. Oh! The shocked cries of Sanka Kudai and others finally subsided. The blades that Ling Yu had kicked flew dangerously close to his body, but thankfully, a martial artist beside him intercepted them. Despite this, the hands of these martial artists were injured. Witnessing these arrogant offenders being poked in their place, many people from the Dragon Kingdom felt a sense of relief but also unease. If only that annoying Sanka Kudai would disappear. Next, Sanka Kudai patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief before yelling publicly, "Are the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom so lacking in integrity?" A fair one-on-one match turned into 2 against 1. Yes, the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom have no shame, lacking our Bushido spirit. Truly ugly. A group of martial artists from Daojo country began to ridicule in unison. Seeing the situation, many turned to Murong He, hoping he would stand up for the Dragon Kingdom and teach this Daojo country martial saint a lesson, or at least put Sankakudai in his place. However, Morangi remained unmoved. Come, hang this plaque for the Kyonye Gate. Haha, the martial artists of the Dragon Kingdom are becoming weaker and weaker. Sankakudai shouted to his men. Damn it, they are crossing the line. Let's take them down. Finally, some people in the crowd couldn't hold back and were ready to confront the Daojo country people recklessly. Sankakudai was clearly experienced and unafraid. His martial artists drew their swords in preparation. Seeing the unarmed civilians about to face danger, Lingyu couldn't bear it any longer and intervened, using his dragon capturing hand to disarm the foremost martial artist. Moments later, he flung his sword away, narrowly missing Sankakudai's legs, causing the arrogant Daojo countryman to break into a cold sweat. If it weren't for the martial artist beside him who instinctively blocked the sword, his leg would have been cut off. Oh my goodness, you scared me. Sankakudai quickly ducked and cowered, trembling. You're attacking a foreign diplomat. I will protest. I will file a complaint. Shut your filthy mouth. Lingyu casually tossed an object, intending to give the so-called diplomat a lesson in blood. Sankakudai scrambled to safety, trembling like a frightened puppy. Luckily, Mo Yin caught the object before it hit the ground, gazing at Lingyu. What? More fighting? I'll accompany you this time. Lingyu asked. Mo Yin simply smiled. I appreciate your gesture, but today I am here to challenge the Kyonye Gate, not anyone else. Rest assured, we will have another match, but it won't be today. When? Lingyu inquired. He didn't want to win unfairly, and he also didn't have a guarantee of victory. Moreover, Mo Yin was an old enemy of Liu Jugui, and it should be up to Liu Jugui to deal with him. Mo Yin chose not to continue confrontation with Lingyu, knowing that defeating Master Zhuan had already depleted his energy. He also understood that Lingyu was a fierce fighter, without a guaranteed win. Even if he emerged victorious, he was wary of individuals like Morangi, who might take advantage of the situation to target him. After all, he was a guest in this territory. After defeating Morangi and before the final battle with Chen Fu, Mo Yin set a time frame, then turned and left. The atmosphere at the scene did not relax, but erupted into another round of uproar instead. Did you hear that? Turns out Morangi is not the final target that Daojo Wusheng wants to defeat. I don't care about Chen Fu, but I feel like Mo Yin never really took Mo Yin seriously from the beginning to the end. Yeah. Mo Yin never made a move. He's too patient. Is it possible that he's afraid of the Wusheng of Daojo country? Shh. What nonsense are you saying? Mo Yin is so strong. How could he be afraid of the Wusheng of Daojo country? Maybe he just thinks the other party isn't qualified to challenge him yet. Everyone chimed in, discussing eagerly on the scene. Lingyu was also ready to leave as he needed to catch the next battle. Mo Yin, say a few words, otherwise the public opinion will not be good for our Mu Ron family. Mu Rongqi reminded Mu Rongqia softly. Mu Rongqia quickly stood up and jumped onto a high place, capturing everyone's attention. Many bystanders marveled. Mu Rongqia is amazing. Did you see that? Mu Rongqia is skilled in martial arts. He's invincible. He is the strongest in Dragon Country. Hearing these voices, Mu Rongqian's initially gloomy face eased a bit as he raised his hands to signal for quiet. Boss, what is that guy up to? Yizi couldn't help but comment. Earlier when Mo Yin was there, he didn't make a move. Now suddenly he's showing off. Lingyu just smiled casually, not responding. Everyone, I hear your concerns about no one in Dragon Country being able to defeat the arrogant Wusheng of Daojo Country, so I wanted to say a few words. Mu Rongqian now appeared calm and composed. After all, Mo Yin had left. Don't worry, if the 8 super masters of Yanjing are all defeated, I will definitely represent Dragon Country to confront Mo Yin and defeat him. Mu Rongqia vowed earnestly. Instantly, below erupted in cheers. Mu Rongqia, Mu Rongqia, Mu Rongqia is invincible. He must completely defeat those ghosts from Daojo Country and uphold our Dragon Country's prestige. This feeling was greatly enjoyable for Mu Rongqia. He felt he was born to be the pinnacle. He secretly encouraged himself that this was just a test of his abilities and that he would definitely master the Dragon Scripture, defeat Lingyu and Mo Yin, becoming the true #1 in the world. The disciples of the Kyonye Gate were naturally unhappy. After all, this was their territory. Mu Rongqian's words seemed to suggest that he was more powerful than their master. After a while, Mu Rongqian ocean for quiet again, but I believe that the defeat of Master Zhuan today was just due to carelessness and underestimation, and there are several super masters who will definitely counterattack the people of Daojo country. This statement provided a way out for the disciples of Qian Gate. Ling Yu shook his head and left. Little did he expect that as he was about to leave in his car, Mo Yin suddenly turned back. This time, instead of sitting in the car, he was mounted on a tiger and leapt onto the roof of the Qian Gate. Mu Rongqia was startled. His face turned pale. How did the Wushen of Daojo country return? Fortunately, Mo Yin just rode past him on the tiger and did not pay any attention to him. Instead, he suddenly smashed the sign of the Qian Gate. Let the sign hang until I defeat all the masters. But a sect defeated by me must leave a mark. After speaking, Mo Yin coldly smiled, seemingly intentional, and once again tasked by Mu Rongqia before leaping away from the scene. Mu Rongqia remained motionless. Damn it! The Wusheng of Daojo country is too arrogant. How can Mu Rongqia endure so much? Is he too arrogant? If I had Mu Rongqian's skills, I would have taught him a lesson directly. It's so infuriating. In my opinion, Mu Rongqia is all talk and no action. That Ling Yu, unknown to the world, dares to provoke Mo Yin. With his great reputation, why doesn't he dare to say a word? Exactly. What a coward. Trash. Hearing these voices, Mu Rongqia felt embarrassed and frustrated. If there weren't so many people around, he would have wanted to deal with those calling him a coward and trash. In the end, he pretended to be aloof once again and gave another speech. But this time, many people were not buying it, making him more embarrassed and losing face. As for Ling Yu, he had already left the scene and was heading to the South Palace's villa. A regular person who could buy half a toilet in Eyeglass's district was definitely a big spender, and the South Palace's villa covered hundreds of acres. Even the Yihuo Hotel for the engagement ceremony was owned by the South Palace family. Those attending the engagement ceremony of the two families were undoubtedly top figures in the Yanjing circle, and entering the venue was almost a symbol of status. Boss, entering the hotel requires identity checks at each level, so the entry process is slow. We need to be patient. Ling Yu hadn't even gotten off the car when Yizi returned from a checkpoint in front of the hotel to report by his car window. Ling Yu nodded slightly, and at that moment, he happened to see a woman being escorted out, looking quite composed. Zia Zhu. Ling Yu probably guessed what had happened and quickly got out of the car. Catching up to Zia Zhu, Zia Zhu wasn't aware that someone was following her and ran to a corner by the artificial riverbank, sitting down, feeling frustrated. That annoying non-Gong Wu. He's interested in any woman, but not me. They didn't even invite me to such a big wedding day. Because she hadn't been invited, she couldn't enter the venue. How am I worse than those girlfriends of yours? Do I lack in chest size? Do I lack in butt size? Are my legs not long enough? Zia Zhu pushed her chest, squeezed her butt, and touched her legs in frustration, completely unaware that Ling Yu was behind her. Ling Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zia Zhu was his brother-in-law's sister, and she was younger than him. Ling Yu treated her like a little sister. Furthermore, he didn't have a sister, so seeing Zia Zhu throwing a tantrum like a little girl made him want to treat her even more like a sister. Zia Zhu. Little sister. When Ling Yu called out, Zia Zhu trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Turning around to see Ling Yu, she was startled, asking in surprise, "You, what did you just call me?" Ling Yu smiled and walked over, calling out again, "I called you little sister. Your brother is married to my sister, so we're related. Why wouldn't I call you little sister? You." Zia Zhu was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a mix of emotions. She once had feelings for this man, but knowing it was hopeless, she forcefully suppressed them. In the past, hearing Ling Yu call her little sister might have made her even more excited, but now she was just not used to it. After Ling Yu explained, she accepted it calmly. After all, it was a fact. What's wrong? Are you falling for that scum non-Gong Wu? Ling Yu was as direct as always. You. Don't talk nonsense. How could I like that scumbag? Zia Zhu denied vehemently. Only when Ling Yu teased. Then why did I hear, how am I worse than those girlfriends of yours? Do I lack in chest size? Do I? Did Zia Zhu cover his mouth tightly and threaten, "If you dare say that again, I'll kill you." Okay. 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 I won't tease you anymore. Ling Yu was also afraid of Zia Zhu. After all, he knew that this woman had a very bad temper. Before, he could still fight with her, but now she had become his little sister, so he couldn't bully her as her older brother, right? Zia Zhu snorted coldly and turned her head away without saying a word. Ling Yu continued, saying, "If you want to come in, I'll take you in, but after you're inside, what do you plan to do?" Zia Zhu's emotions were a bit stirred up, but she couldn't find the words to say at that moment. Yes, she hadn't figured out what to do. Non Gongwu and Tang Zhuxuan had an engagement, and she had no relationship with Non Gongwu. What could she do? Wish them well? Zia Zhu couldn't say it out loud. She also knew that Non Gongwu and Tang Zhuxuan had no feelings for each other. They hadn't spent as much time together as she had with Non Gongwu. Ling Yu didn't ask Zia Zhu why she liked Non Gongwu, a scumbag, but instead said directly, "Let's go. No matter what you want to do, let's get inside first. Otherwise, muttering to yourself here won't stop anything from happening." Zia Zhu hesitated for a moment. In life, you always have to take the initiative. Ling Yu left behind a sentence and didn't say more, turning around and walking away directly. Zia Zhu huffed and followed him. With Ling Yu leading the way, Zia Zhu finally entered the large hotel this time. "Mr. Ling, welcome to witness Little Wu's marriage." Sixth sister, Non Gongyao, knew Ling Yu had come and intentionally brought people to welcome him. Besides the eldest sister not being present, the other 6 sisters were responsible for receiving the guests, making sure Little Wu's wedding was celebrated grandly. "Well, thank you. Where's that little kid Wu now?" Ling Yu asked directly. He hoped to see Non Gongwu before the formal wedding and figure out whom he really liked. Ling Yu didn't want to morally pressure Non Gongwu, but as his master, Zia Zhu's brother, and Tang Zhuxuan's good friend, he felt obligated to help resolve this love triangle. "Heh, Mr. Ling. Little Wu can't see anyone now. He's about to attend the wedding and, of course, wants to look his best." Non Gongyao immediately ushered Ling Yu in, with no intention of letting them meet Non Gongwu. Ling Yu turned back and said to Zia Zhu, "If you want to see Non Gongwu now, I can try to help you." Zia Zhu pursed her lips and shook her head. The wedding was about to start, and the entire upper class of Yanjing was watching. What right did she have to influence the proceedings? What status did she have? If Non Gongwu did like her back, she could take a chance. But that man had a lot of girlfriends, extremely flirtatious. If she misread his feelings, it would be so embarrassing. She didn't want to live through that kind of situation. Seeing her shake her head, Ling Yu decided not to push further. He had said all that needed to be said. Happiness had to be pursued by oneself. The two soon followed Non Gongyao into the grand banquet hall of the hotel. The luxury and spaciousness of the place could easily rival the most famous cathedral in the country. Most importantly, the place was filled with esteemed guests today. Just bringing any random person here would shake the entire Yanjing. Needless to say, the most prominent positions were occupied by members of the Tang and Non Gong families, as they were the main characters of the day. Seeing Ling Yu entering with Non Gongyao, the Tang family area, Tang Hao, the third young master of the Tang family, immediately stood up angrily. It was this man who had slapped him so hard in Susity that his face swelled up, and his neck had been strained until recently. "How? Don't be impulsive." Tang Yun, who had just returned to Yanjing from the western regions after a fundraising event 2 days ago, hurriedly reminded her brother. Today was a joyous day of their families joining in union. They couldn't afford to start any trouble. Even if Ling Yu instigated it on purpose, they couldn't lay a hand on him. Otherwise, it would only ruin the alliance, and the only happy one would be the other party. She understood this very well. Tang Hao sat back down, pretending not to see Ling Yu. Ling Yu had no intention of engaging with anyone from the Tang family intentionally. However, to his surprise, as soon as he entered, he heard someone shouting loudly from behind, "President Tang is here." Nearly everyone at the wedding stood up. As one of the highest-ranking officials in the country, Tang Ning held great power and was always seen as a significant figure wherever he went. Moreover, today was the day of the alliance between the Tang and Non Gong families. "Ha! Hello, everyone. Welcome to join us." Tang Ning entered with a hearty laugh. Ling Yu and the others looked toward him as well. If Ling Yu and Yizi were not very clear about this being a big demon, they might have been deceived by his appearance and demeanor. Tang Ning was neatly dressed, simple yet clean, giving the impression of a dignified old man. He even seemed a little kindly. Many people began chatting with Tang Ning, feeling honored to exchange a few words with him. Little did they know, Tang Ning suddenly looked in Ling Yu's direction, about to call out to him, "Oh, This gentleman has extraordinary demeanor, but he seems unfamiliar. May I know who you are? Tang Ning asked with a smile. Ling Yu smiled back at him, his eyes twinkling. It was the first time EZ had seen such a fake smile from the boss. But it couldn't be helped, one had to adapt to the situation accordingly. This was called improvisation. Allow me to introduce to President Tang. This is Mr. Ling Yu, the master of our little Wu. Nan Gongya promptly made the introduction on his behalf. The crowd had no immediate reaction. However, Tang Ning gasped, tightly clasping Ling Yu's hand with an expression of utmost respect. I've long heard that the young master Nan Gong only had one master, who was the former northern border war god, the revered Wolf King. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the audience gasped in surprise. Titles were commonly used in the realm of warriors, so unless you were a top-level figure in that realm, you wouldn't know the real name of the Wolf King. Now, with Tang Ning's statement, everyone finally connected Ling Yu to the Wolf King. The long-buried secret was finally exposed today. Before Ling Yu could respond, there were consecutive exclamations from the crowd. Yes, Ling Yu, this man, who rescued Grandmother Zhuan from one of the 8 great super masters in the hands of the Tiger Martial Saint today. That's why I thought he was an unknown figure, but it turns out he is the war god of the North, our country's battle hero. Wasn't it rumored for years ago that the North border war god had fallen, and now he's rising again? Great. With both South Murong and the Wolf King in Yanjing, the martial saint of Daojo country is bound to be defeated. Hearing the reactions of the crowd, Ling Yu realized there was no longer any possibility of concealing his identity. He knew Tang Ning had intentionally exposed his identity, and from now on, he would receive more attention in whatever he planned to do. Master War God, it's really you who have come. Tang Ning seemed visibly moved, almost about to shed tears. Just like everyone else, I deeply respect you as a great hero who defends the nation's mountains and rivers. Your presence at the union of my Tang family and the Nongong family today is truly an honor and brightens the occasion. To President Tang was too harsh. Ling Yu had no intention of tearing his face with Tang Ning here, nor did he intend to expose what he had done before in public here. After all, that was a huge project, with a great impact, serious consequences, and any hastily taken actions could lead to serious repercussions. However, he calmly pushed away the old fox's hand to avoid getting dirty. Haha, Mr. Ling is indeed low-key. Please, take a seat. Tang Ning personally invited Ling Yu to the top seat. Apart from Tang Yun and Tang Haut, there were actually many people who knew about what happened in the Xiaojia family in Sukan. But many of them knew that the Xia family was working for Tang Ning, and there was no substantial evidence, only feeling that the scene in front of them was quite bizarre. Clearly, they should be enemies, but they seemed to be sympathetic towards each other, making it seem like the bloodshed in the Xia family was in vain. If the deceased members of the Xia family saw this scene, I wonder if they would be unable to rest in peace. After Ling Yu took his seat, many others came over as well. After all, who wouldn't admire the former war god of the North boundary? However, Ling Yu had no intention of making friends here, and fortunately, a wedding ceremony began shortly, and everyone returned to their seats. Xia Zhu, who had been silent all along, and even Tang Ning didn't spare her a glance, suddenly became nervous. Seeing Nangong Wu in a tailored suit, her eyes also widened unexpectedly. It must be said that this handsome playboy was quite charming when dressed up, especially with that mischievous smile. It was quite captivating to women. Everyone was applauding. Only Xia Zhu stood out like a sore thumb, like a wooden statue. Nangong Wu subconsciously looked towards Ling Yu's direction, and happened to see Xia Zhu next to him, which made him slightly stunned. However, soon his gaze shifted to others, without specifically lingering on Xia Zhu. Xia Zhu clenched her fist slightly. Ling Yu thought it was quite normal, if that kid Nangong Wu lingered for a woman. Now that would be surprising. But the next moment, Ling Yu himself was taken by surprise. Nangong Wu was looking at Tang Yan, his gaze lingering for a long time without shifting. It was Tang Yan who didn't even spare him a glance. Oh. Ling Yu shook his head again. This apprentice had no talent for martial arts, but why was he also a bit off in his taste? But beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so there's nothing one can do about it. Upon seeing this, the host called out, "Next, please welcome the bride of today." With that announcement, Nangong Wu snapped back and looked towards the end of the red carpet. Today, Tang Zuixuan was in a white wedding gown, looking like a fairy in the forest. Seeing such a beautiful woman, Nangonwu momentarily forgot about Tang Yun. Everyone's eyes lit up, because they all felt that in terms of looks, Tang Zuoxuan was not inferior to Tang Yun at all, and her wearing a white wedding gown today outshone Tang Yun. The only downside was that Tang Zuoxuan seemed a bit melancholic, as if she was unhappy. Following behind her were the special assistant and others. The special assistant reminded her in a low voice, "If you don't want your foster parents and your former friends to get into trouble, then be a good girl and go through with this wedding." Tang Zuoxuan pursed her lips, looking helpless. In fact, after talking to Lingyu, she had already made it clear to the Tang family that she didn't want to get married. But it was all useless. The Tang family just treated her as a tool, using wealth and status to trap her, saying that marrying into the Nangon family was the dream of hundreds of millions of women in the country. Who were you to refuse? It was a combination of coercion and brainwashing, but Tang Zuoxuan wasn't afraid for herself. She was kind-hearted and didn't want to burden others. Nangonwu also noticed Tang Zuoxuan's expression, realizing that this beauty also didn't want to marry him. Lingyu couldn't help but shake his head. If this farce ended this way, it would surely cause a lot of distress in the future, which would be very detrimental to the national selection. So he tried to encourage Xia Zhu, saying, "If you like Nangonwu, then be brave for your own happiness." These words really stimulated Xia Zhu's nerves. For another person, it might not have had the same effect, but Lingyu was someone she once liked, never even had the chance to confess her feelings for him, and ended up becoming his brother's sister. Now, because Nangonwu had taken a shot for her in that blizzard, she inexplicably felt something. If she didn't take the chance now, would she still be the brave Xia Zhu? Lost in her thoughts, the marriage ceremony had already begun. "Pry, do you agree to marry Nangonwu, to become his wife, and never leave him regardless of wealth or other circumstances?" The customary procedure. Everyone didn't find it unusual and was just going through the motions. After all, how could there be any problems with the marriage of two major families? However, Tang Zuoxuan pursed her lips, glanced at Lingyu, then at the special assistant, and hesitated without answering for a long time. Even Xia Zhu, who had been hesitating, was temporarily stunned. "Pry, do you agree to marry Nangonwu, to become his wife, and never leave him regardless of wealth or other circumstances?" The host asked again. Tang Zuoxuan took another look at Lingyu, finally resisting under immense pressure, and gritted her teeth, saying, "I'm sorry, I don't know. Could you please ask the groom first?" The atmosphere suddenly became restless. Could it really turn out this way? The special assistant was also fidgety, evidently angry. The host looked at Tang Ning, a bit unsure what to do. Young people, especially women, are usually shy. It's natural that she wants to understand the groom's feelings first before deciding. Tang Ning spoke with a smile, showing an understanding and broad-minded attitude towards young people. Many people also laughed along with him, easing the tension. However, Nangonzu on the stage was nervous. She knew very well that these newlyweds on stage had no real affection, and Lingyu had even advised Tang Zuoxuan not to marry into the Nangon family. She felt that this marriage was likely to go wrong. Originally, if the bride initially reconsidered, the responsibility would lie with the Tang family rather than the Nangon family. But now, with the bride's statement, the success of this alliance marriage depended entirely on her younger brother. "Groom, do you agree to marry Miss Tang Zuoxuan as your wife, and never leave her regardless of wealth or other circumstances?" The host then turned to Nangonwu for an answer. Well, Nangonwu felt a bit troubled, scratching his head involuntarily, and with a somewhat absent-minded smile, he said, "Everyone knows that I never refuse women, especially such a beautiful woman. How could I hurt her feelings in public?" Hearing this, everyone knew that Nangonwu was going to say yes, but just at this moment, another woman's voice suddenly rang out from the audience. "Nangonwu, I like you. Would you reject me and make me sad?" As her words fell, the venue fell silent. As everyone turned to look at Nangonwu, their gazes also fell on Xia Zhu. Lingyu couldn't help but secretly give Xia Zhu a thumbs up. This sister had so much courage. After the quiet moment, the scene erupted. "Who is that woman? Could she be one of Nangon's former girlfriends? I heard Nangon is quite the womanizer. His girlfriends could form a whole town. There are bound to be a few smitten ones. But how did she get in? Why is no one stopping her?" Just as everyone was curious, Ziazu walked up to the ceremonial platform. There were many bodyguards and offerings from the Non-Gong family present, but no one made a move to stop her. Tang Yun quickly looked towards Non-Gong Zhu, one of the four beauties of Yanjing and a person of influence. She felt she could pressure Non-Gong Zhu. Miss Non-Gong, your parents are not here. You are the one in control of this wedding. Are you going to remain indifferent when someone disrupts the ceremony? Her attitude was increasingly condescending. She couldn't believe Non-Gong Zhu would risk offending the Tang family for an unknown woman. Everyone also looked at Non-Gong Zhu. Non-Gong Zhu was well aware that Tang Yun had previously looked down on her brother with an air of superiority and disrespected his abilities. Unfortunately, her brother fell for this attitude. The more others looked down on him, the more interested he became. But in the eyes of their sisters, her brother had always been under Tang Yun's thumb. Today, she dared to publicly pressure the Non-Gong family, as if she thought highly of herself. Non-Gong Zhu smiled directly and said, "The law clearly states that marriage is a matter of personal choice. Arranged marriages are outdated. As the sole heir of the Non-Gong family, Xiao can choose his own happiness. Miss Tang is not a woman chosen by my brother. Let's not worry about it." You. Tang Yun's eyes widened, unable to believe that Non-Gong Zhu would rebuke her in front of so many people. She looked towards Tang Ning and some elders of the Tang family, hoping they would restore the Tang family's dignity. Tang Ning smiled nonchalantly. Miss Non-Gong is right. Let Xiao handle it. I believe he won't disappoint the daughters of the Tang family. Using both soft and hard tactics, maintaining dignity and achieving results, Tang Yun's arrogant and proud demeanor couldn't compare to the old political trickery of Tang Ning. Non-Gong Zhu finally felt the pressure. The balance in her words was just right. If Xiao chose Ziazu and called off this engagement, the Tang family would certainly not let it go. Even if they could leave today, they would definitely be made to pay in the future. The Non-Gong family, as the richest in Dragon Country, may be wealthy enough to rival a nation, but if Tang Ning, the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce, were to go after them, the Non-Gong family would find it hard to cope in the future. Most importantly, the upper class of Yanjing would likely stand with Tang Ning, since Non-Gong family was the one to offend the Tang family first. Ziazu didn't care about the gazes and various discussions. She had already made up her mind today. She loved passionately, and when Zhao Wushan chose Moronxia before without her fighting for it, she didn't make a move. Later, when Lingyu was already married to Qin Mingyu, she didn't confess either. Encouraged by Lingyu today, she decided to fight for herself no matter what. Otherwise, she would regret it for a lifetime. Zhao Wushan also felt a bit strange looking at Ziazu like this. This woman wasn't as simple as she used to be. Beside him, Moronxia watched the scene on stage and coldly said, "If things had gone well that night, we wouldn't be in this situation today. You are a man who achieves nothing and fails frequently." Zhao Wushan didn't get angry but responded with a smile. "You are right. I will work harder in the future." He looked at Moronxia and noticed that she hadn't looked at him the whole time. A hint of malevolence flickered in her eyes, quickly disappear. "The groom, please express your feelings loudly to the guests here." The officiant spoke again. He was also worried that Non-Gong Wu might choose Ziazu, which would disrupt the wedding process. So he subtly reminded Non-Gong Wu that there were nearly 1,000 eyes watching, so don't mess up. However, Non-Gong Wu always did things his way and didn't fall for this. He scratched his head and said, "Oh, it's really a headache. I can't seem to choose anyone." This was thought-provoking. Everyone was even more shocked. They looked at each other in disbelief. Was Non-Gong the young master really shaken? Ziazu was secretly delighted. It seemed she and Tang Zuixuan at least had a chance to compete. Tang Zuixuan also stared at Non-Gong Wu, though she didn't dare to speak, her eyes desperately signaling, "Choose her, choose her, choose her." As long as Non-Gong Wu didn't choose her, the engagement would be doomed, and she wouldn't be blamed. "Ha ha, can I choose Tang Yun?" When Non-Gong Wu said this, everyone was even more stunned. No one expected this. You have two beautiful women to choose from, but you choose a third one. Tang Yun also widened her eyes, unable to restrain herself from biting her lip. She used to look down on Non-Gong Wu, and she didn't want to be used as a tool. But before she could refuse, Tang Ning laughed loudly. "Oh, it seems we all misunderstood. We always thought Xiao liked Zuixuan. Turns out he likes Yun'er. Of course, he can change his mind. After all, in marriage, you should choose someone you like. Isn't that right?" The people around him laughed along, trying to create a relaxed atmosphere. In any case, Tang Ning's goal was simple: to bring the two families together, gain the support of the Non-Gong family, secure his position as chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce, and ensure Zhao Nianchu was elected as the leader of the nation. Although, for him, he favored Tang Yun more, the bigger picture was important now, and this adopted daughter could be used to his advantage. Tang Yun was speechless for a moment. Only Tang Ning and a few others knew her true identity and background. Not even she herself was clear. She didn't know why Tang Ning adopted her in the first place, let alone why he nurtured her so carefully. But now, she seemed to understand. Was all of this just for today's manipulation? No one expected such a turnaround. Not even Non-Gong's Yu. Ling Yu didn't anticipate it either. In this way, the situation would be doomed if Non-Gong Wu married Tang Yun. It would be a relief for Tang Zuixuan, but it would be worse for Xia Zhu and the entire situation. Haha, I wanted to marry Tang Yun, but she seems unwilling, so let's forget it. Non-Gong Wu pretended. Of course, he also wanted to bring Tang Yun home and slowly make her bake and kneel, turning her from a queen to a servant. The thought alone was thrilling, but he had a sense of the bigger picture, and he knew he didn't truly like Tang Yun. He just wanted to conquer her because she was always superior. Playing it this way, he could shift the blame back to the Tang family, making Tang Yun take the fall by publicly showing her unwillingness. Yuner. Tang Ning quickly pressured Tang Yun. Tang Yun still gritted her teeth tightly, not responding, because she despised Non-Gong Wu, a dandy, from the bottom of her heart, and Marongqia was also present. Fine. Since Tang Yun is unwilling, there are now two choices left. I'll close my eyes and point to one, and that will be my choice. Even in the most important matter of his life, Non-Gong Wu still maintained a playful and nonchalant attitude in public. That was the style of Non-Gong's young master.